Martial Peak, Chapter 48-27, Propose Marriage. It was all thanks to the personal bodyguard from the Meng Manor. This Feng didn't really do anything, so I don't deserve your gratitude. Feng Chengxi put on a faint smile. Meng Ru shook her head. Young city lord, if you hadn't come to the rescue in time, the consequences would have been dreadful. Seeing that he was still standing, she quickly invited him to have a seat. Feng Chengxi thanked her and elegantly took a seat. They went on to have a chat in a joyful manner. 1 hour later, Meng Ru appeared fatigued, so Chui'er promptly said, "Eldest young lady, it's getting late now, so we should head home, otherwise, the patriarch will be worried about you." Following a nod, Meng Ru rose from the seat and bid Feng Chengxi farewell. The latter didn't make her stay as he watched them leave. It wasn't until Meng Ru and her personal bodyguards were out of sight that Feng Chengxi put on a smile and called out, "Junior brother Yang." The sword-holding young man beside him appeared doubtful as he had no idea why the young master suddenly shouted at the air. Just when he wanted to ask him about it, a figure emerged from the shadow all of a sudden like a phantom. He wasn't even aware of his presence this whole time. Flabbergasted, the sword-holding young man dexterously hid behind Feng Chengxi and stuck out his head before yelling, "Who are you?" Ignoring him, Yang Kai stared at Feng Chengxi and cupped his fist, "Senior brother Feng." As their eyes met, there seemed to be sparks flying in the air. The sword-holding young man appeared puzzled. Judging from the way the young master and this strange man called each other, they seemed to be fellow brothers. However, at this moment, they appeared to be in a conflict for some reason. What made the sword-holding young man feel even more perplexed was that this man surnamed Yang was apparently a personal bodyguard from the Meng Manor, so how was it possible that he and the young city lord were fellow brothers? "I've heard a lot about you, junior brother Yang. We've finally met each other. You're indeed a handsome man." Feng Chengxi flashed a smile at him. "Many thanks for the compliment, senior brother," Yang Kai replied dispassionately. Sensing his impassiveness, Feng Chengxi said with a frown, "It wasn't my idea to come into this world, however, since I've received the order from my honored master, I have to do my best. Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way." Yang Kai nodded. "We'll do our best in our own ways, then. However, I still have to persuade you to quit as early as possible so that you'll be spared the embarrassment." Feng Chengxi asked with a smile, "Do you have so much confidence in yourself, junior brother?" Yang Kai lifted his head and replied arrogantly, "Don't you get it? I'm very close to her now." He found it somewhat laughable that he was competing against another man to win over a woman's heart. Feng Chengxi said, "I'm fully aware of the advantages you have, but you'd better not underestimate me. I have my own advantages as well. I'll be looking forward to it." Then, Yang Kai turned around and disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, the sword-holding young man, who was hiding behind Feng Chengxi, looked around curiously. "Young master, is that ghost gone?" An annoyed Feng Chengxi knocked on his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? We're heading back now." "Yes." The sword-holding young man responded as he kept looking back at the stone pavilion, as though a saber-and sword-wielding ghost would reappear at any moment. Yang Kai would soon find out what Feng Chengxi's planned to do. That guy showcased his advantage with just one move and forced Yang Kai onto the defensive. The day after they returned from Gratitude Shrine, the eldest young lady and Qian were learning martial arts from Yang Kai when Chui'er rushed over with an excited expression and shouted, "Eldest young lady! Eldest young lady! Something major has happened." Meng Ru, who was wielding the wooden sword, was shocked as she stopped what she was doing and looked at her. However, upon seeing Chui'er's expression, she glared at her. "Why are you shouting?" "I was frightened." Chui'er stood in front of the eldest young lady and stuck out her tongue before saying in a hushed voice, "Eldest young lady, something major has really happened." "What's the matter?" Meng Ru asked with a frown. While trying to be mysterious, Chui'er glanced at her and replied, "It's something great." A helpless Meng Ru rapidly extended her hand and pinched the other woman's waist. "How dare you keep me on tenterhooks? Are you going to tell me or not?" Shui'er giggled and begged for mercy, after which Meng Ru let her off. Xianxian picked up a towel and passed it to Meng Ru, who wiped her face with it and listened attentively. It was then that Shui'er said, "Those from City Lord's mansion have sent us several gift carts. It said that the young City Lord is proposing marriage." Meng Ru froze for a moment before taking a glance at Yang Kai with anxiety and asking nervously, "Propose marriage? What are you talking about?" Shui'er replied with a smile, "What else could it be? It's the marriage between you and the young City Lord. You saw him yesterday. He's handsome and good at martial arts. Moreover, he's wealthy and mild-tempered. Everything about him is good. He's a perfect match for you." An anxious Meng Ru asked, "Did my father agree to it?" Shui'er shook her head, "I have no idea, but the patriarch looks pleased. He's having a chat with the young City Lord in the reception hall right now." Upon hearing that, Meng Ru quickly tossed the towel away and sprinted off. A shocked Shui'er asked, "Where are you going, eldest young lady?" Meng Ru ignored her. Nevertheless, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and stood there for a moment before turning around. With a conflicted expression, she gazed at Yang Kai. "Guard Yang, I'm a little tired now, so let's call it a day." Yang Kai nodded, "Since you're tired, you should get some rest, eldest young lady." Following that, Meng Ru shuffled into her room and closed the door. All of a sudden, Shui'er glared at Yang Kai, her eyes full of hostility. 1 hour later, the Meng family patriarch Meng Deyi arrived at the inner court and entered Meng Ru's room. It wasn't certain what the conversation was about, but when he left the room, he shook his head and sighed in a helpless manner. Shui'er followed him, but she was soon captured by the patriarch's personal bodyguard and brought to Meng Deyi. She could be completely at ease in front of the eldest young lady. After all, they grew up together, so they were as close as sisters. However, in front of the patriarch, she would never dare to cross the line. That was because there were initially 3 other girls who grew up with the eldest young lady, but eventually, she was the only one left. The eldest young lady was innocent and kind-hearted, so she thought that the 3 maidservants had found decent husbands. Nevertheless, Shui'er knew that they had already lost their lives. While working for the eldest young lady, one might be killed for making even a small mistake. Kneeling in front of the patriarch, Shui'er was trembling. "Patriarch, there's something I need to tell you." With his hands behind his back, Meng Deyi said impassively, "Speak." After hesitating for a moment, Shui'er replied in a shaking voice, "I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, but the eldest young lady. She seems to have developed some feelings for Guard Yang." Then, she quickly added, "I don't know if it's just a misunderstanding. I'm not certain about anything." The patriarch didn't respond in any way. However, Shui'er knew that it was how the patriarch reacted when he was furious, so she became increasingly anxious. A moment later, the patriarch asked, "When did you discover it?" A terrified Shui'er replied, "After the eldest young lady was rescued." Meng Deyi questioned, "It has been months since she was rescued. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Shui'er pressed her head against the ground, "I wouldn't dare to." "You wouldn't dare to?" Meng Deyi sneered, "Cut her into pieces to fertilize the plants." Shui'er felt her entire figure turning limp. It wasn't until 2 personal bodyguards took her arms and dragged her out of the place that she started begging for mercy. "Please have mercy on me, patriarch. Please spare my life. I'm the only long-time maidservant by the eldest young lady's side now. If I'm killed, she'll be sad." Her words just barely saved her. After receiving an instruction, the 2 personal bodyguards dropped her. Meng Deyi's voice could be heard saying from a distance, "Watch over the eldest young lady and inform me immediately whenever something happens. If anything goes wrong again, I will personally kill you." Shui'er hurriedly agreed. When she looked up, there was no one in front of her. After that day, the eldest young lady was back to her usual self. Yang Kai didn't ask how the young city lord's proposal was dealt with, but Yin Ji Yong had found out quite a bit of information.
In fact, the young city lord had personally come over to propose marriage, and Meng De was apparently pleased with him. After all, Feng Qingxi was of noble background and was a perfect match for the eldest young lady of the Meng family. Meng Ru was not getting any younger, and it was impossible for her to stay in the Meng manor forever. If there was a suitable man for her, Meng De wouldn't reject him. Nevertheless, Meng De didn't seem to have given a positive reply regarding the proposal. This made Yin Zhiyong realize that the patriarch truly treasured the eldest young lady. Even in families that were wealthier than the Meng family, the parents held the right to make an arrangement for their children's marriages, not to mention in ordinary families. Rarely would any woman decide for herself what man she wanted to marry. However, in the Meng family, the eldest young lady had the final say in this matter, and even the patriarch, who was known to be iron-fisted, didn't try to force her. With that said, Yang Kai clearly noticed that there were now more people who were hidden around the eldest young lady's residence. Other than paying close attention to the eldest young lady, they were also watching over him. Recently, Chui'er had been acting weirdly as well. In the past, he could sense that she detested him, but it seemed to have turned into resentment now. She could barely contain the hatred in her eyes. Yang Kai had a feeling that something was amiss. One day, Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong were told to see the patriarch. Inside the grand hall, Meng De gazed at them and said, "I have some goods that have to be sent to Great Abundant City tomorrow. These goods are extremely important, so I want you two to escort them." Upon hearing that, Yin Zhiyong was startled. What about the eldest young lady? He and Yang Kai were the eldest young lady's personal bodyguards, so supposedly, they would have to send goods to another city. Hence, he was puzzled by Meng De's order. Meng De replied, "I've made arrangements for her, so you don't have to worry about her." He paused for a moment. "She'll marry someone sooner or later. You two are loyal to the Meng manor. After she gets married, I'll need you two to work in other areas. So, try getting used to it now." An excited Yin Zhiyong cupped his fist. "Many thanks for trusting us, Patriarch." Meng De waved his hand, after which they respectfully left the hall. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-28, From the Meng Manor. It would take a person about half a month to travel from White Jade City to Great Abundant City. He would pass through a lot of desolate places where bandits might appear at any moment. The average person had to be escorted by powerful cultivators if he wanted to take this journey, otherwise, he would most likely be killed. On the other hand, this was one of the major business routes for the Meng family. Every year, countless goods would be sent to or dispatched from the Meng manor through this route. There were more than 20 people who were tasked with escorting the goods this time. Other than Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong, who were personal bodyguards from the Meng manor, the rest were from Grand Abundance Bureau, an armed escort service provider from White Jade City. The chief armed escort was surnamed Gua. He was a straightforward and well-built man. The Meng manor had worked with Grand Abundance Bureau many times before, so they were on good terms. Therefore, after accepting the order, the chief armed escort immediately made an arrangement and even personally led the best armed escorts in the bureau to protect the goods to show that they truly valued this partnership. The task assigned to Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong was simple. They just had to follow the people from Grand Abundance Bureau and escort the goods to Great Abundant City. After the other party accepted the goods, they could return. Yin Zhiyong had been confined to the eldest young lady's side recently. Upon leaving the Meng manor, he was as happy as a bird that had been released from a cage. With a wine bottle in his hand, he went everywhere to look for people who could drink wine with him. Besides that, he also boasted to Yang Kai that the women in Great Abundant City were beautiful and promised to take Yang Kai to a brothel when they arrived at the destination. The armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were professional. The scouts were regularly sent out in pairs to gather information and return with useful news. It had been peaceful for the first 5 days. On the 5th day, the team had to sleep the night in a place named Upward Mound. It was an open-air area with no places for anyone to hide. It wasn't possible for there to be any ambushes. Even if an emergency happened,
it would be easy for them to flee. Those from Grand Abundance Bureau were careful when looking for a place to rest, and after they were done with dinner, most slept while the rest stood guard. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai awakened in shock as he caught a whiff of a metallic tang. This faint smell of blood was imperceptible to those who hadn't had a lot of experience in battle. However, Yang Kai had experienced countless carnage in his life. Although his strength had been significantly weakened after he was incarnated into this world, he remained sensitive to the smell of blood. Right then, the sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. In the darkness, sharp arrows broke through the sky and poured down on them like rain. Enemy attack! Yang Kai got to his feet and shouted. At the same time, he picked up Yin Ji-yong, who was sound asleep, and rolled away before hiding behind a tree. The sounds of arrows breaking through the air were heard amidst the grunts and shrieks. After just a short moment, the armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were all either killed or injured. Yin Ji-yong had had some wine before going to sleep, but he was completely sober at this moment and asked in horror, "What's going on?" There wasn't a need for Yang Kai to answer the question. Presently, all the tents were on fire. The arrows were aflame as they turned the tents and carriages into pyres. The horses neighed in shock as the entire place descended into chaos. The rain of arrows didn't seem to be stopping any time soon. Yang Kai pulled a dead-armed escort towards himself and covered his body with the corpse. Upon seeing that, Yin Ji-yong did the same. The arrows that poured down like rain only stopped a cup of tea later. The entire place was ablaze as all 20 armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were all dead. It wasn't until this moment that horses were heard approaching them from a distance. Hiding beneath a corpse, Yin Ji-yong looked around in horror with the help of the flickering fire. More than 100 people on horses had appeared from all directions. The burly bald man at the front was holding a saber with a hideous expression. Yin Ji-yong felt his heart skipping a beat, for he recognized the bald man. The person was none other than the head manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. After those from Hidden Treasure Peak barged into the Meng Manor in the middle of the night and took the eldest young lady away, their managers were put on wanted lists, and their faces became known to everyone in the city. That was the reason Yin Ji-yong could instantly recognize this man. However, why were the people from Hidden Treasure Peak here? This was a route that led to Great Abundance City, which was in the south, while Hidden Treasure Peak was in the north. Those from Hidden Treasure Peak didn't have any business in this. Nevertheless, he didn't have any time to ponder on it as the head manager wielded his saber and shouted, "Find the corpses." His subordinates then dispersed and searched around. Yin Ji-yong had no idea what corpses they were looking for. He only knew that he would be doomed if he couldn't come up with a solution. He turned to look at Yang Kai's hiding place and became dumbfounded. That was because Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Only the dead armed escort, who was previously used to fend off the arrows, was left behind. That stinking brat is too much. How could he run away without telling me? Yin Ji-yong had the urge to howl in misery. He didn't even notice that Yang Kai had left. He only knew that when he was sound asleep, Yang Kai picked him up and rolled away to dodge the first round of arrows. Seeing that those from Hidden Treasure Peak were about to find him, Yin Ji-yong was struggling internally between begging for mercy or fighting to the death. Right then, someone was heard exclaiming, after which something heavy thudded on the ground. The next moment, everyone was heard yelling, "Head manager! Don't move!" The head manager bellowed. Yin Ji-yong had no idea what was going on, but with the help of the fire, he looked up and faintly saw a figure standing behind the head manager, holding a sharp blade to the latter's neck. Stirring Cloud Saber. Yin Ji-yong was ecstatic. Even though he couldn't make out the person behind the head manager, he could recognize the incredible weapon. After pushing the corpse away, Yin Ji-yong, who was drenched in blood, got to his feet. His action stunned the bandits around him. The head manager took a glance at him and grinned, "You two are indeed martial arts experts. I didn't expect you to survive. Thanks for the compliment." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming behind him. The next moment, Yin Ji-yong saw Yang Kai sticking out his head as the latter asked, "Are you alright, brother Yin?" "I'm fine," pretending to be tough. Yin Ji-yong wiped the blood off his face. In fact, he wasn't injured one bit, as even his skin was still intact. "What about you, head manager? What should I do about you now?" Yang Kai asked impassively, not moving the saber away. The head manager chuckled, "This is how I usually hold a woman. I hadn't expected to be embraced in such a way one day. It's a new experience." Just then, a glint flashed through the weapon as two fingers were sent flying away. The head manager grunted while his hand, which had secretly reached for the dagger at his thigh just now, was covered in blood. At that moment, the head manager turned ferocious while the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were agitated. "Nothing good will ever come out of your mouth, huh? Only say something after thinking it through and don't do anything unnecessary. My blade is pretty sharp. If I cut off something important, you won't be able to put it back." Yang Kai threatened him in a hushed voice, "Tell your people to back up. I'm a timid person. My hand will shake with so many people around me." The head manager sported a hideous expression, then raised his hand, moved back 300 meters. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak exchanged glances before they stepped backwards and disappeared into the darkness. Despite the fact that the head manager was held captive while his blood was dripping from where his fingers were cut, he remained calm and collected. Yin Ji-yong couldn't help but think that this man was really something. "I think we can have a talk now," the head manager said. Yang Kai sheathed Stirring Cloud saber and leaped off the horse before shuffling towards the carriages where the goods were kept. When the head manager saw Yang Kai facing away from him, he had the urge to unsheath his saber. However, as he recalled Yang Kai's mastery of martial arts, he stifled his urge to do so. When he held Meng Ru captive previously, he led more than 100 bandits to launch an attack on Yang Kai. Nevertheless, a lot of his subordinates were killed while the other party persevered until the soldiers from White Jade City came to the rescue. This time, the head manager was captured by Yang Kai while he was unsuspecting, which was why he became at a disadvantage. He still couldn't believe that those from the Meng Manor had found such a powerful guard. "Tell me. Who told you to do this?" Yang Kai asked with narrowed eyes while standing in front of the carriage. Upon hearing that, the head manager sneered, "Do we need anyone to tell us to avenge the death of Hidden Treasure Peak's second manager? How did you find out our route and exact location? I'm guessing you have been hiding here for more than a day." The head manager replied impassively, "That's what we do for a living. Of course we have our own ways of gathering information." While facing away from him, Yang Kai said, "It was those from the Meng Manor, right?" Upon hearing that, Yin Ji-yong was astounded. "Little brother Yang, what are you talking about?" The head manager flashed a smile at Yin Ji-yong. "Your little brother is pretty interesting. Is there something wrong with his head?" Yang Kai unsheathed his covering rain sword. As a glint flashed through his weapon, the carriage fell apart and revealed the goods inside. When Yin Ji-yong took a glance, he became flabbergasted. What's going on here? The valuable goods that the two of them and those from Grand Abundance Bureau had been escorting were just stones placed in crates. He couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly went over to examine the stones. In the end, he confirmed that they were just rocks with nothing else hidden inside them. It was the same case for the other carriages. How could this be? Yin Ji-yong found it hard to accept the truth as he still had no idea what was going on. More than 20 people from Grand Abundance Bureau had lost their lives just to protect a few carriages of stones. If not for Yang Kai's quick response, the two of them would have perished tonight as well. "There's something I don't understand." Yang Kai turned to look at the head manager. Previously, those from Hidden Treasure Peak barged into the Meng Manor in the middle of the night and kidnapped the eldest young lady from the Meng family. There were quite a few casualties on both sides, and even the second manager lost his life. Supposedly, those from the Meng Manor would never work with you, but this is exactly what happened. Can you tell me the reason behind it? The head manager was no longer as calm and collected as before because he felt helpless at the fact that the other party had seen through everything. However, he chose to say nothing and simply stared at Yang Kai with a grim expression. Yang Kai held both the saber and sword in his hands while shuffling towards him. With his gaze lowered, he said, "A person who doesn't speak is no different from a corpse." The head manager replied grimly, "I can only tell you that I received a piece of information that you would pass through this place while escorting goods. However, the person who told me this has nothing to do with the Meng Manor." "Who is that person associated with, then?" Yang Kai asked while standing in front of him. The head manager shook his head, apparently unwilling to reveal anything. "Farewell, then." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he pushed out his saber and sword at the same time. Although the head manager had put his guard up, he was still unable to ward off both weapons. His head was sent flying away while blood spurted out from his neck. On the other hand, Yang Kai leaped onto a horse and picked up the dazed Yin Ji-yong before clenching his thighs. The next moment, they galloped off in a particular direction. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-29, One Step Too Late. After the head manager was killed, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak madly chased after Yang Kai and Yin Ji-yong while the latter killed those who pursued them. It wasn't until the break of dawn that they were finally safe. Yin Ji-yong was already soaked in blood, and there were cuts all over his figure. With that said, those were not comparable to his mental fatigue. In front of a river, Yang Kai cupped some water with both hands and washed his face. After that, he leaned against the tree trunk and panted. Unable to contain the doubt in his mind, Yin Ji-yong gazed at him and asked, "Little brother, just what is happening?" The incident on this night was too strange. He wasn't really a bright person, so he was unable to figure it out. He just had a feeling that he and Yang Kai were sold out. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "It's me who has dragged you into this." Yin Ji-yong replied, "What are you talking about?" "That's really the case," Yang Kai reiterated, "those from the Meng Manor want me dead. That was why they told us to escort some goods and orchestrated an attack in the middle of the night." Yin Ji-yong parted his lips, not knowing what to say. They were the eldest young lady's personal bodyguards, but they were suddenly tasked with escorting some goods to Great Abundant City. However, the goods from the Meng Manor were just a bunch of stones. On the other hand, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak lived in the opposite direction from their route, but they had laid an ambush around this business route in advance. Moreover, before the head manager's death, he said that someone told him Yang Kai would pass by Upward Mound while escorting some goods. All of this showed that Yin Ji-yong had been dragged into a scheme. Is there a partnership between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak? Yin Ji-yong found it hard to accept the notion. It wasn't that he was surprised that those from the Meng Manor were in contact with bandits. As a wealthy family, it was expected that those from the Meng family had contacts in both the authorities and the underworld. Nevertheless, just like what Yang Kai had said the day before, those from Hidden Treasure Peak had kidnapped the eldest young lady, so there was supposed to be a blood feud between them. Given how the Meng family patriarch doted on the eldest young lady, there was no room for partnership between the two. That might not be the case. Yang Kai shook his head. There is something in between that connects the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak. Yin Ji-yong came to his senses. Are you saying that there is no direct partnership between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak? Instead, there is a middleman between them? Yang Kai nodded. Regardless, I've dragged you into this mess. Yin Ji-yong still couldn't figure it out, but why do those from the Meng Manor want you dead? Did you do anything wrong? Yang Kai shook his head as he didn't want to explain anything. He finally understood why there were more people who were hiding around the eldest young lady's residence recently and the reason Chueyer's gaze was filled with resentment whenever she looked at him. It was apparent that they were the patriarch's spies. The fact that the eldest young lady and Yang Kai were in love must have been exposed, which was why the Meng family patriarch wanted him dead. There was no way Meng De would allow his treasured daughter to fall in love with a mere guard. As for Yin Ji-yong, he was really innocent in this matter. Yang Kai rose to his feet and declared, "Brother Yin, you'd better leave now. Stay away from White Jade City and go to a place where the Meng family can't find you." Yin Zhiyong was startled. "What about you?" Yang Kai leaped onto the horse and turned around. "There's a matter I have to settle." Upon finishing his words, he drove the horse to leave. Yin Zhiyong called out to him from behind, but upon getting no reply, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and leave. There was no way he could return to White Jade City. Those from the Meng Manor hadn't managed to achieve their goal this time, so if he dared to show up, he would certainly lose his life. Just like what Yang Kai had said, he could only go to a place where no one would recognize him. A few days later, a young man covered in dust passed through the city's gates. When he looked up, he saw two new faces on the wanted list on the wall. Both of them were private guards of the Meng Manor. One of them was named Yang Kai while the other was Yin Zhiyong. The painter was pretty skillful as the two pictures were quite lifelike. On the wanted list, it was said that both of them were the private guards of the Meng Manor, but they had worked with the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak and ruthlessly killed more than 20 people from Grand Abundance Bureau at Upward Mound before stealing a lot of goods that belonged to the Meng Manor. They were cold-blooded and unforgivable. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai looked away and directly entered the city. He had put on a disguise, so he could easily fool the people who were looking for him. He had lived for many years and killed countless people, so it was expected that he had learned various skills and techniques. He wasn't particularly good at disguising himself, and in the eyes of the experts, he must have made a lot of mistakes. However, his skill was good enough for him to deal with this kind of situation. Nevertheless, not long after he entered the city, Yang Kai realized that he was being stalked. This surprised him quite a bit. When the stalker barged into the alley, Yang Kai, who had been hiding in the dark, instantly appeared and clenched his neck. The stalker was apparently shocked as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm just following orders, and I don't intend to harm you." "Who gave you the order? What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai questioned coldly. Seeing that the stalker shook his head, Yang Kai exerted more force with his hand. The person widened his eyes in horror, but he still wouldn't expose anything. Just when he thought he was about to get killed, Yang Kai suddenly tossed him away. Having just escaped from death's door, the stalker coughed violently and panted. "Speak. What's going on?" Yang Kai asked. The stalker got to his feet with difficulty and looked at Yang Kai with a terrified expression. With his head lowered, he replied, "Sir said that he wants you to follow me to another place." Before Yang Kai even replied to him, he went on to say, "Sir also said that you don't have to worry about anything as he has no intention to harm you. If he wanted that, I just needed to shout loudly, and you wouldn't be able to leave White Jade City. There's no point in going to such trouble. I would kill you before you could shout," Yang Kai threatened. The stalker trembled. "Even if I can't shout, someone else will." "Is your sir threatening me?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The stalker shook his head. "No, no, no. It's just his way of showing his sincerity. That was exactly what Sir said, so please don't blame me." Yang Kai was suddenly interested in the so-called Sir. After giving it a thought, he asked, "Do you know who I am?" The stalker shook his head again. "I have no idea. I'm just following orders." "Lead the way, then," Yang Kai nodded. The Sir behind this person must be aware of Yang Kai's identity, and he had found out that the latter had entered the city. It meant that someone could recognize him just now. Perhaps that Sir had been observing the surroundings somewhere near the city's gates. However, just like the stalker had said, he could expose Yang Kai's identity by simply shouting it out loudly. By then, Yang Kai would never be able to leave White Jade City. In that case, he could only play it by ear. He wanted to find out who was behind all this and what their intentions were. They took countless turns as Yang Kai followed that person. He suddenly realized that White Jade City was currently bustling with noise as the sounds of drums could be heard from time to time.
As though noticing his doubt, the person at the front said in a small voice, "In 3 days, the Meng Manor's eldest young lady and our young city lord will be getting married. It's wonderful news for all of us in the city." "They'll be married in 3 days?" Yang Kai was astonished upon hearing that. "That's right. The young city lord has personally proposed marriage, and the Meng family patriarch agreed to it. It could be said that the Meng family has found a powerful backer." Yang Kai's face fell as he realized he was one step too late. Feng Chengxi had made a quick and decisive move. During the encounter at Gratitude Shrine, Yang Kai said that he had a better chance of winning the eldest young lady's heart as he was close to her. However, he was soon asked to escort some goods following the Meng family patriarch's order. Eventually, there was an ambush that awaited him. Now, he had lost all his advantages while Feng Chengxi had gained the upper hand. He didn't think that Feng Chengxi was a despicable person. He had his own motives for coming to this samsara world, so he had to do his best to achieve his goals. The person with better methods would have the last laugh. The fact that he was ambushed should have nothing to do with Feng Chengxi. He reckoned that it was the Meng family patriarch's doing. However, Yang Kai had no idea who the middleman between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak was. From Yang Kai's perspective, he naturally wouldn't allow the wedding to take place. However, he didn't have enough time to come up with a solution in just 3 days, and he was now faced with this situation that was shrouded in mystery. "We've arrived at our destination." The man stood in front of a house and extended his hand. Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the house, but there was no one inside. He turned to look at the man, who appeared embarrassed. "Sir told me to bring you to this place, and there were no further instructions. He said that you'll realize he really means no harm after you enter." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai went further into the house and saw a red invitation card on the table. While feeling doubtful, he picked it up and realized that it was an invitation card from the Meng Manor. With this invitation card, he would be able to attend the eldest young lady's wedding in 3 days. Yang Kai arched his brow as he felt a sense of discomfort that his intentions had been seen through. This invitation card was apparently targeted at him. The mastermind realized his thoughts and even created an opportunity for him. There was no doubt that this invitation card was difficult to come by as the average person wouldn't be able to get his hands on one. Fewer than 100 people in White Jade City had the right to receive such an invitation card. The mastermind left behind one invitation card here for him, which suggested that the person had a powerful background. The person who led Yang Kai to this place secretly fled while the latter was going through the invitation card. Yang Kai didn't bother stopping him. Since the mastermind had made such an arrangement, he naturally wouldn't harm Yang Kai in the short term. It was obvious that this person wanted Yang Kai to make a scene at the wedding. His scheme would definitely be revealed by then. Yang Kai didn't intend to be led by the nose as he pocketed the invitation card. In the middle of the night, he put on some dark clothes and secretly left. He had to head to the Meng Manor to see whether he could enter the inner court and see the eldest young lady. Yang Kai had been a personal bodyguard in the Meng Manor for several months, so he was fully aware of the arrangements within the manor. He felt that he had a chance to sneak in. However, the reality was that the security in the Meng Manor had become far stricter. He still hadn't found a chance even after waiting for a long time, so he could only give up in the end. In that case, he could only look for an opportunity in 3 days. With the invitation card, he was supposedly able to enter the Meng Manor safely. The problem was how he was going to see the eldest young lady in that situation and ask her about her intentions, thus allowing him to bring her out of that place. He had snatched a bride during a wedding before, so this was not a new experience for him. At that moment, he was torn between tears and laughter. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-30, Will you come with me? There was no doubt that the most noble great force in White Jade City was the City Lord's mansion, which ruled over several 100,000 citizens. No one in the city would dare to be disrespectful to them. On the other hand, the Meng family was one of the most prestigious families in White Jade City and was extremely wealthy. Therefore, When word got out that both parties would soon be connected through marriage, it sent a shockwave across the entire city. It was rumored that the Meng Manor's eldest young lady was a stunning beauty that was rarely seen in the world, while the young city lord was handsome and talented. They were undoubtedly a perfect match. On the wedding day, the entire White Jade city was bustling with noise as countless buildings were decorated with red ornaments on the outside to celebrate the occasion. All the citizens seemed to have been infected by the jolly atmosphere of this wedding, as the entire city was engulfed in a festive atmosphere. The team that would fetch the bride departed from the city lord's mansion and headed to the Meng Manor with sounds of music playing along the way. The bridegroom, who was clad in red clothes, was riding a well-built horse, which was also decorated with red ornaments, as befits the occasion. In the meantime, Yang Kai, who had put on a disguise, showed the invitation card at the entrance and easily got into the Meng Manor. While pretending to be taking a stroll around the grounds, he surreptitiously got closer to the inner court. He had been a private guard in the inner court for several months, so he was fully aware of the situation inside, including the places where the personal bodyguards would hide. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly attempted to sneak into the Meng Manor. However, due to the stricter security, he was unable to achieve his goal. It was an important day for the Meng Manor, and they were short of staff everywhere, so although the security in the inner court remained strict, it was still within Yang Kai's ability to grasp. Hence, it was a great chance for him. After avoiding some of the personal bodyguards who were hiding in the dark, he flipped over a wall the height of a person and entered the inner court. He was as agile as a cat while ensuring that he made no noise. Without stopping, he made a turn and hid behind a rockery garden. A moment later, he stepped. A private guard had been knocked out within the rockery. Like a gecko, Yang Kai climbed up the wall and reached the roof. When he jumped down more than 10 breaths later, another private guard from the inner court was knocked out on the roof. More and more private guards were knocked out. In just a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai had incapacitated all the private guards around the eldest young lady's residence. After that, he headed straight to the building where the eldest young lady resided. In front of the building stood 2 stern-looking personal bodyguards. With their hands on the hilts of their weapons, they looked around vigilantly. With the smell of alcohol wafting from his body, Yang Kai staggered forward and covered his mouth, as though he would throw up at any moment. This alerted the 2 of them. It was apparent to them that this person was a guest at the wedding, but it puzzled them as to how he even reached the inner court. Even if he had lost his way, the personal bodyguards outside should have stopped him. How did anyone even arrive at this place? The 2 personal bodyguards exchanged glances, after which one of them raised his hand and snapped, "Stop right there. You're not supposed to be here." With his hand covering his mouth, Yang Kai waved at them with his other hand. At the same time, he stumbled over and crashed into them. The personal bodyguard who spoke earlier frowned and stepped forward in an attempt to stop this mannerless guest. As soon as they came into contact though, the personal bodyguard froze on the spot while Yang Kai was heard throwing up. The other personal bodyguard soon realized that something was off. Just when he was ready to go over, the drunk guest appeared right in front of him the next moment like a phantom. His clear eyes suggested that he was not intoxicated at all. Flabbergasted, the personal bodyguard unsheathed his saber, but it was too late. Yang Kai hit the other person's neck with the side of his palm. The personal bodyguard turned limp and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the other personal bodyguard behind him fell to the ground as well. Yang Kai let out a breath and adjusted his clothes. Then, he stepped into the building and walked up the stairs. Although he had been a private guard in the inner court for several months, it was actually the first time he stepped into this building. He just knew that the eldest young lady usually lived on the 2nd floor. The room door on the 2nd floor was closed, but someone could be heard speaking in a small voice inside. It was Chui'er. "You look stunning today, eldest young lady. Don't you agree, Qian?" The next instant, Qian was heard replying in a gentle tone, "Eldest young lady has always been good-looking." Chui'er said with a smile, "But she looks especially beautiful today."
It said that a woman looks her best on her wedding day. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Please stop smiling like a fool, eldest young lady. You make me feel worried. What's good about Guard Yang? He's just a private guard in the Meng Manor. He's not comparable to the young city lord at all when it comes to his status. Only the young city lord can give you the happiness you deserve. Ha! Meng Ru was heard laughing. Am I smiling like a fool? Yes, Chuya replied. Moreover, the patriarch said that Guard Yang had worked with the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak. He killed many of the armed escorts and took away the Meng Manor's goods. Now, those from the city lord's mansion are hunting him down. He must have had an ulterior motive for coming to the Meng Manor all along. Meng Ru refuted, the man I love is not such a despicable person. He didn't do any of that. Furthermore, he'll come back to look for me. Are you out of your mind, eldest young lady? Chuya was furious. You're getting married today, and you'll be the young city lord's madam. He is supposed to be the only man you love. Meng Ru said in a calm voice, the man I love must be a hero who will go against the entire world for me. He's being hunted down. He'll never come back to White Jade City. Will you please wake up to reality, eldest young lady? Just then, a creak was heard. The ladies inside the room turned their heads and saw Yang Kai, who had restored his original appearance. The next moment, the color drained from Chuya's face while Xianxia was astonished. Only Meng Ru seemed to have expected it as she rose from the chair with a joyful smile. She was clad in red clothes with a phoenix coronet on her head. Her beauty was out of this world. As their eyes met, Yang Kai put on a smile. Meng Ru could see nothing else as her vision was filled by this man. Yang Kai asked, will you come with me? Without hesitation, Meng Ru lifted her dress and dashed towards him with a joying expression. It wasn't until this moment that Chuya came to her senses and exclaimed, eldest young lady. All of a sudden, she felt someone striking her neck, after which she collapsed to the ground. Equally shocked, Yang Kai and Meng Ru gazed at Xianxia, who had made a move just now. Even Xianxia was astounded. Although she had learned martial arts from Yang Kai for several months, she had never attacked anyone before. It was all her subconscious reaction just now, so it surprised her that she had actually knocked the other maidservant out. With a pale face, she stammered, I didn't mean to hurt her. Yang Kai took a glance at her and examined the unconscious Chuya before comforting her, it's fine. She's just passed out. Xianxia nodded and felt slightly at ease. We have to leave White Jade City as soon as possible, Yang Kai took Meng Ru's hand and said in a small voice. With a contented smile, Meng Ru bowed her head, Over the past few months, they had never expressed their love for each other or done anything that crossed the line. They only exchanged glances at most, however, at this moment, they seemed to have known each other for several lifetimes. It was as though they were able to read each other's thoughts with just one gaze or movement. There was no gap or obstacle between them. They seemed to be fully aware of each other's habits like a couple who had been married for years. After summoning her courage, Xianxia said, I'll follow you, eldest young lady. Meng Ru looked inquisitively at Yang Kai, who remained silent for a moment and nodded. The three of them then snuck out. The private guards around the building were still unconscious, so it was easier to leave this place than when he came in. After passing through some doors, they arrived at the back street behind the Meng Manor. Yang Kai had already gotten a carriage ready. After telling Meng Ru and Xianxia to get inside, he drove the horses forward. He had successfully brought Meng Ru out of the Meng Manor, and his next step was to leave White Jade City, which would be a little difficult. Because of the wanted list, everybody who wanted to pass through the city gates of White Jade City had to be scrutinized. It would have been easier if he were on his own. He could just put on some disguise and walk out, however, this wouldn't work as he now had Meng Ru and Xianxia with him. Moreover, Meng Ru was still clad in a wedding dress, which was naturally quite conspicuous. Everything would be fine if he could pass through the gates. If he couldn't, he had no choice but to fight his way out. Of course, Yang Kai was certain that the soldiers at the gates wouldn't be able to stop him. To his surprise, when he drove the carriage and emerged from the alley, several similar-looking carriages appeared from the sides and moved forward at the same time. It was apparent that they were leaving the city as well. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that something was amiss, but at this moment, he could only follow them. The team from the city lord's mansion was supposed to arrive at the Meng Manor soon, so the fact that Meng Ru had gone missing would quickly be exposed. They had to leave White Jade City before that happened. Soon, the carriages arrived at the city gates. Just when the soldiers were ready to examine them, a coachman at the front fished out a token and waved it. Seeing that, one of the soldiers shouted, "Let them pass." The carriages drove past the gates without any obstacles. Yang Kai followed them and easily left. After leaving the city, Yang Kai furrowed his brows while following the carriages. He had a feeling that it was the mysterious mastermind's doing. In a place that was more than a dozen kilometers away from the city, the carriages suddenly dispersed. There stood a figure in silence as though he was waiting for something. Yang Kai's carriage stopped in front of that person as he turned his head. "Wait a moment." Meng Ru grunted in response. It was then that Yang Kai leapt off the carriage and walked up to that person before cupping his fist. "Senior brother Feng." Feng Qingxi looked smilingly at him. "You don't look surprised at all." Yang Kai nodded. "I had a speculation, though I was not certain about it. Many doubts are resolved now that I see you here." Given his disguising technique, he was still discovered after entering White Jade City, and he was subsequently followed. The only person he could think of capable of such things was Feng Qingxi. The events that followed also proved that his speculation was right. Feng Qingxi was the young city lord of White Jade City, so it wasn't surprising that he could easily get an invitation card from the Meng Manor. After Yang Kai left the Meng Manor with Meng Ru, several carriages appeared all of a sudden to help cover him up, otherwise, his plan wouldn't have worked out smoothly. "Since you're here, who is the one going over to the Meng Manor?" Yang Kai appeared puzzled. Feng Qingxi replied with a smile, "You've met him before. The brat beside me previously." Martial Peak, Chapter 48-31, Cornered. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai recalled that there was a sword-holding young man who hid behind Feng Qingxi at that time. The young man and Feng Qingxi had similar-looking builds. Although their temperaments were different, the young man just had to put on a disguise and remain silent. The people who were not familiar with Feng Qingxi wouldn't find out. Moreover, even though Feng Qingxi was the young city lord, it wasn't until recently that he returned to the city. Not a lot of people in White Jade City could recognize him, let alone be familiar with him. No one could have expected that on his own wedding day, the bridegroom would tell his servant to dress up as him and head to the bride's house in his place. On the other hand, he was helping another man to flee with the bride. "Why are you doing this, senior brother Feng?" Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The last time they met in Gratitude Shrine, they were pretty hostile to each other, therefore, when Yang Kai speculated that the events in the past 3 days had something to do with Feng Qingxi, he couldn't really believe it. Feng Qingxi didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Do you know how long I've stayed in this world, junior brother?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "Martial aunt, you told me that you came in not long after senior sister Chu did. It's supposed to have been 7 or 8 years now." Feng Qingxi nodded. "That's right. It's been about 8 years. During this period of time, I never stopped looking for junior sister Chu, but it wasn't until a few months ago that I finally found her. At that time, you were soaked in blood as you stood in front of her to protect her. Although she was discomfited, she wasn't harmed one bit. The Samsara world is an interesting place. Since Martial Aunt you sent you here, she must have told you about its wonders." "What do you mean exactly?" Feng Qingxi looked smilingly at him and pointed at his own chest. "Sincerity is of utmost importance in this place. The more sincere a person is, the more likely his wish will be granted. When I came across junior sister Chu for the first time several months ago, I lamented that life was unfair to me. I came here several years before you did, but you were the first one to approach her and protect her. The heavenly way can truly be cruel. However, after giving it a thought, I realized that this was one of the wonders of the samsara world. Please enlighten me, senior brother, Yang Kai said humbly. Feng Qingxi explained, you came here for junior sister Chu. Although she has lost her memory during the reincarnation, the heart barrier she has set up has something to do with you, therefore, even though you're late to the game, you could still immediately appear beside her and have a chance to win her heart. On the other hand, I'm different. I came here to execute my honored master's orders, so I haven't managed to achieve my goal despite the fact that I've been here for a few years. I would have stood a chance if you had never appeared, but nevertheless, since you're here, I can only be a foil. I suppose that was the reason I suddenly had the urge to return to White Jade City a few months back. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Feng Qingxi went on to say, sincerity will affect the events that take place in this samsara world. Junior sister Chu is lucky enough to have someone like you who is willing to protect her even if your life is at stake. I believe that even if you two come across the same kind of danger in the real 3000 worlds, you will still make the same decision and will never betray her. Therefore, in this life, it's pointless for me to keep staying here. To do so will go against my true heart. Yang Kai saluted him, many thanks for helping us, senior brother. Feng Qingxi waved his hand, there's no need to thank me. I've just realized what it is I should do. However, you have to work harder. Although I have no idea what kind of heart barrier junior sister Chu has set up for herself, I suppose it won't be easy to pass the tests. If you can't help her shatter the heart barrier, she'll be lost in the samsara pavilion forever. If that happens, Yinyang Cave Heaven won't let you off. I'll do my best to bring her out of this place safely. That's for the best, Feng Qingxi nodded. I have another thing to ask you, though. Go ahead. Yang Kai took a glance at the carriage, it seems that I still haven't managed to help senior sister Chu shatter the heart barrier. What can I do to help restore her memory? Feng Qingxi replied with a smile, it's different for everyone. In fact, you have already done more than enough, but junior sister Chu still hasn't retrieved her memory. It seems that her expectations of you are quite high, so you'll have to work harder. I'll lend you a hand as well. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai frowned. Certainly, he would work hard, but the other man didn't specify how much more he had to do. Instead, he felt that Feng Qingxi's smile was somewhat ominous, especially when the latter said that he would lend Yang Kai a hand. Yang Kai had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Also, it's the City Lord's mansion that has partnered up with Hidden Treasure Peak, Feng Qingxi said, it's also the City Lord's mansion's arrangement that you were attacked when escorting goods. I already had such a speculation, Yang Kai dipped his head. Feng Qingxi appeared surprised, it seems that you've seen through everything. Yang Kai replied impassively, a few months ago, those from Hidden Treasure Peak easily barged into the Meng Manor while the soldiers from the City Lord's mansion were unusually slow to react. That in and of itself was ridiculous. If White Jade City had always been this unsafe, the City Lord's mansion would have lost its authority long ago. Feng Qingxi nodded, indeed. The Meng family is extremely wealthy, so the City Lord's mansion would like to have a share of that. That's why they worked with Hidden Treasure Peak to kidnap the eldest young lady so that they could have a talk with Meng Deyi. At that time, I happened to return to White Jade City. When I heard about the matter, the first thought that came into my head was that she might be the one I had been looking for. Hence, I took the initiative to lead the soldiers to chase after the bandits. However, it was too late at that time. One night had passed since the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak took the eldest young lady away, so even if I ran after them, I wouldn't have stood a chance to save her. He then added, however, no one could have expected that there was an outer court's private guard from the Meng Manor who risked his life to protect the eldest young lady and persevered until the soldiers from White Jade City came to the rescue. In that case, the plan between the City Lord's mansion and Hidden Treasure Peak was foiled. Left with no choice, I had to personally propose marriage to the eldest young lady. If we could get married, the city lord's mansion would be able to get their hands on the Meng family's wealth given their power. He went on to say, Meng Deyi is fully aware of that, but he can't resist. Moreover, I'm a young man with a promising future, so I'm more than good enough to be his son-in-law, and the eldest young lady is mature enough to get married. Hence, he decided to just agree to it. Yang Kai nodded as everything was just like what he had speculated. The connection between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak was the city lord's mansion, which was why Feng Qingxi was aware of what was going on behind the scenes. After agreeing to the proposal, Meng Deyi told Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong to escort some goods to another city while the Meng Manor provided some information to those from City Lord's mansion, who would then contact Hidden Treasure Peak in order to have the two of them killed. Nevertheless, no one could have expected that Yang Kai wasn't a native in this world. Instead, he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master who was incarnated into this place, so he had some skills and strength that were simply unimaginable to others here. Many thanks for enlightening me, senior brother. Yang Kai cupped his fist. It wasn't until this moment that he figured out the things that had been puzzling him. Alright, we should stop talking. You're supposed to flee now. The Meng Manor must be in chaos, and they'll soon be after you. Feng Qingxi waved his hand. Yang Kai thanked him again and leaped onto the carriage before driving the horses forward. Certainly, Meng Ru and Qian Qian, who were inside the carriage, must have heard their conversation just now, but Meng Ru didn't ask anything. As a maidservant, Qian Qian naturally wouldn't be nosy. In the meantime, not only the Meng Manor, but the entire White Jade City was in chaos. The bride had gone missing on the wedding day. The young man, who replaced Feng Qingxi to head to the Meng Manor, was drenched in cold sweat as he didn't know what to do. Meng Deyi's expression was as gloomy as the weather right before a storm. The people around him could hardly breathe. Just now, they poured a basin of cold water on Chui'er to awaken her. Upon learning that it was Yang Kai who took Meng Ru away, Meng Deyi flew into a rage. He ordered the personal bodyguards of the Meng Manor to chase after them. They must capture him regardless of whether he was dead or alive. There was no doubt that the Meng Manor was embarrassed as such an incident happened on the wedding day of their eldest young lady. It was equally humiliating for the city lord's mansion. They worked together and soon found some traces, and 1 hour later, a large group of people set out from White Jade City, following the traces to hunt them down. The speed at which the carriage moved forward was slow, so both Yang Kai and Meng Ru knew that they would be caught sooner or later. What surprised Yang Kai was that there were people in front of them that attempted to stop them. As though they had already expected that Yang Kai would come to this place, they were well prepared as several dozen riders charged forward. Yang Kai instantly recognized that they were the soldiers from the city lord's mansion. As he recalled Feng Qingxi's devious smile, he had the urge to curse. Only Feng Qingxi was able to do this. Yang Kai had no idea what was on the other man's mind. Earlier, Feng Qingxi had a frank talk with him and said that he would back down from the competition. However, he had brought some people to intercept Yang Kai at this moment. What was he trying to achieve? It was unlikely that those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were so hypocritical. Moreover, Feng Qingxi appeared sincere when he said those words. Yang Kai believed that he wasn't lying. There were several dozen people over there, so if Yang Kai were on his own, he could have chosen to fight with them or flee. However, with Meng Ru and Qian Qian behind him, he didn't have a choice. After killing the knights that tried to block his path, he turned the horses around and headed in a different direction. These people must have heard that Yang Kai was strong, so they wouldn't dare to go near him again after losing some of their companions. They only chased after him while keeping a safe distance. Nonetheless, barely an hour later, another group of knights, about several dozen of them, came right at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Feng Qingxi's arrangements were impeccable, as though he had expected all of the moves that Yang Kai would make. These groups of people came at Yang Kai from both sides. He could only choose to avoid them as he drove the carriage in a different direction. When darkness descended, the carriage stopped. They could no longer keep moving forward as there was a cliff in front of them. As the clouds weltered, stones could be heard rolling down the steep slope. The horses were exhausted from all the running, so as soon as they stopped, they knelt down and kept snorting. Two groups of knights that were more than 100 strong came together and surrounded them. They didn't make any moves though, as though they were waiting for something. Soon, Yang Kai found out what they were waiting for. Torchlights could be seen flickering from the bottom of the mountain as another group of people came over. The person leading the way was handsome and heroic. He was none other than Feng Qingxi. The Meng family patriarch Meng Deyi had also tagged along. The knights separated to the sides and revealed a passageway. The two of them passed through the knights and looked at the cornered Yang Kai. One of them sported a smile and winked at Yang Kai while the other's expression was extremely gloomy. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-32, I'm glad that you're okay. On the edge of the cliff, Yang Kai stood in front of the carriage while facing the knights that had surrounded him. There was nowhere else he could go. It could be said to be a death trap. Meng Deyi's eyes were fuming as he glared at Yang Kai. On the wedding day, his daughter was snatched by a private guard, which was humiliating for both the Meng manor and himself. If this matter couldn't be settled in a perfect manner, he would never be able to face anyone again in White Jade City. He secretly swore that he had to rip this private guard into 10,000 pieces in order to vent out his fury. How dare you, you bastard! Meng Deyi said through clenched teeth while glowering at Yang Kai, is this how you repay the Meng manor for nurturing you? You're such an ungrateful brat. Give Ruer back to me and this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai cupped his fist, please forgive me, patriarch. I have no choice but to do this. Eldest young lady and I are in love with each other. Please let us go. Like a cat whose tail had been stamped on, Meng Deyi was enraged, shut up. Who do you think you are? A noble lady like Ruer would never fall in love with someone like you. Stop slandering her. He then turned to Feng Qingxi, young city lord, please don't believe his nonsense. He must have forcefully taken Ruer away, otherwise, she would never have left the Meng manor. With a smile on his face, Feng Qingxi didn't respond to him. The next moment, with the help of Qian, Meng Ru got out of the carriage with a sorrowful expression. Meng Deyi was elated upon seeing that and quickly asked, are you hurt, Ruer? Like a child who had made a mistake, Meng Ru wouldn't dare to look her father in the eyes as she shook her head. After letting out a breath, Meng Deyi comforted her by saying, don't be afraid, Ruer. I'll save you now and let this thug know the consequences of bullying you. Also, the young city lord is here. He'll never let you feel aggrieved in any way. Father, Meng Ru called out. Meng Deyi quickly replied, I'm here. Meng Ru hung her head low, Father, please let big brother Yang and me go. As if struck by lightning, Meng Deyi instantly sported a livid expression as he stared at his daughter with a pair of piercing eyes. What did you say? He could reprimand Yang Kai for spouting nonsense just now and dismiss it out of hand, but it was a different case when Meng Ru said it. The eldest young lady of the Meng manor had basically just admitted that she was in love with her bodyguard right in front of everyone. The revelation sent a shockwave across all the knights. Upon receiving the order, they started pursuing Yang Kai, thinking that the eldest young lady was kidnapped by her personal bodyguard. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Instead, the eldest young lady of the Meng manor had willingly left with him. Rather than a kidnap, it was two lovebirds who had eloped together. These were two very different scenarios. The eldest young lady of Meng family had not only humiliated the Meng manor, but also the city lord's mansion. Many of them cautiously glanced at Feng Qingxi, only to realize that the young city lord remained calm and collected with a faint smile still on his face, as though the fact that the bride had fled with another man didn't concern him one bit. Father, you've doted on me over the years, and you've never forced me to marry anyone. I've also repeatedly told you that I've been waiting for the man who is destined to be with me. Meng Ru initially hung her head low. Despite her frail figure though, she seemed to have summoned enough courage as she looked up at him and declared, "Now, the wait is over. Big Brother Yang is the man I've been waiting for." Meng De trembled with fury, which was about to erupt like a volcano. Meng Ru had indeed repeatedly told him that she was waiting for someone, but he never took it seriously and thought that she was just being perfunctory with him. Certainly, he wouldn't believe it when she brought it up again. "You're sick, Ruer," Meng De said in a grim voice, "come home with me. I'll get a doctor to treat you." Meng Ru shook her head, "I'm not sick." Meng De took a glance at Yang Kai and said impassively, "If you're not sick, you should be concerned about his safety. If you come home with me, I'll spare his life, but if you're obstinate, he will die today." Meng Ru instantly turned pale. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, there was no way he could deal with so many people. She also was flustered at the fact that Meng De threatened her with Yang Kai's life. When she turned her head and met Yang Kai's eyes though, she saw the man flashing a smile at her. In an instant, she cast away her hesitation and turned to look at her father with determination. "Father, please let us go." Meng De appeared to be heartbroken as he didn't have the final say in this situation. Only a small number of people around here were from the Meng Manor. Most of them were soldiers from the city lord's mansion, and they only listened to Feng Qingxi. Although he had the intention to forgive his daughter, he was unable to do that. The young city lord was right beside him, and as the patriarch of the Meng family, he had to behave appropriately in this situation. With difficulty, he shook his head and said, "You're being fooled by him because you're young and naive. The young city lord is a magnanimous person, so I'm sure he'll forgive you. Come home with me and serve the young city lord with all your heart in the future." The last bit of hope in Meng Ru's eyes went out as she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground 3 times in front of her father. Meng De was flabbergasted. "What are you doing?" After getting to her feet, Meng Ru turned to Yang Kai and put on a bright smile, "Since we're not able to get married in this life, we will die together at the very least. Big Brother Yang, I'm really pleased to have finally found you." Yang Kai let out a breath and took a step forward before unsheathing his saber and sword. Standing in front of Meng Ru with his sturdy figure, he clanged his weapons together. "Before I die, no one can harm you. Both of you have gone mad." Meng De's eyes turned bloodshot. Feng Qingxi, who had kept a smile on his face, seemed to have gone crazy all of a sudden as he roared, "Kill all of them and let them know the consequences of offending this young city lord." Meng De was astonished and shouted, "Please wait, young city lord." Just when he wanted to stop them, he was kicked off the horse by Feng Qingxi and fell to the ground in pain. The knights crisscrossed one another and came at Yang Kai from all directions, ensuring that he would not be able to flee. As glints flashed through Yang Kai's weapons, grunts and shrieks were continuously heard. Limbs were sent flying away while blood dyed the ground crimson. As more corpses piled up, Yang Kai didn't take a single step while his back remained straight, just like how he protected the eldest young lady in front of the cave back then. He wielded his weapons and killed his opponents like he was cutting through straw. Just a moment later, many corpses lay strewn across the ground. Usually, this kind of carnage was enough to make anyone feel frightened. Despite the large number of people on their side, they might not have the courage to keep going forward. After all, no one could be certain whether they would be the next to get killed. However, Feng Qingxi was on top of everything here. Although the people from the city lord's mansion were terrified, they wouldn't dare to back down. Only by killing Yang Kai would they be able to live to see tomorrow. There would only be one outcome to this intense battle: either Yang Kai was killed, or all of them would perish. Feng Qingxi had brought a lot of people with him this time, some 200 or 300 in total, which was more than twice as many as the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak that Yang Kai had to face back then. Yang Kai's energy was not infinite, so despite being powerful, there was no way he could persevere forever in this situation. Stirring Cloud Saber and Covering Rain Sword were extremely useful in this battle. Even though Meng De tried to kill Yang Kai by telling him to escort some goods to Great Abundant City and then ambushing him, he had indeed regarded him highly before that. Stirring cloud saber and covering rain sword were two of the best weapons in this world. The opponent's weapons would be cut through or snap as soon as they came into contact with Yang Kai's, which saved him a lot of energy. Meng De was still begging Feng Qingxi to spare his daughter's life, but the infuriated young city lord simply ordered someone to tie him up and toss him aside. The personal bodyguards from the Meng Manor wouldn't dare to protest despite being furious. They also had to deal with Yang Kai following Feng Qingxi's order. As time passed, a blood river formed at the edge of the cliff, and Yang Kai was already drenched in blood. He was covered in the opponent's blood as well as his own. Despite being strong, he was unable to perfectly protect Meng Ru when faced with so many opponents. Feng Qingxi did not only order to kill him but also Meng Ru. Seeing that Yang Kai was too formidable, those from the city lord's mansion attempted to harm Meng Ru instead to distract Yang Kai, thus allowing them to achieve their goal. Even incredible weapons like stirring cloud saber and covering rain sword were unable to last forever in such an intense battle. The blades of both weapons were bent and chipped, rendering them less useful. Yang Kai was already on his last legs as he staggered. Despite that, he was determined to stand strong. Just then, he saw a sword coming at him from the left, but he was unable to dodge it. If he did that, Meng Ru would definitely be harmed. He could only tense up his body as he got ready to be stabbed. At the same time, he had to ensure that his vital parts wouldn't be hit. When a grunt was heard next though, everyone was shocked. Yang Kai didn't feel any impact or pain. Someone seemed to have blocked the sword for him. As he turned his head, his pupils contracted. It was a petite figure that had blocked the sword, which had pierced through her chest. It was a fatal injury. Xianxia, who was usually timid and bashful, spread her arms and stood in front of Yang Kai at this moment. Summoning all her courage in the last moments of her life, she bravely looked Yang Kai in the eyes. Then, she put on a bright smile while blood streamed out of her mouth. "Big brother Yang, I'm glad that you're okay." The smile was like an invisible hand that clenched Yang Kai's heart, making it impossible for him to breathe. His encounters with Xianxia over the past months flashed through his eyes as he always remembered her to be a bashful and obedient woman. Both of them joined the Meng Manor at around the same time, and although she was a newcomer too, she instantly gained the eldest young lady's favor and became her trusted maidservant. When she learned martial arts, she showed an aptitude that was just as great as Meng Ru's. Whenever their eyes met, she would become flustered like a frightened rabbit. Yang Kai suddenly recalled seeing the same kind of expression on another woman's face. She was a woman he was not familiar with, but it was destined that he would be tangled up with her forever. As two figures overlapped in his mind, he suddenly called out, "Junior Sister Tao?" Xianxia was already on her last breath, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, she seemed to have been infused with a new stream of energy as her eyes brightened instantly. All the sorrow and doubts in her heart were cast away as she called out, "Senior brother Yang." Martial Peak, Chapter 48-33, Live or Die Together. Senior brother Yang. Xianxia called out with a satisfied smile, "Thank you." Yang Kai had no idea why she thanked him, nor did he know whether she would really pass away like this. With that said, it was just a samsara world that she had reincarnated into, so the real her wouldn't be affected when she was killed here. However, he had never expected that Tao Lingwan had also come to this samsara world, and she had been by his side without him knowing the whole time. At the critical moment, she had even blocked a fatal sword strike with her body for him. Both Feng Qingxi and Yuxiang Dai had said that sincerity was of utmost importance in the samsara world. The more sincere a person was, the more likely his or her wish would be granted. Furthermore, everything that happened here reflected one's true heart. Tao Lingwan was willing to die in Yang Kai's stead in this samsara world. In other words, she would make the same decision in the outside world if she was faced with the same situation. Yang Kai felt an excruciating pain in his heart. He wielded his stirring cloud saber and cut off the attacker's arm. Then, he wrapped his arm around Xianxia's waist and stepped backwards. When he looked down, he realized that Xianxia had closed her eyes. Despite the trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, she sported a contented smile. Feng Qingxi, who appeared to have gone mad shouting orders to his subordinates, suddenly became startled and muttered, "Junior Sister Tao?" Nevertheless, he soon realized what had happened and sported a bitter smile. Honored Master made a move in the end, but not only did he fail to catch the chicken, he even lost his rice in the process. He couldn't imagine how his honored master would react upon learning what happened in this place, but he was certain that the latter wouldn't be pleased. Xianxia's death didn't give Yang Kai a chance to breathe. Although the people from the city lord's mansion were surprised at the maidservant's bravery and determination, it ultimately didn't change anything. Before Yang Kai could even lay Xianxia's corpse down, he was faced with another round of attacks. Despite his anger, he had nowhere to vent it out. He staggered and dealt with the enemies with difficulty as blood spurted out of his wounds. Meng Ru picked up a sword and wielded it at the enemies with gritted teeth, determined to fight alongside Yang Kai. She had never fought with anyone before, let alone killed a person. However, after learning martial arts from Yang Kai for a few months, she had built a solid foundation, so she was in a far better state than when she was saved by Yang Kai previously. At that time, she found it hard to even pick up a sword. Nevertheless, at this moment, she was somewhat intimidating when wielding her blade. Furthermore, she was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor as well as the young city lord's future wife, so no one dared to really kill her. Xianxia's death seemed to have shocked Feng Qingxi, so while riding his horse, he simply looked up at the sky and sighed. It was getting late, so it was time everything ended. Despite the fact that he hadn't managed to achieve his goal after staying in this world for a few years, he never lost hope as he was determined to complete the task given to him by his honored master. However, the moment he realized his true heart, he discovered that all he really felt was fatigued. Everything he had done in this samsara world seemed to be nothing more than a farce. The young city lord leaped into the air and flew over everyone like a bird. With a dazzling light flashing through his weapon, he came right at Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw the attack and knew it would be fatal. Although he wanted to ward it off, he was powerless to do that. Just like what happened to Xianxia, the sword penetrated his chest. However, Feng Qingxi apparently didn't intend to kill him. The sword didn't pierce into his heart, thus allowing him to survive. Yang Kai was already on his last legs with countless wounds on his figure. After getting struck by the attack, he fell backwards and collapsed into Meng Ru's arms. Despite the fact that blood was streaming out of his mouth, he looked gratefully towards Feng Qingxi. All of a sudden, he realized how he was supposed to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. He had also figured out the reason Feng Qingxi had done all of this. Feng Qingxi didn't say anything as he gently nodded. "Big brother Yang," Meng Ru said in a choking voice. She covered the wound on his chest with her fair hand, but she was unable to stop the blood from spurting out. Soon, her hand was dyed red. Yang Kai took her hand. "It's useless. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you." Meng Ru's face was already soaked in tears as she repeatedly shook her head. "It's me who has dragged you into this." She knew that given Yang Kai's strength, he would have been able to flee if he were on his own despite being surrounded by so many people. However, with her around, he could not run away. The soldiers gathered around him, but did not immediately make a move. They were horrified by the power Yang Kai had showcased earlier, but at the same time, they mourned for a dying hero. All of a sudden, Meng Ru stopped crying and put on a smile. As she stroked the man's face, she said gently, "I'm sorry for what happened in this life. Let me protect you in the next." Upon finishing her words, she carried Yang Kai up and turned around before leaping off the cliff without hesitation. Under the moonlight, they looked like two lovebirds that sought eternal freedom. When the tied-up Meng De saw this, he instantly passed out. Feng Qingxi let out a breath while feeling exhausted. Everything had finally ended. As Yang Kai heard the wind howl, he started losing consciousness. He could feel his figure plunging rapidly as this life was finally coming to an end. All he could do was wait for Chu Huashang to break her own heart barrier. Fortunately, Chu Huashang didn't let him wait for a long time. While he was in a daze, he heard the woman calling out to him, "Junior brother?" Yang Kai coughed out some blood and put on a helpless smile, "You've finally regained your memory, senior sister." All of a sudden, Chu Huashang hugged him tighter as she appeared to be reeling from the shock. In a shaking voice, she said, "I knew that you'd be all right." Before she started cultivating in seclusion, she heard that Yang Kai had followed a giant spirit god to enter the chaotic dead territory. Everyone from Yinyang Cave Heaven was certain he was dead, but she firmly believed that he was still alive. Therefore, she entered the Samsara Pavilion and set up a heart barrier as she waited for him to come for her. This was the only way she could resist the pressure from the sect seniors, who wanted her to marry another man. "Senior sister, we have no time to spare. Please tell me how many more lives I'll have to keep looking for you," Yang Kai asked in a hurry while wiping the blood from his lips. However, Chu Huashang remained calm and collected as she winked at him. "Take a guess." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "You do realize we're dying, right?" Chu Huashang snorted, "It won't be easy, so you'll have to work hard, okay? However, I can tell you that the first life is the easiest but also the hardest. What I mean is that you could easily win Meng Ru's heart, which was why everything went smoothly for you." Yang Kai asked humbly, "Where's the difficult part, then?" Chu Huashang put on a smile. "The hardest part was that we'd have to live or die together. I told myself that only when you managed to achieve that in the first life would my heart barrier be shattered and my memory restored." Yang Kai nodded. It was because of this heart barrier she had set up that her memory wasn't restored even though he had won Meng Ru's heart some time ago. The moment they jumped off the cliff together, they managed to share life and death, thus breaking the heart barrier. However, the more times we are reincarnated, the tighter our memories will be sealed. It's the same case for both of us. If you are reincarnated too many times, you might even lose yourself in this samsara world and never find your true self again. So, junior brother, you must always stay true to your heart, Chu Huashang said with a solemn expression. "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded. When he suddenly felt a pinch on his waist, he put on an aggrieved expression and asked, "What are you doing, senior sister?" Chu Huashang had actually pinched his waist and twisted it. She had crossed the line by treating a dying person in such a way. "Humph. What's going on with you and junior sister Tao?" Chu Huashang appeared to be jealous. Yang Kai parted his lips, but he had no idea how to explain it to her. Chu Huashang asked, "Junior sister Tao must be Tao Lingwan, right?" Yang Kai nodded, "N." He didn't know why Tao Lingwan had also come here and even entered the same samsara world as Chu Huashang. Suddenly, Chu Huashang let out a long sigh. "Although I have no idea what happened between you two, she would have been doomed if you hadn't recognized her." "Why is that?" Yang Kai frowned. "I'm sure you know a thing or two about the wonders of the Samsara Pavilion. A disciple who enters this place will set up a heart barrier for herself. If the heart barrier isn't broken, she will be lost in this place forever. My heart barrier was that I wanted you to find me and make me fall in love with you. You were aware of that, so you had a target regardless of what you did. Despite the difficulties, you knew the kind of goal you had to achieve." Yang Kai nodded. The heart barrier she had set up was definitely different. "Chu Huashang, I guess the heart barrier might be that you had to recognize her without knowing who she really was." It wasn't hard for Chu Huashang to come up with this speculation. After all, Tao Lingwan only recovered her memory after Yang Kai called her junior sister Tao earlier. "What would have happened if I hadn't recognized her?" Yang Kai asked. "All her memories were sealed within Xianxia. If you hadn't managed to help her restore her memory when Xianxia passed away, she would never have had a chance to awaken. It was the same for me." Yang Kai was instantly soaked in cold sweat as he felt somewhat horrified. He couldn't figure out why Tao Lingwan would do such a thing, as he had no idea that she had also entered the Samsara Pavilion. The only reason he could recognize her was that Tao Lingwan and Xianxian were so similar when it came to their temperaments. At that time, he was focused on breaking Chu Huashang's heart barrier, so he didn't pay much attention to Xianxian. It wasn't until Xianxian was killed in his stead that he recalled everything about her. What is she trying to do? Perhaps she's trying to prove something. Chu Huashang shook her head. Women can be foolish and unreasonable sometimes, but she succeeded, didn't she? Tao Lingwan was willing to die in Yang Kai's stead, and although they were in a samsara world, she had still risked her life just by coming here. Regardless of what Yang Kai thought of her, he now knew that this woman was willing to sacrifice her life for him. Will we see her again? Yang Kai asked. I'm not sure. Chu Huashang shook her head. Maybe we'll see her, but I doubt it. Her heart barrier is different from mine. You have recognized her, and she has expressed her sincerity. It's pointless to go through the same thing again. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-34, I'll protect you. Senior sister, I'm sleepy, Yang Kai muttered under his breath. Get some rest. You'll see me again when you open your eyes. Chu Huashang pulled him closer to her embrace. In the meantime, Yu Xiangdai and Chen Xiu were waiting patiently outside the Samsara Pavilion. This place was where hearts were trained, not where one would cultivate. Therefore, even though the Samsara Pavilion was amazing, it didn't have the same advantage as small source worlds in which time would pass by quicker. The speed at which time flowed in the Samsara worlds and the outside world was the same. It had been 3 months since Yang Kai entered the Samsara Pavilion, and no one knew what was going on with him inside. It wasn't certain if he shattered Chu Huashang's heart barrier or had even found her. Certainly, they were worried, but as outsiders, their worries were meaningless. It all hinged on Yang Kai's own capabilities. It was because of this matter that Yu Xiangdai and Chen Xiu, who had been fellow brother and sister for thousands of years, got into a conflict. Presently, they were dozens of meters apart as they sat on empty clearings and waited patiently. Just then, a figure stepped out of the shopping district just outside of the Samsara Pavilion. Sensing something, Chen Xiu immediately opened his eyes and glanced at that person. Following that, he let out a breath almost imperceptibly. Yu Xiangdai noticed the person as well. There was a surprised expression on her face as she watched Tao Lingwan coming over. This couldn't be helped, as Tao Lingwan came out too soon. No one had ever managed to leave the Samsara Pavilion so soon after entering it. However, Yu Xiangdai recalled something as she narrowed her eyes and put on a smug smile. Honored Master. Tao Lingwan walked up to Chen Xiu and saluted him in an elegant manner. Chen Xiu examined her to make sure that she was completely fine and healthy. He parted his lips in an attempt to express his concern, but he was not able to say anything. In the end, he just nodded. I'm glad that you're back. I'm sorry for worrying you. Tao Lingwan hung her head low. Yu Xiangdai approached her and asked, Did you meet Yang Boy? Tao Lingwan nodded gently. How was it? After giving it a thought, Tao Lingwan replied, I believe he must have helped junior sister Chu restore her memory. Yu Xiangdai's eyes brightened when she heard that. Then, she let out a breath. That's good. That's good. Chen Xiu asked, Did you see him? Tao Lingwan nodded her head, yes. Chen Xiu stopped asking further. Since Yang Kai had helped Chu Huashang restore her memory, it meant that he had broken her heart barrier, hence, he had succeeded in this life. On the other hand, Feng Chengxi had not managed to achieve his goal even though it had been 8 or so years since he entered the Samsara Pavilion. Although Chen Xiu had already expected it, he was still disappointed upon learning the outcome. As they spoke, Feng Chengxi stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion and saluted Chen Xiu and Yu Xiangdai. Like a friendly senior, Yu Xiangdai patted the young man's shoulder and comforted him by saying, Sincerity can never be forced. You must not think that you're inferior to the other party just because you've lost this competition. You're a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven after all, and a bright future is ahead of you. However, love is not something which one can control at will. Feng Qingxi obediently saluted her. Many thanks for your teaching, martial aunt. A gleeful Yu Xiangdai then shot Qianxiu a glance and mocked, so what if you've done everything you can to set others up? Look at the outcome now. You're the one who has suffered a setback in the end. I suggest that you stop being so short-sighted, senior brother. A dispassionate Qianxiu glanced at her. Waner is my disciple as well as a member of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yu Xiangdai batted her eyes and suddenly said through clenched teeth, it's basically a buy one get one free deal. We have made a loss. Tao Lingwan started blushing furiously. She found it hard to deal with Yu Xiangdai, who could be unrestrained in her words sometimes, and when she thought of the fact that she had to face Chu Huashang in the future, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Although she was just executing her honored master's orders, she was the one who had acted in the end. After struggling internally for a bit, Yu Xiangdai made up her mind, senior brother, be prepared. When that brat exits the Samsara Pavilion, we'll let him marry Xiao Huashang and Waner. Qianxiu arched his brow. How are they going to get married? Yu Xiangdai snorted, of course he has to get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. No core disciple has ever left the sect after getting married. There was finally a smile on Qianxiu's usually stern-looking face. He nodded and said, that's wonderful. You should stay here then. I'll tell the higher-ups about it and let them make a decision. Yu Xiangdai bowed her head, after which Qianxiu left the place with his disciples. The conflict between them was resolved after they came to an agreement. Some heavy thing seemed to have pressed against Yang Kai's body as he realized that it was pitch black around him. He tried his best to break free from this situation but to no avail. He even found it increasingly difficult to breathe. For a moment, he thought that he was going to lose his life here and now. After falling off the cliff alongside Chu Huashang, he moved on to the next life. However, he had not the foggiest idea about the situation in this place. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that he was buried beneath some things. The sounds of people wailing and dying could faintly be heard, but they soon quieted down. Just then, a ray of light came into his sight as the heavy things on his figure were taken away. He got to his feet with difficulty and immediately examined his body. When he was beneath the heavy objects, Yang Kai already felt that something was off, and upon first examination, he realized what was wrong. Presently, he was just a boy around 12 or 13 years old. It was no wonder that he didn't have much strength as his body had shrunk. What the? Yang Kai secretly cursed. The reason he entered this samsara world was to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. In order to do that, he had to win her heart. How was such a young brat supposed to do that? Did he have to grow up first? At this moment, he was standing on some debris. It was apparent that he was pressed under a collapsed house just now. He caught a whiff of a pleasant scent as a figure came into his sight. Looking up, he instantly saw the familiar face. The words, Senior Sister Chu, almost spurted out of his mouth. Presently, Chu Huashang was just standing in front of him. She was clad in tight-fitting clothes with a sword at her waist. She tapped the dust off his shoulder and asked gently, "Are you all right, little one?" Little one, Yang Kai's brow twitched. "Where are your parents?" Chu Huashang asked. Yang Kai didn't know how to reply to her. Thinking that he was still reeling from the shock, Chu Huashang hesitated for a bit before letting out a sigh. Then, she bent her back and took his hand. "Don't be afraid. You should follow me from now on. I'll protect you." Yang Kai had the urge to curse. This would definitely be a life that he would never want to look back on. He could already imagine that when he and Chu Huashang got out of the Samsara Pavilion, she would certainly tease him whenever she remembered this. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. With that said, he felt fortunate that he saw Chu Huashang as soon as he opened his eyes. He could grow up by her side and slowly get closer to her heart. All of a sudden, he recalled what Meng Ru said to him when she carried him up and jumped off the cliff. "I'm sorry for what happened in this life. Let me protect you in the next." Her wish had been granted. In this life, it would be her turn to protect him. The Samsara Pavilion was indeed an amazing place where sincerity was of utmost importance. When Meng Ru jumped off the cliff, she must have had a strong desire to protect Yang Kai in the next life, which was why her wish was granted after the reincarnation. In this life, Chu Huashang was one of the brightest disciples in a major sect. Not only was she talented and powerful, she was also beautiful. She had countless admirers within the sect, and even the rising stars from other sects had heard of her. There was never a lack of people who proposed marriage to her, which made Yang Kai feel apprehensive as he was worried that the sect's elders would pressure her to accept one of those proposals. Fortunately, she was an important figure in the sect, so she had a say in this matter. If she didn't agree, no one could force her. After Yang Kai was brought back to the sect, he became a disciple and started cultivating under her tutelage. They rapidly became closer to each other. In this life, Chu Huashang was like a master or elder sister to him. As time passed, Yang Kai grew up to be an adult. Unfortunately, in this life, his aptitude was terrible. Regardless of how hard he cultivated, he was still much weaker than Chu Huashang. Perhaps it had something to do with Meng Ru's last wish. He reckoned that he would really have to be protected by Chu Huashang in his life. Additionally, since he was an adult now, he realized that she started looking at him with a different kind of gaze, which was filled with a sense of longing. This made him feel secretly pleased. As she continued to protect and take care of him, her love for the man became increasingly conspicuous. However, due to the difference between their age and seniority, she wouldn't dare to cross the boundary. Upon that realization, Yang Kai decided to take the initiative to pursue her. She would always blush and feel her heart pounding against her chest whenever he approached her. When he turned 20 years old, there was finally a breakthrough in their relationship. Following Yang Kai's years of pursuit, she finally cast away the worries in her heart and accepted the man, who was 10 years younger than she was and who she had saved all those years ago. The heart barrier was shattered, and Chu Huashang once again recovered her memory. There wasn't really any difficulty to speak of in this life, it just took Yang Kai a lot of time to win her heart. With that said, he once again experienced the abstrusity of the Samsara Pavilion this time. As one's memory was repeatedly sealed, they could realize their true heart and train it more effectively. This was true for both Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. Every reincarnation and success meant a new start. For the first 3 lives, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai. Be it Meng Ru in the first life, his senior sister in the second life, or the little sister in the neighboring village in the third life, he could immediately find Chu Huashang and start taking action. As long as he could find her, the rest wouldn't be hard. That was because her heart barriers had something to do with him, so he had a natural advantage when it came to breaking them. However, after the third life, the difficulty began to increase. In the fourth life, it took him half a year before he found Chu Huashang, and during that period of time, he came across a lot of danger and almost lost his life. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-35, The Ninth Life. It was the same case in the fifth life, and it became even more difficult to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. It was no longer easy to win her heart. After they met each other, they even got into a fight due to some misunderstandings. The level of difficulty further increased in the sixth life. She no longer looked like her original self, instead, she appeared with an entirely different face, just like what happened to Tao Ling Wan, who was reincarnated as Qian Qian in her first life. However, Tao Ling Wan's situation was unique. Her heart barrier was that Yang Kai had to recognize her true identity without knowing who she actually was, therefore, she wouldn't appear before Yang Kai with her original appearance. It was different for Chu Huashang. Her appearance didn't change in the first 5 lives, so Yang Kai could instantly recognize her after finding her. Nevertheless, in the sixth life, she had turned into an entirely different person.
If Yang Kai hadn't repeatedly made sure she was Chu Huashang, he would have missed her. The more reincarnations one went through in the Samsara Pavilion, the more difficult the challenge would be. One's memory was greatly affected during reincarnation, and for every reincarnation, Chu Huashang's memory would be sealed. Yang Kai was fine initially, but as he went through rounds of reincarnation, his memory began to be affected as well. They moved on to the 7th life, 8th life, and finally arrived at their 9th life. There were a lot of grand halls in the Grand Qi Temple where many powerful cultivators resided. The fight between the forces of righteousness and evil had persisted for hundreds of years. Due to the never-ending war, countless people had lost their lives. As a result, the entire continent had turned into living hell where blood rivers had formed. About 100 years ago, Grand Qi Temple was born from an alliance of 7 sects. Only the most powerful and upright person had the right to become the temple master of Grand Qi Temple and lead all the righteous great forces in the world. On the other hand, there were those from White Lotus sect who were good at bewitching people and causing trouble in the world. In this chaotic world, they had taken on innumerable disciples to fight against Grand Qi Temple, becoming their greatest enemy. There were victories and losses on both sides following years of fighting between the righteous and the wicked. Evil had steadily gained the upper hand over the past few decades, but perhaps the righteous would gain an upper hand in the decades that followed. However, regardless of which side was at an advantage, they couldn't completely destroy the other. There were the top 7 sects on the continent, which were Divine Method Hall, Grand Battle Sect, Swaying Willow Sect, Hidden Sword Villa, Shooting Star Palace, Emerald Smoke Sect, and Lion Hall. These were the 7 sects that had propped up the righteous side and jointly founded Grand Qi Temple. It had been about 130 years since Grand Qi Temple was born. There had been 4 temple masters in the past who had all died in the battle against the powerful masters from White Lotus sect. Yang Kai, who was in his prime, was the 5th temple master of Grand Qi Temple. He was from one of the 7 sects, Divine Method Hall. His mastery over the spear was unrivaled, and he was an upright and honest man. After the 4th temple master passed away 3 years ago, he single-handedly saved Grand Qi Temple, which was on the brink of falling apart. In comparison, the 5th temple master was much stronger than the previous 4 temple masters when it came to raw strength, determination, and intelligence. In fact, as the temple master, he had launched dozens of attacks on White Lotus sect in the past 3 years and been victorious every time. As a result, White Lotus sect had suffered immense losses. Everyone believed this was an opportunity for Grand Qi Temple. Under the leadership of Temple Master Yang, they might stand a chance to finally destroy White Lotus sect once and for all. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai awakened from his dream in shock. A figure appeared beside his bed like a phantom and examined him before giggling. "Did you have a dream again?" After shooting her a dispassionate glance, Yang Kai sat up on the bed and nodded. The person was his personal bodyguard, Luo Tinghe from Emerald Smoke sect. Although she was a bit petite, she was extremely powerful. 3 years ago, she was the one who competed against Yang Kai for the position of Temple Master. Nevertheless, she was defeated by Yang Kai in the end. It wasn't certain what was on her mind at that time. Given her strength, she was more than good enough to be the Vice Temple Master even though she had lost the competition to be the next Temple Master. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she requested to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. Those from Emerald Smoke sect were against the idea. After all, if a person from their sect could become the Vice Temple Master, they would have a bigger influence in Grand Qi Temple. Nevertheless, Luo Tinghe obstinately wanted to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard, and no one could change her mind. Although she was a personal bodyguard on paper, she was more like a friend to Yang Kai now. She could be at ease in front of the man. As they had spent the past 3 years together, she was fully aware of all the man's secrets as well. Therefore, she knew that this temple master, who was the hope of Grand Qi Temple's future, had a problem. He would always have strange dreams in the middle of the night. In those dreams, he would see a woman with a vague appearance. He had no idea who the woman was,
nor had he met her before. However, he had a feeling that she was very important to him. "Have you not recalled it?" Luo Ting he suddenly asked. A speechless Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Do you even know what you're asking?" Luo Ting he shrugged. "I don't know. I just wanted to ask." The problem with Temple Master Yang Kai was that he would always have strange dreams. On the other hand, his personal bodyguard also had a problem. Whenever Yang Kai awakened from his dream in shock, she would always ask this exact question. Yang Kai had a serious discussion with her the first time around, but she was unable to explain anything. Furthermore, after 3 years of getting along with one another, Yang Kai realized that something was wrong with his personal bodyguard's head. She would always do things that were unexpected. For example, she would suddenly laugh for no reason, but sometimes, she would weep in silence. Her mood swings were pretty drastic. "What time is it?" Yang Kai looked out the window. Just after midnight, as Luo Ting he spoke, she soaked a towel in a basin of water and wrung it before passing it to Yang Kai. After taking it, Yang Kai wiped his face and felt refreshed. However, the vague image of that woman in his dream still lingered in his mind. He had a feeling that the woman in his dream was someone very important to him, but as he went through the past experiences in his life, he was certain that he had never met her before. This strange matter puzzled him. Just then, a slight noise was heard coming from outside. Yang Kai's gaze turned ferocious while Luo Ting he's petite figure instantly disappeared from the spot. A cold breeze swept through the gap of the door. A moment later, Luo Ting he returned to the room with blood still dripping from her sword. Yang Kai looked up while a calm and collected Luo Ting he said, "Some of the conceited disciples from White Lotus sect wanted to assassinate you. How many of them are still alive?" Yang Kai asked in a grim voice. 3. Luo Ting he chuckled. "You must do whatever it takes to find out everything they know." Yang Kai snorted. "Don't worry." Luo Ting he nodded repeatedly, "I'll dig out everything from their heads." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. The next day, powerful cultivators gathered together in the main conference hall of Grand Qi Temple. There were 6 vice temple masters under Temple Master Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai was from Divine Method Hall, which was one of the 7 sects, the other vice temple masters were the ones who were in charge of the remaining 6 sects. Under the vice temple masters were the hall masters. There were about 30 of them. These were the managers of Grand Qi Temple that had gathered together. They could command all the cultivators in the world who belonged to the righteous path. At this moment, all of them were gazing at Yang Kai. The past 3 years were more than enough time for Yang Kai to build sufficient authority as the 5th temple master. Presently, he remained silent, and even though there were a lot of people in the grand hall, no one dared to say anything. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said, "In 10 days, those from White Lotus sect intend to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City and refine a 10,000 soul banner." All of them had their expressions changed drastically upon hearing that. Vice Temple Master Gan Wen Shan, who was from Grand Battle sect, asked in horror, "Are you serious, Temple Master?" Yang Kai nodded. "Shao He personally obtained the information from the assassins last night." At the mention of Shao He, all of them shuddered, including Vice Temple Master Xia Hong Tao, who was also from Emerald Smoke sect. Although Luo Ting he appeared to be crazy sometimes, all of them knew how ruthless she was. She was the oddest one in Grand Qi Temple. If not for the fact that she had never done anything wicked, and that she was really from Emerald Smoke sect, many would have condemned her as the things she had done were no different from, if not worse than, those from the wicked path. No one could hide any secrets following her interrogation. Yu Xingzhou, who was from Shooting Star Palace, frowned. "Can we believe what the assassins have said? Holding a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City to refine a 10,000 soul banner is no small matter. It's supposed to be a top secret that only the leaders of White Lotus sect have the right to know." Yang Kai explained, "It's a major event to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City, so they will need a lot of people to carry it out. Even if White Lotus sect wanted to hide this news, some people might still be able to figure out what's going on. Xiaohe has already speculated that something like this was about to occur, so this conclusion is not entirely based on what the assassins have said. Upon hearing that, Yu Xingzhou nodded. In that case, East Star City will be in danger. Yang Kai rose from the seat and declared, although East Star City is not big, there are still around 100,000 residents, all of whom are innocent. If those from White Lotus sect succeed in refining the 10,000 soul banner, many more innocent people will be affected. We have to stop them. Moreover, the 10,000 soul banner is very important to White Lotus sect, so the White Lotus matriarch might personally host the sacrificial ceremony. If we can kill the White Lotus matriarch in East Star City, White Lotus sect will definitely collapse. The fight between the righteous and wicked path that has spanned hundreds of years will come to an end, and peace will be restored to our world. Upon hearing that, all of them felt their blood boiling as they got up and said, "We will follow your lead, Temple Master." With a satisfied expression, Yang Kai nodded. He calmly gave the orders as it was apparent that he was well prepared. When all the arrangements were made a moment later, Yang Kai swept an authoritative glance over them. This is a great opportunity for Grand Qi Temple. If we succeed, we'll be able to destroy White Lotus sect. All of you should lead your own people and wait for further orders. Any leak of information will be punishable by death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-36, Unable to recognize each other. In the middle of the night in East Star City, only the sounds of dogs barking and babies crying could be heard from time to time. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai was standing on top of a tower and looking down with a pair of eagle-like eyes. Below the calm surface was a violent undercurrent. The people from Grand Qi Temple and the disciples from White Lotus sect had hidden themselves in this small city, but they seemed to be aware of each other's presence. An hour to midnight, the first conflict broke out. It ended just as quickly as it started though, and nothing much had been affected. However, the second and third conflicts soon followed. An hour after midnight, the battle was in full swing and carnage could be seen on every street of East Star City. All of the citizens shut their doors and wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just then, a high-pitched sound was heard coming from a particular direction. Yang Kai's eyes turned ferocious as he looked in that direction. Booms were continuously heard coming from over there. As the world energy surged, more than 10 figures engaged in an intense battle. Lights flickered following the use of different secret techniques. Despite the long distance, Yang Kai could immediately see a middle-aged woman who was clad in white robes. She was none other than the White Lotus matriarch. White Lotus sect was founded a long time before Grand Qi Temple. The current sect master of White Lotus sect was this White Lotus matriarch, who was known for her ruthlessness. Countless sects had been destroyed on the continent because they had offended White Lotus sect. Although those from Grand Qi Temple had launched several attacks to kill White Lotus matriarch, they hadn't managed to achieve their goals so far as she was cunning and elusive. Just like they had expected though, the White Lotus matriarch had really appeared to host the sacrificial ceremony in East Star City. At this moment, she was leading some of the powerful masters from White Lotus sect to break through the siege. Unfortunately, several vice temple masters from Grand Qi Temple had joined forces to stop them, so they were unable to break free for the time being. With that said, the White Lotus matriarch was one of the most powerful cultivators on the continent. Although the vice temple masters from Grand Qi Temple were fairly strong themselves, they were unable to keep her trapped for long. After several exchanges of moves, one of the vice temple masters was wounded by a sword. A violent force exploded in his body, rendering him powerless to fight. It wasn't certain if he could survive. Yang Kai leaped off from the top of the tower and flew towards them like an eagle. While in midair, he lifted his spear. In that instant, the White Lotus matriarch felt cold all over her body. When she turned her head, her expression changed drastically. She threw the people around her away without any hesitation, and as a glint flashed through her blade, a sword wave slashed at Yang Kai. as Yang Kai flourished his spear, and the sword wave shattered. Blood started streaming out of a wound on his face that was caused by the remnant sword chi, yet he did not even bat his eyes as he continued with his attack. The next moment, the White Lotus matriarch was sent flying away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. She seemed to have lost all her strength. Technically speaking, both Yang Kai and the White Lotus matriarch were equally matched as they were some of the most powerful cultivators in the world. However, Yang Kai had basically launched a sneak attack while the White Lotus matriarch was unsuspecting, which was why she suffered a serious setback. Before the enemy even landed, Luo Tinghe appeared right on the spot where she was falling. No one knew when Luo Tinghe had appeared. She was just as silent as a phantom, but a sword cry was heard coming from her weapon. From the looks of it, it was as if the White Lotus matriarch took the initiative to throw herself onto the sword. At the most critical moment, the White Lotus matriarch forcefully twisted her figure to make sure her vitals wouldn't be pierced. Despite that, she was still greatly harmed by Luo Tinghe as the sword penetrated her chest. However, the White Lotus matriarch had also managed to land a palm on Luo Tinghe with all her might and sent her flying away. Luo Tinghe crashed into a house, and it wasn't certain whether she was dead or alive. After getting struck by two powerful cultivators consecutively, the White Lotus matriarch had managed to survive, but she was in a terrible state. Her face was as pale as a white sheet, and her white dress had been dyed red. She stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a hideous grin. As she performed different hand seals, she said through clenched teeth, "Activate." The next moment, she crouched down and pressed her hands against the ground as a violent force burst forth. It was too late for Yang Kai to stop her. The entire East Star City shook as everyone found it hard to keep their balance. The blood flowing on the ground seemed to have been infused with life as it squirmed and formed a gigantic spirit array. An eerie red light engulfed the entire East Star City as everyone could hear the sounds of crying and howling, and the cold wind which was whipped up made them shudder. The expressions of the Vice Temple Masters changed drastically. Xia Hongtao from Emerald Smoke Sect exclaimed, "The 10,000 Souls Array." Seizing the chance, the White Lotus matriarch escaped and disappeared into the darkness. Her voice could be heard saying from a distance, "I'll remember what all of you from Grand Qi Temple have done to me today. I'll make you pay a price that's 100 times greater than this." After hesitating between chasing after the enemy and saving lives for a moment, Yang Kai made a decision as he ordered, "Break the array and save the people." If this spirit array was allowed to fulfill its purpose, all 100,000 innocents in East Star City would be sacrificed. The White Lotus matriarch certainly shouldn't be allowed to escape, but they still had a chance to kill her in the future. The most important thing for them now was to save lives. There were other remnants of White Lotus sect in the city who still steadfastly guarded the array nodes. However, since the White Lotus matriarch had fled, the disciples from White Lotus sect were now leaderless. On the other hand, those from Grand Qi Temple were still moving forward in an orderly manner following the Temple Master's instructions. The array nodes were occupied by those from Grand Qi Temple one by one, causing the spirit array's operation to become increasingly sluggish. Yang Kai charged towards the center of the 10,000 Souls array on his own, where the most important array node of the spirit array was located. As long as it was destroyed, the spirit array's efficacy would be halved. To his surprise, no sounds of fighting could be heard coming from over there. Instead, the place was in dead silence. With that said, the stench of blood here was the strongest. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai arrived at the array node, only to see the corpses of White Lotus sect's disciples scattered across the ground. In front of the array node stood an alluring figure. As she performed different hand seals, she used some fairly powerful secret techniques at the array node. She must have been at this for quite some time as she was soaked in sweat. Her damp clothes stuck close to her back. Looking at the woman's figure, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. He recognized this figure. The vague image that had appeared in his dream countless times perfectly overlapped with this woman's back. Sensing the man's presence, the woman turned her head and revealed a strikingly beautiful face.
With sweat still streaming from her forehead, she bit her lip and said, "Help me quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Step aside." Yang Kai came to his senses and shouted. The next moment, he thrust his spear towards the array node. The woman hurriedly moved out of the way. As innumerable spear shadows surged out, a violent force exploded. In an instant, the array node that no one was guarding collapsed. The next moment, the red light that had engulfed the entire East Star City turned dim. Yang Kai let out a long breath as he could finally be at ease. He had been apprehensive for the entire night. Thinking of the woman beside him, he turned around as he wanted to ask which sect she was from. However, he soon felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that a sword had penetrated his chest while a fair hand was clenching the hilt. The owner of the sword sported a strange expression. It was a combination of excitement, guilt, and even a sense of agony. The power in his body exploded as the muscles in his chest locked the sword in place. He raised his hand as his force gathered together on his palm before he pushed it towards the woman. As the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, it was expected that Yang Kai was extremely powerful. Even if there was a boulder in front of him, it would turn into dust following his attack. The woman wanted to dodge the attack, but it was too late for her to do so. The next moment, the hand that could shatter a mountain gently landed on the head of the sword's owner, but no force could be felt bursting forth. "Are you from White Lotus sect?" Yang Kai asked gently, as though he was worried that he would frighten her if he spoke too loudly. The sword's owner sported an even stranger expression now. The moment she received her mission, she knew that she was bound to lose her life. After all, she was aware that the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was formidable. Even if she could achieve her goal, there was no way she could survive. However, that was really what had happened. The temple master of Grand Qi Temple didn't kill her. In the meantime, the hand that rested on her head gave her a sense of warmth for some reason. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. The sword's owner pressed her lips together, "Chu Hua Shang." Yang Kai flashed a smile at her, "My name is Yang Kai." Upon finishing his words, he frowned and turned his head. Following that, he said to Chu Hua Shang, "Run quickly. Or else it will be too late." Chu Hua Shang had apparently noticed company was approaching as she looked in the same direction. The next instant, she released the hilt and ran away. A short while later, a petite figure arrived with a sword in hand. Luo Ting he could immediately see that Yang Kai was seated on some rubble while holding his spear. There was a sword that had jabbed into his chest. She walked over and took a glance at him. Then, she grabbed the hilt with one hand and pressed her other hand on the man's shoulder. "It may hurt a little." Yang Kai nodded. The next instant, the sword was pulled out while blood spurted from the wound. Yang Kai's figure shook a little. A dexterous Luo Ting he struck some of the man's acupoints to stop his blood from streaming out. Then, she said, "The White Lotus matriarch escaped." The White Lotus matriarch ran away after activating the spirit array. Luo Ting he chased after her, but despite her injuries, the White Lotus matriarch was as agile as ever when fleeing. After pursuing for more than a dozen kilometers, Luo Ting he realized that the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Left with no other choice, she could only return to the city. Following that, she saw that Yang Kai was hurt. "We'll have another chance to kill her in the future." Yang Kai nonchalantly nodded. Since the White Lotus matriarch had been badly injured, it would take her about a year for her to recuperate. He then asked, "Have you heard of the name Chu Hua Shang?" Luo Ting he shook her head, "No." She furrowed her brows while staring at the wound on the man's chest. Given her eyesight, she could see that Yang Kai was directly facing the opponent when he was hurt. However, she couldn't think of anyone in the world who could harm this man while facing him head-on. Even the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't be able to do that. Nevertheless, she didn't intend to ask him about what had happened. Yang Kai would tell her about it if he wanted to. "Ask around," Yang Kai ordered. "Luo Ting," he said, "you'd better recuperate first."
Yang Kai nodded. There's poison on the tip of that sword, so I'll probably pass out soon. Before I wake up, the vice temple masters will handle the affairs in the temple while you'll assist them from the side. Got it, Luo Tinghe replied. When she took a glance at Yang Kai, she realized that he had already lost consciousness. She let out a sigh and carried Yang Kai up before dexterously leaving the city at full speed. She intended to return to Grand Qi Temple first. Martial Peak, Chapter 4837, Shao He. Strange images kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind. The name Chu Huashang seemed to have a special power as it repeatedly resonated across his head while he was unconscious, knocking on his sealed memory. There came a moment when the seal was broken as he went through the experiences in his previous lives in his dream. The figure that had always been vague in his dreams finally became crystal clear. As she turned her head, a joyful and coquettish face came into his sight. Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes. He was still weak due to the injury and poison he had suffered from. Even though he was strong, it was impossible that he could fully recover as soon as he awakened. Everything around him looked familiar to him. He supposed he was in his own bedroom in Grand Qi Temple. A person was seated beside his bed. The only person who could enter his bedroom as she pleased and protected him while he was unconscious was none other than Luo Tinghe. At this moment, she was looking at him with a weird expression. As though realizing something, she once again asked the question she had asked countless times before, "Have you recalled it?" Yang Kai nodded his head. An energized Luo Tinghe asked, "What did you recall?" Many things. Yang Kai struggled to sit up, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing that, Luo Tinghe quickly helped him up and placed a pillow behind his back. Then, she stared at him with a longing expression. "Tell me all about it." Yang Kai shook his head, then gazed at her with an awkward expression and asked, "Have you recalled it?" In an instant, Luo Tinghe appeared puzzled. "What am I supposed to recall?" "I don't know." In the dream, he finally shattered the shackles that had locked his memory and remembered who he truly was. He recalled where this place was and his reason for coming here. Yang Kai felt a lingering fear in his heart and realized once more how mysterious the Samsara Pavilion was. It was already his 9th life. After living in this world for so long, he had forgotten about who he was, not to mention the fact that he was supposed to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier. After many rounds of reincarnation, his memory had been greatly affected. If he hadn't come across Chu Huashang by chance this time, his memory wouldn't have been restored. He would have still regarded himself to be the temple master of Grand Qi Temple who strived to achieve victory for the righteous path. The challenge he had to face in this life was unusually difficult. Now, he was the temple master of Grand Qi Temple while Chu Huashang was a disciple of White Lotus sect. Both parties had been arch-nemeses for a very long time. During their first encounter, Chu Huashang thrust her sword into his chest and almost killed him. This wasn't a good sign. He reckoned that he had to come up with a good plan in order to win her heart and shatter her heart barrier in this kind of situation. Besides that, the existence of Luo Tinghe concerned him. After his memory was restored, Yang Kai realized that his personal bodyguard was no ordinary person. That was because she had been by his side since the 6th life. In the 6th life, he saved a starving beggar, who was none other than Luo Tinghe. The person had the same name and appearance as his current personal bodyguard. He initially thought that she was just an illusory figure in the samsara world, so he wasn't bothered by it. However, in the 7th life, she once again appeared by his side. This time, she was no longer a beggar. Instead, she was a valiant general who had made countless contributions on the battlefields. On the other hand, he was the king of the country. In the 8th life, she became a sect master while he was a disciple of that sect. After so many rounds of reincarnation, he finally figured out a thing or two about the samsara worlds. These samsara worlds were born on the foundation of Chu Huashang's heart barrier. In other words, her heart was the key to solving the mystery in the samsara worlds.
The reason Yang Kai could always smoothly appear in these samsara worlds was that Chu Huashang's heart barrier had something to do with him, as it connected both of them. Therefore, regardless of how many rounds of reincarnation he went through, he would always appear in the samsara world where she was located. While that was the case for him, what was going on with Xiao He? Since the sixth life, she had always appeared in the samsara worlds that were born on the foundation of Chu Huashang's heart barrier, which suggested that she had something to do with the latter. Was she someone important to Chu Huashang? Was that the reason she had always been around in the previous few lives? However, Yang Kai had never heard Chu Huashang mention this person before. What was even more puzzling was that Xiao He would always be by Yang Kai's side every time she appeared. Now, he wasn't certain whether Xiao He was someone who had entered the samsara pavilion and become reincarnated into the samsara worlds just like himself, or an illusory figure created by these samsara worlds. If it was the former, it meant that Luo Ting He was training her heart in the samsara pavilion while her true body was hidden in one of the trees. If it was the latter, she should be a manifestation of Chu Huashang's memory somehow. She repeatedly asked him if he had recalled anything, which seemed to suggest that she was aware that her memory had been sealed too. In that case, she was probably not an illusory figure. Instead, she was a real person who had barged into these samsara worlds somehow. However, she was muddle-headed and even acted somewhat crazed most of the time, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to ask her anything about it. Luo Ting He stared at him with a tilted head for a moment. Upon realizing that he didn't intend to delve into this topic, she stopped asking. Instead, she said, "I've found out what you want to know. Chu Huashang is one of the saintesses under the White Lotus matriarch. She had only stopped cultivating in seclusion some time ago. The White Lotus matriarch has very high hopes of her." "She's a saintess?" Yang Kai was rendered speechless. He initially thought that Chu Huashang was just an ordinary disciple of White Lotus sect, so it surprised him when he learned that she was a saintess. This was a knotty issue. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect, but there were only a small number of saintesses who all had the right to become the next sect master. Every saintess had extraordinary aptitude and influence. Moreover, they were all loyal to White Lotus sect and regarded Grand Qi Temple to be the arch-nemesis. In this kind of situation, it was close to impossible for him to win Chu Huashang's heart as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple. Furthermore, it was already the 9th life. He reckoned that the last round of reincarnation was also the hardest, as even his memory had been sealed for several dozen years. It wasn't until he came across Chu Huashang that his memory was unsealed. It must be even worse for her. Unlike the first life, she wouldn't fall in love with him just because he had saved her life. Therefore, it was practically hopeless to wait for Chu Huashang to fall in love with him. When they met again, she would only try to kill him without hesitation, just like how she steadfastly thrust her sword into his chest during their first encounter. From what we've gathered, it was just a pretense that those from White Lotus sect wanted to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City. Their original intention was to kill you. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiao He took the initiative to report the information that Grand Qi Temple had gathered recently. Yang Kai nodded. "I figured." In fact, the White Lotus matriarch had made an incredible move. Holding a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City might not be entirely a pretense. If those from Grand Qi Temple were unable to stop them, they would achieve something great by successfully refining the 10,000 soul banner. If those from Grand Qi Temple decided to interfere, they could attempt to kill Temple Master Yang Kai. In reality, they had almost succeeded. Yang Kai was fully aware of who the saintesses in White Lotus sect were, but those from Grand Qi Temple were completely clueless about this new saintess, Chu Huashang. Moreover, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state when he saw the familiar figure, therefore, he was unsuspecting when Chu Huashang made her move. "The people outside are flustered. They thought that you might not ever awaken," Xiao He said. "The vice temple masters have had some arguments. Do you want to go out and placate them?" "There's no need for that," Yang Kai shook his head. "Okay," Luo Ting He appeared nonchalant.
Everyone knew that Yang Kai was the only person in the world that she cared about. She wasn't even concerned about her own master sect, the Emerald Smoke sect. That was the reason she decided to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard back then instead of one of the 6 vice temple masters. The fact that the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was badly injured wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Basically, every cultivator would become wounded at some point in their lives. However, the injury Yang Kai had suffered was not ordinary and there was fatal poison on the sword that had wounded him. Everyone thought that the temple master was doomed. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his strength would diminish significantly. In fact, that was indeed the case. The temple master was lucky enough to have escaped from death's door, but he had rarely stepped out of his room since he awakened. When he did show up sometimes, he was seen with a pale face, and it was apparent that he had difficulty walking. This was a sign that his condition had deteriorated. 1 month later, all 6 vice temple masters came to an agreement. During a meeting in Grand Qi Temple, they implicitly suggested that Yang Kai step down from the position of temple master. After all, the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was supposed to be the most powerful cultivator of all 7 great sects. The temple master wasn't just a symbol, but also the spiritual support of Grand Qi Temple. Every year, those from White Lotus sect would make countless attempts to kill the leaders of Grand Qi Temple. If the temple master was weak, the entire Grand Qi Temple would be greatly impacted if he was assassinated. By then, everyone would be flustered, and those from White Lotus sect would seize the chance to destroy them. Faced with the vice temple master's implicit request, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to step down as the temple master. As for who would be the next temple master of Grand Qi Temple, it was none of his business. If his memory hadn't been restored, he wouldn't have easily made a concession. After all, he was a disciple from Divine Method Hall in this life, and he had always been involved in the fight against White Lotus sect. Furthermore, his biggest wish had been to destroy White Lotus sect once and for all. However, since his memory had been restored, he knew what he was supposed to do. Yang Kai turned down their invitation to become one of the vice temple masters, and one fine morning, he simply left Grand Qi Temple with a horse and some belongings. Luo Ting he followed him closely. Although those from Emerald Smoke sect were against the idea, they were powerless to stop her. As far as they were concerned, she was a crazy woman, and only Yang Kai was able to communicate with her. She wouldn't bother to talk to others at all. Barely after 3 years, she seemed to have perfectly accepted the fact that she was Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. Even though he had stepped down from the position of temple master, she still followed him wherever he went. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4838, Looking for Someone. 1 month later, a man and a woman, who were covered in dust, arrived at a certain village. The man's face was slightly pale as he coughed from time to time. There was a spear on his back. On the other hand, the woman was petite while her face was alluring. There was a sword in her hand. They were none other than Yang Kai and Luo Ting, who had come all the way here from Grand Qi Temple. It was just an ordinary village. Beside the dilapidated walls were kids who were playing around. Smoke could be seen billowing from the chimney of every house as the smell of food lingered in the air. There were some plump women who called out to their kids to go home and have a meal. The kids, who were playing around with some weapons made from wood in their hands, were curious about these visitors as they surrounded and examined them. Xiao he sniffled and stroked her flat belly. "I'm hungry." She then looked pleadingly at Yang Kai. Following a sigh, Yang Kai took the pouch from his waist and fished out a silver coin. He then said to the kids around him, "Whoever can bring us to have some delicious food will get this." The eyes of those kids brightened as they streamed towards him. "I have some delicious food in my house. I'll bring you there. Come to my house." "They're lying. They don't eat meat at all. There's salted fish in my house." After a tug of war, a slightly older kid managed to grab the silver coin. Although he was punched a bit by the other kids because of that, he didn't mind it. As he clenched the silver coin in his hand, he took Yang Kai's clothes with his other hand and said, "Come with me."
Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Xiaohe to follow him. They soon arrived at the kid's house. His parents were around, wearing simple clothes that most farmers would own. Years of hard work had left some clear marks on their bodies. The man wasn't good with words as he smiled like a fool. Realizing that Yang Kai and Xiaohe were wealthy though, he treated them in a friendly manner. On the other hand, his wife was stocky, but she was pretty hospitable. Seeing the silver coin presented to them by their son, they generously gave Yang Kai and Xiaohe 2 bowls of rice as well as a salted fish they had kept for quite some time. Xiaohe picked up the bowl and wolfed down the meal. The man was squatting at the door and smoking while the woman stood on the side with a smile. The kid was seated by the table as he watched Xiaohe devour the food with a pair of curious eyes. "Are you not going to eat?" After finishing her own food, Xiaohe looked up and realized that Yang Kai hadn't had anything. "You can have it," Yang Kai put on a smile. Without hesitation, Xiaohe picked up his bowl of rice and gobbled it up. It was hard to imagine that such a small woman had such a big appetite. In fact, Yang Kai had brought quite a bit of money with him when he left Grand Qi Temple, but barely 1 month later, he had used up almost all of it to buy food for Xiaohe. "My sister was born to have a big appetite. Please don't mind her, madam." Yang Kai turned to look at the smiling woman. Although the woman was hospitable, she wasn't good with words. Upon hearing that, she waved her hand and said, "It's fine. We still have quite a lot of rice. She can have as much of it as she pleases." Yang Kai then gazed at the kid beside him. "You're still growing. Why don't you eat something?" The kid replied with a smile, "You can eat first. I'll eat later." In response, Yang Kai nodded and stopped objecting. All of a sudden, Xiaohe raised the bowl and said to the woman, "More rice, please." Upon hearing that, the man, who was smoking at the door, started coughing violently. He almost couldn't breathe because of that. The woman's eyelids twitched as she took the bowl with an awkward expression before she entered the kitchen to get more rice for her. Xiaohe proceeded to devour that bowl and then asked for more. 1 hour later, the woman took the empty bowl with a bitter expression and looked at Xiaohe, who was still asking for more rice. "That's all we have." The man was no longer in the mood to smoke. Since Xiaohe asked for more rice for the 3rd time, he had kept turning his head to stare fixedly at her. The kid beside Yang Kai sported a cold expression. A disappointed Xiaohe said, "I'm not full yet." Disbelief was written all over the woman's face as she gazed at Yang Kai. She couldn't figure out how he managed to raise his sister. This kind of appetite was enough to make a wealthy family go broke. Was the food delicious? Yang Kai gaped at Xiaohe. It was delicious, but there was a bitter aftertaste, Xiaohe replied honestly. Of course the food was bitter since there was poison in it, Yang Kai chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures came right at Xiaohe and him at the same time. The man, who had been seated by the door, suddenly attempted to tackle them. The saber in his hand flickered as he was engulfed in murderous intent. The woman tossed the bowl away as she took a step forward and pushed out her palm towards Xiaohe. Even the kid beside Yang Kai suddenly fished out a sword and tried to stab it into the latter's heart from a tricky angle. The next moment, Xiaohe made a move. The man and woman grunted before they were sent flying away while spraying a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai extended 2 fingers and gently caught the blade. Regardless of how hard the kid tried, he was unable to retract his sword as his face started flushing. A furious Xiaohe snapped, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was poison in the food? Aren't you immune to all kinds of poison?" Yang Kai batted his eyes. "Oh, right." Xiaohe calmed down instantly, but she still felt aggrieved. "But you should have told me about it. Would you not eat it if I told you?" A bashful Xiaohe replied hesitantly, "I would still eat it anyway." "See?" Yang Kai shrugged and extended his hand. The kid grunted and fell backwards. Then, he was shocked to realize that he was unable to move as a mysterious force passed through all his meridians. "Who are they?"
Xiao He frowned. The three of them were cultivators, and they put poison into their food. It was apparent that they were ill-intentioned. They're disciples of White Lotus sect. Yang Kai rose from the chair. This place is one of their secret hideouts. Upon hearing that, Xiao He was astounded. She just followed Yang Kai wherever he went and didn't care about anything else, so she was surprised to learn that he had brought her to this kind of place. It wasn't that she was afraid. Given their strength, there were rarely any cultivators in the world who could harm them if they were in a one-on-one fight. The reason Yang Kai knew this was one of the secret hideouts of White Lotus sect was that he had been the temple master of Grand Qi Temple for 3 years. He was also aware of other hideouts like this. The reason he didn't tell anyone to destroy them previously was that he didn't want to alert the enemy to his knowledge. Nevertheless, since he was no longer the temple master, the previous arrangements didn't matter anymore. What are we doing here? Looking for someone. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he frowned and looked out the door. He could sense that many people had surrounded the house. It was apparent that the fight just now had caught the attention of other White Lotus sect's disciples. I'll deal with them. After having some poisonous food, Xiao He was furious. Then, she raised her sword and dashed out of the house. Soon, shrieks were continuously heard from all directions. The woman and the man, who were lying on the ground, finally had their expressions changed drastically. The woman asked, "Who are you?" Turning to her, he slowly spoke his name, Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, the man widened his eyes and started trembling. With a pale face, the woman exclaimed, "Grand Qi Temple's temple master, Yang Kai?" The war between good and evil had raged for hundreds of years. Even though the grassroots disciples of White Lotus sect had never seen Yang Kai before, all of them had heard his name at least. To them, the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was just as noble as their own White Lotus matriarch. The average person wouldn't have a chance to see either of them. No one could have expected that the temple master of Grand Qi Temple would appear in such a remote village. "I'm no longer the temple master of Grand Qi Temple," Yang Kai shook his head. His words confirmed the woman's speculation. The woman appeared dejected. Just now, she was trying to come up with a way to flee. However, upon learning that the man before her eyes was the legendary Yang Kai, she gave up on the idea. The gap between their strength was insurmountable, so how was she supposed to flee? "What are you doing in our White Lotus sect stronghold?" the woman asked. "I already said I'm looking for someone from White Lotus sect." "Who are you talking about?" "It's none of your business. Just tell your higher-ups about it, and the person I'm looking for will come to see me." A myriad of expressions came over the woman's face. With her hand pressed against her chest, she got to her feet slowly. Then, she forcefully moved backwards and destroyed the wall behind her before running away at full speed. Then, she heard Yang Kai saying, "I'll wait here for a month. If I don't see the person I'm looking for by then, I'll personally visit the 8 secret hideouts of White Lotus sect." The woman shuddered and ran faster. Xiao He dashed into the house and looked around. She fled? "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and took a look at her sword, which was soaked in blood. "Have you killed all of them?" Nonchalantly Xiao He replied, "Yes." "You wanted some of them to live? You should have told me earlier." Then, she gazed at the man and the kid on the ground as her murderous intent surged. "Well, you should probably keep them alive to cook for you." "I don't know how to cook." Yang Kai's words were effective in stopping her from killing the last 2 survivors. Although the man and the kid had escaped from death's door, they felt devastated. After all, as disciples of White Lotus sect, they had fallen into the hands of these 2. It was expected that life would be like living hell for them. They could already imagine the kind of torture they would face. In reality, things were different from what they imagined. In the following days, they were not tortured in any way. The man was responsible for cooking meals for Xiao He and Yang Kai every day. On the other hand, the kid had no choice but to play some childish games with Xiao He. During this period of time, they repeatedly tried to flee using many different methods. However, what was a matter of life or death to them was like another game in Xiaohi's eyes. She would always appear at the most unexpected moments and capture the two of them, who were ready to run away or had already left the village. Every time they were captured, some of their hair would be cut as a punishment. After just half a month, both of them became bald. Since there was no hair left on their heads, Xiaohi said to them in a serious manner, "If I catch you again, I'll have no choice but to cut your heads." Their hair would grow back after it was cut, but their heads certainly wouldn't. They wouldn't dare to find out whether Xiaohi was serious, so after that day, they became obedient and didn't dare to flee again. Meanwhile, having lost a source of entertainment, Xiaohi found it to be boring and soon regretted threatening them in such a way. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-39, Prove It to Me. The deadline Yang Kai had given was 1 month. If he couldn't see the person he was looking for within that time, he would personally visit 8 of White Lotus sect's secret hideouts. This kind of threat was intolerable to those from White Lotus sect. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect, so there were definitely a lot more than 8 secret hideouts. However, no one knew exactly which 8 hideouts Yang Kai was talking about. In that case, it wouldn't be possible for them to move the people there to another place. In order to keep the hideouts safe, the only way was to kill Yang Kai once and for all. On the last day of the deadline, Yang Kai was cultivating with his legs crossed in the middle of the night. After a few months of hard work, he finally managed to force out the remaining poison. The last bit of poison was sprayed out from his mouth along with some black blood. At that instant, he felt energized and refreshed, as though the shackles around his body had been lifted. Those from Grand Qi Temple thought that even though he had survived the fatal poison, his strength must have decreased significantly. That was the reason the 6 vice temple masters joined forces to make him step down as the temple master. They might be doing it out of greed or for the greater good of everyone. However, after realizing his true heart, Yang Kai was no longer interested in the position of temple master. Even if no one had forced him to resign, he would still have stepped down from the position. There were more important things he had to do. His experiences in the samsara worlds were nothing more than illusions. All of a sudden, the sounds of something breaking through the air were heard, which were extremely ear-catching in this serene night. Following that, arrows penetrated the door and windows from all directions and engulfed him like a storm. Yang Kai, who was seated on the bed, picked up his spear and spun it. Following some clangs, all the arrows were deflected. However, the rain of arrows didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Yang Kai roared and leaped into the air before smashing through the roof. There were already some people waiting for him on the roof. As soon as he appeared, they assumed a formation and tried to kill him together. All of them were fairly powerful. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last even 3 of Yang Kai's moves, but after they joined forces, they could make up for each other's weaknesses and greatly increase their collective strength. After more than 10 breaths of intense battle, Yang Kai grunted and fell backwards. He crashed through the roof and landed on the ground. Just then, 2 hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed his ankles. The person then exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to drag Yang Kai into the ground. Without sparing a glance, Yang Kai stabbed his spear a meter deep into the ground. When he pulled out his weapon, the ground was already dyed crimson. The attackers came at him from the rooftop, but Yang Kai wielded his spear and dealt with them. Right then, shrieks could be heard coming from outside the house. Xiaohi had made her move. In the darkness, she was like a phantom. Wherever she drifted, enemies would shriek and lose their lives. A moment later, she arrived at Yang Kai's side. The people that had been using a formation were initially an equal match for Yang Kai. However, with Xiaohi joining the battle, they instantly found it hard to persevere. Yang Kai and Xiaohi had worked together for many years, so they could easily coordinate with each other. The powerful cultivators that White Lotus sect had spent years nurturing were all killed in fewer than 20 breaths. There was some blood on Xiaohi's face. She dabbed it with her finger and licked it with her tongue. Her expression became excited and hideous while her murderous intent radiated like a bright light in the darkness. It was as though she would kill any living creature that was in front of her. Yang Kai directly landed a smack on her head. Xiaohe's figure was forced to lower, but her murderous intent had subsided significantly. She had restored some sensibility as she sported an aggrieved expression and pressed her lips together. "Look for her," Yang Kai demanded. Xiaohe sniffled, then pointed in a particular direction, "That way." They moved at the same time and charged forward in that direction. Inside a house that was still intact stood several figures in silence as they had hidden their auras. Even a top cultivator like Yang Kai hadn't noticed it before. Nevertheless, Xiaohe could accurately find them. The wall shattered, but before those people could react, Yang Kai and Xiaohe had already appeared right in front of them. As their eyes met, Yang Kai flashed a bright smile at the woman at the front. However, the woman sported an extremely gloomy expression while the faces of her personal bodyguards were tight. Xiaohe swept a glance over them while appearing eager. She looked inquisitively at Yang Kai to seek his permission to kill them. While Yang Kai pretended that he hadn't seen it, Xiaohe appeared disappointed. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Both parties were only 10 meters apart. While those from White Lotus sect were hostile, Yang Kai and Xiaohe remained calm and collected, as though they didn't have any regard for the other party. At that, those from White Lotus sect became even more apprehensive. All of a sudden, the woman at the front put on a smile. Everything else in the world paled compared to her smile at this moment. "I heard you were looking for me, old man." Yang Kai's brow twitched. In one of their lives, the woman called him little one and told him not to be afraid. This life, she called him old man. It seemed that what went around came around. "Yes, I was looking for you," Yang Kai nodded. There was an innocent expression on the face of the White Lotus sect saintess, Chu Huashang. She tilted her head and placed her finger on her lips. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, which were only filled with tenderness. A shocked Chu Huashang asked, "Have you fallen in love with me, old man?" An unabashed Yang Kai directly admitted it. It was love at first sight. Upon hearing that, Chu Huashang and her personal bodyguards were stunned. Only Xiaohe's eyes brightened as though she had just heard something interesting. With an excited expression, she darted her gaze between Yang Kai and Chu Huashang while for some reason feeling anxious. Chu Huashang was lost for words. She wasn't serious when she said that just now, so it surprised her that the other party directly admitted it. Moreover, his expression and tone seemed to suggest that he was completely sincere. Although she was young, she was good at reading people's faces, therefore, she could judge whether a person was lying through his gaze and tone. She wanted to look for the traces of Yang Kai lying, but her attempt was futile. All of a sudden, she started laughing and bent her back as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai only looked silently at her with a pair of loving eyes. A moment later, Chu Huashang stopped laughing and wiped the tears off the corners of her eyes. She gazed at the man and said, "It was love at first sight? Did you forget I wounded you at that time?" Yang Kai nodded. "Your attack almost killed me, so you have to make up for it for the rest of this life." Xiaohe's face started flushing as she became more agitated. She pressed her hands against her chest with an enchanted expression, as though she had just heard the most loving words in the world. The smile on Chu Huashang's face froze as she pursed her lips. "You're pretty good at spewing nonsense, old man." Yang Kai took a step forward and looked her in the eyes. "I speak only the truth." Chu Huashang suddenly became flustered and frowned. "You're the temple master of Grand Qi Temple while I'm a saintess of White Lotus sect. We're basically blood enemies. Just tell me straight if there's anything you want to say and stop teasing a little girl like me." "Do you think I'm teasing you?" Yang Kai took another step forward. Chu Huashang instinctively took a step backwards while her personal bodyguards felt threatened. After all, one of the strongest masters in this world was standing right in front of them. Given the short distance between them, they wouldn't have time to react if the other party abruptly made a move. Are you not? Of course not. Everything I've said is from the bottom of my heart. Chu Huashang stared fixedly at him for a moment before turning to Xiao He and asking, "Big sister, has he always been so crazy?" Upon hearing that, Xiao He shook her head. "This has never happened before. I always thought that he wasn't interested in women." "Well, since he's finally in love with one, you should just get together with him. What's there to hesitate about? Although there's a huge gap between your age and he's old enough to be your father, age has nothing to do with love. I'm telling you, even though he's old, he's still a virgin." A speechless Chu Huashang gazed at Xiao He. Since she was aware of Yang Kai's identity, she certainly knew who Xiao He was as well. This woman was from Emerald Smoke sect, but she wasn't interested in the position of Vice Temple Master. Instead, she decided to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. She was the nightmare of many powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect, and she had killed many of them as well. Almost everyone in the world believed that she was Yang Kai's woman. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. Although they were close to each other, they were apparently not lovers. Both the temple master of Grand Qi Temple and this woman were insane. Those from White Lotus sect have placed a lot of moles in Grand Qi Temple. As a saintess, you should know that I stepped down as temple master 2 months ago. I'm no longer a member of Grand Qi Temple, so you don't have to worry about anything. Chu Huashang snorted, "Who knows if this is a plot of those from Grand Qi Temple?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "There's no point in explaining. Time will prove everything." After a moment of silence, Chu Huashang suddenly winked at him, "Why don't you prove it to me now?" "How do you want me to do that?" Yang Kai asked. "It's simple." As soon as Chu Huashang finished speaking, she pulled out a sword from her personal bodyguard's waist and directly dashed towards Yang Kai before pressing her weapon against the man's chest. The sharp tip penetrated his skin as blood started streaming out of his wound. Chu Huashang was astounded. She was surprised at the fact that the man didn't try to resist or dodge the attack. The temple master of every generation was one of the top cultivators in the world in their time. Although her movements were quick just now, Yang Kai should have been agile enough to react. The reason she could harm him 2 months ago was that she caught him unsuspecting. However, she succeeded in hurting him this time because he didn't intend to dodge the attack, which was different. They were so close to each other that she could feel the man's breath brushing across her face. As their eyes met, Chu Huashang only saw a clear gaze that was void of any deception. Despite the fact that a sword had been jabbed into his body, he remained calm and collected. The smile on his face was so bright that it was almost piercing. An infuriated Chu Huashang pushed the sword forward a bit further. Martial Peak, Chapter 4840, Love Story of 9 Lives. As Yang Kai's personal bodyguard, Xiao He was responsible for ensuring his safety. Over the years, she had done a great job as she could always discover and easily resolve the assassination attempts targeted at Yang Kai by those from White Lotus sect. It was close to impossible for anyone to press his sword against Yang Kai's chest. As soon as Xiao He detected a hint of murderous intent, she would decisively make a move and kill the enemy. However, at this moment, Xiao He didn't seem to have the intention of stopping the saintess of White Lotus sect even though the sword had been stabbed into his chest. Instead, she just looked at them with interest. The cultivators behind Chu Huashang were all tensed up and soaked in a cold sweat. They felt that the saintess was playing with fire, for any slight negligence would cause her to lose her life. The assassination attempt tonight was already a failure. The moment their whereabouts were exposed, they were already at a huge disadvantage. They were fully aware that they were unable to go up against the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple and his personal bodyguard. If the two of them had any murderous intent, none of them would survive. The fact that the saintess had penetrated Yang Kai's flesh with her sword was no different from a mad provocation. Nevertheless, while they were apprehensive, they also hoped that she would succeed. If the saintess could really kill the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple here, that would be a huge contribution to the sect,
and they would be rewarded handsomely as well. Her sword was just finger widths away from his heart. If she could penetrate it, Yang Kai would instantly lose his life regardless how strong he was. Although Chu Huashang could easily determine the life or death of the man in front of her, she found it hard to really do it. She had the intention to kill him, and she was aware that her reputation would be greatly enhanced by killing Yang Kai here, which would help her stand a better chance of becoming the next sect master of White Lotus sect. However, there seemed to be a voice in her heart that kept screaming at her that she would regret it for all her life if she really made a move. A myriad of expressions came over her, then she said through clenched teeth, "You're insane." As soon as she retracted her sword, blood started streaming out of the man's wound. She wouldn't dare to look him in the eye as her gaze anxiously moved away. After tossing the sword at one of the personal bodyguards, she ordered, "Let's go." The moment she turned around, Yang Kai clenched her arm. "What are you doing? Let go of my arm," Chu Huashang demanded. "Kill them all," Yang Kai ordered, then carried Chu Huashang up with both hands. She intended to resist, but he exerted some kind of force through his hands and rendered her powerless to do so. Like a tornado, Xiaohe charged towards the personal bodyguards as sword lights flashed through her weapon. By the time she stopped in her tracks, the personal bodyguards had already all collapsed to the ground. Carried in the man's arms like a child, Chu Huashang felt utterly ashamed. She kept thumping her fists against his chest, but her action was rather coquettish since she had lost her strength. To the side, Xiaohe just watched them with interest. Yang Kai flashed a smile at the woman in his arms. "You stabbed your sword into my body twice. You probably can't make up for it for your entire life, so you'll have to continue doing it in your next life." Chu Huashang snapped, "I'm not going to make up for anything. I should have killed you just now. Why don't I give you one more chance?" Yang Kai winked at her. Chu Huashang snorted, thinking that he was just probing her. She even suspected that if she had really tried to kill him just now, the man would have counterattacked. When that happened, she would have fallen into a worse state than being captured. Since she was unable to defeat him or flee, she decided to make a concession and let him carry her. She took the initiative to wrap her hands around the man's neck to stabilize herself. Wind could be heard howling while the view around her flew backwards rapidly. "Where are you taking me?" Chu Huashang asked. "You'll find out when we arrive," Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. 3 days later, Yang Kai found a lake in a certain valley. There were no traces that suggested that anyone had visited this place before, and the view was excellent. This place was suitable for a reclusive life. After putting the woman down, Yang Kai said to Xiaohe, "Keep an eye on her and make sure that she doesn't flee." Xiaohe nodded, "Don't worry, she won't be able to run away." She then took a look at Chu Huashang's legs. "Why don't I break her legs?" Chu Huashang couldn't help but shudder as she looked at Xiaohe as if she was a demon, and firmly declared, "Don't do that. I'm not going to run away." Xiaohe nodded, "You'd better be obedient, then." After that, Yang Kai left the place to fell some trees. It took him several days to build 3 log houses by the lake for the 3 of them. The difficulty in the 9th life was very high. It wasn't until Yang Kai had lived in this world for decades that his memory was restored, so it would be even harder to bring back Chu Huashang's memory and shatter her heart barrier. However, since he had found her, there was a target he could aim to achieve. He was ready to make Chu Huashang slowly open up to him. He believed that she would fall in love with him one day. Moreover, it was a good sign that she had decided to give up on the idea of killing him in the end some time ago. This meant that even though her memory had been sealed, she still had some instincts that pulled her back from killing him. No one would come to this valley. Every day, Yang Kai would head out to hunt some food and collect firewood while Xiaohe would keep an eye on Chu Huashang. No one in the world would have thought that 3 top cultivators were living a reclusive life in such a remote place. Time passed by slowly. Initially, Chu Huashang was against this kind of life. Those from White Lotus sect had nurtured her for years.
As soon as she stopped cultivating in seclusion, the White Lotus matriarch gave her the title of Saintess. She was also one of the candidates who had the hope of becoming the next sect master. As a powerful young woman with a bright future, it was expected that she hated to live like a captive. Nevertheless, she was clever enough not to try fleeing. That was because she knew that it was impossible for her to flee from Xiaohe. With that said, she made sure to let Yang Kai and Xiaohe know that she abhorred them by glowering at them every time they met. Other than having meals, she would never leave her house. Yang Kai had already expected it, so he didn't mind it, nor did it bother Xiaohe. The only person in the world she was concerned about was Yang Kai. Soon, 3 months had passed. Time could really change a person. Chu Huashang was initially doubtful, but now, she could confirm that the man who was old enough to be her father had really fallen in love with her. Although he had restricted her freedom over the past few months, he took very good care of her in all other ways. Every time he looked at her, his eyes were brimming with care. Anyone could see the longing behind his eyes as long as they were not blind. Chu Huashang didn't understand the reason behind it. Before she was captured by Yang Kai, she had only met the man once. At that time, she had stabbed her sword into his chest and almost killed him. She was fully aware that she was beautiful, but she didn't think she was charming enough to make someone like the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple fall head over heels for her. If he could easily be attracted to beauty, he couldn't have become the temple master of Grand Qi Temple. After 3 months of living together, the tension between them had eased. In the middle of the night, Chu Huashang and Yang Kai were lying on the roof of a log house. With their hands placed behind their heads, they looked up at the starry sky. "Old man, where did we stop last night?" Chu Huashang gazed at the brightest star in the sky and asked. "The 8th life," Yang Kai replied. "Oh, continue from there, then. Who were you and me in the 8th life?" These days, Yang Kai had been telling Chu Huashang about a love story of 9 lives. Everything he had said came from his own experiences, but to Chu Huashang, it was a strange story that was touching enough to elicit tears from naive young people. She was willing to listen to it as there was nothing else she could do here, so it was a good way to kill time. In the 8th life, both of them were from different sects. However, these sects were arch-nemeses, just like what was going on between Grand Qi Temple and White Lotus sect. It was expected that their love story was full of hardship. Nevertheless, they were just common disciples of their own sects, unlike in this life where both of them held powerful positions. Despite the hardship and several attempts to kill each other, they resolved their differences in the end and married. Chu Huashang attentively listened to the story. Although the story itself was banal, Yang Kai was able to make it interesting with his vivid descriptions. It was as though he had personally experienced it. Just then, someone could be heard sobbing from behind them. Without even turning her head, Chu Huashang let out a sigh. "Big sister Xiaohe, why are you crying again?" It's such a touching story. Presently, Xiaohe was seated with her legs crossed behind them. She started bawling her eyes out as tears slid down her face like pearls with a snapped string. Every time Yang Kai told Chu Huashang about this love story of 9 lives, Xiaohe would come over and listen to it as well. Without fail, she would always break into tears in the end. She was more passionate about the story than Chu Huashang. Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Kai asked, "Xiaohe, if you were the sect master of one of the sects in the 8th life, what would you do after finding out that someone in your sect was in love with a disciple from an opposing sect?" Without pondering on it, Xiaohe replied, "Would have agreed to let them get together regardless of what it took." Yang Kai put on a bright smile. "You really did." "Thanks." Xiaohe was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai didn't explain anything. In fact, Xiaohe, as his sect master in the 8th life, had really allowed Yang Kai and Chu Huashang to get together, just like she had said just now. In order to help them, she even decided to destroy the opposing sect despite knowing that she would also be killed, thus clearing the biggest obstacle between the two of them. Now that they were in their 9th life, Xiaohe's reply matched what she had done. Yang Kai could now confirm that Xiao He was a real person who had barged into this samsara world somehow. However, it wasn't certain about her identity in Yin Cave Heaven. Old man, according to you, we're supposedly in our 9th life now, right? Chu Huashang asked. Yes, it's the 9th life, as well as the last. Is it because of what we went through in our previous lives that you fell in love with me at first sight? Yes. Chu Huashang couldn't help but sneer, you're pretty amazing, old man. The story you fabricated is so moving that I've almost believed it. Xiao He appeared beside her and looked down at her. How could you not believe him? You should believe it and get married to him tomorrow. It's a love story of 9 lives. It will be complete after you two get together. Chu Huashang snapped, I'm not going to get married. You should do that yourself. After giving it a thought, Xiao He shook her head, the person I'm waiting for hasn't found me. I'm not going to get married. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-41, Freezing Blood Burning Soul Pill. Xiao He had always been a straightforward but crazy woman. Yang Kai had never seen this kind of melancholic expression on her face before, and it made him think of something. Just when he wanted to ask her though, Chu Huashang suddenly grunted and started trembling. With his expression changed, Yang Kai turned to look at her, what's wrong? I am fine. Chu Huashang obstinately shook her head. However, Yang Kai already realized that something was off. Under the moonlight, her face appeared slightly pale while her internal qi was unstable. Xiao He placed her hand on the other woman's forehead and exclaimed, it's cold. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai took Chu Huashang's wrist and placed 2 fingers on her pulse before injecting some of his power to check on her. Just like Xiao He had said, Chu Huashang's figure was as cold as an ice block. While being close to her, he could feel the coldness wafting from her body. Nevertheless, the coldness soon dissipated and was replaced by scorching heat. Chu Huashang gasped for breath. Her vision had turned blurry, and her face flushed. Upon examination, he realized that her qi was in chaos. The power she had obtained by cultivating was rampaging around her meridians like an out-of-control horse. Yang Kai and Xiao He exchanged glances before saying at the same time, freezing blood-burning soul pill. There were countless kinds of pills in the world, but the wickedest of them all was the freezing blood-burning soul pill. This pill was invented by the 2nd sect master of White Lotus sect, and its recipe was a top secret. Only the current sect master of White Lotus sect knew how to refine it. The pill was also one of the best ways for the leader of White Lotus sect to control their subordinates. The person who had taken this pill would see their aura turning chaotic if they didn't consume the antidote at regular intervals, just like Chu Huashang was going through now. One would feel extremely cold or hot in a vicious cycle, and the situation would only exacerbate as time passed, eventually resulting in them exploding in a gruesome death. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect. There were already a lot of disciples in the middle of the hierarchy, not to mention the grassroots disciples. Although the White Lotus matriarch was powerful, she couldn't ensure that her subordinates would always be faithful to her. Therefore, many disciples in the middle of the hierarchy, especially the hall masters, were controlled by her using freezing blood-burning soul pills. Only by gaining the White Lotus matriarch's trust would they be spared from this kind of treatment. Yang Kai initially thought that as a saintess, Chu Huashang had gained the White Lotus matriarch's complete trust, and she didn't have to take the freezing blood-burning soul pill. It wasn't until the poison struck her that he realized he was wrong. Although Chu Huashang was one of the few saintesses of White Lotus sect, she was still controlled by the freezing blood-burning soul pill. From what those from Grand Qi Temple had gathered, after a person took the freezing blood-burning soul pill, they would have to consume an antidote every 3 months, otherwise, life would become a living hell for them. After some calculations, Yang Kai realized that it had been 3 months since Chu Huashang was brought to this place. In other words, the last time they met, she must have just consumed the antidote. Since time was up now, the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pill started taking effect. Whose blood was used?
Yang Kai asked with a solemn expression. Needless to say, he knew that the White Lotus matriarch's blood had been used. The refinement of the freezing blood-burning soul pill required human blood, and it also took the same person's blood to produce the antidote. Chu Huashang was the saintess of White Lotus sect, hence, only the freezing blood-burning soul pill made from the White Lotus matriarch's blood could ensure her loyalty. What should we do now? Xiao He asked anxiously. She was fully aware of the freezing blood-burning soul pill's effects, so she was afraid that Chu Huashang would lose her life just like that. If Chu Huashang died, she wouldn't be able to see the things she had always wanted to get a glimpse of. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai carried Chu Huashang up. While using his own strength to protect her meridians, he walked out and said, "Let's go." In order to save Chu Huashang, they had to look for the White Lotus matriarch. He had underestimated the difficulty he had to face in his 9th life. Initially, he thought that after bringing her to this place, he just had to spend years with her, and she would eventually fall in love with him. However, since she had been struck by the freezing blood-burning soul pill, he had to give up on this plan. The most important thing he had to do now was to save her life. Although the fight between Grand Qi Temple and White Lotus sect had been ongoing for many years, they still hadn't found the location of White Lotus sect's headquarters. It wasn't that those from Grand Qi Temple were terrible at gathering information, it was just that those from White Lotus sect didn't have a fixed headquarters. White Lotus sect had countless hideouts, so wherever the White Lotus matriarch was located would be the headquarters. However, she would always go to a different place after some time. Only the people closest to her knew the regular switching pattern. Usually, even the hall masters of White Lotus sect were unable to find her. Fortunately, Chu Huashang held a very important position, so she had the right to know the hiding place of the White Lotus matriarch. Sometimes, she was conscious, but sometimes, she would pass out. Yang Kai could only intermittently ask her about the White Lotus matriarch's whereabouts. It took Yang Kai and Xiao He a month before they arrived at a certain valley. There were some traces that suggested that there were people living here, and in the deepest part of the forest there were a number of buildings. Apparently, this was another secret hideout of White Lotus sect. Certainly, the disciples of White Lotus sect who were in the periphery had noticed Yang Kai and Xiao He's arrival, therefore, as soon as they stepped into this place, they were surrounded by countless White Lotus sect's disciples from all directions. Innumerable streams of divine sense had locked onto them. Some of them darted their gazes between Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, who was in his arms, with doubtful expressions. They definitely knew that she was a saintess, but they had no idea why she was in a man's arms at the moment. This prompted many of them to look resentfully at him. Like an enraged cheetah, Xiao He growled from time to time while appearing tempted. Since there were so many disciples of White Lotus sect around, she had the urge to slaughter them all. However, even though they were two of the most powerful cultivators in the world, they would be doomed if they had to deal with so many formidable enemies from White Lotus sect. In other words, the moment they stepped into this place, they already lost control of their own fates. I was wondering why the magpies were chirping early in the morning. I can understand now. There are some honored guests here. Someone was heard laughing as a middle-aged woman clad in white clothes emerged from the crowd. Although she was no longer young, she was still charming. It was obvious that she must have been alluring in her youth. Despite her age, she was still pretty attractive as age didn't seem to have left any marks on her. Her white clothes made her look very pure, just like a lotus. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai turned to look at her. They had been arch-nemeses for a long time, and it wasn't the first time they dealt with each other, so there wasn't a need to say anything else. Don't be so nervous. Do you all know who that is? The White Lotus matriarch chuckled like a young maiden. He is the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple, Yang Kai. If he wants to kill you all, I won't be able to save you. In an instant, the disciples of White Lotus sect around her appeared flustered. The name Yang Kai was intimidating to the disciples of White Lotus sect as he had killed a lot of their companions. In their eyes, he was their greatest enemy.
Upon seeing how her subordinates reacted, the White Lotus matriarch snorted. Then, she looked condescendingly at Yang Kai. What brings you, a temple master of Grand Qi Temple, here? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm no longer the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, and they have nothing to do with me anymore. So, you don't have to be resentful of me. I've come all the way here to save a person. The White Lotus matriarch's gaze fell upon Chu Huashang, who was in Yang Kai's arms, and then she asked, do you want to save her? Yes. The White Lotus matriarch scoffed. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those that are useful to me and those that are useless. Since she's been captured by you, she's useless. You have the liberty to decide if you want to kill her. The beautiful women behind the White Lotus matriarch were supposed to be the other saintesses of White Lotus sect. Upon hearing what the sect master had said, they appeared elated. All of these saintesses had experienced countless hardships before they were promoted to their current position. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was given the title of saintess without making any contributions to White Lotus sect. That was why they were jealous and thought that the matriarch was biased towards her. Nonetheless, they wouldn't dare to complain about anything to the matriarch. If they could see Chu Huashang lose her life, thus eliminating a powerful rival, they were expected to be joyful. I have to save her, Yang Kai said impassively. Go save her, then. She's been struck by the freezing blood-burning soul pill's poison. Upon hearing that, the White Lotus matriarch started guffawing and looked mockingly at Yang Kai. Of course I know she's been struck by the freezing blood-burning soul pill, but what does that have to do with me? What benefits would I get by saving her? She's the saintess of White Lotus sect after all. If you don't save her, aren't you worried that your subordinates will feel disappointed? Who would dare? The White Lotus matriarch roared as the disciples of White Lotus sect were instantly frightened. As she swept a glance over everyone with her eagle-like eyes, those who met her gaze couldn't help but hang their heads low. Meanwhile, the saintesses behind her were quivering like quails in the winter. A moment later, she gazed at Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, Good, I wasn't aware that you're such a sharp-tongued person. Are you saving her or not? Yang Kai stared fixedly at her as his murderous intent spread out. It was as though he would go into a frenzy if the White Lotus matriarch dared to say no. She's a disciple of White Lotus sect, and you have no right to interfere. I have the liberty to decide whether I want to save her or not. The White Lotus matriarch said through gritted teeth. Despite what she had said, she jerked her head to the side. The next moment, one of the saintesses leaped forward and soon stood in front of Yang Kai. It was apparent that this saintess was anxious. After all, she had to summon her courage in order to stand before a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai. She cautiously extended both hands to show that she didn't mean any harm. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-42, Left Protector. Yang Kai passed Chu Huashang to the saintess, who quickly brought her back to the White Lotus matriarch and put her down in front of the ladder. The White Lotus matriarch looked down at Chu Huashang and extended her left hand. As she activated her power, she sucked Chu Huashang towards her and struck the woman's acupoints with her right hand. After a cough, Chu Huashang slowly awakened. She still appeared to be in pain. As the force in her body charged around, she felt cold or hot from time to time, as though she would lose her life by exploding at any moment. Faced with the White Lotus matriarch's impassive gaze, she fell on one knee and said through chattering teeth, I've brought you a gift, matriarch. The White Lotus matriarch nodded gently, You've done well. You never disappoint me. Chu Huashang hung her head low, It is what I should do. Step aside for now, the White Lotus matriarch waved her hand. Upon hearing that, Chu Huashang got to her feet and stood behind the White Lotus matriarch. Then, she fished out a spirit pill from somewhere and stuffed it into her mouth. As soon as she swallowed the pill, she was in a much better state. Upon seeing that, a dumbfounded Xiao exclaimed, Hey, she lied to us. We've been tricked. It was apparent that Chu Huashang had the antidote to the freezing blood-burning soul pill with her all along, but despite the fact that she might explode at any moment, she insisted on not using it. Instead, she slowly lured Yang Kai to this place. This was undoubtedly a risky bet. If she failed, she would lose everything. Nevertheless, the outcome showed that she had won her gamble. She successfully lured Yang Kai to this place where he was surrounded by countless powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect. The White Lotus matriarch was also present. Basically, she was making use of Yang Kai's love for her. Perhaps she wanted to prove something, but the outcome was somewhat unbearable to the average person. She secretly examined Yang Kai's expression, but there was no hint of fury on his face. He still remained calm and collected. On the other hand, Luo Tinghe, who was beside Yang Kai, was infuriated. That woman is so ungrateful. You've been treating her so well, but she still decided to harm you. Don't you feel upset about it? Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm fine. The White Lotus matriarch guffawed. Who could have expected that the temple master of Grand Qi Temple would fall into a trap because of love? I've just watched a good show. Fortunately, my disciples are all very loyal to me. You've made a wrong move by trying to make her side with you. All of a sudden, her voice turned grim. Yang Kai, you've killed countless White Lotus sect disciples over the years. Now that you've fallen into such a state, do you have any last words to say? Yang Kai shook his head. Are you confident you can kill me? The White Lotus matriarch sneered, I'm fully aware of how powerful you are, however, the disciples of White Lotus sect are not weaklings either. I have the confidence to kill you. Yang Kai looked around, well, let's see the price you're prepared to pay for that. He then turned to Xiao He, do we kill half of them? An excited Xiao He unsheathed her sword, that's not enough. We have to kill 60% of them at the very least. Why don't we aim for 70% of them? Sounds good. Yang Kai gazed at the White Lotus matriarch and said with a smile, are you prepared to sacrifice 70% of the people here? I suppose they're all the strongest masters and brightest rising stars in White Lotus sect. If so many die, White Lotus sect will be all but crippled. By then, it'll take you many years to recover. Instantly, the White Lotus matriarch's face turned livid. Although Yang Kai and Xiao He were arrogant, she didn't think they were exaggerating. For top cultivators like Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe, it was very likely that they would be able to kill 60 to 70% of the people here if they were willing to throw their lives away. Perhaps even the matriarch herself would be badly injured. When that happened, Grand Qi Temple would be at a huge, possibly even decisive advantage. However, the chance before her eyes was difficult to come by, so it would be unrealistic for her to give it up. At that instant, she was caught in a dilemma. Yang Kai didn't intend to make things difficult for her though, so he pressed Luo Tinghe's sword down and said loudly, I have a suggestion. I'm not sure if you're interested in listening to it. The White Lotus matriarch scoffed, stop beating around the bush. Yang Kai stuck out 2 fingers, please give me 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills. Upon hearing that, everyone was stunned. Chu Huashang, who was standing behind the White Lotus matriarch, widened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. The White Lotus matriarch was equally shocked as she spurted out, what do you want 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills for? Yang Kai replied with a smile, rather than risking the lives of so many people just to kill us, don't you want 2 more powerful cultivators to work under you? The White Lotus matriarch was dumbfounded. Although she already had a speculation before, she still found it hard to believe even after he spoke the words. After all, the person standing in front of her was Yang Kai, the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple. She even suspected that there was something wrong with the information she had gathered. Was Yang Kai stepping down as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple just a pretense? Presently, was this place already surrounded by many cultivators from Grand Qi Temple, and as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, they would storm inside? The idea soon became rooted in the White Lotus matriarch's mind and started growing. She was instantly alerted as she looked around, thinking that many people had hidden behind the bushes. It was as though they would jump out at any moment to kill her. "What are you playing at?" the White Lotus matriarch questioned sternly. Yang Kai shook his head. "There's no point in explaining anything. You just have to pass me 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills and wait." The White Lotus matriarch stared at Yang Kai as though it was the first time they had met. There was a conflicted expression on her face. After all, she was no ordinary woman. Yang Kai's suggestion was tempting to her. Rather than risking the lives of many in order to kill Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe, the power of White Lotus sect would be enhanced greatly if they could take control of these 2 people. Other than being one of the most powerful cultivators in the world, Yang Kai was also the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple. As soon as the news was spread, it would deal a heavy blow to Grand Qi Temple. Therefore, she soon made a decision and fished out a jade bottle, which was filled with red pills. She poured out 2 pills and flicked them at the 2 of them. Yang Kai and Xiaohe respectively took a pill. The White Lotus matriarch's eyes started brightening as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. If the man really swallowed the pill, it would prove that he was a trustworthy person, or he could at least be controlled. If he dared to pull a trick, she would immediately give the order to kill him regardless of what price she had to pay. To her surprise, Yang Kai didn't even hesitate to take the freezing blood-burning soul pill in his hand. After examining the pill for a moment, Xiaohe tossed it into her mouth and started chewing it. After gulping it down, she spat and complained, "It tastes terrible. What the hell is it?" Gazing at Yang Kai with an excited expression, the White Lotus matriarch demanded, "Open your mouth and let me see." Yang Kai opened his mouth as he was told. There was nothing in it. The White Lotus matriarch's eyes were as bright as stars. She couldn't help but start laughing as the tears of joy slid down her face. The tensed-up White Lotus sect's disciples could finally be at ease. They exchanged glances and smiled. After Yang Kai consumed the freezing blood-burning soul pill, he would be under their control. Regardless of how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to escape now. In other words, the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple was now also a member of White Lotus sect. Life was truly unpredictable. This kind of top cultivator was terrifying as an enemy, but now that he was one of them, he gave them a great sense of security. They could already imagine that when he appeared in the battle against Grand Qi Temple, his presence would send shockwaves across the ladder. "Kneel down." The White Lotus matriarch suddenly stopped laughing and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "It seems you're mistaken about something. Although I've willingly taken the pill, I won't be led by the nose by anyone. From now on, I'll only listen to one person." The White Lotus matriarch's eyes turned piercing as she took a glance at Chu Huashang. Then, she said to Yang Kai, "Only I am able to refine your antidote." "She can't." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I believe you won't let the poison kill me." After giving it a thought, the White Lotus matriarch nodded, "Of course I won't. Someone like you is of great help to us. From now on, you shall be the left protector of White Lotus sect and I will allow you to listen to Chu Huashang only." It was expected that a top cultivator was haughty. If the White Lotus matriarch insisted on making things difficult for Yang Kai, it would only bring about the opposite of the desired outcome. Therefore, she decided to make a concession by granting Yang Kai's wish. Although she had given him the title of Left Protector, that was nothing more than another chain to bind him. Regardless, when word got out that Yang Kai was now the Left Protector of White Lotus sect, the reputation of Grand Qi Temple would be tarnished. Yang Kai nodded his head. "Many thanks for the promotion, Sect Master." The White Lotus matriarch then said to Chu Huashang, "You must treat him well from now on." "Yes," Chu Huashang replied with a serious expression. Appearing to be elated, the White Lotus matriarch declared, "Since we have a new left protector, we should celebrate. Come, prepare a banquet now to welcome the new left protector." The disciples of White Lotus sect immediately set to work. There were a lot of animals in the forest that could be hunted. It must have been quite a long time since those from White Lotus sect occupied this hideout. Following the sect master's order, a banquet full of wine and dishes was presented. The disciples, regardless of their statuses, gathered together. The atmosphere was initially awkward, but the place was soon bustling with noises after they drank and celebrated. Yang Kai just sat beside Chu Huashang while there would be people who came over to propose a toast to him from time to time. Although Yang Kai had killed a lot of White Lotus sect's disciples when he was the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, things were different now. Presently, he was one of them, so they naturally had to strike up a relationship with him. Perhaps he would save their lives on the battlefield one day. Yang Kai could actually handle his wine quite well, though he would usually steer clear of it. He wouldn't turn anyone down when they proposed a toast to him, which was why the disciples of White Lotus sect started growing fond of him. It was the first time they discovered that this man that they regarded as a terrifying monster in the past was actually so amiable. Xiao was the most ecstatic of all. When no one proposed a toast to her, she would go around with a jar of wine and do so instead. Her straightforward attitude stunned the disciples of White Lotus sect. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-43, Even the next life won't be enough. There was already a left and right protector in White Lotus sect, and they were both fairly strong. However, following the White Lotus matriarch's order, Yang Kai became the new left protector, and his predecessor didn't even dare to object. First of all, he revered the White Lotus matriarch. Secondly, he was fully aware that he was indeed no match for Yang Kai. He would only be embarrassed if he fought for the position. At the banquet, this previous left protector proposed a toast to Yang Kai many times. After the welcoming party, Yang Kai and Xiao perfectly mingled with those from White Lotus sect. Since then, no one regarded them as outsiders anymore. It was peaceful in the days that followed. There was no doubt that the White Lotus matriarch regarded Yang Kai highly, as she would frequently visit him to discuss the current situation in the world and analyze the difference in power between White Lotus sect and Grand Qi Temple. It seemed that she had started treating him like a confidant. However, she had never demanded Yang Kai to do anything. Instead, she essentially treated him as an equal. A few months passed just like that. One day, the White Lotus matriarch was having a discussion with Chu Huashang about the assassination attempt on the current temple master of Grand Qi Temple when she abruptly stopped and turned her head. Yang Kai and Xiao were standing beside Chu Huashang like two personal bodyguards. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but start trembling at this moment as a sense of coldness rose within their bodies. Xiao shuddered and asked in puzzlement, "Why do I feel cold all of a sudden?" The White Lotus matriarch said with a smile, "The effects of the freezing blood-burning soul pills have started taking effect. It's cold now, but you'll feel hot in a moment. It will alternate between the two, and the feeling will intensify after every round until you can't stand it anymore and explode." She spoke in such a nonchalant manner that it was as though she was talking about something insignificant. 3 months have passed already? Xiao was surprised. She had fun playing with the other disciples of White Lotus sect every day, so she had lost track of time. She extended her hand towards the White Lotus matriarch. "Give me the antidote, then." The White Lotus matriarch shook her head. "There's no rush. It's the first time you've been struck by the pill's effects, so you should take some time to feel it. After all, you might not always immediately get the antidote every time the effects appear. You might have to persevere for quite some time. After getting used to it now, you won't feel so terrible in the future." "You have a point." Upon hearing her suggestion, Xiao closed her eyes and focused on the sensation she was experiencing. Yang Kai was in the same state as Xiao. The sense of coldness in his body broke out without warning, seemingly using his own strength to disturb the flow within his meridians in an uncontrollable manner. The next instant, the coldness turned into a scorching stream of heat that burned every part of his physique like magma. An excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Despite his impassive expression, he was already soaked in sweat. He then turned to look at Xiao in surprise. Xiaohi had a unique physique that allowed her to be immune to all sorts of poisons. Yang Kai didn't know why she had this kind of physique, but it had always been like this since they got to know each other. When they were in a secret hideout of White Lotus sect half a year ago, it was thanks to her physique that she was still fine after eating so much poison food. It could be said that ordinary poisons wouldn't have any effects on her. Nevertheless, even with such a physique, she was still unable to resist the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pill. Therefore, it was apparent that the freezing blood-burning soul pill wasn't purely a poison. The White Lotus matriarch and Chu Huashang were still talking about the details of the assassination as they deduced what would possibly happen and how they should proceed so that the assassination attempt would be successful. Chu Huashang attentively listened to her as she ignored the pain that the two people behind her were going through. About 4 hours later. The White Lotus matriarch nodded, "That's all. If you fail again this time, you don't have to return." Chu Huashang replied, "Don't worry, sect master. I will definitely succeed." The White Lotus matriarch nodded her head again, then suddenly ordered, "Kill them." There were only 4 people in the room. Other than the White Lotus matriarch and Chu Huashang, only Yang Kai and Xiaohi, who were struck with medicinal efficacies of the pill, were left. They had been tortured by rounds of alternating coldness and heat for the past 4 hours. The powers within their bodies were in chaos, and all their energy was used to resist the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Even an ordinary mortal would be able to easily kill the two of them, not to mention powerful cultivators like Chu Huashang and the White Lotus matriarch. Upon receiving the order, Chu Huashang didn't hesitate to reply in agreement and appeared in front of Yang Kai. As she extended her hand, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, then she directly stabbed it towards Yang Kai's heart. The dagger penetrated his chest barely a finger's length before Chu Huashang's wrist was grabbed. She was unable to continue pushing the dagger in further. A puzzled Chu Huashang turned to look at the White Lotus matriarch, who said with a smile, "It's enough. Take them with you when you carry out your mission." Chu Huashang cupped her fist, "Yes." The next moment, the White Lotus matriarch left behind 2 antidotes on the table and shuffled out of the place. Chu Huashang picked up the antidotes and stuffed them into Yang Kai and Xiaohi's mouths, allowing them to quickly feel much better. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Kai gazed at Chu Huashang and said with a light smile, "You've stabbed me another time. I suppose even the next life won't be enough to pay off this debt." Chu Huashang replied dispassionately, "In that case, I'm not going to pay up at all. It's not like I planned to from the beginning." She then turned around and reached for the door. When brushing past Yang Kai, she halted and said in a small voice, "Sect Master is a suspicious person. It was just a test, so you don't have to mind it." Certainly, Yang Kai knew it was just a test. First of all, the White Lotus matriarch wanted to find out if Chu Huashang was loyal enough to her. If she had appeared hesitant upon hearing the order, she would have been removed from the position of saintess. The White Lotus matriarch only wanted subordinates who would unconditionally obey her orders, not those who had their own opinions. Secondly, she wanted to ascertain whether Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe had really been struck with the poison of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Although the freezing blood-burning soul pills were powerful, both Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe were some of the most formidable cultivators in the world, hence, the White Lotus matriarch wasn't certain if she could control them using the freezing blood-burning soul pills. If they only pretended to be struck with the medicinal efficacies, she wouldn't be able to find out the truth. When Chu Huashang made a move, Yang Kai was completely powerless to resist, which suggested that he was really affected. Just a simple order could allow the White Lotus matriarch to cast away a number of her doubts. It could be said that she was a very cunning person. After Yang Kai stepped down as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, the 6th temple master was Yu Xingzhou, who was from Shooting Star Palace. He was already one of the 6 vice-temple masters when Yang Kai was still the temple master, and he was slightly more powerful than the other vice-temple masters. Moreover, he had built up enough reputation, so it was reasonable that he became the next temple master. Usually, it would be extremely difficult to assassinate the temple master of Grand Qi Temple. When Yang Kai was still the temple master, he had encountered countless assassination attempts, but those from White Lotus sect would always fail in the end. Nevertheless, there was a great chance to succeed today. It was the 80th birthday of the Palace Master of Shooting Star Palace. As his legacy disciple, Xianxia was expected to return to celebrate the occasion. It was also the biggest news in the world recently as countless cultivators headed to Shooting Star Palace. Those from White Lotus sect, who had been dormant for half a year, became active again. After the White Lotus matriarch was badly injured in East Star City back then, she went into hiding to recuperate. It wasn't until recently that she fully recovered. When those from White Lotus sect finally made a move, it sent a shock wave across the world. Temple Master Xianxia was assassinated on the way back to Shooting Star Palace. All 16 masters from Grand Qi Temple who had accompanied him were also killed. Many cultivators, who were heading to Shooting Star Palace, also lost their lives. It was apparent that those from White Lotus sect were trying to create a disturbance. The 80th birthday of the Palace Master of Shooting Star Palace was supposed to be a joyous event, but it turned into a calamity instead. Upon learning the news, the aged Palace Master fell ill. Additionally, when it was revealed that Xianxia was killed by Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art, all the people on the righteous side were shocked. It had to be noted that the supreme limitless spear art was unique to Yang Kai, and no one else had mastered it. Some experienced cultivators, who didn't believe the news, headed to the scene and looked into the matter, but they all expressed with grief that Xianxia was indeed killed by Yang Kai's spear technique. In other words, the 6th temple master of Grand Qi Temple was killed by the 5th temple master. In fact, there was already a rumor spreading around that after Yang Kai stepped down as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, he brought his trusted aide Luo Tinghe to betray the righteous path and side with White Lotus sect. Now, he was the left protector of White Lotus sect. However, no one believed the news as everyone knew the efforts Yang Kai had made against the White Lotus sect when he was still the temple master. Those from Divine Method Hall were especially resentful of people who spread such rumors and would always defend Yang Kai's reputation in public. Nevertheless, those from Divine Method Hall wouldn't dare to say anything this time. Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art was very special. He had tried looking for disciples with excellent aptitudes from Divine Method Hall in an attempt to pass down his spear technique. However, after 2 or 3 years, those bright disciples were unable to grasp the abstrusity of this art. They could learn the basics, but none could master it. Hence, Yang Kai was the only one who could use the supreme limitless spear art in this world. Since there was solid evidence now, even those from Divine Method Hall were unable to stand up for Yang Kai. After the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was assassinated, the world descended into chaos. In the meantime, those from White Lotus sect made a comeback and caused everyone to fall into a state of terror. The Palace Master of Shooting Star Palace passed away several days after he fell ill. He didn't even last until his 80th birthday. After Xianxia was killed and the Palace Master passed away, those from Shooting Star Palace blamed it all on Yang Kai. Even Divine Method Hall was marginalized within Grand Qi Temple. This kind of marginalization was exacerbated after Yang Kai's whereabouts were exposed. After killing Xianxia alongside Chu Huashang, Yang Kai and Xiao He headed to the next battlefield. As they fought against the masters from Grand Qi Temple, it was only natural that Yang Kai's identity was exposed. In fact, he didn't even try to hide his identity. This samsara world was built on Chu Huashang's imagination and was thus not real. It was just an illusory world he had reincarnated into, so there was no need to worry about things like morality or innocence. He just had to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier in order to achieve his goal. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-44, Killing the Saintess. On that front, progress wasn't so satisfactory. It wasn't easy to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier in this life. Yang Kai became aware of that after spending months with her.
Although she was still a woman who appeared obedient to the White Lotus matriarch, she was clearly a very ambitious person. This kind of ambition was as scorching as the sun, something Yang Kai had never seen before. Previously, she was captured by Yang Kai and went on to spend months living in the secluded valley. The way she reacted might be a pretense or a revelation of her true feelings. However, after she was freed, her latent ambitions were reignited. With Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe joining White Lotus sect, the latter's strength had greatly increased. Both of them were already two of the most powerful cultivators in the world, so with the two of them joining forces, rarely was there anyone in the world who could go up against them. When news spread that more and more leaders of Grand Qi Temple were killed, the world became anxious. If the 7 major sects could work together at this point, they might stand a chance to weather the storm. However, because of Yang Kai, the entire Divine Method Hall was marginalized. Even Emerald Smoke sect, which was the sect that Luo Tinghe hailed from, received this treatment. Moreover, following the assassination of Temple Master Yu Xingzhou, Grand Qi Temple became leaderless. The entire Grand Qi Temple had descended into chaos. At this point, the White Lotus matriarch resolutely made a decision and led the disciples of White Lotus sect to storm the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple. The battle went on for half a month. Countless people were killed on both sides. In the end, those from Grand Qi Temple lost the battle and their headquarters exchanged owners. The cultivators from the 7 major sects who survived retreated to their own sects to recuperate. The power that those from White Lotus sect had showcased in this war sent a shockwave across the world. In the past, they would only launch sneak attacks as they were as furtive as rats. Although everyone knew that White Lotus sect had taken on a lot of disciples, no one knew the exact figure. This time, they finally experienced it. When storming into the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple, the countless disciples of White Lotus sect were like a rising tide. After the war, White Lotus sect became a name that most people would fear. The White Lotus matriarch had done something that her predecessors had never managed to achieve. She had successfully occupied the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple. Over the past 100 years, those from White Lotus sect had made 3 attempts on Grand Qi Temple, but all 3 attempts failed. There was even a time when the sect master of White Lotus sect was killed in battle. After successfully seizing the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple, the White Lotus matriarch saw her reputation rising to unprecedented heights. Following the incident, those from White Lotus sect also had their own headquarters, which originally belonged to those from Grand Qi Temple. They were now visible to the public, which was unlike in the past when they had to hide in the dark. In this battle, Yang Kai had put in a lot of effort as he had killed more than 20 masters from Grand Qi Temple, which contributed greatly to the success of White Lotus sect occupying the headquarters. It wasn't until this moment that the White Lotus matriarch had complete trust in him. Because of him, Chu Huashang's status in White Lotus sect was fortified. Initially, there were other saintesses who were equal matches for her, but she was now the most outstanding of them all. The White Lotus matriarch regarded her especially highly. Although it was never made official, all the disciples of White Lotus sect believed that Chu Huashang would be the next sect master. White Lotus sect practically had no other rivals now. On the continent, those smaller sects that originally relied on Grand Qi Temple to survive had all pledged loyalty to White Lotus sect now. Like a snowball, the power of White Lotus sect increasingly strengthened. Yang Kai returned to this familiar headquarters barely a few months after he had left. He still lived in the place he had previously resided, and every day, he would follow Chu Huashang around to protect her. All the disciples of White Lotus sect knew that whatever demands Chu Huashang came up with, Yang Kai would immediately execute regardless of whether they were reasonable or not. It could be said that Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in helping Chu Huashang attain her current status. If not for him, the several assassination attempts wouldn't have been carried out so smoothly and caused immense pressure to the leaders of Grand Qi Temple. Those from White Lotus sect wouldn't have been able to defeat Grand Qi Temple with ease either. Chu Huashang became increasingly ambitious following her rise in status and the White Lotus matriarch's appreciation of her.
She was practically the second most influential person in White Lotus sect now. Presently, Yang Kai and Xiaohe were following Chu Huashang as they walked along a corridor. From the opposite direction, a charming woman who was leading her 2 personal bodyguards approached them. As their eyes met, the charming woman flashed a smile at Chu Huashang and nodded, "Little sister Chu." Chu Huashang responded with a smile, "Big sister Tian." This charming woman was one of the other saintesses of White Lotus sect. Before the rise of Chu Huashang, she was the most outstanding saintess as she was slightly more beautiful and powerful than the others. She was also most valued by the White Lotus matriarch at that time. "Where are you going, little sister Chu?" Tian Jia asked with concern. Chu Huashang replied, "I just visited the sect master, and was going to get some rest now." "Are you going to visit the sect master as well, big sister?" Tian Jia put on a faint smile, "No, I'm just walking around since I have nothing to do. In the past, I thought that Grand Qi Temple's headquarters was profound and mysterious. Now, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this place. We'll feel that something is mysterious before we obtain it. After we get it, we'll realize that there's nothing special about it." Chu Huashang smiled gently. Tian Jia shot her a meaningful glance and chuckled, "You have a point, little sister Chu, however, we'll long for something before we get it. As for whether it's really so mysterious, we'll only find out after obtaining it. Don't you agree, little sister?" "You're quite right." Chu Huashang nodded, then sported a cold expression, "I heard you're interested in my personal bodyguard, big sister." A shocked Tian Jia refuted, "Where did you hear such a rumor, little sister? Everyone in the sect knows that he's your personal bodyguard. Why would I even have my eyes on him?" Chu Huashang said with a smile, "Oh, really? Why did someone not sleep in the middle of the night yesterday and sneak into his room while naked, then?" A sense of fury overwhelmed Tian Jia as she glowered at Yang Kai, who was behind Chu Huashang. She had never expected that he would tell Chu Huashang about this kind of matter. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained unfazed. Just then, Chu Huashang charged forward as she extended her fair hand and circulated her strength in an attempt to seize Tian Jia's neck. Tian Jia had never expected that Chu Huashang, who was also a saintess of White Lotus sect, had the guts to make a move on her. The assault on a fellow disciple was a taboo in White Lotus sect, which was why she hadn't managed to react. Fortunately, the personal bodyguards behind her never put down their guard. The moment Chu Huashang made a move, they unsheathed their swords and hacked at her. If Chu Huashang didn't retract her hand, her arm would be cut off. Personal bodyguards were the most loyal servants to their saintess, and they wouldn't care about killing others to keep their charge safe. However, instead of withdrawing her hand, Chu Huashang only hastened her speed. Their swords didn't manage to come into contact with Chu Huashang as Yang Kai and Xiaohe gently pushed their palms forward and sent the 2 personal bodyguards flying away. At the same time, Chu Huashang clenched Tian Jia's fair neck and exerted more force with her hand. At that instant, Tian Jia froze and wouldn't dare to move a muscle. "Are you out of your mind?" The color drained from Tian Jia's face. Chu Huashang stared coldly at her, "How did you even have the nerve to try to seduce my personal bodyguard?" The intensifying force on her neck and the murderous intent in Chu Huashang's eyes made Tian Jia feel anxious. Upon realizing that the other woman really wanted to kill her, she regretted the decision she had made last night. In fact, all the saintesses believed that it was thanks to Yang Kai that Chu Huashang had attained her current achievements. As long as they could lure the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple to their side, Chu Huashang would no longer be a threat. Yang Kai was a man while the saintesses were women. The only way they could think of to make him side with them was to seduce him. Tian Jia had never expected that not only would Yang Kai not accept her, he had also immediately told Chu Huashang about the scandal, which rendered her powerless to defend herself. "Please forgive me, little sister. I'll never dare to do it again. I'll obey you from now on." Tian Jia begged for mercy with a pitiful expression, if you kill me here, you'll be punished. Chu Huashang remained unperturbed. Yang Kai frowned and recommended, forgive her for once. I believe she won't do it again. Kaka. The light in Tianjie's eyes went out as her entire figure went limp. Chu Huashang turned around and glared at Yang Kai, why did you ask for forgiveness on her behalf? Yang Kai parted his lips, then let out a sigh. Everything in this samsara world was built on Chu Huashang's heart barrier, so all the places and people here were nothing but illusions. As the saintess of White Lotus sect, she was obliged to go against those from Grand Qi Temple. Both parties tried to destroy each other because they had different stances. Therefore, Yang Kai wouldn't say anything regardless of how many people from Grand Qi Temple that she had killed. With that said, he wouldn't want to see Chu Huashang act so ruthless and without qualms about killing her own people. It never crossed his mind that his persuasion yielded the opposite of the desired outcome instead. Tianjie lost her life because of that. Certainly, the real Chu Huashang wasn't like this. Her memory had been completely sealed in the 9th life, and she was a totally different person now. Although she was in the wrong, you shouldn't have killed her, Yang Kai replied with a frown. Like a child who was defending her favorite toy, she spat through clenched teeth, I'll kill anyone who has their eyes on you. A joyful Shao He watched on from the side as she poked Yang Kai with her elbow and said in a small voice, she has fallen in love with you. Yang Kai wasn't certain if he should be happy or sad. Although the conflict didn't last long, the White Lotus matriarch soon got wind of it and rushed over to the scene a moment later. Upon seeing Tianjie's corpse, she sported a gloomy expression. Of all the saintesses, besides Chu Huashang, she regarded Tianjie as the most important. However, Tianjie was killed by another saintess that she treasured. This had never happened before. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-45, A Single Spark. Chu Huashang was confined following her actions. It was a taboo to assault a fellow disciple within White Lotus sect, not to mention that a saintess was killed for no reason in public. Everyone knew that if the murderer wasn't Chu Huashang, she would have lost her life then and there. The White Lotus matriarch wouldn't allow anyone to challenge her authority, and the saintesses were valuable assets of White Lotus sect. Only the sect master had the right to determine their life or death. There was no doubt that Chu Huashang had crossed the line. Certainly, the other saintesses were gleeful that such an incident had happened. Everyone believed that regardless of how much Chu Huashang was treasured in the past, the sect master would no longer regard her as important following the incident. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was confined in an underground prison. The prison was where those from Grand Qi Temple imprisoned their enemies in the past. It was cold and damp, so it wasn't suitable for humans to live long-term. The White Lotus matriarch had also ordered that no one was allowed to visit her, and only a small amount of water and food would be provided to her every day. In that case, regardless of how powerful Chu Huashang was, her health would deteriorate as time went by. The prison was guarded by some powerful cultivators, so there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Certainly, he could barge into the prison, and he believed that no one could stop him. However, by doing so, he would only bring bigger trouble to Chu Huashang. He had to wait for a chance, and one came sooner than expected. After those from Grand Qi Temple were destroyed, those from White Lotus sect took over their headquarters. Following the war, countless people from the 7 major sects were either killed or injured. Those who were still alive had returned to their own sects to recuperate. As expected, the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't miss this opportunity to destroy the rest of the survivors, as it was her biggest dream to rule over the righteous path and the wicked path. Now, the chance was right in front of her eyes. As long as she could devastate the 7 major sects, she would pull off a feat that the other sect masters of White Lotus sect had never been able to achieve before. Since many of the powerful cultivators from the major sects were either killed or wounded, it was the best time for White Lotus sect to launch a decisive attack and destroy them once and for all. However, those from White Lotus sect were used to acting in the shadows, so it wasn't their forte to deal with those sects directly.
The reason they could occupy the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple previously was that they had some distinct advantages. Moreover, they had also suffered a lot of losses after the war. Now, the White Lotus matriarch had fallen into an embarrassing situation as she didn't have anyone who could help her to deal with the 7 major sects. It wasn't that her subordinates were weak. She had many underlings who were good at one-on-one fights or assassinations, however, they were not skillful enough when it came to leading an army and marshalling soldiers. Such an opportunity was hard to come by, and if they missed it, they might not get another one. It was at that moment that Yang Kai and Xiao He suddenly barged into the main conference hall. The White Lotus matriarch sported a displeased expression and looked at him. "What's wrong, Left Protector?" Because of Chu Huashang, the White Lotus matriarch had been giving Yang Kai the cold shoulder recently. Rumor had it that the reason Chu Huashang was so reckless was that she had Yang Kai on her side. That was why she was so haughty. Regardless of whether the rumors were true, the White Lotus matriarch had to show everyone that she was acting impartial in this matter. Yang Kai cut to the chase by saying, "Give me 500 people and I'll destroy Lion Hall within 1 month." The other hall masters broke into a commotion upon hearing that. They were having a discussion on launching an attack on Lion Hall just now. Of the 7 major sects, Lion Hall was currently the weakest. That was the reason they had to target them first. This war was very important, so those from White Lotus sect had to ensure they wouldn't fail in their attempt. If they won the battle, their morale would be boosted. If they lost the battle, the advantages they had accumulated would be gone for good. The discussion hadn't gone smoothly. According to their estimation, in order to destroy Lion Hall, they had to send 1,500 people to gain the upper hand, and they must be prepared to suffer an immense loss. Certainly, they felt that Yang Kai had overestimated himself even though he was the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple. The White Lotus matriarch gazed at him with narrowed eyes. "What if you can't destroy them?" Yang Kai replied flatly, "You have complete control over my life or death. If I can't achieve my goal, I'm willing to die as a punishment." The White Lotus matriarch's lips curled up. "So, you are aware that I also have control over your life or death. Since your life belongs to me, it's not up to you to make decisions about it, otherwise, you won't be risking anything." Yang Kai frowned. "What condition do you have, then?" The White Lotus matriarch was apparently well prepared. In fact, she had already come up with such a plan after Chu Huashang was imprisoned following Tian Jie's death, so she said, "If you fail, Chu Huashang will lose her life." Yang Kai was willing to take the freezing blood-burning soul pill and join White Lotus sect for Chu Huashang. The White Lotus matriarch believed that by threatening to kill Chu Huashang, Yang Kai would do his best to achieve his goal. That was the reason she had only confined Chu Huashang instead of punishing her according to the sect's rules. She needed a competent general who could lead the army for her, and Yang Kai was the most qualified. However, she didn't want to take the initiative and asked him to do it lest she appear desperate. Now, everything was within her control. Good. Yang Kai directly agreed to it. "However, I'd also like you to agree to a condition I have." The White Lotus matriarch was fully aware of his intentions. Upon hearing that, she said with a smile, "Don't worry. If you can really destroy Lion Hall in 1 month, I'll forgive Chu Huashang for what she has done." Yang Kai nodded. "It's a deal, then. I'll give you 800 people, and I want to see success within a month," the White Lotus matriarch ordered. The next day, 300 people departed from the headquarters of White Lotus sect and headed straight towards Lion Hall. More and more people joined them along the way, and by the time they arrived at the gates of Lion Hall, there were exactly 800 of them. Yang Kai already had some experience in mobilizing soldiers during the war between the Star Boundary and Demon Realm. Forget 800 people, he had even commanded 800,000 people in battle before. Attacking Lion Hall might be a difficult task to others, but it was just a matter of time in his eyes. Those from Lion Hall were alerted long before the soldiers of White Lotus sect arrived. Not only was the entrance closed, but they had also set up some traps and a grand array to deal with the enemies. These 800 disciples from White Lotus sect didn't immediately launch an attack though. Yang Kai and Xiao He spent the next 10 days leading the powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect to launch continuous probing attacks both day and night. Sometimes, several raids would take place at the same time. Lion Hall was like a dilapidated house during a storm, so they were unable to fend off the disciples of White Lotus sect, who relentlessly attacked them from all directions. 10 days later, those from White Lotus sect had lost more than 300 people while half of the Lion Hall's leaders were killed. Countless other cultivators from Lion Hall were also killed or injured, and morale was low. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai gave the order to deal directly with the opponents. The remaining 500 White Lotus sect's disciples were high-spirited as they stormed into Lion Hall. Following a bloody carnage, they occupied Lion Hall. When Yang Kai returned to the headquarters of White Lotus sect, about 1 month had passed since he offered to destroy Lion Hall. The White Lotus matriarch was elated as she held a celebratory feast for Yang Kai. At the banquet, Chu Huashang, who had been confined for 1 month, reappeared and she was seated beside the White Lotus matriarch. They looked as close as a mother and daughter. Destroying Lion Hall served as a good start as those from White Lotus sect aimed to conquer the world. In the next 3 years, they launched even more attacks on the remaining 6 major sects. There were victories and losses on both sides, but generally speaking, White Lotus sect gained the upper hand. After Lion Hall was destroyed, Divine Method Hall, Swaying Willow sect, Shooting Star Palace, Hidden Sword Villa, and Emerald Smoke sect were also wiped out. White Lotus sect practically had no rivals in the world anymore. It had come to a point where those who showed the slightest disapproval of White Lotus sect would be killed without mercy. The smaller sects either had to go into hiding in the mountains or submit to White Lotus sect. Of the 7 major sects, only the struggling Grand Battle sect remained. A hero would always emerge in chaotic times. An extraordinary person from Grand Battle sect soon attracted everyone's attention. He was the legacy disciple of the current sect master of Grand Battle sect. His name was Lin Taido, which had something to do with the sect's name. He was brought back to the sect when he was a young child and was a righteous man who hated all things evil in the world. Besides that, he also had exceptional aptitude and intelligence. It had only been 20 years since he joined the sect, but he was already more powerful than all the previous sect masters of Grand Battle sect. He was only 25 years old now. Those from White Lotus sect were high-spirited as they charged towards Grand Battle sect. They initially thought that it would be an easy victory, but it turned out that they were faced with an unimaginable challenge. Under Lin Taido's leadership, the battle against White Lotus sect went on for about half a year. A lot of disciples from White Lotus sect were killed, but they hadn't managed to achieve their goal. An infuriated White Lotus matriarch directly ordered Chu Huashang to occupy Grand Battle sect within 3 months. Failure to do so would lead to the loss of her life. The White Lotus matriarch was not joking. Grand Battle sect was the last obstacle for White Lotus sect before they could declare hegemony over the world. By destroying Grand Battle sect, she would pull off a feat that the previous sect masters had never been able to achieve. She would be able to be the ruler of the world. Certainly, she wouldn't allow such an obstacle to get in her way. All of them knew that the White Lotus matriarch valued Yang Kai's capabilities. However, when he joined White Lotus sect back then, he said that he would only obey Chu Huashang's orders. The White Lotus matriarch was unable to directly give orders to Yang Kai, so she could only make use of Chu Huashang. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai once again showcased his talent and capabilities in leading an army. It took them 2 months before they finally seized Grand Battle sect. The White Lotus matriarch personally made a move to kill the sect master of Grand Battle sect, which would mean that they had finally gained total victory. However, after the war, they realized that many of the important figures from Grand Battle sect had already fled, including the young and famous Lin Taido. Although the White Lotus matriarch had given the order to find their whereabouts, she wasn't really bothered. After all, the 7 major sects had been destroyed. From now on,
White Lotus sect was the only supreme entity that could lead the righteous and wicked paths on this continent. Nevertheless, a single spark could start a huge blaze. The White Lotus matriarch had never expected that Lin Tai-do would bring huge trouble to her one day. Over the next 6 months, everyone on the continent went through a period of terror under the rule of White Lotus sect. The disciples of White Lotus sect became increasingly ruthless, which caused everyone to be resentful of them. On the other hand, Lin Tai-do gathered the remaining members of the 7 major sects together and attracted other disgruntled people to join him before he started a 20-year war against White Lotus sect. When the 7 major sects were destroyed, not everyone was killed. Some of them were lucky enough to have survived. Since they had a blood feud with White Lotus sect, they naturally wanted to obtain their revenge. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-46, The Wind Rises. Other than the 7 major sects, countless people in the world were resentful of White Lotus sect. Under their reign of terror, innumerable people lost their friends and family. That was why more and more people gathered around Lin Tai-do. Since White Lotus sect now ruled over the world, they had no more rivals left. The sect's leaders all indulged in an extravagant life, and even the White Lotus matriarch had put down her guard. It wasn't until half a year later when Righteous Union, led by Lin Tai-do, rose into the light that the White Lotus matriarch was alerted. However, she still wasn't bothered by it. After all, Grand Chi Temple and the 7 major sects had been destroyed by White Lotus sect, so how was Righteous Union supposed to last long? Nevertheless, every time White Lotus sect clashed with Righteous Union, they would always suffer a loss. More and more disciples were killed, and even several hall masters lost their lives within half a year. It was only then that the White Lotus matriarch woke up to reality and became wary of the newly founded Righteous Union. She ordered some powerful subordinates to find out the whereabouts of those from Righteous Union and kill them ruthlessly. Nonetheless, Righteous Union was different from Grand Chi Temple or the 7 major sects. When White Lotus sect was going up against Grand Chi Temple and the 7 major sects in the past, they were in the dark while the latter was exposed under sunlight, but it was the other way round now. After destroying Grand Chi Temple, those from White Lotus sect had their own headquarters now, but they also exposed themselves to the public. On the other hand, those from Righteous Union remained hidden since their founding. Furthermore, Lin Tai-do was a powerful and charismatic Union master. Every time those from Righteous Union launched an attack, they would bring huge trouble to White Lotus sect. It had also earned Lin Tai-do unrivaled reputation and influence. In just 5 years, Righteous Union became increasingly powerful instead of being destroyed by White Lotus sect. Although they were still unable to go up against White Lotus sect in a frontal clash, they were strong enough to not be simply wiped out. There were even times when they were able to pose serious threats to White Lotus sect. Certainly, the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't allow an opposing power to rise in her territory. She initially thought that she had pulled off a feat that the previous sect masters had never been able to achieve after destroying Grand Battle sect. Now, it seemed that she could not achieve her goal before she destroyed Righteous Union. Upon realizing the dangerous situation she was in, the White Lotus matriarch stopped being decadent and focused on fighting against Righteous Union. She had never expected that it would be so hard to deal with this new foe though. By the 10th year, Righteous Union was already as powerful as Grand Chi Temple was back then. There were victories and losses on both sides as Righteous Union and White Lotus sect clashed with one another. This made the White Lotus matriarch infuriated as she felt regretful of what she failed to do after destroying Grand Battle sect. If she had paid more attention to Lin Tai-do and ordered her subordinates to hunt down and kill him at all cost, all of this wouldn't have happened. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Her negligence in the past had caused her to be in so much trouble now. Regardless of how furious she was, she had to deal with it. Over the next 10 years, the entire world was dragged into the battle between the righteous and wicked paths. All cultivators would either have to join White Lotus sect or Righteous Union. There wasn't a third option, nor could they steer clear of the fight. The battles between both sides could be seen everywhere on this continent.
The White Lotus matriarch's days were numbered as she was now old and frail. Her dark hair had turned gray, and her face was full of wrinkles. She could feel that she wouldn't live for much longer. When she was young, she suffered a lot of injuries when fighting against Grand Qi Temple, and these dark injuries had started affecting her health as she became older. Perhaps she would slumber off one night and not see the sun the next morning. However, she hadn't managed to obtain total dominance over the wicked and righteous paths. Her victory more than 10 years ago was nothing more than an illusion. She would never be able to rest in peace before destroying Lin Tai Do and Righteous Union. Therefore, she did whatever it took to crush her last remaining foe. In just 1 year, more than half of the cultivators from both White Lotus sect and Righteous Union were killed. Every battle was significantly more intense than the ones in the past decades. Eventually, the White Lotus matriarch's wish was granted. The White Lotus sect's army managed to trap those from Righteous Union inside Crimson Wind Canyon. Crimson Wind Canyon was a natural canyon where the wide path could accommodate dozens of horses while the narrow spots would only allow several people to pass by at once. The sides of the canyon were tall precipices. With both sides of Crimson Wind Canyon blocked, those from Righteous Union had practically fallen into a death trap. Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in successfully blocking them here. It was thanks to his skills in mobilizing soldiers that they managed to lure the enemy to this place after just 3 months of battle. During that period of time, they fought with those from Righteous Union multiple times and almost failed their mission on numerous occasions. Fortunately, they succeeded in the end. The final battle was right before their eyes. The well-prepared White Lotus sect disciples stormed into Crimson Wind Canyon from both sides as both parties clashed. There would be people losing their lives every breath, and within just 1 hour, a blood river had formed in Crimson Wind Canyon. After days of intense battle, those from White Lotus sect were still being pushed back despite their multiple attempts to charge forward. Both parties were exhausted as their eyes had turned bloodshot. The White Lotus matriarch stood on a boulder above Crimson Wind Canyon as she looked down at the fight in silence. All of a sudden, she beckoned in a particular direction. Chu Huashang took a few steps forward and stood beside her. The White Lotus matriarch asked, "Chuer, do you have any solution to destroy the enemy?" Chu Huashang was fully aware of what was going on as she had been watching the fight all along, so she frankly replied, "We have to kill their leader. The others in Righteous Union pose no threat to us. As long as we can kill Lin Tai Do, Righteous Union will collapse." Upon finishing her words, she cupped her fist, "Sect Master, please allow me to personally slay Lin Tai Do." The White Lotus matriarch shook her head with a smile, "I'm glad that you're so loyal. I believe that White Lotus sect will be in good hands after you take over my position." "Sect Master," Chu Huashang hung her head low. In recent years, the White Lotus matriarch had repeatedly told her this. It was as though she intended to pass the position of sect master to her after she passed away. Although Chu Huashang was indeed the most qualified one to take over the position of sect master in White Lotus sect, she wouldn't dare to reveal her true feelings. She would always appear obedient every time the White Lotus matriarch mentioned it. The White Lotus matriarch cut her off by raising her hand, "I'm old, and my predestined time is near. Every night, I can feel those I've killed in the past come back to haunt me in my dreams. I'll pass the position of sect master to you sooner or later." She appeared sincere as it didn't seem like a test, but Chu Huashang remained silent. "Lin Tai Do is formidable. Even though you are strong, you're no match for him. There's only one person in this world who can deal with him." As the White Lotus matriarch spoke, she suddenly looked fervently at Chu Huashang. Although she never said it, Chu Huashang knew who the person was that the older woman was talking about. Yang Kai. Although they had spent nearly 20 years together, Chu Huashang still hadn't figured out how strong Yang Kai truly was. If there was anyone in the world who could defeat Lin Tai Do, it had to be Yang Kai. "Tell him to make a move. After Lin Tai Do is killed, there won't be Righteous Union anymore," the White Lotus matriarch ordered. Chu Huashang had been staying by the White Lotus matriarch's side all along, so she had discovered something that those disciples of White Lotus sect were not aware of. She suddenly realized something upon hearing what the White Lotus matriarch had said, so she appeared conflicted for a moment. The White Lotus matriarch took the younger woman's hand and patted it. I know you're an ambitious person who wants to take over the position of sect master. You want to be the noblest woman in the world. Love doesn't really matter to you, does it? I'm sure you've realized Yang Kai's feelings for you after spending 20 years with him. Why do you always keep a distance from him? I promise you that after this war, I will pass you the position of sect master. That's my only wish before my death. After you become the sect master, you'll rule over both the wicked and righteous paths. Chu Huashang pressed her lips together and appeared hesitant. Think it over. The White Lotus matriarch shot her a glance and spoke no further. She knew that Chu Huashang would make a wise decision. As expected, Chu Huashang lifted her head a moment later and replied, I will give him the order. Go on, the White Lotus matriarch nodded. It was only then that Chu Huashang turned around and flew towards the canyon. On one side of the canyon, Yang Kai was monitoring the battle. Time didn't seem to have left any marks on him even though 20 years had passed. He looked almost the same as the time when he first joined White Lotus sect. Although he was also older now, he wasn't as wrinkled as the White Lotus matriarch. He still steadfastly stayed by his side. Yang Kai saw Chu Huashang the moment she arrived as he flashed a smile at her. Is the sect master running out of patience? Tell her that righteous union will collapse within 7 days. Although Lin Taido is impressive, this is all he can do. Chu Huashang stared silently at him for a moment before saying, I want you to kill Lin Taido. Now? Yang Kai arched his brow. Chu Huashang nodded almost imperceptibly. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai put on a smile, anything you say. If you want him dead now, I'll behead him right away. I'm sure he won't be able to go against my spear. Chu Huashang's face turned pale. She parted her lips in an attempt to say something, but she couldn't utter a word in the end. Seemingly thinking of something, Yang Kai fished out something from his pocket and passed it to her. Keep this and don't let anyone discover it. A flustered Chu Huashang took it in a dazed manner. After taking a glance at where the White Lotus matriarch was located, Yang Kai said in a small voice, You must never trust the White Lotus matriarch. In an instant, Chu Huashang became stunned as if struck by lightning while the color drained from her face. When she raised her head, she realized that Yang Kai was already stepping towards the battlefield with his spear. He followed him closely. All of a sudden, she turned her head and said to Chu Huashang, You have to take good care of yourself from now on. Upon finishing her words, she pulled a face at her. Chu Huashang's eyes were soon drenched in tears as they slid down her face. When she returned to the White Lotus matriarch's side, the intense battle had begun. The morale of White Lotus sect's disciples had been boosted with Yang Kai joining the battle. Those from Righteous Union, who initially could go up against them, were instantly put at a disadvantage as more and more of them lost their lives. The White Lotus matriarch looked down at the battle with a smile. Chuer, you're lucky to have a man who is so loyal to you. Chu Huashang remained silent while feeling heartbroken. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-47, Farewell. Both sides had respectively sent more than 10,000 people to take part in the battle. Towards the end of the battle, only 10% were left. Even the most powerful cultivators were unable to ensure their own safety in this kind of situation. Lin Taido was eventually killed by Yang Kai while the rest of the leaders of Righteous Union were all destroyed. However, Yang Kai had been badly injured. After all, he was much older than Lin Taido, so he was no longer as energetic as in the past. He had to take the risk of getting wounded in order to kill Lin Taido with his spear. He was also soaked in blood as her aura was weak. Both of them were on their last legs. Before the remaining White Lotus sect's disciples could cheer for their victory, they heard rumbling sounds coming from the cliffs. At that moment,
the ground started shaking. When those who were still alive looked up, their expressions changed drastically. That was because huge rocks could be seen rolling down the precipices while burning arrows rained down on them. Although Yang Kai was drenched in blood, he still held his spear firmly and looked up in a particular direction. Over there, the White Lotus matriarch no longer appeared frail as she looked down with a flushing face. Behind her was Chu Huashang, who clenched her fists while trembling slightly. When rocks and burning arrows finally buried the entire Crimson Wind Canyon, the White Lotus matriarch couldn't help but start guffawing. The last obstacle that hindered her from ruling over the world wasn't Righteous Union, but Yang Kai. She had never been a match for Yang Kai since the beginning. Even though Righteous Union was destroyed, she still couldn't be the overlord of the world. Now, this obstacle was finally wiped out. The death chi that had surrounded her over the years vanished in an instant, and there seemed to be fewer wrinkles on her face now. Judging from how healthy she looked, she could probably live for decades to come. Chu Huashang knew that she had been set up. The White Lotus matriarch had made use of the ambition that had been burning in her heart for years. In recent years, the White Lotus matriarch always appeared to be frail in order to help fan the burning ambition in her heart. The boisterous White Lotus sect's disciples around Chu Huashang cheered for their victory. However, the noises sounded so distant to her, as though everything in this world had nothing to do with her anymore. Righteous Union and Lin Taido were destroyed while Yang Kai was killed. There was nothing in the world that could stop White Lotus sect from dominating the world. White Lotus sect was now the only great force in the world, and the White Lotus matriarch finally showcased zest that was unlike her age. She was worshipped like an overlord in the headquarters of White Lotus sect by all others. 2 months later, a metallic tang permeated the grand hall. There was a dagger plunged into the White Lotus matriarch's chest as she lay on her throne, her clothes soaked in blood. She pressed her hand against her chest while gazing at Chu Huashang in disbelief. "Why you dare?" Chu Huashang was standing on a spot that was a couple of meters away from her. Even though the White Lotus matriarch was dying, a cunning person like her might make the final strike before her death. Certainly, Chu Huashang wouldn't give her the chance. Despite her alluring face, she looked as devious as a viper at this moment. With a dispassionate expression, she said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The White Lotus matriarch coughed up blood. "I haven't passed you the recipe for the freezing blood-burning soul pills. If I die, you won't be able to live either. You'll die in just 3 months." She had complete trust in the freezing blood-burning soul pills, so she had never been suspicious of Chu Huashang. That was the reason she was caught off guard. Only the sect master of White Lotus sect had the right to take control of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Every sect master would pass the recipe to their successor before their death. "Are you talking about this?" Chu Huashang suddenly fished out a jade bottle from her clothes and poured out dozens of red pills. The White Lotus matriarch widened her eyes in disbelief. How can this be? Where did you get the recipe?" She was certain that she had never told anyone the recipe before, nor had she left behind any clues about it. There was no way Chu Huashang could have obtained it. "He gave it to me." Chu Huashang appeared melancholic when she spoke about that person and recalled the incident in Crimson Wind Canyon 2 months ago. Yang Kai passed her something before he left. After the war ended, she checked it and realized that it was the recipe for the freezing blood-burning soul pills antidotes. Judging from the weathered look of the scroll, it must have been more than 10 years old. In other words, Yang Kai had already obtained this recipe more than 10 years ago. He and Xiao He had probably resolved the poison of the freezing blood-burning soul pills long ago and were no longer controlled by it. He could have left at any moment, but he had always stayed by her side instead. Regardless of how unreasonable her demands were, he had never refused her. Even when she ordered him to die, he still willingly obliged. Certainly, the White Lotus matriarch knew who the person was that Chu Huashang was talking about. After becoming startled for a moment, she put on a bitter smile. "I'd never expected that he was an expert in the alchemic Tao on top of everything else." Yang Kai had somehow obtained the antidote recipe while being clueless about it. The only possibility that the White Lotus matriarch could think of was that merely through ingesting and studying the antidotes he got every 3 months, he was able to determine the ingredients and figured out the recipe. Ordinary alchemists would never have been able to pull off such a feat. The White Lotus matriarch even doubted whether her speculation was right despite it being the only possibility. Yes. Who could have expected that? Chu Huashang muttered under her breath. The White Lotus matriarch suddenly put on a smile. Good, very good. The sect master of White Lotus sect must be cruel and cold-hearted. You're a woman, so you're already weaker than men to begin with. If you remain so indecisive, you will destroy our foundation that has been built up for hundreds of years. I knew you were the right person. I'll be able to rest in peace, knowing that you'll be the next sect master. Chu Huashang saluted her in an elegant manner. I ask sect master to go on ahead. The White Lotus matriarch nodded and closed her eyes. Her aura became increasingly weaker until it was completely gone. A moment later, Chu Huashang stepped forward and placed her finger under the White Lotus matriarch's nose. Upon confirming that the older woman was really dead, she moved her corpse and adjusted her own clothes before sitting on the throne of the sect master. She had always dreamed of becoming the sect master, and now, her wish had finally been granted. The magnificent throne symbolized unlimited power. She had the right to determine anyone's life or death and command both the righteous and wicked path. The power she had obtained was even greater than the dreams she had as a young child. In this world, White Lotus sect had no more rivals. She looked down at the hall as though she could already envision the countless masters who would come over to pay respects to her. The corners of her mouth curled as she suddenly began to laugh. Life was too short to have a lot of dreams, and a person would be considered lucky if they could make even one of them come true. Chu Huashang had managed to achieve that and more though. However, innumerable people had lost their lives for her victory. Her unrestrained laugh reverberated across the empty hall, but no one could share her happiness. Presently, she was only accompanied by a corpse. As she laughed, she suddenly broke down into tears. Her tears slid down her face like pearls after the string had snapped. Appearing heartbroken, she covered her face with her hands. There was nothing in the world she feared while she had the unconditional love of that man. It wasn't until she lost him that she realized he had become an inseparable part of her life. While sitting on the throne, she finally discovered that her dream wasn't worth anything. The man she had always neglected in the past was the most valuable treasure she had. However, she had lost him forever. All she could think of now were those few months she had spent living in that log house by the lake. That was undoubtedly the happiest time in her life. At that moment, she felt she could feel the gentle breeze brushing past her cheek as she placed her hands behind her head. While looking up at the starry sky, she listened to the love story of 9 lives. At that time, there were no deceptions and battles in her life. All she had was that man's unconditional love. She missed that time so much. In the next life, I'll repay what I owe you. Chu Huashang lifted her sword to her neck as the sharp blade cut her delicate skin, preparing to end it all, but while her eyes were drenched in tears, she suddenly caught sight of a figure abruptly appearing before her. The person was wearing a mask made from iron, but even though his face was covered, his figure was all too familiar. Chu Huashang thought that her sorrow was causing her to hallucinate as she looked dazedly at the person, so she did not hesitate to exert more force with her hand. It wasn't until her wrist was clenched by the person that her entire figure shook. Behind that person, Xiaohe stuck out her head while appearing puzzled. Why are you trying to kill yourself all of a sudden? You looked so happy a moment ago. How strange. Old man? Chu Huashang quickly wiped away her tears and asked in a shaking voice. The person took her sword and tossed it away before the weapon clanged to the ground. He gently stroked her head and said, "Good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I won't die so easily." Chu Huashang couldn't believe her eyes as she attempted to take off the person's iron mask. My face was burned. It might scare you, Yang Kai said. Without hesitation, Chu Huashang took off the mask and saw a contorted face that was caused by burn marks. The face was so hideous that a toddler would break into tears upon seeing it. However, Chu Huashang crashed into the man's embrace and hugged him tightly as though she was trying to merge with his body. She sniffed at the man's scent as if she was trying to imprint it in the deepest part of her mind. Regardless of how many rounds of reincarnation she had to go through, she would never forget his scent. Yang Kai's clothes were smeared by her tears and snot while the woman was laughing and crying at the same time. Xiao He looked at them with a tilted head and couldn't help but remark, the couple has finally gotten together. How wonderful. All of a sudden, Chu Huashang froze, and the next moment, she lifted her head from the man's embrace and looked up at him with a perplexed expression. Junior brother? Yang Kai let out a long breath. You're finally awake, senior sister. It had been a difficult life for him as it was much harder to wake Chu Huashang up compared to the previous 8 lives. This couldn't be helped, as Chu Huashang was overly ambitious in this life to the point that she neglected her own feelings. Yang Kai had been working hard to win her heart by staying by her side for 20 years. Even though he had made some progress, he still hadn't managed to shatter her heart barrier. Therefore, he decided to take a risk by helping her fulfill her wish and satisfy her ambition. She would only have time to examine her true feelings after that. Even if the White Lotus matriarch hadn't come up with the plot during the battle at Crimson Wind Canyon, Yang Kai would still have pretended to die to fulfill his plan. However, the White Lotus matriarch's plot almost caused him to really lose his life there. Yang Kai had no idea what would have happened if he was really killed. Fortunately, the outcome turned out to be what he had hoped to see. After going through 9 rounds of reincarnation, Chu Huashang finally resolved her heart and regained herself after her heart barrier was shattered. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-48, Martial Aunt Luo. Yes, I'm awake. Chu Huashang snuggled up to Yang Kai with a joyous expression. Thank you, for everything. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and ran his fingers through her hair. Then, Chu Huashang lifted her head and looked over his shoulder before asking in puzzlement, what's going on with Xiao He? Since her heart barrier was shattered, her memory was also restored. Certainly, she had recalled everything that had happened in the rounds of reincarnation. Since the 6th life, Xiao He had always appeared in the samsara worlds that were built upon her heart barrier, which concerned her. She didn't remember anything about a woman named Luo Ting He. Supposedly, such a person shouldn't have appeared in her samsara worlds. I have no idea either, however, I think we'll find out about it after we leave this place. Chu Huashang nodded and lifted her head from the man's embrace before looking at him with a sly gaze. Well, I'll see you in the next life then. Yang Kai was flabbergasted upon hearing that and in a half-panic asked, there's a next life? Without replying to him, Chu Huashang winked at him in a cheeky manner. Just then, everything around him started dissipating like a burning picture scroll. Yang Kai watched his own figure disappearing into the void as his consciousness seemed to have set off on a long journey. When he came to his senses, he realized that it was pitch black around him. Soon, a light tore through the darkness and expanded as the view inside the Samsara pavilion came into his sight. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before realizing that there wasn't a next life. 9 lives was the limit in the Samsara pavilion, which was also the number of lives Chu Huashang had set up for her heart barrier. She was just pulling a prank earlier. He slowly shook his head as he was torn between tears and laughter. After stepping out of the tree cave, he looked up at the sky. Although he finally returned to the real world, Yang Kai still found it to be surreal. The experiences and hardships he had gone through in the 9 lives were so vivid that it was as though they had just happened the day before. The experiences felt so real that it could be said they had actually happened. Yang Kai could clearly feel that after 9 rounds of reincarnation, he was now in a much calmer state. Only a bit more than 100 years had passed after 9 rounds of reincarnation, but it was equivalent to 1,000 years of training for his mental state. The Samsara Pavilion was indeed a place where hearts were trained and tempered. If a person's cultivation had progressed too quickly while he was in an unstable mental state, he would gain a lot of benefits by training inside the Samsara Pavilion. Without the need for any reason, Yang Kai started walking in a particular direction. Although there were no clear indications, he was certain that Chu Huashang was in that direction. Their hearts were now connected after 9 rounds of reincarnation. While he was on his way, he saw an alluring woman moving towards him. As their eyes met, Chu Huashang put on a smile and shuffled over. Yang Kai extended his hand and said, "Let's go. Martial Aunt, you must be worried about us." And, Chu Huashang obediently placed her hand in Yang Kai's. A lot of people were moving around outside the Samsara Pavilion. It had been about 130 years since Yang Kai entered the Samsara Pavilion. To an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, this was a period of time that was longer than their lifetime. However, to an open heaven realm master, it was no more than a short, secluded cultivation session. When Yu Xiangdai had some free time recently, she would come here to wait outside the Samsara Pavilion. Unfortunately, after she waited for many years, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were still nowhere in sight. On the other hand, Chen Xiu's 2 disciples had walked out of the Samsara Pavilion not long after they entered it. During the past 10+ years, Yu Xiangdai had spent more time waiting in this place. That was because, according to her estimations, if Yang Kai could successfully bring Chu Huashang out of the Samsara Pavilion, it would happen around this time. Waiting wasn't something that felt boring to her. She had been waiting for a particular man to notice her for many more years, so she was already used to the feeling. When 2 familiar figures stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion hand in hand, Yu Xiangdai let out a long breath as the worry in her heart over the years finally abated. "Martial Aunt Yu." Yang Kai and Chu Huashang saluted her at the same time. Yu Xiangdai darted her gaze between the 2 of them with an amiable smile before nodding with satisfaction, "I'm glad that both of you are back. You must have suffered a lot." She had received training in the Samsara Pavilion before, so she knew what they would face inside. Contrary to her initial assumptions, the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had set up must have been extremely difficult to overcome, so the hardships they had gone through must be more intense than her own experiences in the past. "Many thanks for your concern, Martial Aunt," Yang Kai said. Yu Xiangdai shook her head, "It's nothing. In any case, both of you must be exhausted. Go get some rest now. There's no hurry." Yang Kai shook his head and turned to look in the Samsara Pavilion's direction. "Let's wait a while longer." A puzzled Yu Xiangdai asked, "What are you waiting for?" Chu Huashang knew what Yang Kai was waiting for, but just when she was ready to ask Yu Xiangdai whether the latter knew someone named Luo Tinghe, Yu Xiangdai widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked over their shoulders. At that moment, a powerful aura could be felt rapidly approaching them. Chu Huashang turned her head and saw Xiaohe descending from the sky with a smile. She soon landed on the ground. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang traded glances as they had already expected it. Xiaohe had always appeared by their side since the 6th life, therefore, they speculated that she must be a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven who for some reason was swept into their samsara worlds. Now, they had gone through 9 rounds of reincarnation and left the Samsara Pavilion. It must be the same case for Luo Tinghe. The person Yang Kai was waiting for was naturally Luo Tinghe. Judging from Yu Xiangdai's expression, it was apparent that she knew Luo Tinghe. Moreover, they seemed really close. "Senior Sister Luo," disbelief was written all over Yu Xiangdai's face as she spoke in a shaking voice, clearly on the brink of breaking into tears as she asked, "Is that really you? Senior Sister Luo?" Upon hearing how Yu Xiangdai addressed the woman, Chu Huashang realized something. Luo Tinghe and her honored master were supposedly from the same generation, but she had never heard of her before. "Xiao Dai." Luo Tinghe called out with a smile. The next moment, Yu Xiangdai crashed into Luo Tinghe's arms and hugged her tightly as her shoulders trembled.
Luo Tinghe's face twitched as she gazed at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang with a helpless expression. She patted Yu Xiangdai's back and said, There. You're an adult now, so why do you still love to cry just like when you were a child? Where's that good-for-nothing boy? Did he bully you?" While hugging her tightly, Yu Xiangdai shook her head. A helpless Luo Tinghe muttered in a small voice, "They're watching you." It was only then that Yu Xiangdai started flushing as she bashfully moved away. Then, she turned her head to glower at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. One of them quickly looked up at the sky while the other gazed at the ground. "Why haven't you saluted her yet?" Yu Xiangdai spoke in a stern voice in an attempt to restore her authority. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang quickly cupped their fists. "Greetings, Martial Aunt Luo." Luo Tinghe waved her hand. "Stop calling me that. It's not like we're strangers. Just call me Shao He as usual." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This junior wouldn't dare. In their 9th life, he had always called his crazy and muddle-headed personal bodyguard Shao He. Since he was aware of her true identity now, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be impolite. A perplexed Yu Xiangdai gazed at Luo Tinghe as she had no idea why her senior sister and Yang Kai seemed to be so familiar with one another. Just then, Luo Tinghe frowned as though she was bothered by some kind of difficulty. "We'll catch up later. There's something I have to do now." Yu Xiangdai quickly asked, "Do you need any help?" With a smile, Luo Tinghe stroked the other woman's head. "My internal qi is surging and my small universe is trembling now. I'm about to achieve a breakthrough. How are you going to help me?" A pleasantly surprised Yu Xiangdai asked, "You're about to achieve a breakthrough?" Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were shocked as well. Luo Tinghe's aura had been conspicuous since she stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion, and the fluctuations she gave off indicated that she was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai initially thought that she was unable to curb her aura after staying in the Samsara Pavilion for too long. Apparently, that wasn't the case though. The reason behind it was that she was about to achieve a breakthrough. Since she was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master now, naturally she was going to ascend to the 8th order. An 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would be considered a supreme elder or ancestor in any of those cave heavens or paradises. It wasn't that Yang Kai had never seen 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters before, but it was the first time he was about to witness a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master ascending to the 8th order. His interest had been piqued. If nothing unexpected happened, he would make it to the 8th order Open Heaven realm one day as well. If he could observe the process now, he might gain something from it that would help with his breakthrough in the future. Chu Huashang shared the same sentiment, so she stared fixedly at Luo Tinghe. The next instant, Luo Tinghe leaped into the air and said to Yu Xiangdai, "Wait for me. I'll be right back." Certainly, Yu Xiangdai would wait for her return. Luo Tinghe didn't head to a faraway place, stopping at a spot that was 1,000 or so kilometers away from the spirit province where the Samsara Pavilion was located. As she sat down with her legs crossed and formed a hand seal. The world force swirled around her as the illusory phantom of her small universe flickered behind her back. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang stared fixedly at her. All of a sudden, Yu Xiangdai turned around and saluted the two of them. "Thank you." A flabbergasted Yang Kai stepped aside and asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean, Martial Aunt you?" Chu Huashang also had no idea what was going on. She didn't understand why Yu Xiangdai saluted them as they were her juniors. Yu Xiangdai said, "Thank you for bringing senior sister Luo out of the Samsara Pavilion." Yang Kai exchanged glances with Chu Huashang, then shook his head. "You've got it wrong, Martial Aunt you. We didn't do anything. Instead, Martial Aunt Luo helped us a lot. It is we who should thank her." Yu Xiangdai put on a smile. "Do you know how long senior sister Luo has been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion?" Before they could reply to her, she went on to say, "It has been 2,000 years. 2,000 years. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were astounded upon hearing that.
Although they had speculated that Luo Tinghe was a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven who had barged into their samsara worlds, they hadn't expected that she had been trapped inside for 2,000 years. The Samsara Pavilion was a place where Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples trained their hearts. Although the place appeared serene, it was paved with danger. Regardless of whether they cultivated the heartfelt Tao or the heartless Tao, Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples had to fall in love at some point in order to advance. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-49, Incredible Contribution. It was rumored that the disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven were all lascivious people. However, they didn't know that these seemingly unscrupulous people were the most loyal partners out there. A lot of Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples entered the Samsara Pavilion to receive training and set up heart barriers for themselves, but they became lost inside forever. Since time immemorial, countless Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion as they were no longer able to tell reality and illusion apart. They had lost their way in the rounds of reincarnation. Luo Tinghe was one of them. There had never been any news about her since she entered the Samsara Pavilion 2,000 years ago. It wasn't until this day that she reappeared. Senior sister cultivated the heartfelt Tao, and she had a partner who was also deeply in love with her. Although the challenge was difficult for them, they were supposedly able to surmount it. Unfortunately. What happened? Chu Huashang asked with anxiety. Although she knew that something must have happened that caused Luo Tinghe to be trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years, she still couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Yuxiang Dai shook her head and let out a sigh. Senior sister is a willful person. When she decides to do something, no one can stop her. That day, Brother Su had an argument with her, saying that no one could pass the test of 9 reincarnations in the Samsara Pavilion. Senior sister argued that she could do it, so she entered the Samsara Pavilion without telling anyone about it. Brother Su and I were unable to stop her and, at that time, Senior Brother Sun was trying to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Although she didn't explain who Senior Brother Sun was, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang knew that he was supposed to be Luo Tinghe's partner. She had faith in the love between them, and she believed that Senior Brother Sun would be able to bring her out of the Samsara Pavilion, so she didn't have a discussion with him before that. An accident happened when Senior Brother Sun was trying to ascend to the 8th Order, and he passed away. Yuxiang Dai appeared melancholic as she recalled the incident from 2,000 years ago. The higher the order in the open heaven realm, the harder it is to achieve a breakthrough. Although Senior Brother Sun was well prepared, he still failed in his attempt in the end. Was that why Martial Aunt Luo was trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion? Chu Huashang asked. Yuxiang Dai nodded. Since Senior Brother Sun had passed away, no one could shatter Senior Sister Luo's heart barrier anymore. That was why no one was able to bring her out of that place. Chu Huashang suddenly recalled something as she said, so, the person that honored master had mentioned was Martial Aunt Luo. Yuxiang Dai shot her a curious glance. What did Brother Su say? Chu Huashang replied, there was once when honored master was quite drunk. He said he had wronged a senior sister long ago, but he didn't delve into it, so I wasn't sure what he was talking about. Now, it seems that the person he had mentioned was Martial Aunt Luo. If he hadn't argued with Luo Tinghe, she wouldn't have dashed into the Samsara Pavilion on a whim and become trapped inside it for such a long time. Yuxiang Dai snorted, he's guilty of wronging more than just one senior sister. Chu Huashang knew a thing or two about what was going on between her honored master and Yuxiang Dai, but she wouldn't dare to say anything now, so she just stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. All of a sudden, Yang Kai realized a problem. Martial Uncle's son passed away after Martial Aunt Luo entered the Samsara Pavilion. It wasn't until 2,000 years had passed that she got out of the Samsara Pavilion. Does it mean that she isn't aware of what happened? I suppose she's aware of it. Yuxiang Dai put on a bitter smile. Back then, Brother Su and I entered the Samsara Pavilion to look for her. There was once when we finally found her and told her about the news. At that time, her memory had been restored, but she soon reincarnated into the next life. Brother Su and I couldn't find her again after that. Yang Kai nodded in response. A puzzled Chu Huashang asked, in that case, how did Martial Aunt Luo manage to leave the Samsara Pavilion together with me? Yu Xiangdai replied, that's where I have to thank you. Both of you have been through 9 reincarnations, right? Yang Kai and Chu Huashang nodded their heads together. At that time, Brother Su argued with senior sister that no one could ever pass the test of 9 reincarnations. Senior sister said that she and senior brother Sun could do that, so she entered the Samsara Pavilion without telling anyone. Brother Su and I thought that the heart barrier she had set up must have something to do with senior brother Sun and her, and that they must experience 9 reincarnations together for her to leave. However, now it seems that it was just one of the ways to break the heart barrier. Another way to do it was to witness another couple passing the test of 9 reincarnations. The two of you completed just that, so senior sister Luo's heart barrier was also shattered. That was why she could leave the Samsara Pavilion. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai said, it was no wonder that Martial Aunt Luo had started appearing by our side after the 6th life. It seems that our reincarnations had something to do with her heart barrier. That was the only reasonable explanation. Yang Kai had always wondered why Xiao He had started appearing by Chu Huashang and his side with different identities since the 6th life. He initially thought that she was a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven whose consciousness happened to be tangled up with their reincarnations. Now, it seemed that it had something to do with the heart barrier she had built as she had to witness another couple completing the test of 9 reincarnations. Hence, she started taking part in their journey in the 6th life. The experiences in the previous lives were still alright, but when Yang Kai recalled that he had been bossing Luo Tinghe around when she was his personal bodyguard in the 9th life, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He thus asked in a small voice, Martial Aunt Yu, is Martial Aunt Luo a small-minded person? Yu Xiangdai shot him a glance, what's wrong? Did you do anything wrong to her in the Samsara Pavilion? Yang Kai quickly denied it, no. How could that be possible? Yu Xiangdai smiled gently, I don't know if senior sister is a small-minded person, but brother Su was always bullied by her when he was a boy. Both of us were raised by senior sister, so while she's like an elder sister, she is also like a mother to us. If brother Su finds out that she has gotten out of the Samsara Pavilion, I'm sure he'll be relieved. Yang Kai said nonchalantly, when Martial Uncle Su returns to Yinyang Cave Heaven, he'll naturally find out about this good news. Yu Xiangdai and Chu Huashang fell silent. A lot of people are coming. Yang Kai suddenly looked into the distance. Although they were 1,000 kilometers apart, Yang Kai could still feel the surging world force coming from Luo Tinghe. As they spoke, the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven who had rarely stepped out of their homes began showing up. It was apparent that they became aware of the Ascension attempt. Chen Xiu rushed over to this place with his 2 disciples as they watched the Ascension from a place that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Beside him were Tao Ling Wan and Feng Qingxi, who gently nodded at Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai nodded back at them. There were also a lot of 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that Yang Kai had never seen before. In just over an hour, hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters had arrived in groups or as individuals as they found suitable locations to observe Luo Tinghe's ascension. It was rare to see a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master ascending to the 8th Order even in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, so whenever that happened, it would attract countless Open Heaven Realm Masters to come over. To those who intended to make it to the 8th Order, such observation was greatly beneficial to them. Even those who didn't have the chance to ascend to the 8th Order, they could still watch it as they might get something out of it. Although Yang Kai couldn't detect the presence of any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he could faintly feel that some people were paying attention to this place in the dark. There was no doubt that they were the ancestors of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Senior sister is a genius who is one of the most talented people in the Cave Heavens and Paradises. When she ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, she did so directly to the 7th Order. There was a proud expression on Yu Xiangdai's face when she mentioned Luo Tinghe. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were astounded, she directly broke through to the seventh order? Yu Xiangdai nodded. The two of them exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Most of the Open Heaven Realm masters in the world had no hope of making it to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm in their lifetime. Their starting point determined how far they could go in the Open Heaven Realm. Those who started out below the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm would never see the high rank. Even those who directly ascended to the Fifth Order would be at risk of losing their lives when trying to break through. However, Luo Tinghe had directly made it to the Seventh Order. In other words, her starting point in the Open Heaven Realm was already much higher than 99% of all Open Heaven Realm masters. This kind of disparity was truly dispiriting. Yang Kai knew that there were people who could directly ascend to the Seventh Order, as he too had such a dream in the past. Only by directly ascending to the Seventh Order would one stand a chance to reach the highest Ninth Order. That was the peak of the Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, life was not a bed of flowers. Although he had a solid foundation and heritage, Yang Kai was forced and made his decision to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm outside of Shadowless Cave Heaven in the end. After he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, his starting point in the Open Heaven Realm became the Sixth Order, which was equivalent to the core disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. At that time, he didn't understand why those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises repeatedly stopped him from ascending to the Seventh Order and even risked tarnishing their reputations to oppress him, so he was furious about it. Although he found out that it had something to do with the Black Ink clan at a later time, he still couldn't get over it completely. After all, his pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao had been cut off. This was something that was unforgivable. In the 3,000 worlds, apparently, only the disciples born in the Cave Heavens and Paradises who were proven to be loyal and righteous had the right to directly ascend to the Seventh Order. Even taking all 108 Cave Heavens and Paradises into consideration, only one such disciple would emerge every 1,000 years or so. Luo Tinghe was one such disciple. It was the greatest honor to be able to directly ascend to the Seventh Order, and it was also a symbol of power. Only a person like her had the right to take a peek at the greatest power of the Ninth Order. Yang Kai had never expected that Luo Tinghe was a cultivator who had directly broken through to the Seventh Order. It was also his first time meeting such a person. He could imagine that those from Yinyang Cave Heaven must have been heartbroken when Luo Tinghe was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion back then. They must have put in a lot of effort to save her, but it was apparent that their attempts had failed. By going through 9 reincarnations, Chu Huashang and Yang Kai accidentally brought Luo Tinghe out of the Samsara Pavilion. In other words, both of them had made an incredible contribution to Yinyang Cave Heaven. That was because they didn't just save a high-rank Open Heaven Realm master, but a potential master who could rise to the greatest heights in the future. There was no doubt that of the two of them, Yang Kai had made a bigger contribution. That was because he was the one who had been working hard to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier throughout the 9 reincarnations. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had saved both Luo Tinghe and Chu Huashang. Martial Peak, Chapter 4850, I'm a well-behaved person. An ascension from the 7th Order to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm couldn't be achieved in a short time. Perhaps it would take days or even months, however, the spectators didn't appear to be impatient at all, as they wouldn't miss any details. The Samsara Pavilion was where hearts were trained, so regardless of how long a person stayed inside it, their cultivation wouldn't increase one bit. Luo Tinghe must have reached the critical point of achieving a breakthrough 2000 ago, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve an ascension as soon as she got out of the Samsara Pavilion. 2,000 years of reincarnation may have even been what triggered the chance for her to achieve ascension. In other words, if she hadn't dashed into the Samsara Pavilion on a whim, she would have become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master a long time ago. Shao Chuer, you directly ascended to the 6th Order back then, so you'll have a chance to make it to the 8th Order. It will be beneficial for you to observe, Yu Xiangdai said. Chu Huashang nodded with a solemn expression. The danger that an Open Heaven Realm Master faces when achieving an ascension is related to the strengthening of their small universe. There is a limit to a small universe's capacity, so if the cultivator is unable to bear the sudden increase in power, their small universe would be at risk of collapsing. That is the kind of risk that senior sister Luo has to face now, and it is also the kind of risk that all Open Heaven Realm Masters have to deal with. In your case, you're a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who will make it to the 7th Order one day. The risk you will have to face at that time is that your small universe must materialize, which is the hardest part. It's even more dangerous than what your martial aunt Luo is facing. Chu Huashang said respectfully, "Please enlighten me, martial aunt." Yu Xiangdai let out a sigh. Brother Su is supposed to be the one who tells you this, however, since he's not around, I'll do so on his behalf. During the materialization process, your small universe will face an unimaginable impact. It's just like a monster beast that has to condense a monster core in their body when their cultivation reaches a certain level. If your power is unstable, you won't be able to achieve your goal. Therefore, before you ascend to the 7th Order, you have to make sure that you have accumulated enough heritage. If your heritage is insufficient, your small universe won't be able to materialize, and that will be a fatal disaster. Countless disciples from the cave heavens and paradises have lost their lives during the process. That's the reason there are so few high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the cave heavens and paradises. Since time immemorial, there were not many in the cave heavens and paradises who directly ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but there must be many people who had directly made it to the 5th Order. After years of accumulation, these disciples who had directly ascended to the 5th Order were supposed to make it to the 6th Order and even the 7th Order if nothing unexpected happened. However, if it was so easy to ascend to the 7th Order, there would have been more than 10,000 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in each of the cave heavens and paradises by now. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there should also be a lot of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the second-class Great Forces. Nevertheless, the truth was that none of the cave heavens or paradises had a lot of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were likely other reasons for this situation as well, but the huge risk associated with crossing over to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm was undoubtedly a big one. Those disciples who had the right to attempt an ascension to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm either didn't have the confidence to give it a try as they hadn't accumulated enough heritage, or had lost their lives during the process. The gap between the 6th Order and the 7th Order was a dividing line, and even after one made it to the 7th Order, it would be extremely difficult to ascend to the next realm. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something as he asked, "In that case, the 4 Great Pillars and 12 Minor Pillars must be very useful for the Open Heaven Realm Masters when ascending to the next order." Yu Xiangdai nodded. "That's to be expected. When an Open Heaven Realm Master achieves an ascension, their small universe will be faced with a violent impact. The 4 Great Pillars and 12 Minor Pillars are very useful in stabilizing one's small universes. However, you have to understand that only the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have the right to refine the 12 Minor Pillars. Although those things might be useful to cultivators below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, they're unable to use them. The only things that are useful to them are the 4 Great Pillars. Nevertheless, those are even rarer. How is the average person supposed to get their hands on them?" As she spoke, she shot Yang Kai a wry glance to mean that he was truly lucky. It wasn't a secret in the cave heavens and paradises that Yang Kai possessed the World Spring, which could protect his small universe from external intrusion or impact. Even the black ink strength didn't have any effect on Yang Kai. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were envious of him because of that. Yang Kai initially thought that the only uses of the World Spring were to help him fend off external forces and fortify his small universe, so it surprised him to learn that it was also useful during breakthroughs. With one of the 4 Great Pillars in one's body, not only could they ensure that their small universe would be freed from any external influences, but it could also allow the cultivator to have no worries about raising living creatures in his or her body to strengthen their heritage. Additionally, it could fend off the invasion of black ink strength. Furthermore, it was very useful when the cultivator achieved an ascension. Now, it seemed that the 4 Great Pillars were indeed some of the most precious treasures in the world. They were just as precious as the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree that Yang Kai had obtained. To the Open Heaven Realm Masters, perhaps the 4 great pillars may even be more valuable. Martial Antu, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you about, Yang Kai said humbly. Yu Xiangdai replied, go ahead. I'm sure you know a thing or two about my situation. I'm a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, and I feel that I'm just one step away from the 7th Order. What would I face when I try to break through to the 7th Order? Yu Xiangdai was shocked by how fast Yang Kai could accumulate his heritage. It had to be noted that it had only been 300 or so years since he directly ascended to the 5th Order outside of Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven. On top of that, the 130 years he had spent in the Samsara Pavilion had to be excluded because he wasn't cultivating at all during that period. Not only had Yang Kai ascended from the 5th Order to the 6th Order so quickly, but he was also now just one step away from the 7th Order. She had never heard that anyone was able to cultivate so quickly in the open heaven realm. Accumulation was of utmost importance in the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. There were no other ways to rapidly increase one's heritage. A long period of accumulation was inevitable for all open heaven realm masters. Every open heaven realm master had to spend a painfully long time cultivating to reach the next order. It was possible for a 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Master to ascend to the 4th Order after 300 years of cultivating, but it was close to impossible for a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make it to the 7th Order within the same amount of time. However, the truth was right before Yu Xiangdai's eyes. She knew and could even feel that Yang Kai was indeed strong. In Langya Paradise, he single-handedly defeated all its 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. No one was a match for him. It was apparent that the average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master couldn't compete against him. He must be at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, she was unable to answer Yang Kai's question. Usually, the most important thing when a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master ascended to the 7th Order was the materialization of the small universe, but Yang Kai was different. His small universe had already materialized when he made it to the 5th Order, so he didn't have to face the biggest problem that troubled other Open Heaven Realm Masters. After giving it a thought, Yu Xiangdai shook her head. To be honest with you, I've never met an Open Heaven Realm Master like you before. I've discussed with my fellow brothers and sisters regarding your situation, and we believe that the uniqueness of your small universe might have something to do with the fact that you're an expert in the Tao of Space. Has no one cultivated the Tao of Space before me? There were many people who had cultivated the Tao of Space before, but none had attainments as high as yours, therefore, I'm not sure what you will face when ascending to the 7th Order. However, I suppose you won't face the common problems that trouble other cultivators. Moreover, you have the World Spring to protect your small universe, so I think that there won't be a problem when try to reach the 7th Order. She then paused for a moment before continuing, with that said, you'd still better be careful. Look for a quiet place and cultivate in seclusion. Deduce the problems you might face when achieving an ascension so that you won't be flustered when that time comes. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. He already had the intention to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm a long time ago, however, his 100-year promise with Chu Huashang was about to be due at that time, so he put it off until now. Presently, Chu Huashang had gotten out of the Samsara Pavilion, so after everything was settled in Yinyang Cave Heaven, Yang Kai planned to start cultivating in seclusion. As he thought of the proprietress all of a sudden, he quickly asked, Martial Antu, has Lan Yu Ruo from Void Land exited seclusion yet? Yu Xiangdai replied, she had already left seclusion while you were inside the chaotic dead territory. Don't worry, she's now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai arched his brow. He had spent several dozen years in the chaotic dead territory and more than 100 years in the Samsara Pavilion. So, it had been quite a long time since the proprietress stopped cultivating in seclusion. Upon learning that she had successfully made it to the 7th Order, he was relieved. The main reason was that the proprietress had cultivated in seclusion for a very long time, so he wasn't sure if everything was going well for her. Even if she was facing any problems though, outsiders were unable to lend her a hand. Since she had ascended to the 7th Order, she had to face the problem that the high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were not from the cave heavens and paradises, had to deal with. What's the stance of the cave heavens and paradises about her? Yang Kai asked. Yu Xiangdai replied, C2 Kong from Xianyuan Cave Heaven has stepped forward to vouch for her, so no one will make a move on her. Don't worry about it. Because of the matter regarding the Black Ink disciples, the cave heavens and paradises were wary of the high-rank open heaven realm masters that emerged in other great forces. As such, they would lure those high-rank open heaven realm masters to their own sects to keep an eye on them, which caused a misunderstanding among the general public. Some people would secretly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm and then sneak into the shattered heaven. It was the same case for Bright Sun Divine Monarch Cheng Yang, Xia Lin Lang, and others. However, those from the cave heavens and paradises were unable to explain anything about the Black Ink clan to the public. Even the vice sect master of Langya Paradise, Yuan Du, was unable to resist the allure of the Black Ink strength as he took the initiative to give a sacrificial offering to the Black Ink clan in order to break through his own shackles. It couldn't be guaranteed that others wouldn't be tempted upon learning the powers of the Black Ink strength. After turning into Black Ink disciples, they would no longer be restricted by their starting point in the open heaven realm, which was temptation enough for a lot of people, especially those ambitious people who had a low starting point. However, the proprietress was originally from First Inn, which was a business backed by C2 Kong, who was from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. With his assurance, together with the connections the proprietress had built up over the years, she could ensure her own independence. At the very least, she wouldn't fall into the situation that the other high-rank open heaven realm masters who were not from the cave heavens and paradises had to deal with. All of a sudden, Yu Xiangdai shot a meaningful glance at Chu Huashang. Shao Chuer, you must be careful in the future. This brat is not someone who is content with his lot. He might even bring back more women in the future. Chu Huashang nodded repeatedly, yes, martial aunt. An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, please stop slandering me, martial aunt you. I've never been a licentious man. I'm a well-behaved person who always stays within his bounds. Chu Huashang looked smilingly at him, oh, really? What's going on with you and senior sister Tao then? Weren't you supposed to tell me about that? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I was just about to explain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4851, Myriad Law Mantra. Yang Kai then started talking about everything that had happened after he arrived at Yinyang Cave Heaven in detail. Chen Xiu asked Tao Ling Wan to take care of him, but this woman suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of him. He was kind enough to help her restore order from chaos, but due to the uniqueness of Yinyang Cave Heaven's secret art, he left behind a trace of his aura in her small universe. As a result, Tao Ling Wan would need his help if she wanted to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm one day. Chu Huashang attentively listened to him. A moment later, she let out a sigh. Senior sister Tao is the victim of this incident. In fact, Yang Kai was the victim here too because he knew nothing before the incident happened. If someone suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of him, he would immediately help them, not to mention that the person was a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven. However, he hadn't expected that his actions would invite such trouble. From Tao Ling Wan's perspective, she was just obeying her honored master's order. Given her temperament, she wouldn't refute Chen Xiu regardless of what demands he came up with. To Chen Xiu, he was just trying to save Yinyang Cave Heaven's face and resolve the embarrassing situation it found itself in. He was even willing to sacrifice his disciples' happiness in order to achieve that. Certainly, in his consideration, Yang Kai was good enough for Tao Ling Wan when it came to his status and aptitude. It would be a good thing if they could get together. On the other hand, Fengcheng Si would enter the Samsara Pavilion to save Chu Huashang. That would be a win-win situation for everyone. Chen Xiu's idea and actions were the most beneficial to Yinyang Cave Heaven, but it wasn't the outcome Yang Kai wanted to see. That was why he entered the Samsara Pavilion to experience 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashang. What are you going to do about it? Chu Huashang asked. Yang Kai frowned. am I really the only one who can help junior sister Tao? Are there no similar precedents in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? Yu Xiangdai shook her head, no. Other than you, no one else can help her ascend to the 7th order. If you don't lend her a hand, her martial Dao will end where it is. Moreover, without your help, she will frequently face the risk of suffering from cultivation dissonance. Sooner or later, her small universe will collapse due to an imbalance of yin and yang. That wasn't a small issue, as it was giving Yang Kai a serious headache, and he couldn't help complaining. Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's secret art is too strange. Chu Huashang said, don't forget that senior sister Tao took a fatal sword wound for you. Everything that happened in the samsara world was a reflection of one's true heart. In the first reincarnation, Tao Lingwan was willing to be pierced by a sword in Yang Kai's stead. That was the sincerity she had shown. If the same thing happened to Yang Kai in real life, she would make the same decision. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved when he recalled the incident. However, he wasn't certain how he should face Tao Lingwan. Chu Huashang took his hand and snuggled up to him. In the samsara world, Tao Lingwan blocked a sword with her body for him. On the other hand, Chu Huashang had stabbed her sword into Yang Kai's body twice, almost killing him. Just like he had said in the samsara world, she owed him so much that she could only keep repaying the debt in the next life. Luoting he didn't seem to be facing any unexpected problems when achieving an ascension, though the process did not seem to be simple either. The world force that swirled around her became increasingly rich, and the illusory phantom of her small universe kept expanding and contracting as though the air was being blown into it. Her aura strengthened by the breath until she reached the peak of the 7th order open heaven realm. It had come to a point where no more increase was possible. The expansion of the small universe had a huge impact on her. Danger that outsiders were not able to see was sweeping across her entire small universe at that moment. She had to persevere at all costs, and she must not be complacent. Every action she made would determine her life or death. Her life was hanging by a thread, and there wasn't a third option. A few days later, something unexpected happened to the seemingly smooth ascension. Although Yang Kai had never experienced it before, he was also aware that something was amiss. Looking up, he realized that the illusory phantom of the small universe behind Luo Ting he continued to expand while contracting from time to time, but it could not return to its original state. It was as though she was unable to control the increase of power in her small universe. The solemn expression on Yu Xiangdai's face confirmed his speculation. There were times when he felt that Yu Xiangdai wanted to step forward to help, but she forcefully stopped herself from doing that. The average person was unable to help when it came to the ascension of an open heaven realm master, and any rash move would only exacerbate the situation. More importantly, Luo Ting he was now trying to ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order, while Yu Xiangdai was just a 7th order open heaven realm master. Even if she was willing to use up all her strength to help, there was nothing she could do. Yang Kai soon figured out the crux of the problem. Given Luo Tinghe's aptitude, if she followed the conventional path of cultivating, there wouldn't be a problem when she ascended to the 8th order from the 7th order. Even if there were some risks, they wouldn't be insurmountable. Nevertheless, she had been trapped inside the samsara pavilion for 2,000 years. During this period of time, she kept being reincarnated into different samsara worlds while being muddle-headed. Although she eventually found herself as her heart barrier was broken by Yang Kai and Chu Huashang passing through 9 reincarnations, the fact that she had been held up for 2,000 years had some influence on her. If she had taken some rest and fortified her cultivation before attempting an ascension, there wouldn't have been any problems. However, right after she left the samsara pavilion, the chance for her to achieve an ascension had come, and she didn't even have time to take a breather. The problem wasn't a lack of heritage, as she had accumulated enough a long time ago. If that wasn't the case, she couldn't have attempted an ascension in the first place. What she lacked was fine control over her own strength. 2,000 years of living blankly caused her to become unfamiliar with her own power. At the thought of this, Yang Kai started getting worried. Luo Tinghe was someone who had directly ascended to the 7th order, and she had a chance to reach the highest Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. If she lost her life here due to a lack of control, that would be a huge loss for Yinyang Cave Heaven. Even putting Yinyang Cave Heaven aside, Luo Tinghe had helped Yang Kai a lot in many rounds of reincarnation, so he wouldn't want to see any accidents happen to her. However, even Yu Xiang Dai was unable to help her, let alone Yang Kai. Just then, an aged and grim voice was suddenly heard coming from the distant void, Duo. Following that, another voice was heard coming from a different direction. Similarly, the person only said one syllable, which sounded abstruse and incomprehensible. The next moment, the third syllable was heard coming from a different direction. It was followed by a fourth, then a fifth. Short syllables sounded from different directions in a continuous manner as though they had already come to an agreement. When the strange syllables came together, they formed a mysterious chant. There was no doubt that it was the Supreme Elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven who spoke those syllables. Although they were cultivating in distant places, they were aware of what was going on in this place, and that was why they decided to lend Luo Tinghe a hand. In an instant, Yang Kai felt refreshed, as though his soul had been cleansed. He felt a sense of peacefulness that he had never experienced before. Chu Huashang and Yu Xiang Dai parted their lips to join the mysterious chant. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that they sported solemn expressions. More voices were heard coming from different corners of Yinyang Cave Heaven. From the Open Heaven Realm Masters to the common disciples, the voices came together like creeks that streamed towards a river, which then flowed towards a lake. Eventually, the lake gushed towards the ocean. Everyone in Yinyang Cave Heaven sang the ancient chant as the heavens and earth resonated with it. Yang Kai was pleased to discover that Luo Tinghe's condition was improving while she was engulfed in the voices. He also transformed himself into a creek and joined the ocean. The last thing he wanted to see was an accident happening to Luo Tinghe while she achieved an ascension. Since there was now something he could do to help, he was more than willing. The power of one person might be negligible, but the power of thousands was a force to be reckoned with. Yang Kai had never heard of such an amazing mantra before, but at this moment, he was able to sing it smoothly as though he had practiced it for years. Chu Huashang turned to look at him and put on a smile before gripping his hand more tightly. With the help of the chant, Yang Kai seemed to have merged into Yinyang Cave Heaven. He could feel the distinct presence of every individual in the ocean. Everyone in Yinyang Cave Heaven seemed to have merged into a single entity, but they were also separate at the same time. This kind of feeling was amazing, and he had never experienced anything like it before. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the inheritance of this place, something that Void Land and High Heaven Palace were no match for. Compared to these cave heavens and paradises that had countless years of accumulation, Void Land and High Heaven Palace were like upstarts. The lack of heritage meant that they were nothing more than castles in the sand. If they couldn't uphold their prosperity, they would fall apart sooner or later and be forgotten by everyone. The continuous chant went on for a long time. Luo Tinghe finally managed to take control of her own power as the illusory phantom of the small universe behind her became stable again. A moment later, a powerful aura suddenly radiated from Luo Tinghe's figure. It was the aura of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She had successfully achieved an ascension. After the ascension, she was still unfamiliar with the increased power she now possessed, so world force uncontrollably swirled around her and caused the void to look contorted. She remained seated with her legs crossed as she familiarized herself with her increased strength so that she could fully control it. The chanting slowly died down and stopped. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Yinyang Cave Heaven appeared elated and proud of Luo Tinghe. From now on, there would be one more Eighth Order ancestor in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Although the cave heavens and paradises had always been united, there was still some competition between them. They would compare the strengths of their disciples of every generation and the numbers of Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and ancestors they had. Even if they were just slightly more powerful than the other cave heavens and paradises, the disciples would feel proud and confident when dealing with disciples from other great forces. However, Yang Kai sported an awkward expression at this moment.
That was because he suddenly forgot how to sing the chant not long after he stopped doing it, though he had been chanting alongside the others for a long time just now. He could remember every syllable of the chant, but he couldn't string it together into anything meaningful for some reason. It was as though there was a mysterious power in his mind that stopped him from doing that. Since we've chanted the myriad law mantra together, you can be considered a part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven from now on. Yu Xiangdai suddenly flashed a smile at her. Yang Kai arched his brow. Myriad law mantra? It wasn't until this moment that he found out the name of the abstruse chant. Martial Peak, Chapter 4852, Sect Masters Wuxia Ming. There are 3 great mantras in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and the myriad law mantra is one of them. However, this mantra is too profound as it requires a lot of people to sing it together to be of any use. It's not harmful in any way, but it has an amazing effect on soothing one's mind, Yu Xiangdai explained. Yang Kai nodded in response. He recalled that his mind was indeed completely at ease when he sang the myriad law mantra just now. In any case, he was already a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, so he was considered a member of the sect. Whether or not he chanted the myriad law mantra wouldn't change anything. They went on to wait for a few days more before Luo Ting he could finally gain some measure of control over her power. The sect master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven led a group of high-rank open heaven realm masters to stand before Luo Ting he and salute her. Greetings, ancestor. Luo Ting he walked up to him and grabbed his long beard with a smile. Junior brother Zhua, we haven't met for ages. Why is your beard so long now? Zhuo Qiuming's face twitched as he felt helpless in his heart. Many years had passed, but this senior sister was still as willful as ever. Only senior brother Sun was able to put her in her place, but he passed away 2,000 years ago. Now, no fellow brothers of the same generation could discipline her. Furthermore, she was now an 8th-order ancestor. Ancestor Luo, my name is Wuqiao, not Zhua, the sect master refuted meekly. What's the difference? Luo Ting he patted the sect master's shoulder. However, since she had just achieved an ascension, she still couldn't fully control her power. Her pat caused Zhuo Qiuming's shoulder to sink quite noticeably. The brows of the 7th-order elders behind him twitched. Luo Ting he suddenly leaned close to him and winked. Junior brother Zhua, where are your little lovers? Why are none of them here? In the past, you'd always walk around with several women beside you, looking quite pleased with yourself. Upon hearing that, the elders were stunned. Many people were not aware of the sect master's love affairs in the past. He always appeared solemn nowadays, and everyone respected him as the sect master. Hence, no one could have expected that he used to be a lascivious person. At this moment, they couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild after listening to what Luo Ting he had said. A flushing Zhuo Qiuming refuted, please do not slander me, ancestor Luo. I'm now the sect master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and I represent the sect's face. If these words are spread to outsiders, it will cause a misunderstanding and tarnish Yin Yang Cave Heaven's reputation. Luo Ting he started counting with her fingers. Let me see. When you were 15, you were in love with senior sister Zhou who was 3 years older than you were. Then, you fell in love with someone else. That little girl came to me and bawled her eyes out. It was quite annoying actually. When you were 20, you got together with senior sister Zhang who was 10 years older than you were. The relationship only lasted for a few months. Oh, after you ascended to the Emperor realm, there was Martial Aunt Tan. Zhuo Qiuming's expression darkened as Luo Ting he spoke, and at the mention of Martial Aunt Tan, he couldn't take it anymore as he put on a smile and cut her off by saying, you have such a good memory, senior sister, and you look just as beautiful as in the past. Luo Ting he looked smilingly at him and gave him another pat. There you go. Why did you even call me ancestor? I wiped your backside countless times when you were a baby. Don't you think it's awkward for you to call me ancestor? Whatever you say, senior sister. Zhuo Qiuming wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Anyways, you're an 8th-order open heaven realm master now, so you're indeed a supreme elder of Yin Yang Cave Heaven.
Please come to my place when you're free, as I have to help you to go through the registration process to leave your name on the ancestral records. You'll receive the treatment that an ancestor deserves." A nonchalant Luo Ting, he replied, "Fine, fine, I'll look for you when I'm free. Later." Upon finishing her words, she shuffled towards Yu Xiang Dai and gave her a signal with her eyes. Then, she engulfed Yu Xiang Dai with her power and left. After they were gone, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang traded glances. "Respects to the ancestor." Zhuo Qiuming saluted her, and the others followed suit. All of a sudden, an elder behind him asked, "You like older women, sect master?" Zhuo Qiuming ran his fingers through his beard and replied impassively, "Junior brother Wang, you joined the sect at a later time, so you're not aware of Ancestor Luo's temperament. You don't have to take her words seriously." Just when junior brother Wang wanted to ask more questions, Zhuo Qiuming turned to look at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. "You two, come with me. Elder Chen, bring your disciple as well." Chen Xiu, who wasn't far away from them, bent his back, "Yes." Yang Kai instantly figured out that Zhuo Qiuming was going to talk about the marriage with him. After the Open Heaven Realm Masters were done with witnessing Luo Tinghe's ascension, they soon left. However, this piece of exciting news would cause a sensation within Yin-Yang Cave Heaven for quite a long time. Yang Kai took Chu Huashang's hand as they followed Zhuo Qiuming. Chen Xiu brought Tao Ling Wan to follow after them, then took the initiative to say, "Nephew Yang." "Elder Chen." Yang Kai nodded in response, then flashed a smile at Tao Ling Wan, junior sister Tao. He was not fond of Chen Xiu, but he felt a sense of shame when facing Tao Ling Wan. Perhaps he knew that he was unable to give her anything and thus felt guilty. A blushing Tao Ling Wan called out in a small voice, "Senior brother Yang." Chu Huashang glowered at Yang Kai, "I've been wondering. Why are you taking advantage of her?" An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, "What do you mean, taking advantage of her?" Chu Huashang reasoned with him, "In the sect, senior sister Tao is my senior sister, so how can you call her junior sister? Do you want to call me junior sister as well?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was lost for words. Tao Ling Wan was the one who called him senior brother first, and he just followed along. He didn't intend to take advantage of her in any way. Chu Huashang shot him another glare, then brushed past him and walked up to Tao Ling Wan before taking the other woman's hand. "Senior sister Tao, you have to be wary of him. He now takes advantage of you by calling you junior sister, and he might bully you in the future. If he really does that, you have to tell me about it. I'll stand up for you." With a reddened face, Tao Ling Wan hung her head low. No. It wasn't certain what she meant by that. Chu Huashang hadn't frequently come into contact with Tao Ling Wan in the past, but she was aware that this senior sister was a bashful person. According to her observation, Tao Ling Wan was identical to Qian Qian, who served Meng Ru in their first reincarnation. She couldn't help but feel sympathetic towards this innocent senior sister. Presently, Chen Xiu was walking alongside Yang Kai. He turned his head to look at Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan, then said with a smile, "Marshal Niece Chu is a magnanimous person. Nephew Yang, I'm not sure if you'll be the same." Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean, Elder Chen?" Chen Xiu let out a sigh, "What's the point of playing dumb, Marshal nephew? This Chen was indeed selfish previously, but I meant no harm. I understand that you have some grudges against me, and I don't intend to defend myself. However, Wanner's future hinges on you now, so I hope that you'll give this issue some serious thought. I would die with no regrets as long as she can obtain the happiness she deserves." Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond to him. Seeing that Yang Kai was unwilling to speak, Chen Xiu knew that the other man was resentful of him. It would only create the opposite of the desired outcome if he kept talking. A moment later, they arrived at a grand hall atop a spirit province following the sect master's lead. It was supposed to be the place where the sect master dealt with his daily business. After they were all seated, a disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven came over to serve tea. It was the first time Yang Kai dealt with the sect master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Be it the incident regarding Dao Theory Assembly or the Samsara Pavilion, this sect master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven had never shown up, therefore, Yang Kai wasn't certain about the older man's temperament. As the sect master, it was expected that Wuxia Xianxia was stern. This was how most people who were in powerful positions behaved. He gave off a sense of authority without the need to say anything. What surprised Yang Kai was that Wuxia Xianxia suddenly rose from the chair and saluted him. A flabbergasted Yang Kai quickly stood up. "What are you doing, sect master? I don't deserve this." Wuxia Xianxia slowly straightened his back and said, "I salute you because I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven for saving Ancestor Luo from the Samsara Pavilion." The person Yang Kai had saved wasn't just someone who had ascended to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, but also a talented genius who had the chance to make it to the 9th Order one day. It was profoundly meaningful to everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai waved his hand. "It just happened by chance. I wasn't even aware that Martial Aunt Luo was trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion. The only reason I entered the Samsara Pavilion was to look for Senior Sister Chu." As he spoke, he took a glance at Chu Huashang. Wuxia Xianxia nodded. "I'm aware of what's going on between you and Martial Niece Chu. It was inconsiderate of Elder Chen to do such a thing, but I hope that you'll forgive him." Yang Kai replied impassively, "Elder Chen already told me about it." He suddenly realized that Chen Xiu must have gotten permission from Yin Yang Cave Heaven's management before making such a move. In other words, Wuxia Xianxia was aware of Chen Xiu's plan at that time, but he didn't try to stop him. From his perspective, he would support anything that would save Yin Yang Cave Heaven's face, and it had nothing to do with his own honor. "Now that you've brought Martial Niece Chu out of the Samsara Pavilion, it shows that the love between you two is true. The couples who can pass the test of the Samsara Pavilion in Yin Yang Cave Heaven always become partners for life." Yang Kai said humbly, "The reason I've come to Yin Yang Cave Heaven is to marry Senior Sister Chu." Wuxia Xianxia bowed his head. "Good. Since you have the intention to get together with her, I'll not beat around the bush. So, when do you plan on marrying her?" Yang Kai replied frankly, "I haven't considered it yet. Sect Master, to be honest with you, I already have several partners that have stayed by my side for years before I met Senior Sister Chu, and I haven't married any of them yet. Now, due to various reasons, they are cultivating in a number of different places. I want to wait for them to gather together one day and marry them all at once." Wuxia Xianxia nodded. "It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. There must be a good reason why so many women have fallen in love with you. We don't stick to archaic rules in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and I don't really care about such personal matters. I'm sure Martial Niece Chu wouldn't mind it either." Martial Peak, Chapter 4853, by you. Wuxia Xianxia took a glance at Tao Ling Wan and added, "I'm sure Martial Niece Tao won't mind it either." A blushing Tao Ling Wan hung her head low and remained silent. Chen Xiu quickly waved his hands. "She definitely won't mind it. The more the merrier." After a nod, Wuxia Xianxia gazed at Yang Kai. "Martial nephew, you have the final say in when to hold the wedding. When your partners come together one day, and you happen to be free, you have to inform us earlier. We'll hold a grand wedding for you." A grateful Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Sect Master. I will not forget this favor." Wuxia Xianxia ran his fingers through his beard. "Since we're one family, you don't have to be overly polite with me. Although you come from a less desirable background, your capabilities are unrivaled among the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises of the same generation. We are fortunate to have you get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven." Chen Xiu played along by saying, "That's right. Although there are a lot of bright disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in this generation, and they will be the pillars of strength in their respective sects in the future, none of their achievements are comparable to yours, nephew Yang. Senior brother Su does have acute vision, and Martial Niece Chu is truly lucky." Yang Kai frowned. "Sect Master, I have a request when it comes to getting married into your sect. Go ahead, Zhuo Qiuming replied. It wouldn't have mattered if I were on my own. I would have been more than willing to get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven and rely on your sect. However, I'm sure you're aware of my situation. As the Lord of Voidland and the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, I have to provide for hundreds of thousands of people. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven. What's not appropriate about it? Zhuo Qiuming asked. Yang Kai said, let me ask you, Sect Master. If I get married into your sect, what will happen to Voidland and High Heaven Palace? Zhuo Qiuming replied, they will become subsidiaries of Yinyang Cave Heaven. On the side, Chen Xiu said, Nephew Yang, there are some precedents that are similar to your situation. Many of the subsidiaries of Yinyang Cave Heaven belong to sect masters who got married into our sect, so you don't have to worry about it. If you get married into our sect, you'll still have full control over Voidland and High Heaven Palace, and we won't interfere in any way. It's just that there's a master sect on paper. Moreover, with Yinyang Cave Heaven's protection, Voidland and High Heaven Palace will be safer. This is a good thing. Yang Kai shook his head, let's put Voidland aside for now. Voidland might be fairly powerful compared to other great forces, but it's still insignificant when compared to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Nevertheless, High Heaven Palace is different. The world tree in the star boundary is the center of attention in the entire 3,000 worlds. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have all set up Dao temples in the star boundary, and there are senior experts who look for disciples with excellent aptitudes in that place year-round. It's the same case for Yinyang Cave Heaven. If High Heaven Palace becomes a subsidiary of Yinyang Cave Heaven, the star boundary will be your sect's territory as well. Even if I am fine with that, the other Cave Heavens and Paradises won't agree to it. Zhuo Qiuming said, if that's what you're worried about, you can set your mind at ease. We'll deal with it appropriately so that the other great forces won't have any complaints. Yang Kai shook his head again, it's still inappropriate. Regardless of what Zhuo Qiuming and Chen Xiu said, once Voidland and High Heaven Palace became subordinate sects of Yinyang Cave Heaven, there would be complications. As the leader of both sects, Yang Kai had to take their future into consideration. Moreover, he had the intention to develop Voidland or High Heaven Palace into one of the Cave Heavens and Paradises one day. If they became Yinyang Cave Heaven subsidiaries, he would never achieve his goal. Zhuo Qiuming narrowed his eyes, what opinion do you have then, martial nephew? I wouldn't dare to say that it's an opinion, Yang Kai said humbly. He had already expected this kind of situation, so he was well prepared. What I mean is that I'm not going to get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Instead, I'll marry senior sister Chu and bring her back with me. Zhuo Qiuming arched his brow. A stunned Chen Xiu gazed at Yang Kai, nephew Yang, even though there have been disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven who married outsiders and left the sect, those were the marriages between the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Other than the Cave Heavens and Paradises, those who want to marry our disciples have no choice but to get married into our sect. This is the case even for common disciples, not to mention that Martial Niece Chu is a noble core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Zhuo Qiuming nodded, since time immemorial, the core disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven have never married outsiders and left the sect. Besides our sect, it's the same case for the other Cave Heavens and Paradises. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. If you can find such a precedent, I will agree to your request. Those who could become core disciples must have directly ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and they had a chance to become 8th Order ancestors in their respective sects. It was expected that such disciples were treasured in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, and these sects would never let them go. Yang Kai argued by saying, precedents can be created. Zhuo Qiuming shook his head, we won't make an exception for you, martial nephew. His firm stance suggested that he wouldn't be easily persuaded by Yang Kai, who didn't expect he could do it with ease anyways. On the side, Chen Xiu asked, have you discussed this matter with Martial Niece Chu before, nephew? Yang Kai shook his head as he had never mentioned this to Chu Huashang before. However,
he believed that after they went through 9 reincarnations together, she would support any decisions he made. Why don't you ask Marshal Niece Chu about it? If she's willing to get married and leave the sect, we'll continue talking about it. There's no need for that. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't respect Chu Huashang's opinion, however, if he really asked her about it, she would be put in a tight spot. On the one hand, there was the partner she was engaged to and had gone through 9 reincarnations with. On the other hand, there was the master sect that had nurtured her for years. Regardless of what decision she would make, her conscience would never be at ease. Sect Master. Yang Kai cupped his fist and gazed at Zhuo Qiuming. I know that there are rules in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and Senior Sister Chu is a noble core disciple of your sect. If she gets married and leaves the sect, it will be a huge loss for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. On the most basic of levels, if I marry Senior Sister Chu, your sect will lose a potential 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the future. While Zhuo Qiuming remained silent, Chen Xiu nodded. That is indeed just one part of the picture. Yang Kai went on to say, Yin-Yang Cave Heaven will lose a potential 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but what if I can make sure that you'll have more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future? Will you agree to my request then? Zhuo Qiuming's interest had been piqued. What can you do that will allow us to have more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future? Chen Xiu raised his eyebrow and made a speculation. Is it the World Tree in the Star Boundary? It's not the World Tree. The nourishment from the World Tree could indeed raise a cultivator's potential and allow them to achieve greater heights, however, that was the general trend in the 3,000 worlds. 1,000 years later, all the cave heavens and paradises would benefit from it, so Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wasn't the only one. Yang Kai gazed at Zhuo Qiuming. Sect Master, if you agree, I will tell you everything. However, if you don't agree, it's pointless for me to say anything further. Zhuo Qiuming replied with a smile, you have to make yourself clear so that I can make a judgment, otherwise, how will I know if you're just making things up? Certainly, I wouldn't make things up when it comes to such a matter. And so, both sides fell into a deadlock. Zhuo Qiuming wanted to find out why Yang Kai had the confidence to make such a claim. On the other hand, Yang Kai wanted the sect master to agree to his terms first before he would tell him anything. Chen Xiu tried to probe him, but Yang Kai wouldn't reveal anything. This made the two leaders of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven doubt whether Yang Kai was really capable of achieving what he said. They would have run out of patience by now if Yang Kai was anyone else. However, he had just made a huge contribution by bringing 2 important disciples out of the Samsara Pavilion, so Zhuo Qiuming wouldn't be stern to him. Certainly, Chen Xiu wouldn't dare to do that as well since he still hoped there would be a proper arrangement for his disciple. He remained polite while probing the younger man. 1 hour later, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang left since both parties hadn't come to an agreement. Nevertheless, it was a good start in Yang Kai's eyes. He had already made his stance clear, and those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would have to slowly accept it. As Yang Kai walked alongside Chu Huashang, he suddenly asked, do you blame me, senior sister? Chu Huashang turned her head and flashed a smile at him. Blame you for not discussing the matter with me in advance? Yes. Chu Huashang replied with a smile, since it happened suddenly, you didn't have time to discuss it with me. Right after they left the Samsara Pavilion, they witnessed Luo Tinghe's ascension. Following that, they were summoned by the sect master. As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Yang Kai's and rested her head on his shoulder. Honored master used to tell me that a woman has to follow her man wherever he goes. To me, it makes no difference whether you get married into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven or bring me out of the sect, however, it's a different case for the others. She was talking about Su Yan and the others. If Yang Kai really got married into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, Su Yan and the others naturally had to come over as well. By then, they would be living under someone else's roof. Certainly, those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven wouldn't oppress them, however, if something unexpected happened one day, they might feel aggrieved. But how are you going to persuade Sect Master and the others? Since Honored Master isn't around, no one else can help you with it, Chu Huashang asked curiously. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm prepared to pay a hefty price to buy you. Chu Huashang stared at him before scoffing, you want to buy me? You will have to spend a fortune then, for I'm very expensive. Regardless of how high the price is, I'll accept it as long as they're willing to let you go. Chu Huashang giggled, it'll cost you an arm and a leg. You'd best be prepared. Over the following days, Yang Kai followed Chu Huashang to visit the spirit provinces in Yinyang Cave Heaven and take in the sights. He had never felt more at ease as he left behind the conflicts and carnage that he had always been tangled up with over the past many years, giving him an almost surreal feel. 10 days later, 2 visitors arrived at Chu Huashang's residence. The visitors surprised Yang Kai, but it was also somewhat within his expectation. He asked with a smile, Martial ants, are you here to persuade me? Luo Ting he remained as willful as ever. Although she was now an 8th-order ancestor in Yinyang Cave Heaven, she still sat directly with her legs crossed on a chair and munched on a delicious spirit fruit she took out from somewhere. As she was having her snack, she said, I'm annoyed by that brat surnamed Zhua. He insists on making me ask you what you're up to. I decided to come here since I was unable to brush him off. Martial Peak, Chapter 4854, Betrothal Gift. Yu Xiang Dai followed up, Sect Master is curious about what you've said. He wants to find out how you're going to create more 8th-order open heaven realm masters for us. Munching sounds were heard coming from Luo Tinghe's mouth. It seemed that she was crunching the fruit pits as well. She looked as if she had been starving for a long time and only when she was done did she speak, Yang Kai, it's not like we're strangers, so stop beating around the bush and speak frankly. Fine, Yang Kai nodded. Luo Tinghe went on to say, I'll tell you about the stance of Yinyang Cave Heaven first. I'm sure Zhuo Boy has told you that no core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven has ever gotten married and left the sect, and we don't intend to make an exception. So, it'll be extremely difficult for you to marry Chuer. No one in the sect will support you, and I don't agree with it either. If this precedent is set, it will be terrible news for Yinyang Cave Heaven. If bright disciples can easily get married and leave the sect, we will surely suffer huge losses in the future. I understand, Yang Kai was fully aware of this. The core disciples of the Cave Heaven and Paradises had never gotten married and left the sects lest there was a loss of talented people. The disciples they had spent so much time and effort to nurture would belong to other sects after getting married and leaving their original sects. Even if they were still concerned about their master sects, it was no longer the same. Luo Tinghe said, as a supreme elder of Yinyang Cave Heaven, I don't agree with you marrying Chuer and bringing her out of the sect. However, as your friend, I want to see you getting your wish granted, otherwise, the success of your 9 reincarnations will be wasted. Therefore, you have to tell me what your plan is so that I can have a reason to persuade those old farts. Yu Xiang Dai said, Senior Sister Luo is now an ancestor in Yinyang Cave Heaven, so she does have some influence. Usually, even if a newly advanced ancestor had some influence in their sect, it wouldn't be huge, after all, their foundation wasn't solid, so the other ancestors would have a bigger say. However, Luo Tinghe was different, for she was an ancestor who had a chance to ascend to the 9th order one day. This advantage alone would allow her words to be taken seriously by others. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded, since both of you have said so, I'll stop hiding anything. He had already intended to talk to Luo Tinghe about this. The reason he hid it from Zhuo Qiuming some time ago was that he wanted to arouse the curiosity of Yinyang Cave Heaven's leaders. Besides Su Linggong, Yang Kai was most familiar with Yu Xiang Dai. Now, there was also Luo Tinghe. Sect Masters Zhuo Qiuming and Elder Chen Xiu were unable to get a clear reply from Yang Kai, so they had to rely on Luo Tinghe to probe the young man. In fact, Yang Kai had been waiting for Luo Tinghe or Yu Xiang Dai to show up for the past few days. With the two of them as go-betweens, Yang Kai could finally reveal his plan. Martial Ant Luo, have you heard of the World Tree in the Star Boundary? Yang Kai asked.
Luoting he didn't understand what their discussion today had to do with the world tree, but she still nodded. I've heard about it from junior sister Yu. You've done a great job as it's a huge contribution for the entire 3,000 worlds. In fact, I had heard rumors regarding the world tree before, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. I'm ready to go over and have a look. Martial Ant, you've just ascended to the 8th order. If you can cultivate around the world tree, it will help with stabilizing your foundation. After the matter here is settled, I'll head to the star boundary with you. Yang Kai ended this topic, then continued, the nourishment from the world tree allows the cultivators living in the star boundary to gain immense benefits. Over the years, a lot of young people with excellent aptitudes have emerged in the star boundary. The power of the world tree also allows cultivators to have a brighter future than what they originally could have achieved. He went on to say, in the past, those who could directly ascend to the 6th order would be core disciples in the cave heaven and paradises, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. It was even rarer for anyone to directly ascend to the 7th order. However, with the nourishment from the world tree, the future of the martial Dao in the entire 3,000 worlds will only get better. In the future, when the first batch of cultivators who have gained the benefits mature, there will be many who will directly ascend to the 6th order. When the second batch of beneficiaries come of age, perhaps there will be a lot of people who can directly ascend to the 7th order. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Since you've been busy dealing with your affairs in the past years, you might not be aware of it yet. The power of the world tree's nourishment has already manifested. Some of the disciples from the cave heaven and paradises who were sent to the star boundary have shown signs that they will be able to directly ascend to the 6th order. All of the cave heaven and paradises had set up Dao temples in the star boundary. Inside those Dao temples, there were also disciples who were taken on in the star boundary, but most of the disciples were sent to this place from the cave heaven and paradises. Most of these disciples were children, but there were also some established cultivators. Having said that, these established cultivators were far from the open heaven realm as they were generally below the Dao source realm. That was because the lower the cultivation and the younger a person was, the greater the benefits they would get from the world tree's nourishment. If they had condensed their Dao seal and ascended to the open heaven realm, it would be useless to head to the star boundary in terms of increasing their aptitude. It had been several hundred years since the world tree in the star boundary became known to the public. There was ample time for the first batch of disciples to grow up. None of them had ascended to the open heaven realm yet, however, many people had condensed their Dao seals, so it was just a matter of time before they broke through. The firmness of their Dao seals and the orders of the resources they had refined would determine how far they could go when ascending to the open heaven realm. In the past, all the cave heaven and paradises treated their core disciples like treasures. Nevertheless, in the future, there would be more people who could directly ascend to the 6th order and that number would only continue to grow. It was because of this benefit that those from Thousand Cranes Paradise were willing to reconcile with Yang Kai, otherwise, they wouldn't have easily let Yang Kai off for killing Zhuo Quanhui. Certainly, the fact that Zhuo Quanhui had betrayed Thousand Cranes Paradise first had allowed them to have room to save the situation, otherwise, even if they were willing to reconcile with Yang Kai, they would still have had to kill him for the sake of their reputation. If that had happened, Void Land and the star boundary wouldn't have been able to bear the consequences. The first batch of cultivators had already obtained immense benefits, so the children who were born and grew up in the star boundary would be the second batch of beneficiaries. Some of them might be able to directly ascend to the 7th order because they were younger, which allowed them to get even more benefits from the world tree's nourishment. Things would only get better for the 3rd batch, the 4th batch, and so on. All of the cave heaven and paradises were looking forward to that bright future. The fact that Star Boundary was an open heaven realm cradle had spread across all corners of the 3,000 worlds. Those from the cave heavens and paradises also regarded the world tree in the Star Boundary as the most valuable treasure in the universe. As such, a lot of high-rank open heaven realm masters were stationed in the Star Boundary all year round to monitor and protect it. One day, there will be a lot of 6th order and 7th order open heaven realm masters in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Those disciples need a lot of materials when trying to break through, and it will require even more when they begin to cultivate. Yang Kai gazed at Luo Tinghe. I know that given Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's heritage that has been accumulated over countless years, you must have a lot of materials in reserve that are ready to be used at any moment. However, your sect's reserves can probably satisfy the needs of the disciples who are trying to break through right now. But can it support the exponential growth of the people who will directly ascend to the 6th order and 7th order in the near future? Even if you have enough reserves for the time being, how long can they last? Luo Tinghe shook her head. I've just left the Samsara Pavilion, so I'm not sure about it. Yu Xiangdai on the other hand frowned. I know little about it as well. Those valuable materials are controlled by a supreme elder. However, I've heard the sect master mention that the reserve of strategic materials leaves much to be desired. He especially wants us to look for more yin and yang element materials that are in the 6th order and above. Obviously, he has expected what will soon happen in the star boundary. When the sect master mentioned valuable materials, there was no doubt that he was talking about yin and yang element materials, especially ones in the 6th order and 7th order which were the rarest of all. When an open heaven realm master cultivated, they could use materials of lower orders or open heaven pills. However, those precious materials were required when trying to make the initial breakthrough to the open heaven realm. In the past, Yang Kai had spent a lot of time and effort in order to look for a 7th order yin element material, but he never achieved his goal in the end, which went to show that these precious materials were extremely rare and couldn't even be bought with money. I'm sure that the other cave heavens and paradises can also see things that the sect master is able to see. I dare say that all the cave heaven and paradises are now scrambling to collect 6th and 7th order yin and yang element materials. Yu Xiangdai put on a bitter smile. They don't just scramble to get 6th order and 7th order yin and yang element materials. Because of the good fortune divine furnace, they are collecting all yin and yang element materials regardless of the orders. Other than yin and yang element materials, it's the same case for materials of the 5 elements that are of higher orders. These days, the prices of yin and yang element materials have risen by 10 or 20%. The good fortune divine furnace was an incredible treasure as it could potentially turn a lot of low-order materials into high-order ones. In the past, 2nd order and 3rd order yin and yang element materials were practically useless. However, if they were dumped into the good fortune divine furnace, they could be turned into 3rd order and 4th order materials, which would be useful. Now, you can't even find yin and yang element materials that are above the 4th order on the market. Yang Kai nodded. It seems that all the cave heavens and paradises are getting prepared. Nevertheless, regardless of how they try to collect those materials, there will still be a lack when they need to use them. What are you trying to say? Luo Tinghe still hadn't figured out Yang Kai's intention after such a long time. They were talking about marriage, so why did he mention cultivation materials all of a sudden? With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, I'm willing to offer 1,000 6th order and 100 7th order sets of yin and yang element materials as a betrothal gift. So, I hope that those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven will allow me to marry senior sister Chu at an appropriate time. Everyone was shocked upon hearing that. The astounded ladies gazed at Yang Kai and thought that they had misheard him. Although Luo Tinghe had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years, and she knew little about the current affairs in the 3,000 worlds, she was aware that the figures that Yang Kai had just brought up were astonishing. She couldn't help but turn to look at Yu Xiangdai and ask, Xiao Dai, there must be something wrong with my ears after I was trapped for such a long time. What did Yang boy just say? Yu Xiangdai appeared to be dumbfounded, but upon hearing her senior sister's words, she subconsciously replied, he said he would offer 1,000 6th order and 100 7th order sets of yin and yang element materials as his betrothal gift. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4855, No Problem. Sold. Luo Tinghe landed her palm on the armrest. She was so forceful that the armrest directly turned into dust. Senior sister. Yu Xiangdai was torn between tears and laughter. They were talking about marriage, not an auction. Why did her senior sister even say it like that? With that said, she was still stunned by the figures that Yang Kai had brought up. 1006th order and 107th order yin and yang element materials were worth countless open heaven pills. In fact, 6th order and 7th order yin and yang element materials often couldn't be bought with open heaven pills, not to mention that those were a staggering number of strategic resources given the current situation in the world. There was no doubt that even yin-yang cave heaven didn't have so many materials. It could be said that this kind of fortune was tempting enough for all the cave heavens and paradises. With these resources in possession, those from yin-yang cave heaven wouldn't have to worry about the ascension of their disciples for the next 1,000 years at least. Yu Xiangdai soon came to her senses. Is this the way you're able to help create more 8th order open heaven realm masters for yin-yang cave heaven that you've mentioned to the sect master? Yang Kai replied with a smile, with so many resources in possession, coupled with the world tree's nourishment in the star boundary, a lot of disciples who could directly ascend to the 6th order and the 7th order would emerge in yin-yang cave heaven. These people would have the potential to slowly make it to the 8th order. Yang Kai was unable to create more 8th order open heaven realm masters directly, for he was only a 6th order open heaven realm master. However, the resources he had mentioned were necessary for creating 8th order open heaven realm masters. In comparison, it wasn't unacceptable to let Chu Hua Shang marry Yang Kai. A precedent could be created as long as he was willing to pay a good enough price. When the leaders of yin-yang cave heaven heard about this news, they would give it a serious thought. Where did you get so many 6th order and 7th order yin and yang element materials? Disbelief was written all over Yu Xiangdai's face. She knew a thing or two about the situation in Void Land and High Heaven Palace. Even though the new great territory was mysterious, it couldn't possibly give Yang Kai so many good things. She soon realized something after asking the question, the chaotic dead territory. If there was anywhere in the world that was abundant in yin and yang element materials, it had to be the chaotic dead territory. That was the battlefield where the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer unendingly clashed with each other. The war had been ongoing for countless years, so an unimaginable number of yin and yang element materials must have been created. However, it was extremely dangerous in the chaotic dead territory. Even the 8th order ancestor, who had been keeping guard in front of the territory gate, could only enter the periphery temporarily, and his life would be at risk if he stayed too long. Yu Xiangdai had never entered the chaotic dead territory before. The 8th order ancestor who was guarding the chaotic dead territory was from a different cave heaven, but he wasn't stationed there forever. The cave heavens and paradises would take turns sending their ancestors to that place, so an ancestor from yin-yang cave heaven had been there as well. According to the ancestor, he had tried entering the chaotic dead territory and seen a lot of yellow and blue crystals from afar. The fluctuations coming from the crystals suggested that they were the yin and yang element materials that people craved. However, he was unable to obtain them because he wasn't powerful enough. That remained a regret in his heart. After Yang Kai followed the giant spirit god to enter the chaotic dead territory, everyone thought that he was doomed to die. The cave heavens and paradises were already astounded that he was able to leave the chaotic dead territory safely, so no one could have expected that he had gained a lot of benefits from that place. Since Yang Kai was able to offer 1006th order and 107th order yin and yang element materials, it suggested that he had obtained a lot more than that from the chaotic dead territory. Yu Xiangdai thought that he might have even gotten several dozen times more than he was offering. However, she had no idea that the rewards Yang Kai had acquired from the chaotic dead territory were simply incalculable. 1006th order and 107th order yin and yang element materials were like a mere drop in the ocean to him. To put it bluntly, given his wealth now, he could make everyone go mad by leaking out a bit of what he possessed. And, the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai didn't deny it. Since he was able to offer so many valuable materials, anyone who wasn't a fool was able to figure out where he obtained them. There was no way he could hide it. You've been to the chaotic dead territory? Luoting, he was astonished. How did you even survive? It's a long story,
Yang Kai recalled the time he spent dealing with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic Dead Territory, a somewhat shameful experience he'd rather not look back on. It wasn't like he could tell others that he had been playing games with those two for years, which was how he survived and acquired a large sum of wealth. Swiftly changing the topic, he asked, Martial Aunt Luo, you said it was a deal. Does that mean that you think my plan is feasible? It's totally feasible. Luo Tinghe nodded repeatedly. I can't even contain the urge to agree to it right now. However, Chuer's matter is important to the sect, so I'll have to discuss it with those old farts. Regardless, you don't have to worry about it. I'm sure I can reason with them since you're able to offer so many precious materials. Many thanks for the help, Martial Aunt Luo. Yang Kai saluted her. Good, I'll go over to persuade them now. Wait for me here. Upon finishing her words, Luo Tinghe directly dashed out of the place. Yu Xiangdai put on a helpless smile and shook her head as she watched Luo Tinghe leave. Then, she turned to Yang Kai and said, you don't have to worry about it since you've shown enough sincerity. I would have been tempted if I were one of the sect's managers. Rules are dead, and they can be broken at an appropriate time. Moreover, with senior sister Luo around, I'm sure she'll be able to persuade them. She paused for a moment. Also, you've made a huge contribution to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven by bringing senior sister out of the Samsara Pavilion. Even if they have nothing to give you to express their gratitude, there's no reason for them to make things difficult for you. It would be good if everything goes well. Yang Kai nodded. Just wait here. I'm sure a decision will be made soon, Yu Xiangdai said, then left as she didn't want to keep bothering them. As expected, a decision was soon made. Luo Tinghe came over again the next day. Chu Huashang had already prepared a lot of Luo Tinghe's favorite spirit fruits and swiftly served them to her. Instead of eating though, Luo Tinghe frowned with a worried expression. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening as he had a feeling that things didn't go as he had hoped. Forcefully calming himself down, he asked, Martial Aunt Luo, has a decision been made? After letting out a sigh, Luo Tinghe looked apologetically at Yang Kai. I've done my best, but those old farts are too obstinate. I'm not their match. Instantly, Chu Huashang's face turned pale. Yang Kai took her hand and gave her a comforting look before saying, why aren't the ancestors agreeing to it? Do they have other demands? Please tell me, Martial Aunt. I won't refuse as long as I am able to comply. That's what he said. Luo Tinghe looked up at him with a smile. You also heard it, Chuer. I didn't force him in any way. You'll be the witness and make sure that he won't go back on his word. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were stunned. They initially thought that it was a terrible outcome, but they were not so certain about it now upon seeing Luo Tinghe's expression. Chu Huashang quickly went over to stand behind Luo Tinghe and began massaging her shoulders. In an obedient manner, she asked, Martial Aunt, what was the reply from the elders? Please tell us. Luo Tinghe smiled and teased her, are you in a rush to get married? You're already taking your man's side when the matter isn't even settled yet. A frank Chu Huashang replied, to a woman, the most important thing is to find the right man. Don't you agree? After giving it a thought, Luo Tinghe nodded in agreement. You have a point. Don't worry. How could the matter not be settled when I was the one persuading them? Although the old farts had some scruples, I managed to win them over in the end. An elated Chu Huashang asked, are you serious? Why would I lie to you about it? Luo Tinghe picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it into her mouth before speaking in a muffled voice. The main reason is that Yang Kai has shown enough sincerity by offering an incredible betrothal gift. For such a price, forget about you, those old farts would even agree to let him marry me. Of course, that was completely impossible. For Luo Tinghe had a chance to ascend to the top 9th Order Open Heaven realm one day. Such a person wouldn't just be a pillar of strength in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven in the future, but its very foundation. Regardless of what was offered, those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would never let her go. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight headache,
but he still said gratefully, "Many thanks for your assistance, Martial Ant." Luo Ting he waved her hand, "There's no need to thank me yet. Although the old farts have agreed to it, they still have a demand. If you can't fulfill it, you won't be able to bring Chuer with you. Please tell me, Martial Ant." Luo Ting he went on to say with a smile, "In any case, this isn't really a disadvantage to you. The decision-makers have agreed to let you marry Chuer, but there's a caveat. With it being a buy-one-get-one-free deal, Yinyang Cave Heaven will actually be suffering a loss." Chu Huashang, who was giving her a massage, froze for a moment before coming to her senses. "Senior Sister Tao." Luo Ting he nodded, It's that brat Chen Xiao who messed everything up. He doesn't deserve to be a master after doing something so harmful to his disciple. If Yang Kai hadn't left his aura inside Tao Ling Wan's small universe by lending her a hand when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, there would have been room to maneuver. However, Tao Ling Wan's life or death now hinged on Yang Kai, and no one could do anything to change that. All this happened because of Chen Xiu's plan. Even though his intention was to resolve the embarrassing situation that Yinyang Cave Heaven was in, and he was well-meaning in that regard, it only led to an even more embarrassing situation. Worse yet, despite his wrongdoing, it was his disciple who had to bear the consequences. At that instant, Yang Kai didn't know how to reply. He had been trying to avoid this problem as he wanted to settle the matter regarding Chu Huashang first. However, he hadn't expected that those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wanted to resolve the issues pertaining to Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan at the same time. Just then, Chu Huashang directly made a decision for him. "Deal." A speechless Yang Kai asked, "Don't you have to ask for my opinion first?" He could still explain himself to Su Yan and the others if he brought Chu Huashang back. After all, they were aware of Chu Huashang's existence and what had happened during the Dao Theory Assembly. However, how was he going to come up with an explanation if Tao Lingwan tagged along? Yu Rumeng and Shan Qing Luo would probably skin him alive. Chu Huashang pretended that she hadn't heard him as she continued giving Luo Tinghe a massage and said with a smile, "However, please tell the ancestors that Senior Sister Tao is not some freebie. Junior brother will also offer 1000 6th order and 100 7th order sets of yin and yang element materials as her betrothal gift. Senior Sister Tao and I will then marry him at the same time." Upon finishing her words, she turned to look at Yang Kai. "Can you do it?" Yang Kai braced himself to reply in a voice filled with tragic resolve, "Fine, no problem." Martial Peak, Chapter 4856, You Can Eat Us Together. The matter was decided just like that. Yang Kai had to offer 2000 6th order and 200 7th order sets of yin-yang element materials as betrothal gifts, and he would be allowed to marry 2 disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven at an appropriate time. Chen Xiu was grateful to Chu Huashang for her magnanimity. He was a 7th order open heaven realm master after all. As an inner elder of Yinyang Cave Heaven, he was aware of some insider information. Moreover, he was the one who persuaded the ancestors to make marrying Tao Lingwan one of the conditions. Certainly, he was doing all this for his disciples' future. After all, Tao Lingwan's small universe had been marked by Yang Kai's aura. Without him, she would never be able to make it to the 7th order, and she would be at risk of losing her life at any moment. Chu Huashang's magnanimity had saved Tao Lingwan from that fate and allowed the 2 of them to stand on an equal footing. The fact that 2 6th order disciples would get married and leave the sect sometime in the future couldn't be hidden. When the news was spread, everyone in Yinyang Cave Heaven was shocked. However, upon learning the price that Yang Kai had offered as his betrothal gift, they were even more astounded. 2000 6th order and 200 7th order sets of yin-yang element materials. Such an amount was unimaginably immense. Those materials were more than enough to be the betrothal gifts for Yang Kai to marry 2 disciples. Outside Yinyang Cave Heaven, goodbyes were being said. Yang Kai had to return to the star boundary. Back then, after he left the star boundary, he headed to Langya Paradise to make a scene. After that, he followed giant spirit god Ah Air to enter the chaotic dead territory where he would be trapped for decades.
Then, he went on to stay in the Samsara Pavilion in Inyang Cave Heaven for more than 130 years. It was time he headed back to the star boundary. Since the matter in Inyang Cave Heaven had been resolved, he was now prepared to cultivate in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Certainly, Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan would tag along. Tao Lingwan was at risk of suffering from cultivation dissonance at any moment, so she had to follow Yang Kai. Because of the World Tree, Luo Ting he was ready to visit the star boundary to take a look at one of the rarest treasures in the universe. Moreover, she had just ascended to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, so if she could cultivate beside the World Tree, she might reap some unexpected benefits. Thus, the four of them left together. Chen Xiu and Yuxiang Dai saw them off. Feng Qingxi, who was Chen Xiu's disciple, had also come over. Martial niece Chu, martial nephew Yang, I'm sorry for everything that I've done. Please forgive me and accept my apology. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xiu saluted Yang Kai and Chu Huashang with a sincere attitude. As a senior in the sect, it was very sincere of him to offer an apology to two juniors. Yang Kai was initially resentful, but after giving it a thought, he realized that no serious harm had been caused, so he lifted his hand and said, "It's all in the past, martial Uncle Chen." Chen Xiu took a glance at Tao Lingwan and sighed, "Perhaps I've overly doted on Wanner by always keeping her by my side. She's an innocent girl who has never seen the outside world. Please take care of her from now on, martial nephew, martial niece. If she makes a mistake, you can punish her appropriately." Chu Huashang wrapped her arm around Tao Lingwan's and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, martial Uncle Chen. Senior sister Tao is an obedient girl. I'm sure junior brother will be fond of her. Why would he ever punish her? Am I right, junior brother?" Yang Kai nodded, "I'll not let junior sister suffer any grievances." Chen Xiu then said to Tao Lingwan, "Wanner, you have to listen to your future husband from now on and must never do anything to bring shame to him or yourself. You have to stay by your husband's side. If I find out that you've done anything to betray him or the master sect, I'll not forgive you." Tao Lingwan's eyes were red and drenched in tears. With her head hung low, she replied, "Yes, honored master. I'll never forget your teachings." She had always lived in Inyang Cave Heaven since she was a child. Although she was now a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she had never left the Master Sect before, nor had she not been by her honored master's side for any extended period of time. After she left the sect this time, it wasn't certain when she would be able to return, which was why she was melancholic. The 3,000 worlds was expansive, so they might not even meet each other again in the future. "Go now." Chen Xiu jerked his head to the side. Feng Qingxi cupped his fist, "Please take good care of yourself, senior sister." Tao Lingwan was no longer able to hold back her tears. She slowly fell on her knees and kowtowed in front of Chen Xiu 3 times, "Honored master, I'll never forget the fact that you were the one who raised me." "Go now." Chen Xiu waved his hand and repeated. A worried Tao Lingwan said to Feng Qingxi, "Junior brother, you must take good care of honored master." Feng Qingxi nodded, "Don't worry about it, senior sister. Let's go now. Stop dilly-dallying." Luo Ting he shouted at them from the deck as she was eager to set off on her journey. She was deathly curious about the World Tree. Yang Kai took a glance at the ship, then cupped his fist at Chen Xiu and Yuxiang Dai, "You don't have to see us off, martial uncle, martial aunt. Farewell. Be careful out there." Yuxiang Dai replied with a smile. After leading the two ladies to enter the ship, Yang Kai activated his power and drove the vessel towards the void. They soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Chen Xiu and Yuxiang Dai watched the ship leave. A moment later, Yuxiang Dai turned her head and said, "Why are you still crying when you're a grown man? Others will laugh at you." A flushing Chen Xiu remained silent. Yuxiang Dai said to Feng Qingxi, "Take care of your master." "Yes," Feng Qingxi replied. Unable to take it anymore, Chen Xiu refuted,
don't listen to your martial aunt's drivel. I'm fine. In a dispassionate manner, Yu Xiangdai said, now that Wanner has left the sect and headed to another place, I wonder whether she will be oppressed. Yang Kai is an upright man, so I believe he won't mistreat her. However, he has several partners. A woman driven by jealousy is capable of anything. I'm worried that Wanner won't be a match for them. She will be in a pitiful state if no one can stand up for her. Chen Xiu stopped in his tracks as his eyes reddened again. He almost couldn't contain the urge to race after Tao Ling Wan. On the other hand, Yu Xiangdai laughed spiritedly and took off. Chen Xiu glowered at her figure, but there was nothing he could do. Everything looked novel to Tao Ling Wan, who had never left the master sect before. While she still hadn't recovered from the sadness for having to leave her home, she was also engulfed in a sense of anxiety. Fortunately, Chu Huashang was there to keep her company. A few days later, she finally settled her nerves. Since Yang Kai was the one driving the ship, the ladies didn't have to worry about anything. Luo Ting he never showed up as she had to cultivate in her room to consolidate her 8th order open heaven realm cultivation. Chu Huashang thus led Tao Ling Wan to see Yang Kai. The former was completely at ease while the latter hung her head bashfully, seemingly not daring to look Yang Kai in the eyes. It was as though another person had stood in front of Yang Kai and gotten struck by that fatal attack in his stead in the first life instead of this woman before his eyes. Yang Kai looked curiously at them. Husband, there was a tinge of slyness behind Chu Huashang's eyes as she saluted the man. Her voice was as pleasant as the morning breeze. A speechless Yang Kai pressed his palm against his forehead. Before he could say anything, a slightly trembling Tao Ling Wan also saluted him. Upon summoning all her courage, she called out in a small voice, husband. Yang Kai shot Chu Huashang a glare, as though he was questioning what she had done. Given Tao Ling Wan's temperament, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to call him husband without significant prodding. Chu Huashang must have encouraged her to do so before this. Tao Ling Wan was a naive girl, so she could be fooled easily. Pretending to not see his expression, Chu Huashang spoke in a sweet voice, husband, do you want to eat me first, or would you prefer senior sister Tao? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai almost couldn't stop himself from coughing up blood. On the other hand, Tao Ling Wan widened her eyes and gazed at Yang Kai in horror. Disbelief was written all over her face, as though she had just heard something inconceivable. A mischievous Chu Huashang went on to say in a charming tone, you can also eat us together. Stop messing around. Yang Kai chided her with a straight face. In an instant, Chu Huashang pouted in protest. Ignoring her, Yang Kai turned to look at Tao Ling Wan, but he didn't know what to say. A lot of accidents happened during his visit to Yinyang Cave Heaven, but there was no doubt that Tao Ling Wan was the biggest surprise. Although Chu Huashang had made a decision for him to also offer the same betrothal gift to bring her away, he wasn't ready to face this bashful and timid woman just yet. They were not familiar with each other as they didn't come into contact frequently in the past. Moreover, she wasn't as approachable as Chu Huashang. Wanner. Can I call you that? Yang Kai said after giving it a thought. Just like what Chu Huashang had said, Tao Ling Wan was her senior sister while she called Yang Kai junior brother. It would be a mess if Yang Kai called Tao Ling Wan junior sister. Tao Ling Wan nodded almost imperceptibly. We haven't known each other for long, and we're not familiar with one another, but that's fine. We'll have ample time to grow closer. As for this engagement, you can give it a serious thought. If you regret it one day, I'll never regret it. Tao Ling Wan suddenly summoned her courage and interrupted Yang Kai, staring him straight in the eye with unexpected fortitude. Upon coming to her senses though, she quickly hung her head low again and whispered, I'll not regret it. Yang Kai nodded, it's me who has said something wrong. You can learn more about me through senior sister Chu or your own observation. We're still young after all, so there's no need to rush things. If you miss your master and junior brother one day, just tell me about it and I'll ask someone to send you back to Enyang Cave Heaven. Since it's your master sect, you two can go back to visit as you please. He then added, also, if you realize that you're about to suffer from cultivation dissonance, you have to tell me quickly. You must not try to deal with it on your own. As Yang Kai continued to say caring words to her, Tao Ling Wan nodded repeatedly and became less nervous. All of a sudden, Yang Kai stopped speaking and frowned. The perceptive Chu Huashang noticed that there was something wrong with him, so she asked anxiously, what happened? Yang Kai tried to sense it for a moment before shaking his head, I have no idea. I just feel a sense of unease all of a sudden. A sense of unease? Chu Huashang arched her brow. To a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai, it wasn't a good sign to feel a sense of uneasiness. That might signal that something bad was about to happen. Perhaps I was just imagining it, Yang Kai pondered. You must not be negligent. Chu Huashang said seriously, examine yourself carefully. I'll also help. Yang Kai nodded. A moment later though, they still hadn't discovered anything wrong, as though the sense of unease just now was just an illusion. It was not impossible. Although a powerful cultivator had a sensitive perception, it wouldn't be correct every time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4857, A Sense of Unease. As Chu Huashang led Tao Ling Wan to leave, Yang Kai could faintly hear Tao Ling Wan speaking in a hushed and terrified tone, Junior Sister Chu, does husband really eat humans? Yes. To make things worse, Chu Huashang took the other woman's hand and spoke in a grim tone, he'll eat your hands first as the flesh is delicate. Then, he'll go on to eat your arms and stomach. Upon hearing that, Tao Ling Wan instantly turned pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh as he was worried that Tao Ling Wan wouldn't be able to bear Chu Huashang's cheekiness. The ship continued to move forward. It would take them several months before they could reach the star boundary. If Yang Kai were on his own, he could have used space principles to speed up the journey, however, he was unable to do that as he had 3 ladies with him. He wouldn't be able to endure taking 3 people with him using space principles for an extended period of time. In any case, he didn't mind spending a few months heading home. While they were on the road, Yang Kai would refine open heaven pills when he was free. Even if he never cultivated, his heritage would still continue to grow due to the living beings and small stone race in his small universe. Nevertheless, the cultivation process of an open heaven realm master was dull and required time and accumulation. The saying, many little drops make an ocean, would best describe the process. A few days later, when Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills, he furrowed his brows all of a sudden. The sense of uneasiness swept over him again, which alerted him. He already had this kind of feeling a few days ago, but he couldn't discover anything wrong after examining himself, so he thought that it was just his imagination. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. With the same feeling striking him for the second time, it couldn't be an illusion. He examined himself again, but didn't discover any problems. As he scanned the surroundings using his divine sense, he also couldn't detect the presence of any threats. This puzzled him as he had no idea where the sense of uneasiness came from. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai left his room and arrived at another. Then, he knocked on the door. The door was soon opened. Upon entering the room, Yang Kai saw that Luo Tinghe was seated with her legs crossed. It seemed that she was cultivating just now when she was interrupted. What's wrong? Why are you here instead of keeping your future wives company? Luo Tinghe looked curiously at him. Yang Kai nodded and told her about his worries. Upon hearing that, Luo Tinghe frowned. When was the last time you were struck by that feeling? Yang Kai replied, 3 days ago. I'll have a look. Luo Tinghe extended her hand and placed her fingers on his wrist. The next moment, a gentle force streamed into his body and thoroughly inspected everything. However, Luo Tinghe was unable to discover anything as well. After retracting her hand, she said, there's nothing wrong with your body. Has anything happened to your small universe? Yang Kai shook his head. That's what puzzles me. I've examined my small universe as well, and there's no problem with it. With the world spring around, his small universe was basically impenetrable. Unless he passed away, there would never be any problems with his small universe. Moreover, he really never found anything upon examining his small universe. Luo Tinghe frowned and fell into her thoughts for a moment before saying, if it's not your own problem, something might have happened to the people closest to you. Two people could have their hearts connected when they're close enough. When one person falls into danger, the other person will sense it regardless of where they are. Yang Kai's expression changed. If what Luo Tinghe had said was true, could Su Yan have fallen into danger? Although he had several partners, Su Yan was the only one whose heart was connected to his. After all, they had become closely knitted after they cultivated the same secret art when they were very young. Shanqing Luo and the others were not comparable to her in this regard. However, Su Yan was supposed to be in the ancestral land where only the other divine spirits could pose a threat to her, especially the Kun clan members. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that this was highly unlikely. The Kun clan members were resentful of the Dragon clan, but they were actually on good terms with the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, Su Yan possessed the source of a fallen Phoenix Empress. Those from 4 Phoenix Pavilion would die to protect her. Even if the Kun clan members wanted to harm Su Yan, Honghu and the others would never allow it to happen. The Phoenix clan was extremely powerful in the ancestral land, so the Kun clan members couldn't easily pose a threat to them. Should I head to the ancestral land? Yang Kai was hesitant. He felt that his road to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was becoming a bumpy one. He had already intended to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th Order many years ago, but he had kept putting it off due to various reasons. Certainly, he could make a detour to the Shattered Heaven and head to the ancestral land, but that would take a lot of time. Furthermore, he believed that with the protection of 4 Phoenix Pavilion, Su Yan and the others wouldn't be in danger. However, why had he repeatedly felt a sense of uneasiness if it wasn't because of Su Yan? Luo Tinghe was unable to give him a definitive answer. After Yang Kai returned to his room, he tried to focus on cultivating but to no avail. Instead of dissipating, the sense of uneasiness became worse. Something must have gone wrong. He fell into his thoughts as the faces of the people from Void Land and High Heaven Palace went through his mind, but he eliminated them one by one. All of a sudden, he thought of a possibility thanks to Luo Tinghe's reminder. She said that the reason he felt a sense of uneasiness was that something had happened to the people closest to him. The first person that came into Yang Kai's mind was Su Yan. However, he soon realized that Su Yan wasn't the only one who was close to him. To be precise, there were 9 people who couldn't really be considered to be close to him, but did have their lives tied to his. He quickly fished out the loyalty list from his small universe and opened it. The name, Chen Tianfei, which was written in blood, was on the first page. The real name of Fatty Chen Tian was Chen Tianfei. However, due to his rotund figure, those who were not familiar with him thought that his name was really Fatty. In fact, he was the one who offered the loyalty list to Yang Kai. As the first person who left his name on the loyalty list, his name, Chen Tianfei, was naturally on the first page. He, whose real name was Du Wenhong, was on the second page. Back then, when Yang Kai led Lu Shui and Guozi Yan to look for the star boundary, they were hunted down by He. Left with no choice, Yang Kai let Lu Shui consume a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed her to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm so she would have the capital to go against him. Eventually, they subdued He with difficulty and made him leave his name on the loyalty list. Yun Xinghua was on the 3rd page. He was the leader of Blood Swan Continent where Guozi Yan's daughter once lived. Since Yang Kai needed a new subordinate at that time, he decided to make him leave his name on the loyalty list. Of all the 9 people on the loyalty list, Chen Tianfei and Yun Xinghua were the weakest as they were only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. Because of that, Chen Tianfei was once worried that Yang Kai would abandon him. It wasn't until Yang Kai told him to take care of the small stone race members in the small stone world that he set his mind at ease. Mao Zhe was on the 4th page, Geng Qing was on the 5th page, and Zhou Ye was on the 6th page. All 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain from Shadowless Cave Heaven were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Mao Zhe was the most powerful among them as he was just one step away from the 7th Order. Although Geng Qing and Zhou Ye were slightly weaker, they had remained in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm for a long time and were strong in their own right. There were initially 4 mountain lords in profound Yang Mountain, however, the 2nd mountain lord, Yun Fei Bai, had offended the proprietress, which was why Yang Kai decided to kill him. Because of that, Mao Zhe and the others were resentful of Yang Kai. When Mao Zhe left his name on the loyalty list, Yang Kai could see that the other man was still eager to get his revenge. Nevertheless, after so many years, these 3 had probably stopped thinking about avenging Yun Fei Bai's death. Yang Kai had killed more than one 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master already, so even if Mao Zhe managed to ascend to the 7th Order, he still wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. He would certainly humiliate himself if he still wanted to get his revenge despite knowing that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai. Hui Gu was on the 7th page. Just like Mao Zhe and the others, he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Hui Gu had made a huge contribution when they were dealing with Sui Quan Hui and the others on Prison Star. There was nothing unusual with the first 7 pages, which suggested that these 7 people were still alive and kicking. However, Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he turned to the 8th page. That was because the name Xian Peng had disappeared without him knowing. When he turned to the last page, he saw that the name Wan Bai Feng had also vanished, just like he had expected. The loyalty list had an eerie effect. The person who possessed the loyalty list had full control over the life or death of the people who had left their names on it. If the owner of the loyalty list passed away, the people whose names were on the list would lose their lives as well. The fact that 2 names had disappeared from the loyalty list suggested that something had happened to them. In other words, Xian Peng and Luan Bai Feng might have already lost their lives. Xian Peng was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, however, Yang Kai wanted to deal with Luan Bai Feng back then, and Xian Peng was her trusted aide. Therefore, he made use of Xian Peng and successfully lured her out of the Black Prison. After that, the materials extracted from Black Prison would be sent to Void Land and High Heaven Palace. Most of the time, it was Xian Peng who dealt with these affairs. The environment in the Black Prison was unique and dangerous, while Luan Bai Feng was one of the most powerful 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters out there. Additionally, she was also an expert in Tao of Spirit arrays. The average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be a match for her inside the Black Prison. After they defeated Sui Quan Hui in the past, Luan Bai Feng returned to the Black Prison and started working on extracting more materials. Without Yang Kai's permission, she wouldn't easily leave the Black Prison. Yang Kai had never expected that the 2 of them had passed away. What had happened in the Black Prison? There were a tremendous amount of materials in the Black Prison, so it was a critical place that Yang Kai regarded highly. In the past, Void Land and High Heaven Palace mainly got their yin-yang element materials from the Black Prison. Even though Yang Kai had an inexhaustible amount of yin-yang element materials now, there was still a lack of higher-order 5-element materials. After he ascended to the 7th Order, his cultivation progress would speed up if he had complete sets of 7th Order materials to refine. After all, it took a painfully long time to ascend to the 8th Order from the 7th Order. Furthermore, there might be 8th Order materials in Black Prison. Hence, he couldn't afford to lose the Black Prison. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had finally figured out the reason he had repeatedly felt a sense of unease. That was because Xian Peng and Luan Bai Feng were killed one after the other. It was thanks to the loyalty list that he could faintly detect it despite being far away from them. Without any delay, he quickly summoned Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan. They then looked for Luo Tinghe. Upon hearing his explanation, Luo Tinghe scowled. So, the reason you felt a sense of uneasiness was that those 2 passed away? Martial Peak, Chapter 48-58, still alive. That's right, Yang Kai nodded. What are you going to do? Luo Ting he asked. I have to head to the Black Prison to look into the matter. Regardless of who the culprit is, I'll make them pay. There was a cold expression on Yang Kai's face. He had no idea who had made a move on the Black Prison, but Luan Baifeng had been working for him for a long time now. She had also made a huge contribution when they were dealing with Sui Quan Hui back then. Certainly, the ill-intentioned people were aware that she was Yang Kai's subordinate as well as a person from Void Land. Since the unknown enemy dared to make a move on Luan Baifeng, their real target was probably Yang Kai. Furthermore, given Luan Baifeng's cultivation, coupled with her advantageous position in the Black Prison, the person who was able to kill her must be in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm at the very least, and the person was no ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, the person was probably from one of the cave heavens or paradises. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shattered Heaven wouldn't have the guts to enter the 3,000 worlds. Was it Thousand Crane Paradise or Myriad Demons Cave Heaven? Yang Kai reckoned that he only had some grudges with these two sects, but he couldn't think of the reason they decided to kill Luan Baifeng. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that Luo Ting he had also tagged along, otherwise, he, Chu Huashang, and Tao Ling Wan might not be able to accompany him to Black Territory. Regardless of the danger in Black Territory, there wouldn't be a problem as they had Luo Ting he, who was a new 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with them. Therefore, the ship changed directions and headed straight to Black Territory. They never encountered any danger on the road, and a few months later, they arrived at a great territory that was just beside Black Territory. Yang Kai didn't rush into Black Territory to look into the matter. Since Luan Baifeng and Xian Peng were dead, it suggested that a turn of events had already taken place in Black Territory. No one knew what was going on there. Although they had Luo Ting he, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with them, they still had to be careful. They thus hid on a shattered spirit province and waited patiently. Yang Kai had been to this place once before. This was the location where he ambushed Xian Peng, who had just left Black Territory at that time, and forced him to leave his name on the loyalty list. He then subdued Luan Baifeng and took control of the Black Prison. Even though there were countless ore stars in Black Territory that were full of materials, the place was considered barren when it came to anything else. Luan Baifeng was a woman who enjoyed the finer things in life, therefore, she would periodically tell someone to buy some daily necessities and luxuries from a star city in the neighboring Great Territory. Yang Kai wanted to wait for someone to come out so that he could find out the current situation in Black Territory. He was pretty lucky. After waiting for half a month, Yang Kai, who was meditating, heard Chu Huashang saying, "Junior brother, someone has come out." Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw that a person emerged from the territory gate that was connected to Black Territory. The person was heading straight to the Star City. As Yang Kai looked intently at the person, he soon widened his eyes in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Luo Ting he asked. "That's Xian Peng." Yang Kai scowled. Upon hearing that, Luo Ting he was stunned, "The one whose name has disappeared from the loyalty list? Didn't you say he was dead?" She had no idea who Xian Peng was, but she remembered the name after Yang Kai mentioned the loyalty list to her previously. Yang Kai said, "For a name to disappear from the loyalty list, it's either that I let the person go or they pass away. I've never changed anything on the loyalty list, but their names have disappeared. That's why I thought they were dead." However, now it was obvious to him that Xian Peng was still alive and kicking. In that case, what about Luan Baifeng? Could it be possible that the loyalty list malfunctioned, or it's a fake? Luo Ting he turned her head and asked. "That's impossible." Yang Kai shook his head, "The loyal list is genuine, and I've always kept it on me, so there's no damage on it." A glint flashed through Chu Huashang's eyes. In that case, they've probably found a way to safely remove their names from the loyalty list. That might be possible, but Yang Kai didn't think Xian Peng and Luan Baifeng were capable of doing that. Even if they were able to do that, it wouldn't bring them any benefits by doing so. Black Territory was a strategic location that was under Yang Kai's control, so Luan Baifeng and Xianpeng had to listen to his command as well. In fact, Yang Kai had never treated them unjustly over the years. He had always been magnanimous when it came to rewarding his subordinates. Mao Zhe and the others had enjoyed countless resources in Void Land over the years. Not only did they not have to worry about putting food on the table, they also held important positions in the sect and were respected by all its members. They didn't have a reason to take the risk of removing their names from the loyalty list. Was there a senior expert who was behind all of this? What could their intentions be though? Instead of making speculations, why don't you just go over and ask him? Luo Ting, he was a woman of action. That was the reason she dashed into the Samsara pavilion back then over a trivial matter and set up an extremely difficult heart barrier, then waited for senior brother Sun to look for her. That was indeed a good way of finding out more information. Regardless of how they were able to remove their names from the loyalty list or whether there was a senior expert behind the scenes, Yang Kai would figure out everything by asking them. If the senior expert wanted to lure Yang Kai to Black Territory, his plan would be revealed after Yang Kai met up with Xianpeng. At the thought of this, Yang Kai decided to leave the hiding place as the ladies followed him closely. In the void, Xianpeng, who had turned into a ray of light, was rushing to the Star City in this great territory. When he saw someone standing in his way all of a sudden, he was astounded. He instinctively activated his world force and bellowed, "Who is it?" "Xianpeng, we haven't met for many years. Don't you recognize me anymore?" Yang Kai said, staring at him. Upon hearing his voice and making out his face, Xianpeng was evidently shocked. He then quickly saluted him and replied, "Sect Master, I'm sorry for being rude. Please forgive me." "It's fine. Where are you going?" Yang Kai asked impassively. Xianpeng wouldn't even dare to lift his head as he replied, "I'm going to the Star City to buy some daily necessities for Elder Luan." Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Luan Baifeng who worked for Yang Kai were all the elders of Void Land. That was the reason Xianpeng called her Elder Luan now. Of course, that was how he addressed her in front of Yang Kai, the sect master. It wasn't certain what he called her in private. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Does Elder Luan have the urge to drink again? Luan Baifeng was an alcoholic. Yang Kai only realized it through his observation after he took her on as a subordinate. When there was a task she had to carry out, she wouldn't even drink a drop of wine. Nevertheless, when there was some free time, she loved to indulge herself in alcohol. Black Territory didn't have ingredients for making wine, so she would always tell Xianpeng to buy a lot of wine from the Star City in a neighboring Great Territory. However, she would soon finish all the wine and tell Xianpeng to get more. That has always been the case over the years. Xianpeng smiled meekly, "You indeed have acute eyesight, sect master." Elder Luan said that she wanted to drink a little wine. "You happen to come back at the right time. Elder Luan always says that it feels lonely to drink wine on her own. Now that you're here, Elder Luan will have fun drinking to her heart's content." Yang Kai stroked his chin. "I haven't met her in years, but she remains the same." As expected, Luan Baifeng is alive as well. Yang Kai already had this speculation when he saw that Xianpeng was still safe and sound. Xianpeng's words had also confirmed his speculation. Luan Baifeng was still alive, but for some reason, their names had disappeared from the loyalty list. Furthermore, Xianpeng's reaction suggested that he wasn't aware of this fact, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so calm and collected. If he knew that his name had disappeared from the loyalty list, he would have become flustered the moment he saw Yang Kai. However, even though he appeared slightly nervous, he wasn't afraid one bit as he still behaved like usual. Could Yang Kai's other speculation be wrong? He initially thought that a senior expert had made a move to help remove Luan Baifeng and Xianpeng's names from the loyalty list. However, it didn't seem to be the case now.
Xian Peng could only smile in response as he didn't have the audacity to say anything when Yang Kai remarked on Wan Baifeng's behavior. He secretly took a glance at the ladies behind Yang Kai and realized that he didn't know them either. However, these women were all beautiful in their own ways. He couldn't help but think that the sect master was truly lucky to be always surrounded by such women. Yang Kai already had several wives at home, but he still managed to bring back 3 more. Xian Peng went on to say, "Where have you been all these years, sect master? It was rumored that you had entered the chaotic dead territory. While everyone thought that you were dead, Elder Wan and I knew that you were still alive, and you would emerge sooner or later." Yang Kai's safety would have a direct impact on Xian Peng and the others. Since they were still alive, it meant that nothing had happened to Yang Kai. Therefore, when the rumor spread that Yang Kai had lost his life in the chaotic dead territory, the people whose names were on the loyalty list knew that he was still alive. With that said, they had been apprehensive as well, for the chaotic dead territory was known to be a dangerous place. They were worried that Yang Kai would be doomed to die sooner or later. If something happened to Yang Kai, all of them would lose their lives as well. Xian Peng was genuinely pleased when he saw Yang Kai appearing in front of him as he could finally be at ease. Yang Kai nodded, "I did come across some accidents. Since you're going to buy wine for Elder Wan, you should go now. I'll be waiting for you here, and we'll enter black territory together." After hesitating for a moment, Xian Peng asked inquisitively, "Why don't I send you into black territory first?" "There's no need for that." Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Xian Peng left the place in a hurry. It was apparent that he wanted to buy the wine and return quickly. As Yang Kai watched him leave, he asked the others, "Did you see anything unusual?" Luo Ting he shook her head, "There's nothing unusual about his behavior." Although he was nervous, it was only about as much as a subordinate would be when dealing with their leader. Chu Huashang nodded, "I don't see anything wrong with him either." The fact that there was nothing off about Xian Peng suggested that something must have gone wrong somewhere else. Yang Kai suddenly had a feeling that the matter regarding black territory was more complicated than he thought. Tao Lingwan parted her lips, as though she was trying to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to speak in the end. Seeing that, Chu Huashang asked with a smile, "Do you see anything unusual about that person, Senior Sister Tao?" Yang Kai instantly turned to look at her. A blushing Tao Lingwan said in a small voice, "It seems that he isn't aware that his name has disappeared from the loyalty list." Yang Kai arched his brow, "Why do you say so?" Tao Lingwan replied, "If he were aware of it, he would have been apprehensive. That's because the fact that his name has disappeared from the loyalty list suggests that he has betrayed you. In that case, he should have been afraid when he saw you." Martial Peak, Chapter 4859, Rules. Upon hearing that, Luo Tinghe and Chu Huashang nodded in agreement. The former said, "That's right." Yang Kai praised her by saying, "You're indeed an observant person, Wanner. I share the same sentiment." Tao Lingwan smiled bashfully upon getting the compliment, then stopped talking. This was indeed a strange incident. Their names had disappeared from the loyalty list for no reason, so they were supposed to be dead. However, not only were they still alive, they were also not aware of this fact. Just then, a small group of people were seen coming from the Star City's direction. The smiles on their faces as they chatted suggested that they were familiar with each other. Nevertheless, the auras exuding from their bodies were not powerful. The one at the front was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm while the rest were in the Third Order. It wasn't until they came near Yang Kai and the others that they discovered their presence, which astounded them. It was very common to kill people and snatch goods in the void, hence, the less powerful cultivators were at risk of losing their lives at any moment. However, since both parties were so close to one another, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to change direction now. By doing so, they would appear weak. They stopped talking and kept their guard up. They brushed past Yang Kai and the others before leaving in a hurry. Seeing that Yang Kai and the others didn't have any ill intentions or try to stop them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master soon returned. Yang Kai looked curiously at him. Upon confirming that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions, the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist. White Fang Province's Yuan Tong Guang offers greetings. Yang Kai nodded dispassionately. What's wrong? Although he had never heard of White Fang Province before, he reckoned that it was just a second-class great force in some great territory, just like Great Moon Province. A great force could be considered second-class when there were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the sect, but most such forces only had 1 or 2 Fifth-Order Masters assuming command. Such great forces were innumerable in the 3,000 worlds. Yuan Tong Guang was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. Since Yang Kai and the others were just standing there, he was unable to judge their cultivation. However, he had a feeling that they were more powerful than he was, so he remained polite. Nothing serious actually. This Yuan just wants to ask whether you're also heading to Black Territory. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that, then he played along by saying, indeed. Are you going there as well? At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. Before his arrival, Black Territory had always been under Luan Baifeng's strict control. Even though there were slaves in Black Territory, they were all snatched from other places using all sorts of means. After those from Heavenly Sword Union were defeated, the captives were brought to Black Territory as prisoners. Hence, those who had entered Black Territory were all Luan Baifeng's or slaves. They had to extract materials for her until their death. She had never allowed anyone else to have a hand in this place. However, judging from Yuan Tong Guang's words, it seemed that Black Territory had been opened up and anyone could enter now. Yuan Tong Guang replied with a smile, yes. I heard that there were a lot of materials in Black Territory, but I had never had the chance to have a look. Now that Warden Luan has been kind enough to open up Black Territory for us to extract materials, it's a great opportunity for cultivators who are not so powerful like us. Many people have already entered. Yang Kai frowned and asked probingly, Brother Yuan, we've just come from another great territory after hearing rumors of this place, so we know little about Black Territory and Warden Luan. However, I've heard that Warden Luan is not a kind-hearted person. Instead, she's ruthless and fierce. Can we even survive if we enter Black Territory? Will we be able to own the materials we've extracted? I don't really believe it. Yuan Tong Guang sized him up and replied with a smile, I see. That's what you're worried about. Is that why you've been staying here instead of entering Black Territory? This guy seemed to have misunderstood something, but Yang Kai didn't intend to explain anything. He was just trying to extract some information out of him anyway. As Yuan Tong Guang spoke, he nodded his head, your concern is not unfounded. In the past, no one would have believed Warden Luan if she said such a thing. However, it's different now, for she has joined Void Land and become the elder there. By the way, have you heard of Void Land before? Yes, Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner. There was a sense of admiration on Yuan Tong Guang's face as he continued, Void Land is incredible, especially its lord. I heard that he's only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he has killed 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before. Also, he is still alive and well after offending Thousand Cranes Paradise back then. What's more, he's a great emperor of the Star Boundary. I'm sure you've heard about the Star Boundary before. One of the most precious treasures in the universe, the World Tree, is in the Star Boundary. Now, the Cave Heavens and Paradises have all set up Dao temples in the Star Boundary, and they have a lot of collaborations with the Void Land's Lord. I've heard his name a lot. There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face. He didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation when someone praised him right in front of him. To the side, Chu Huashang covered her lips and giggled. Warden Luan is an elder of Void Land. With the assurance from Void Land, there's nothing to worry about. In fact, there are some people who have become filthy rich after getting immense benefits from Black Territory. Really? Yang Kai appeared doubtful, does Warden 1 really allow others to extract materials in her territory as they please? He was furious at this news as he wondered what Luan Baifeng was up to. The materials in Black Territory were immense, but if all of them were extracted by others, there wouldn't be anything left for Void Land and High Heaven Palace. Nevertheless, he soon recalled something. There was a mysterious power in Black Territory. The further one headed into the place, the quicker one would lose the heritage of their small universe. The average person was unable to reach the depths of the Black Prison. After years of extraction, the ore stars in the periphery had practically become barren. In the past, Yang Kai relied on the effects of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, coupled with the void yin-yang mirrors that he had created, to move several ore stars from Black Territory's inner region to the periphery. In other words, he was the only one in the world who could reach the depths of the Black Prison. Where would these people mine ore stars after entering Black Territory? Why had some people even reaped tremendous rewards to begin with? Yuan Tongguang asked with a smile, "Where are you from, brother? It seems that you know little about Black Territory." Yang Kai nodded, "I've only heard about it from others." No wonder. Yuan Tongguang sported an expression that showed he had already expected it. "I'll put it this way. Even though Warden Wan has allowed outsiders to extract materials in Black Territory, she wouldn't want to be taken advantage of. There are rules to follow if we want to go in." Yang Kai said humbly, "Please enlighten me, Brother Yuan." Yuan Tongguang responded politely, then explained, "Regardless of your origin or cultivation, you may enter Black Territory and extract materials. However, the materials you've discovered won't be entirely yours. Warden Wan has her own rules. For materials in the third order and below, we can pocket everything. For those that are above the third order and below the fifth order, we can keep half of them. For those above the fifth order, we can't keep any of that as we have to give everything to Warden Wan. Certainly, she won't let you work for free though. When you hand in the materials above the fifth order, she will give you some open heaven pills as a form of compensation. The compensation won't be a lot, but it is satisfactory." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai arched his brow. "So, those are the rules." "The rules are pretty fair," Yuan Tongguang smiled. Indeed, the rules were fair. If Luan Baifeng hadn't opened up Black Territory, the outsiders couldn't have entered the place and extracted materials. Materials below the third order didn't have much value, so they could just keep them. Fourth order and fifth order materials were expensive, so they could only keep half of them. For materials above the fifth order, they couldn't keep any of them, but Luan Baifeng would compensate them with some open heaven pills. In that case, it would attract a lot of weaker open heaven realm masters to work for her. Yuan Tongguang, who was in the fourth order open heaven realm, was one such person. This group's cultivation was neither high nor low, so they wouldn't have much wealth nor a way to get more. There was no doubt that working in Black Territory was a good option. Besides fourth order open heaven realm masters, even fifth order ones would be interested in such a deal, not to mention those who were below the fourth order open heaven realm. Their orders were too low, so it was extremely difficult for them to obtain cultivation materials. Once the news was spread, a lot of people would stream into Black Territory. "Are there already a lot of people in Black Territory?" Yang Kai asked. "I don't think so. After all, it was only a short time ago when the news was spread. I believe that there will be more people in a few months." "When was the news spread?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "About 3 months ago," Yuan Tongguang replied as he looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. "When did you hear about the news?" "Half a month ago," Yang Kai said nonchalantly. "I heard someone mention it in a certain star city, so I became curious. However, I haven't made up my mind yet." Yuan Tongguang guffawed. "It's expected that you're worried. In fact, I didn't believe it either at first. If not for the fact that I was short on money, I wouldn't have taken the risk. The truth is that the situation in Black Territory is just like what I've described. You'll find out after going in." Yang Kai gazed at him with surprise.
do you mean that you've entered black territory before? Yuan Tongguang nodded, I went in once 2 months ago and got some rewards. Certainly, I wouldn't keep them to myself, so I returned to the sect and brought my fellow brothers here. As he spoke, he pointed at the people behind him. They were apparently the disciples from the same sect that he had mentioned. Their cultivations were also similar to his. He then paused for a moment before saying, if you don't mind, you can come with me. To be honest with you, there's some risk when we extract materials in black territory. Although Warden Luan is generous as she won't deduct the rewards that belong to us, she won't care about our safety either. If we don't come together and join forces, others might have their eyes on us if we manage to extract something good. It was then Yang Kai figured out why Yuan Tongguang returned to talk to him. It was apparent that he wanted to invite Yang Kai and the others to enter black territory together and form a small group. Although Yang Kai and his companions never showed their cultivation, it was apparent that they were powerful. Moreover, the 3 beautiful ladies in the group were undoubtedly attractive to them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4860, Go Together. Black territory was shrouded in mystery. It seemed that Yang Kai had to personally look into the matter. He initially intended to wait for Xian Peng to come back before heading to black territory with him, but he had changed his mind. After all, if he went with Xian Peng, he would immediately see Luan Baifeng, and he wouldn't be able to investigate the truth on his own. Hence, faced with Yuan Tongguang's invitation, he only gave it a thought for a moment and agreed to it. Good. I'm sorry for troubling you then, Brother Yuan. An elated Yuan Tongguang passionately told his fellow brothers to come over and introduce themselves. Yang Kai told them a fake name, but the surname was still Yang. He wouldn't dare to say that everyone in the 3,000 worlds knew his name, but there must be a lot of people that were aware of who he was. As for his background, he lied to them that he was from Great Moon Province. Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang and the others became at ease. In this expansive universe, great forces with the name province wouldn't be too powerful. Therefore, upon learning that Yang Kai and his companions were from Great Moon Province, Yuan Tongguang and the others stopped feeling pressured. Moreover, they believed that Yang Kai and his companions were attracted to the materials in black territory. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who came here to extract materials wouldn't be too powerful, with the strongest generally being 5th order. The group then headed to the territory gate together. It wasn't hard to hide one's cultivation. As long as they were careful when activating their powers, Yuan Tongguang and the others wouldn't find out anything. The other men from White Fang Province were obviously interested in Chu Huashang and the 2 ladies as they kept trying to chat them up, but the 2 only responded in a dispassionate manner. An hour or 2 later, they arrived at the territory gate. Yuan Tongguang summoned a flight-type artifact and nodded at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, we'll go first and wait for you at the other end. Following that, they subsequently entered the artifact, which turned into a ray of light and dashed into the territory gate. It was then Yang Kai recalled that he was pretending to be a less powerful cultivator. Supposedly, he was unable to pass through the territory gate with his body alone. In fact, one would feel immensely pressured when going through a territory gate. Only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were able to safely pass through a territory gate without any protection. Mid-rank Masters could still cross the gates if they were willing to expend a large amount of strength, while low-rank Masters would need a protective artifact. Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, and his physique was robust, hence, he would usually just move through the territory gates without any protection, and he hadn't come across any danger so far. That was the reason he didn't have an artifact that was specifically used for passing through the territory gates. Fortunately, Chu Huashang was well prepared. Knowing what was on Yang Kai's mind, she summoned an ordinary-looking flight-type artifact. After the 4 of them entered it, the artifact charged towards the territory gate. The next moment, they arrived at black territory. Chu Huashang stored the artifact, and then their figures were revealed. The ladies looked around curiously as it was the first time they had visited black territory. This place was different from all other great territories. There wasn't even a single shining star in the void, as though it was engulfed in endless darkness. A desolate aura permeated every corner of this great territory. Even the great sun star in the depths of the void only exuded a faint light, as though it was an old man whose days were numbered. Luo Ting he frowned as the aura in black territory made her feel a sense of discomfort. Yang Kai could immediately see Yuan Tong Guang and the others, who arrived at this place first. Presently, they were looking around casually. Upon seeing Yang Kai and his companions, Yuan Tong Guang hospitably waved his hand. "Brother Yang, we're here." Yang Kai nodded and led the ladies to shuffle towards them. After they gathered together, Yuan Tong Guang said, "Brother Yang, I'll bring you all to go through the registration process first. We can only extract materials from our stars after getting identity tokens." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Yuan Tong Guang led the way for them, and the rest followed him closely. There was a shattered spirit province that wasn't far away from the territory gate, one that was just big enough for a palace to sit on. Many people could be seen entering and leaving this palace. Some of them were dejected while the others appeared joyful. These people were mostly third-order and fourth-order open heaven realm masters. Additionally, there were a small number of fifth-order ones. It was apparent that they had willingly come to black territory to mine ores, and there were indeed a lot of people. Just like Yuan Tong Guang had said, many people had already arrived at this place barely 3 months after the news was spread that anyone could freely come to black territory and extract materials. It wasn't hard to predict that more people would come in the near future. Furthermore, Yang Kai was concerned about the fact that the incident took place 3 months ago. A few months ago, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of uneasiness. Then he discovered that the names of Luan Baifeng and Xian Peng had disappeared from the loyalty list. After some calculations, he realized that the turn of events in black territory started after their names vanished from the loyalty list. The people who entered and left the palace were mostly in groups. Only a small number of people walked around as individuals. It seemed that they understood they had to join forces to keep themselves safe. Yuan Tong Guang had been to this place, so he was familiar with the procedure. He led all of them to enter the palace. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there were a lot of desks inside. Many people had lined up in front of the desks. Behind the desks were the busy open heaven realm masters who asked about their names, cultivations, and backgrounds. After the registration was done, they would give each participant an identity token. This way, after looking around for a moment, Yuan Tong Guang led them to a particular desk and entered the back of the queue. Then, he explained to Yang Kai in a small voice, "I'm on good terms with that guy, so I can ask him to assign a better or star to us later." It was then Yang Kai realized why the other man chose to queue up in front of this desk in particular. The people behind the desks were supposed to be Luan Baifeng's subordinates. Yang Kai had been to black territory twice, so most of Luan Baifeng's subordinates had seen him. He was initially worried that his identity would be exposed, but he soon realized that he didn't know the person who Yuan Tong Guang claimed to be on good terms with. It was apparent that he had never seen him before, so he set his mind at ease. Just a while later, it was Yuan Tong Guang and the others' turn. They were indeed on good terms. The friendship strengthened after Yuan Tong Guang secretly passed him a space ring. The person put on a bright smile, "You're quick to return, little brother Yuan. You left this place barely more than 10 days ago." Yuan Tong Guang replied with a smile, "Warden Luan is kind enough to present this great opportunity to us. Warden Luan's efforts will go to waste if this Yuan doesn't seize the chance." The person nodded, "I'm glad that's what you think. Well, even though we're friends, we still have to follow the rules. Are they from your sect?" Without hesitation, Yuan Tong Guang dipped his head, "Yes." "Take turns to tell me your name and cultivation, then," the person demanded. Yuan Tong Guang motioned for them to step forward. It wouldn't take a lot of time to go through the registration process and receive identity tokens, and a moment later, everything was settled. With a solemn expression, the person said to Yuan Tong Guang, "Little brother, you've been here once, so you know the rules in Black Territory. I'll not go through them again. I hope that you'll stick to the rules and not keep any treasures to yourself. You'll end up in a horrible state if we find out about it. I wouldn't dare to break the rules. Yuan Tongguang quickly nodded, then spoke in a hushed voice, the Or Star this time. The person shot him a glance that suggested that a tacit agreement had been reached between them. Don't worry, little brother. The Or Star I've assigned to you this time is very good. Just 10 days ago, someone extracted a 7th order wood element material from there and received 10 million open heaven pills. Yuan Tongguang caught his breath and gulped, 10 million. According to the market rate, a 7th order wood element material was worth 150 million. Even a 6th order one was worth 15 million. Certainly, 10 million open heaven pills were not enough to purchase a 7th order wood element material. However, the figure was considered ample as a reward for just finding one. After all, the entire Black Territory was Luan Baifeng's territory. If she hadn't opened up this place, no one could have come in and extracted the materials. Not only had she allowed outsiders to come in, but she would also reward those who handed in valuable materials. Certainly, the ones who sought wealth in this place were satisfied. The person patted Yuan Tongguang's shoulder. Work hard, little brother. If you become wealthy, you must not forget about me. To be honest with you, I'm envious of all of you. If not for the madam's orders, I would have been tempted to extract materials as well. Don't worry, big brother. If this Yuan has the luck to obtain a 7th order material, I'll not forget the help you've offered me. The person put on a bright smile. I'll take your word for it, then. After they were done with the small talk, the person waved his hand, then a short open heaven realm master came over. The person ordered, bring them to Or Star 16. The short open heaven realm master nodded upon receiving the order, then said to Yuan Tongguang, come with me. After bidding the person behind the desk farewell, Yuan Tongguang led Yang Kai and the others to follow the short open heaven realm master. Upon leaving the Shattered Spirit Province, the short open heaven realm master summoned a ship and asked them to board. Standing on the deck, Yuan Tongguang appeared elated. Or Star 16 is one of the top-ranking stars, so there must be a lot of materials. Junior brothers, we have to work hard when we reach there, for we're responsible for making White Fang Province thrive. The junior brothers nodded as they appeared prepared to do their best to get their hands on those valuable materials. Yuan Tongguang then turned to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, I'm sorry for lying that you all are from my sect. I just wanted to save us the trouble. Yang Kai waved his hand, don't worry about it, Brother Yuan. We should be thanking you for saving us the hassle. Yuan Tongguang put on a smile, however, there's one thing I need to make clear to you. Please go ahead, Brother Yuan. It's the rules I told you previously. You all have to remember the orders of the materials you can keep or have to hand in. When we leave Black Territory, we have to go through an inspection. Those who try to keep the materials to themselves will end up in a horrible state. In the past, there was a person who kept a 6th order material, and what happened to him? Chu Huashang asked. Yuan Tongguang let out a sigh, I guess he's still not dead. Tao Lingwan was perplexed, but she wouldn't dare to ask Yuan Tongguang about it. She said to Chu Huashang in a small voice, isn't it a good thing that he isn't dead? Chu Huashang replied with a smile, sometimes, it's better to be dead than alive. Senior sister, have you ever heard about fates worse than death before? It was then Tao Lingwan understood what Yuan Tongguang really meant. In an instant, her face turned pale. Martial Peak, Chapter 4861, or Star 16. The short open heaven realm master that led the way didn't talk much as he focused on driving the ship. Faced with Yuan Tongguang's attempt to befriend him, he only responded in a perfunctory manner. Yang Kai looked around while standing on the deck. He had been to Black Territory twice. Even though he wouldn't say that he was familiar with this place, he wouldn't find it strange at the very least. Soon, he found that there were a lot of shattered spirit provinces in the void on his right side. Those countless shattered spirit provinces were barren and strewn about disorderly. Noticing his gaze, Yuan Tongguang came over and asked, "Brother Yang, are you curious about what happened to those shattered spirit provinces?" Yang Kai had an answer in his heart, but he could only play dumb and ask, "You know what happened, Brother Yuan?" There was a meaningful grin on Yuan Tongguang's face as he replied, "I heard about it when I visited this place previously. It's said that the Void Land's Lord and Star Boundary's great Emperor, Yang Kai, is immensely powerful. When he visited Black Territory in the past, he used a divine ability to move the ore stars from the inner region to the periphery so that it would be easier for Warden Wan's subordinates to extract resources from them. The shattered spirit provinces you see now are the debris that were left behind after the ore stars were fully extracted." Upon hearing that, Luo Ting gazed at Yang Kai in shock. Although she hadn't seen any ore stars so far, she reckoned that they were just universe worlds with abundant materials. It would require an incredible divine ability to move a whole universe world from one place to another. She was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was actually a simple matter for her to destroy a universe world. However, she didn't think she would be able to move a universe world intact. Yuan Tongguang's junior brothers were curious about it as well. One of them asked, "The ore stars were moved to this place? For real? Isn't Senior Yang Kai a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Could he really do that?" Yuan Tongguang shook his head, "I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's very likely to be what happened. Moreover, as you can see from the scale of the debris, Senior Yang Kai didn't just move one ore star. It's said that it took him some time to move hundreds of ore stars from the inner region to this place." Hundreds of ore stars. All of them were dumbfounded as they found it inconceivable. Judging from the scale of the debris, they could see how large the ore stars originally were. Could anyone really pull off such a feat? Is Yang Kai even human? Another junior brother said, "I suppose that happened a long time ago. There are no more materials left on these ore stars. It must have taken a lot of time to fully extract all the materials there." Yuan Tongguang nodded, "Yes, it said that the incident took place 300 years ago." As he spoke, he took a glance at the short Open Heaven Realm Master, as though he was trying to get confirmation from him. Unfortunately, the short Open Heaven Realm Master didn't intend to respond to them. It wasn't certain whether he had no regard for Yuan Tongguang and the others at all, or was just untalkative in general. Yang Kai became increasingly doubtful as they moved forward. Luan Baifeng already had quite a number of subordinates to begin with, and she had previously captured almost 100 people from Heavenly Sword Union. 300 years had passed, so they should have fully mined out the 30 or so ore stars that Yang Kai had moved to this place, which was why the void was full of debris now. However, what made him feel doubtful was that he couldn't feel the strange strength that Black Territory was supposedly filled with. He had personally experienced it on his previous visits. The further he went into Black Territory, the more conspicuous the strange strength would be. Engulfed in the strange strength, he could feel the heritage of his small universe leaving his body. Therefore, even though Luan Baifeng had occupied Black Territory, which was abundant with materials, for many years, she didn't have a way to mine most of them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai couldn't detect the presence of the strange strength this time. This made him feel perplexed, and the many surprising changes in Black Territory overwhelmed him with a sense of unease. Half a day later, they reached a place that was definitely beyond the periphery of Black Territory. In the past, no one could easily reach this place. Before anyone could arrive, the heritage of their small universe would be completely wiped out under the influence of the strange strength. However, even Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yuan Tongguang and his group, who were from White Fang Province, could easily reach this place now. The ship then landed on a large ore star. After sending them to this place, the short Open Heaven Realm Master said, "This is ore star 16. All of you should do your best to extract the materials here. If there's anything valuable, you can return on your own to turn it in." Many thanks, sir. As Yuan Tongguang spoke, he stepped forward and stuffed a space ring into the other man's hands. The short open heaven realm master took it and nodded before he turned the ship around and returned. They finally arrived at their destination after quite some time, so Yuan Tongguang and the other open heaven realm masters from White Fang province appeared excited as they looked around. One of them asked, "What should we do now, senior brother?" Only Yuan Tongguang had some experience here, and he was the most powerful among them, so it was expected that he was the leader in this group. Yuan Tongguang replied with a smile, "There's nothing to take note of. You just have to mine as you please. The materials here are hidden in black stones. Before we shatter the black stones, we don't know whether there are any materials in them or the orders of the materials, hence, our mission is to find those black stones. Even if we destroy the entire ore star, those from the black prison won't care about it." Upon hearing his explanation, all of them nodded. Yuan Tongguang went on to say, "Black stones are very special and require world force to dissolve. We can divide up the work. One group can mine black stones while the other breaks them down, taking turns to relieve ourselves." As he spoke, he turned to look at Yang Kai. "What do you think, Brother Yang?" There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face as he looked into the depths of the void, as though he was able to see a very far-away place. Upon being called out though, he replied, "You make the arrangements, Brother Yuan." Since an agreement had been reached, Yuan Tongguang bowed his head. Just when he was about to speak, a tremendous figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed on a spot that wasn't far away from them. The hefty figure crashed into the solid ground and caused a cloud of dust to rise. Yuan Tongguang and the others were flabbergasted as they looked intently in that direction and shouted, "Who goes there?" When the dust settled, a gigantic figure was revealed before their eyes. The figure had a big belly, and its skin was full of warts. There was a green aura, which was apparently poisonous, that swirled around its body. This was an enormous blue-eyed toad that was as tall as a 3-story building. Moreover, its aura suggested that its strength was at the peak of the 5th order, possibly even reaching the 6th order open heaven realm. Instantly, Yuan Tongguang and the others turned pale. They had never expected to come across a poisonous star beast on an ore star in the Black Territory's inner region. As the blue-eyed toad's chin contracted, a gurgling sound was heard coming from its throat. Just then, a displeased voice was heard saying, "Those brats from Black Territory have received this Uncle Yu's benefits, but they've still sent some people to come over and snatch materials from me. They're such a bunch of ungrateful people. Anyway, since you've come to this place, all of you will work for me now. You have to give me 30% of the materials you've extracted, otherwise, I won't let you off." Tao Lingwan widened her eyes in disbelief as she said to Chu Huashang, "Junior sister Chu, this. It can speak." Chu Huashang replied with a smile, "It is not the one that can speak." A surprised voice was heard saying, "There are 3 ladies here? They're quite beautiful. This Uncle Yu is in luck." Following that, a head stuck out from the top of the blue-eyed toad as he swept a glance over Chu Huashang and the others in a lascivious manner. It was then Tao Lingwan saw clearly that there was a person riding on the blue-eyed toad. The person was too petite compared to the gigantic blue-eyed toad, so she didn't discover him just now. "Luo Ting," he sneered, "who is this oaf that dares to call himself uncle?" Yuan Tongguang turned pale as he sent a signal to Luo Tinghe to motion for her to stop spouting nonsense, for he finally recalled who the blue-eyed toad and its owner were. He had heard that there was an old man surnamed Yu who had occupied an ore star in this place. Those who were sent there had to pay him 30% of the extracted materials, and those who resisted would end up in a horrible state. It didn't really bother him when he heard about it at first. It wasn't until he came across the duo that he felt horrified. This couldn't be helped, as this old man surnamed Yu was at the peak of the 5th order open heaven realm, and the blue-eyed toad was even more powerful than he was. With the 2 of them joining forces, they could go against a 6th order open heaven realm master. This kind of cultivation was unrivaled among the cultivators who had come here to mine ores, so there was basically no one who could fight against them. Moreover, those from Black Territory wouldn't care about such a minor matter. They just wanted the people who had arrived at Black Territory to follow their rules, and these people's safety didn't concern them. Yuan Tongguang secretly cursed at his so-called friend who had assigned Or Star 16 to him back in the reception palace. The person had received some benefits from him, but he still sent him to this place, which was no different from sending him to a trap. Fully aware that they were unable to escape unscathed, Yuan Tongguang hurriedly cupped his fist. White Fang Province's Yuan Tongguang greets old you. Don't worry. We will follow your rules when extracting the materials here, and we wouldn't dare to keep anything to ourselves. With his hands placed on his hips, old you was standing on the blue-eyed toad's head as he grinned. You're pretty tactful, brat. However, this woman doesn't seem to understand the rules here. In that case, I'll teach her a lesson so that she'll learn not to speak nonsense and invite trouble. Upon finishing his words, he stomped his foot on the toad. There seemed to be a ray of light that flashed across everyone's eyes. Before Yuan Tongguang and the others could figure out what was going on, they heard a loud slap. The next moment, a gale gusted through them as the sands and stones were blown into the air. Yuan Tongguang and the others were dumbstruck and hurriedly surged their strength to protect themselves. Just then though, the man surnamed Yu was heard exclaiming in disbelief. When the dust settled, Yuan Tongguang and the others opened their eyes and were shocked by the sight before them. The blue-eyed toad had already extended its tongue in an attempt to attack Luo Tinghe, but at this moment, the woman was gripping the tongue with just 2 fingers. Regardless of how hard the blue-eyed toad struggled, it was unable to retract its tongue. Yuan Tongguang was astounded. It had to be noted that this blue-eyed toad was a star beast that was on par with a peak 5th order or even a 6th order open heaven realm master. Even its casual attack had to be taken seriously. However, Luo Tinghe was able to easily catch its mighty tongue with just 2 fingers. What kind of cultivation did she possess? How powerful must she be? Martial Peak, Chapter 4862, Meeting Black Ink Disciples Again. Moreover, it was obvious that the blue-eyed toad was venomous, so its tongue must be coated in venom as well. The average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to fend it off, so how did this woman even grip its tongue with her fingers? Yuan Tongguang didn't quite understand Luo Tinghe now, as he had a feeling that something was off. He thus quickly turned to look at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look in their direction, as though he wasn't aware of the conflict going on. After a moment, he simply said, "I'll leave it to you. I'm going out to have a look." Upon finishing his words, he shot into the sky and headed towards the depths of Black Territory. He's leaving just like that? Before Yuan Tongguang even came to his senses, he saw Luo Tinghe exerting more force with her hand, after which the gigantic blue-eyed toad was thrown into the air and then crashed into the ground. The old man surnamed Yu, who was on the toad's back, was covered in dust as well. Before he could get to his feet, Luo Tinghe directly stepped on his chest and said smilingly, "You were going to teach me a lesson?" The old man surnamed Yu immediately begged for mercy, "Please forgive me, great aunt. I'm sorry for my impudence, and I should be taught a lesson instead. From now on, 30% of all the materials extracted here will go to you. I'm willing to work for you." Yuan Tongguang and the others were dumbfounded. Yang Kai shot towards the depths of Black Territory. As space principles undulated, he was able to move at an astounding speed. This area was supposed to be filled with a strange strength, and the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to come anywhere near here. However, at this moment, his progress was unimpeded, which concerned Yang Kai. He had never figured out what the strange strength truly was. In the past, he planned on thoroughly investigating Black Territory when he was free one day. Perhaps he could get to the bottom of the strange strength when the time came. He knew that Black Territory was an expansive place with ample materials, but the reason it was easily occupied by Luan Baifeng, a mere 6th order open heaven realm master, was that this place was filled with that strange strength. Without the strange strength, the ore stars in Black Territory would have been targeted by others long ago. Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such treasures. However, it was because of the strange strength's presence that it was extremely difficult to extract materials in Black Territory. Most of the time, human lives had to be traded for materials, therefore, the cave heavens and paradises had never had their eyes on this place before. The strange strength could be said to be the natural barrier of Black Territory. Nevertheless, the barrier was now gone. On the other hand, Luan Baifeng made a counterintuitive decision by spreading the news to attract a lot of open heaven realm masters to come over and extract materials. There was something off about what was going on. Yang Kai passed by a lot of ore stars along the way, and it was obvious that many open heaven realm masters were busy extracting materials on those ore stars. They used their own secret techniques and were making a lot of noises. Some of the smaller ore stars were completely shattered as all of the black stones had been found. As he continued moving forward, there came a moment when Yang Kai suddenly felt the strange strength engulfing him. He couldn't help but arch his brow, as he finally realized that the strange strength that had originally filled Black Territory was not completely gone. It was just that the area it covered had significantly shrunk. Therefore, the safe area in the periphery had expanded, which allowed others to mine ore stars that were previously too dangerous to visit. However, the strange strength was still existent in Black Territory's inner region, and it was extremely dense. On his previous visits to Black Territory, Yang Kai used his towering evergreen divine manifestation to protect himself and ward off the strange strength's corrosion. However, even with his wood element power that was condensed from the immortal tree's essence, he was still unable to go very deep into Black Territory. Once his towering evergreen divine manifestation was no longer able to bear it, he couldn't proceed any further. Nonetheless, it was different now. Yang Kai had obtained the world spring in the shattered heaven, and with one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, it could ensure that his small universe would always remain intact and impenetrable. Therefore, even though he could feel the strange strength's presence, it didn't have any influence on him. His expression changed upon that realization. Perhaps he could finally find the source of the strange strength. This strength had engulfed a large portion of Black Territory, so there must be a source. In the past, Yang Kai had wanted to find the source, but he was incapable of doing so. Now that he had the world spring, he was no longer afraid of the strange strength's corrosion. He was also not worried about the heritage of his small universe leaving his body anymore. Perhaps he could really find the source of the strange strength this time and properly investigate the matter. In this region, there was no one extracting materials on the ore stars, for humans were unable to stay here. Yang Kai kept moving further and soon reached an area he hadn't managed to visit on his previous trips. The strange strength kept intensifying. Yang Kai reckoned that even an 8th order open heaven realm masters like Luo Ting he wouldn't be able to remain here for long. In this place, Yang Kai could faintly feel the presence of another kind of strength. However, with the interference from the strange strength, his perception was blurred, so he was unable to identify what that strength was. He continued moving forward, but barely 2 hours later, he found it hard to go any further. What stopped him from going further wasn't the strange strength. With the World Spring's protection, the strange strength in Black Territory wouldn't pose a threat to him. What hindered him were the natural spirit arrays that were seemingly everywhere in Black Territory. Black Territory was dangerous for 2 reasons. First was the presence of the strange strength, and second was the countless natural spirit arrays. The reason Luan Baifeng had such high attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays was that she had been living in Black Territory for a long time. She didn't have an honored master, so she taught herself the Tao of Spirit Arrays and eventually became an expert in this field. All the natural spirit arrays in Black Territory were her teachers. Yang Kai was a complete amateur in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, and the reason he could even reach this far was that he was able to see through all illusions with the help of his demon eye of annihilation. He had obtained the demon eye of annihilation from Great Demon God, but it was actually a secret technique from Myriad Demons' Cave Heaven. The demon eye of annihilation and Black Purgatory eye were very abstruse eye techniques. Yang Kai didn't have a way to cultivate them as he had only obtained these secret techniques by chance. Although they were already fairly powerful, he couldn't improve them further. Unless he was able to acquire the proper method to cultivate those techniques from myriad demons' heaven one day, he would never be able to strengthen them. At this moment, Yang Kai could see that it was a land of certain death in front of him through the demon eye of annihilation. If he really barged into it, he would definitely die. After retracting the demon eye of annihilation, everything he saw became normal. However, Yang Kai knew that underneath the serene facade of the void hid an intense murderous intent. He could only make a detour, but he soon encountered a similar situation. The same thing repeated a moment later. A large area in front of him seemed to be covered in spirit arrays, which barred anyone from intruding. The area that was surrounded by the spirit arrays was likely the center of black territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that the source of the strange strength was just inside this place. If he could go in and have a look, he would be able to figure out many things. However, faced with the hindrance from the many arrays, he could only give up on the idea. Just when he was ready to return, he suddenly felt some people approaching. This discovery astounded him. The reasons he could reach this place were that he had the world spring to protect his small universe and the demon eye of annihilation to guide him past the various spirit arrays. How were others able to come to this place? Moreover, he could feel that there was more than one person. Yang Kai quickly manipulated space principles and let his figure merge with the void. A moment later, rays of light came into his sight. Soon, these lights reached a place near Yang Kai and revealed themselves. Yang Kai observed them in silence and realized that he didn't know them. Furthermore, these people were not powerful as most of them were in the second order and third order open heaven realm. The most powerful one was only in the fourth order open heaven realm. Their clothes suggested that they were not from the same sect. There were 7 of them in total. The mass of natural spirit arrays in front of them was like an invisible barrier that blocked their path. They stood silently in front of the arrays, silently staring forward, making for an eerie atmosphere. Yang Kai was astounded as the strange strength was extremely dense in this area. Even an 8th order open heaven realm master like Luo Ting he wouldn't be able to persevere for a long time, so how were these 2nd order, 3rd order, and 4th order open heaven realm masters still fine? Supposedly, they couldn't have come anywhere near this place. Before they even arrived, the heritage of their small universes would have been completely drained. Yang Kai thought that perhaps he had perceived it wrongly since he had the world spring's protection, but just when he was beginning to doubt himself, he saw something even more shocking. These people, who had been silent, suddenly shuddered as they were soon engulfed in a dark aura. At the sight of this dark aura, Yang Kai felt a sense of disgust and loathing overwhelming him. Black ink strength. He almost failed to stifle a cry of surprise at this revelation. Although he hadn't frequently come into contact with the black ink disciples, he would never forget about the encounters he did have with them. He was fully aware of the black ink strength's eeriness. On his trip to Langya Paradise previously, he found some of the hidden black ink disciples and even detected the presence of a true black ink clan member. After he left Langya Paradise, the cave heavens and paradises examined themselves and looked for more black ink disciples, then began searching for the black ink clansmen. Nevertheless, more than 100 years had passed, but they hadn't found any traces. All of them suspected that the black ink disciples and clansmen had hidden in the shattered heaven, but they hadn't found anything despite an extensive search. The fact that there was no progress in this matter worried the leaders of the cave heavens and paradises. After all, the black ink strength was too strange. If they couldn't find the black ink clansmen and kill them, a large number of black ink disciples would start appearing in the 3,000 worlds eventually and the situation would steadily grow out of control. Yang Kai had never expected to come across black ink disciples in black territory, and so many of them at that. Unlike the black ink disciples in Langya Paradise who were all open heaven realm masters with bright futures, these second order, third order and fourth order open heaven realm masters should be valueless. Hence, it was obvious that they were not transformed into black ink disciples through the invasion of black ink insects.
To the Black Ink clan, black ink insects were precious items that had to be used sparingly. It would be a waste if the black ink insects were used on these open heaven realm masters. The likely explanation was that they had been corrupted by the black ink strength directly. Compared to using a black ink insect, it was harder to transform someone into a black ink disciple through the black ink strength, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Less powerful cultivators were unable to resist the black ink strength, and could thus be corrupted given enough time and effort. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4863, How Dare You? Even if the more powerful open heaven realm masters were accidentally corroded by the black ink strength, they had a chance to resolve the crisis. For high-rank open heaven realm masters, they could cut off the territory in their small universe that had been invaded, and they would be free. Nevertheless, the heritage of their small universe would suffer a big loss if they did so. Therefore, after Shizheng from Langya Paradise killed himself previously, the black ink strength he had left behind in high heaven territory gave the high-rank open heaven realm masters a headache. In the end, it was Yang Kai who solved the problem by storing the black ink strength inside his small universe. With the help of the black ink strength in his small universe, Yang Kai was able to fool Yuan Du in Langya Paradise. Unfortunately, the black ink strength he had suppressed and sealed was then destroyed by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. The cave heavens and paradises had been searching for the black ink clansmen and disciples in the shattered heaven for more than 100 years, but to no avail. Presently, Yang Kai came across 7 black ink disciples in black territory, which was why he was astonished. As these open heaven realm masters were engulfed in the dark aura, the whites of their eyes became black, which made them look even eerier. The next instant, they dashed forward without hesitation. After they moved forward a couple hundred meters, the natural spirit arrays hidden in the void activated. Yang Kai, who had hidden in the void, was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of crisis as all his skin tightened. These 7 people didn't resist at all and were soon turned into dust by the arrays. Their small universes collapsed, and their world forces dissipated. They were killed in the blink of an eye. The sight stunned Yang Kai. He initially thought there was a plot going on as these black ink disciples suddenly appeared in this place. Since they stopped in their tracks in front of the natural spirit arrays just now, it was apparent that they were aware of the danger ahead of them. Despite knowing that they would be killed though, they still resolutely charged forward. Yang Kai couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did these black ink disciples proactively try to get themselves killed? A sense of unease engulfed him. The fact that there were black ink disciples in black territory was a major issue for the 3,000 worlds, so he had to quickly inform the cave heavens and paradises about it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to return. The sight he saw made him feel that he had caught a glimpse of something very serious. The actions of those black ink disciples who got themselves killed wasn't the end. Yang Kai thus remained hidden in the void and waited patiently. A few days later, another group of people arrived from the periphery. There were only 3 people this time. These people were even weaker as 2 of them were in the 3rd order and the remaining one was in the 2nd order open heaven realm. However, the same thing happened again, just like Yang Kai had seen a few days ago. These black ink disciples resolutely charged into the natural spirit arrays and killed themselves. Yang Kai had never seen these black ink disciples before, so he reckoned that they were not Luan Baifeng subordinates. Instead, they should be outsiders who were attracted to the materials in black territory. He decided to stop his observation here as he had figured out many things after witnessing 2 batches of black ink disciples killing themselves. Now he needed to verify his theories. Yang Kai supposed it was time he looked for Luan Baifeng. Perhaps he could get the answers he needed from her. Following that, he turned around and flew back. He didn't come across any black ink disciples along the way as the cultivators were still busy extracting materials on the ore stars. Before he even went near ore star 16 though, he saw Xianpeng rapidly approaching him. "Sect Master, why did you come all the way here? I'd been looking for you." There was a sense of anxiety on Xianpeng's face. He was previously told that he would enter Black Territory with Yang Kai after he came back from the Star City. However, when he returned, he realized that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. Left with no choice, he quickly entered Black Territory and informed Luan Baifeng about Yang Kai's arrival. After giving it a thought, Luan Baifeng told her subordinates to go through the list of the people who had arrived in Black Territory to mine materials in the past few days. The record suggested that Yang Kai had headed to or Star 16. However, when she arrived at or Star 16 with her subordinates, she only saw Luo Tinghe and the others. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Left with no choice, she told her subordinates to look for him. Xin Peng was lucky enough to come across Yang Kai, who was on his way back. There are a lot of changes in Black Territory, so I decided to take a stroll by myself, Yang Kai nonchalantly replied. Where's Luan Baifeng? Xin Peng quickly said, Elder Luan is waiting for you on or Star 16. It's hard to look for you since she doesn't know where you were, so she's decided to wait for your return. Yang Kai grunted in response, let's meet up with her now. Xin Peng hurriedly led the way for him. A moment later, they arrived at or Star 16 where a beautiful and luxurious ship had landed. The old man surnamed Yuan Tong Guang, and the others were obediently standing there in silence. On the deck, there was a table that was covered in spirit fruits and bottles of wine. Luan Baifeng, Luo Tinghe, and the other ladies were seated by the table as they seemed to be enjoying a joyful talk. Upon detecting the man's presence, Luo Tinghe looked up at the sky, Yang Kai's back. The next instant, 2 rays of light landed on the deck. Luan Baifeng quickly rose from the chair and saluted him, greetings, sect master. Upon hearing that, Yuan Tong Guang, who was kneeling on the ground, widened his mouth in disbelief. When he saw that Luo Tinghe easily defeated the old man surnamed Yu, he instantly knew that she was a senior expert. Then, Luan Baifeng's arrival confirmed his speculation that Yang Kai's group was from a powerful background. Despite his speculation, he wasn't certain about Yang Kai's identity. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the young man he chanced upon on the way to Black Territory was the famous Voidlands Lord. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with conflicting feelings. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at Luan Baifeng without saying a word. The silent pressure caused Xin Peng to tremble as he couldn't help but gulp. To the side, Luo Tinghe fiddled with her glass and then took a sip of the wine. Despite the faint smile on her face, her 8th order open heaven realm pressure slowly began leaking out. A horrified Xin Peng directly fell to his knees on the deck. How dare you, Luan Baifeng? Yang Kai finally let out a snort. Without lifting her head, Luan Baifeng replied in a humble manner, forgive me, but I don't know what mistake I've made. Please enlighten me, sect master. Do you even need me to tell you what you've done? Yang Kai's piercing gaze seemed able to cut across her face. Luan Baifeng fell on one knee. If I've really made a mistake, I'm willing to receive the punishment without any complaints. However, please point out what I've done, sect master. Yang Kai scoffed, who allowed you to let outsiders come in and extract materials here? It was my decision, Luan Baifeng replied in a grim voice. I want the reason. Luan Baifeng said, a few months ago, I detected some changes in Black Territory. You've been to the depths of Black Territory, so you must be aware that the area that is covered in the strange strength has significantly shrunk. The originally dangerous places have become safe, and we can now visit or stars that couldn't be reached in the past. This is good news for Black Territory as well as Voidland and High Heaven Palace. The materials in the ore stars are abundant, but I didn't have enough subordinates to extract them efficiently, so, I decided to spread the news to attract more people to come over and help with the mining. Certainly, we have to give them some rewards for their work, so I set up some rules. Those who follow the rules will get some benefits from Black Territory. Yang Kai said coldly, there are more than 10,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace now. If you wanted to mine the ore stars, you could have just informed head manager or second manager about it, and they would have made the arrangements.
Why even rely on outsiders' help and waste precious resources? Upon realizing the reason behind his fury, Luan Baifeng replied, Sect Master, if that's what you're angry about, please allow me to explain myself. Go on. There are indeed a lot of open heaven realm masters in Void Land and High Heaven Palace now, but most of them are needed to explore the new great territory while the rest are required to maintain the order in the 2-star cities. Moreover, the cultivators who have just ascended to the open heaven realm need time to solidify their cultivations, so it's not appropriate for them to take on any tasks for the time being. Therefore, Void Land and High Heaven Palace probably can't send a lot of people to this place. Furthermore, there's something off about the changes in Black Territory. Before I find out the truth, I wouldn't dare to let my fellow disciples take such a risk. I'm saying if I'd really gotten them to come over, I was worried that the strange strength in Black Territory would suddenly experience a resurgence. If that happened, a lot of people from Void Land and High Heaven Palace would die, and I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility for such a tragedy. Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang and the others were soaked in cold sweat. It wasn't until this moment that they discovered they had actually been exposed to much more risk while extracting materials in Black Territory than they originally thought. On the deck, Yang Kai stared at Luan Baifeng with narrowed eyes. Are you saying that it was all with good intentions? Luan Baifeng replied solemnly, Sect Master, since I became your subordinate, I've always taken you and the sect into consideration whenever I act. I would never dare to betray you. Yang Kai fell silent while Luan Baifeng remained kneeling on one knee. The atmosphere was somewhat grave at that moment. The apprehensive Tao Ling Wan darted her gaze around as it was the first time she saw Yang Kai looking so grim. She was extremely worried that he would start a fight at any moment. Upon noticing her timid sister's uneasiness, Chu Huashang patted her hand to placate her. After a long silence, Yang Kai lifted his hand and engulfed Luan Baifeng in his power. Get up. With the help of the power, Luan Baifeng got to her feet. Yes. Yang Kai frowned. Whatever happens next time, you have to inform head manager and second manager first before taking action. If you explain your suggestion to them, I believe they'll support your idea. However, you have to make it clear to the outsiders the risks associated with extracting materials in Black Territory. It is not appropriate to simply attract them with benefits without telling them the potential danger. Luan Baifeng obediently hung her head low. I'm sorry for not taking that into consideration. I'll make the arrangement after this. By then, they can decide for themselves whether they want to leave or stay. Yang Kai nodded. That's for the best. Since time immemorial, people have always been willing to take great risks to seek wealth. As long as you make it clear to them the risks hidden in Black Territory, whatever happens after will be their responsibility. Luan Baifeng nodded again. To the side, Luo Ting he said with a smile, I told you that Yang Kai would only be scaring you instead of really punishing you, but you didn't believe me. Luan Baifeng put on a faint smile. Many thanks, Senior. Have a seat and tell me when the changes in Black Territory started taking place. After Luan Baifeng was seated, she began, I'm not sure exactly when the changes in Black Territory started, but it didn't happen all at once. After some investigation though, I speculate that the changes started taking place after you left Black Territory previously, but we were not aware of it until recently. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4864, Interesting Thing. On his previous visit to Black Territory, Yang Kai personally refined an incredible artifact called the Void Yin-Yang Mirrors. With this hallowed treasure, he was able to move some 30+ or stars from the inner region to the periphery so that Luan Baifeng's subordinates could easily extract the materials inside them. 300 years had passed since that time. The changes in Black Territory started taking place after he left. Just like Luan Baifeng had said, they were not aware of the changes going on in Black Territory because the cultivators here had been focused on mining the ore stars that had been moved to the periphery. It took them about 100 to fully mine out those 30 or so ore stars. Luan Baifeng then headed to the star boundary to look for Yang Kai as she wanted him to visit Black Territory again and use the Void Yin-Yang mirrors to move more ore stars out. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was being pursued by bright sun divine monarchs in the shattered heaven at that time. Then, he arrived at the ancestral land, and there had not been any news about him since then. Since Yang Kai was nowhere to be found, Luan Baifeng's subordinates had nothing else to do. She was not a kind-hearted person, so she ordered her subordinates to go further into black territory to begin mining ore stars. She would never allow them to stay idle. Although the ore slaves and captives were displeased, they could only obey her order. It wasn't until they began venturing into the inner region that the changes in black territory became known to Luan Baifeng. The originally dangerous places had become safe, and the area initially engulfed in the strange strength was now unimpeded. When they were staying there, the heritage of their small universes wouldn't leave their bodies. This discovery astounded Luan Baifeng while the ore slaves and captives were ecstatic. After all, no one was willing to work in a dangerous place. It was good news to them that black territory had become safe. Initially, the safe area in black territory wasn't so big, but it became increasingly wider as time passed. More ore stars were free from the strange strength's influence, and I didn't have enough people to extract the materials, so I came up with a solution. You spread the news and attracted outsiders to come over by promising to give them some benefits? Luan Baifeng nodded, yes. Even though we'll suffer some losses, it wouldn't matter to pay a small price as long as we could have control over the valuable materials. That's what I thought at least. If you think this is a bad idea, I'll chase all of them out now. Yang Kai shook his head. Since the news has been spread, others will have a bad impression of us if we go back on our word now. Moreover, you have a point. As long as we can keep the valuable materials, it's fine to pay a small price. The rules you've set are sufficient. Luan Baifeng hung her head low. Many thanks, sect master. You may continue handling the affairs in black territory. However, if you come across something like this again, you must not make any rash decisions. If you can't find me, you can consult head manager and second manager. Yes, Luan Baifeng replied respectfully. Then, she parted her lips as though she was trying to say something. Yang Kai shot her a glance. Speak. Luan Baifeng said, Sect Master, an interesting thing was found on one of the ore stars some time ago. What is it? Yang Kai asked with an arched brow. Luan Baifeng looked around and replied hesitantly, this thing is a little strange, so it cannot be shown to everyone. I'm not sure how to describe it, but you'll know what it is at first glance. Please come with me. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, very well. This way please. Luan Baifeng extended her hand. Yang Kai rose from the chair and followed her into the cabin. Soon, they entered a room, after which Luan Baifeng performed different hand seals and activated the barrier in the room to bar anyone from entering. Her actions made Yang Kai feel curious as he wondered what it was that they had found. Luan Baifeng was so careful that she even asked him to enter a private room just to have a look. Just as his curiosity was piqued, Luan Baifeng suddenly fished out a wooden box from her space ring and held it out to him with both hands. Sect Master, it's this thing. Yang Kai stared fixedly at the wooden box and narrowed his eyes. That was because he found the wooden box familiar. A couple hundred years ago, someone had fished out a very similar wooden box and presented it to him as a hallowed treasure. In the end, it turned out to be a plot. All these years later, the same thing happened again right before his eyes. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling forlorn. Even though there were a lot of open heaven realm masters in Void Land and High Heaven Palace, there were only a small number of Sixth Order masters. Despite the fact that he had subdued Luan Baifeng using the loyalty list, she was of great help to him, not to mention that she was extremely talented in the Tao of Spirit arrays. In fact, Yang Kai regarded her highly and had decided to help her ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm when the time came. Now, it seemed that there would be no need for that. He suddenly realized why the names of Luan Baifeng and Xian Peng had disappeared from the loyalty list. Initially, he thought that they had passed away, but it turned out that they were still alive and kicking. Nevertheless, they were no longer the Luan Baifeng and Xin Peng that he knew. They had turned into entirely different people, so they were no longer loyal to Yang Kai, instead, they were loyal to someone else. That was the reason their names had disappeared from the loyalty list. After taking the wooden box, Yang Kai didn't immediately open it. Instead, he said, "Elder Luan, we haven't met in years, and it seems that you're being overly polite to me now." With her head hung low, Luan Baifeng replied, "You've become more powerful now, and I wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of you." Yang Kai nodded. "Do you know what's inside this wooden box?" Luan Baifeng replied, "It's a very interesting thing, but I don't know how to deal with it." "You'll have to make a decision, sect master." "Good," Yang Kai said, then opened the wooden box as a nervous Luan Baifeng watched him. The next instant, a black light dashed out of the wooden box and came right at Yang Kai's face at the speed of lightning. At the same time, Luan Baifeng took a few steps back to widen her gap with Yang Kai, then performed different hand seals as a grand array completely sealed off this room. She was an expert in the Tao of spirit arrays, and she had personally set up the spirit arrays in this room and on this ship. In this area, she could temporarily exert the power of a seventh-order open heaven realm master. It seemed that Yang Kai was about to dodge the black light, but under the influence of the spirit array, he froze for a moment. This moment of delay allowed the black light to penetrate his body. While he started shuddering, an elated Luan Baifeng gazed at him with a faint smile on her face. A stream of black qi billowed from Yang Kai's body and engulfed him. He gritted his teeth and roared as his eyes slowly darkened. Just then, Luan Baifeng parted her lips and started murmuring to him in a charming manner, "Obey the Black Ink clan, sect master. When our master ascends to his throne, we shall rule over the world together." Yang Kai soon stopped resisting as the black qi around him thickened. A moment later, the black qi contracted and revealed Yang Kai's face, however, his eyes had turned completely black. An ecstatic Luan Baifeng pressed one hand against her chest and nodded at Yang Kai, "Black Ink Eternal." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai saluted her, "Black Ink Eternal." Since they were companions now, Luan Baifeng stopped acting polite. She took a seat on the chair and picked up a cup of tea as she wanted to give Yang Kai some time to get used to his new reality. Standing on the same spot, Yang Kai examined his small universe. There was some black ink strength that had been suppressed in a particular spot in his small universe. The black ink strength was even richer than what he had collected from Shizheng previously, but this wasn't surprising as it was formed from a dead black ink insect, so it was extremely pure. Although it was now suppressed in Yang Kai's small universe, it was still squirming as though it was trying to kick up a storm. The black light from the wooden box was a black ink insect. Yang Kai still had a black ink insect with him now, so he could instantly figure out what was inside the box when he saw it. After that, he only put on a pretense in front of Luan Baifeng. It wasn't easy to fool her, for the black ink strength inside his small universe was already destroyed by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. He was no longer able to pretend to be a black ink disciple using black ink strength. Fortunately, the black ink insect that had penetrated his body gave him a chance. Although a black ink insect was threatening, it was frail. Any open heaven realm cultivator could easily kill it if they were prepared. Just now, Yang Kai directly killed the black ink insect, and after it exploded, a pure black ink strength streamed out of it. He had previously used a similar method to fool the many black ink disciples in Langya Paradise, so it wasn't hard to do the same with Luan Baifeng. The cave heavens and paradises had done their best to stop any news about the Black Ink clan from spreading. Be it the suicide of Shizheng or the many black ink disciples in Langya Paradise, only the inner elders and ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were aware of the incident. None of the disciples knew anything about it, let alone Luan Baifeng, who was far away in black territory. If she knew what Yang Kai had experienced, she wouldn't have used a black ink insect to deal with him and even thought that he was her companion and wouldn't have his guard up against her. She could never have expected that Yang Kai had a world spring in his small universe either.
They hadn't met for hundreds of years, so when Yang Kai obtained the world spring, Wan Baifeng was still monitoring her subordinates to extract materials in the Black Prison. It wasn't until this day that they reunited, and she had no way of knowing Yang Kai's current situation. With the world spring's protection, his small universe was impervious to outside influences. Even black ink insects couldn't harm him one bit. Both Luan Baifeng and Xian Peng were now black ink disciples. Perhaps many open heaven realm masters, who were mining ores in black territory, had also been corrupted by the black ink strength as well. Yang Kai already had this speculation when he saw two groups of black ink disciples killing themselves in the center of black territory. Now, his speculations were verified. Only in a black ink clansman's hiding place would there be so many black ink disciples. The leaders of the cave heavens and paradises thought that the true black ink clansman was hiding somewhere in the shattered heaven, but no one could have expected that they were really hiding in black territory instead. It was then Yang Kai realized what the other kind of strength was besides the strange strength when he arrived at the depths of black territory. It was the black ink clansman's power, but it was obscured by the strange draining strength, which was why he couldn't sense it clearly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4865, Real Prison. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp when he recalled the intimidating consciousness he had previously faced. Presently, he was not powerful enough to go against the owner of that will. Hence, he had to immediately inform the cave heavens and paradises about it, for he was no longer able to handle the matter in black territory on his own. The leaders of the cave heavens and paradises had to intervene. However, he had to get the answers to his questions before that. Yang Kai directly took a seat beside Luan Baifeng and picked up a cup of tea. It was apparent that Luan Baifeng was in a jovial mood. As she gazed at him, she asked smilingly, "How do you feel?" In a muffled voice, Yang Kai replied, "I'm fine. It seems that I've found a goal in my life." There was a fervent expression on Luan Baifeng's face. "Our goal is to sacrifice everything for our master, including our lives." Yang Kai bowed his head. "Is master in black territory now?" Luan Baifeng was shocked. "How do you know?" Yang Kai explained nonchalantly, "When I was investigating black territory over the past few days, I noticed something and had a speculation." "I see." Luan Baifeng didn't ask what he had seen. Since they were companions, she could trust him unconditionally. "Do you have a way to let me see master?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng shook her head. "We can't do that now, for master is still asleep. The last time he awakened momentarily, he only gave some brief instructions, so I can't bring you to see him. However, our main goal now is to help master break free from his shackles." Yang Kai arched his brow. Break free from his shackles? What he had just heard surprised him. He initially thought that the black ink clansman was hiding in the center of black territory that he had visited before. However, judging from Luan Baifeng's words, it seemed that the black ink clansman was actually trapped there instead. Luan Baifeng nodded. "Master has been trapped in the black prison for countless years. Before coming across master, I'd always thought that the black prison was just a name. However, after I met master, I realized that the black prison is a real prison that's specifically used to imprison him." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" He recalled the demon sealing land in Ancestral Land. Although the divine spirits in the Ancestral Land were aware of the demon sealing land's existence, the current generation of divine spirits had misunderstood the place after a long time had passed. All the divine spirits thought that the thing that was sealed in that place had something to do with demons. It wasn't until the demon sealing land was opened up that they realized it was a black ink sealing land that was used to suppress a black giant spirit god. It surprised Yang Kai to learn that the situation in the black prison was similar. This was a real prison where a powerful black ink clansman was trapped. While in a dazed state, Yang Kai recalled that when he visited the black prison for the first time, an idea came into his mind that the black prison could very well be a gigantic cage, but he didn't ponder on the issue at that time. It wasn't until this moment that his speculation was confirmed through Luan Baifeng's words. He couldn't help but fall into his thoughts for a moment.
then ask, are the countless natural spirit arrays and/or stars in Black Territory part of the prison? With a solemn expression, Wuan Baifeng nodded, yes. Those so-called natural spirit arrays were not naturally formed at all. Instead, they were arranged by ancient humans. However, the people who set up the spirit arrays were so skillful in the Tao of spirit arrays that no one realized it. Everyone believed that the spirit arrays were naturally formed. The spirit arrays and/or stars form into a super array, and at its center is where Master is imprisoned. There was a horrified expression on Yang Kai's face. The entire Black Territory is one giant super array. Just who could have done this? He increasingly felt that the situation in Black Territory was similar to that of the Ancestral Land. There was the Black Ink Sealing Land in the Ancestral Land, while there was the Black Prison that was used to trap a Black Ink clansman here. The Ancestral Land was surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea, which served as a secondary barrier. Meanwhile, there were innumerable spirit arrays in Black Territory which acted as a cage. Perhaps the setups in the Ancestral Land and the Black Prison were built by the same group of people. In ancient times, a group of great experts clashed with the Black Ink clan. While the Black Ink giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the Ancestral Land, the true Black Ink clansman was imprisoned in the Black Prison. Wuan Baifeng went on to say, the incident took place a long time ago, so I don't know the exact time it happened, and Master didn't tell me about it. Perhaps to Master, it is a kind of humiliation to be trapped for so many years. His power is irresistible. The setup in the Black Prison is to prevent anyone from approaching Master and giving him a chance to escape. The Black Prison was originally filled with a kind of strange strength. With its influence, no one could visit the depths of the Black Prison. In that case, there wouldn't be a risk of anyone getting turned into a Black Ink disciple and working for the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, you visited this place back then. Wuan Baifeng looked excitedly at him. What does it have anything to do with me? Although Yang Kai had a speculation in his heart, he wasn't certain about it. Wuan Baifeng explained with a smile, I didn't lie to you just now. It was the truth. It was because you moved several stars from the inner region to the periphery that the super array was weakened, which allowed me to have a chance to serve Master. Yang Kai lowered his gaze. Every star in Black Territory is part of the super array, therefore, for every star that is removed or destroyed, the super array will weaken a little. Exactly. Wuan Baifeng nodded. The removal of 30 or so stars can't really affect the grand array, but what if thousands of stars are destroyed? There will come a day when Master breaks free from his prison and makes a comeback to the 3,000 worlds. When that happens, no one will be able to stop his hegemony. Upon realizing something, Yang Kai said, that was why you spread the news to attract outsiders to come over and mine the stars. Wuan Baifeng smiled, I don't have enough subordinates to destroy the stars quickly. Just like you've said, since time immemorial, men die for wealth just as birds die for food. The rules I've established are reasonable, which is why many people are willing to come here and help. Yang Kai praised her by saying, that's indeed a great idea. You think so too? Wuan Baifeng appeared eager as she looked at him. With you around, we'll be even more efficient. I need you to tell the people from High Heaven Palace and Void Land to come over. I can make the arrangements, Yang Kai directly agreed. After Master breaks free, you will be rewarded, Wuan Baifeng said with envy. This is what I should do. It is every Black Ink disciple's dream to die for Master. Yang Kai appeared solemn as he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Judging from what she had said, it would take quite some time for the Black Ink clansman to really break free from his prison. In other words, he still had time to stop this. Upon recalling something, Yang Kai said, when I investigated Black Territory some time ago, I managed to reach the center. However, I couldn't go any further as that area was covered with arrays. I suppose that's where Master is trapped. Wuan Baifeng nodded, yes, I've been there as well. But given my current mastery of the Tao of spirit arrays, I couldn't find any loopholes to exploit, let alone a way to break them. It will only bring danger to the Master if I make any rash moves. I also saw some people getting themselves killed by crashing into the arrays. I know who you're talking about. Luan Baifeng let out a sigh. There are companions as well, however, Master is frail now from his long imprisonment, so he needs nourishment to restore his strength. Yang Kai frowned. Nourishment? The world forces that leak from their bodies after their death are the best food for Master. Upon learning that those in the Black Ink clan lived on world force, Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. Since that place is engulfed in the Grand Array's power, how did they arrive there safely? Although the Super Array's power had been weakened after many Or stars were destroyed, the strange strength was still present around the center. Before Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters even arrived at that place, the heritage of their small universes would have been wiped out. Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, that's because they had the protection of Master's power, otherwise, they couldn't have reached that place given their strength. It was then Yang Kai realized that the Black Ink strength could even resist the Grand Array's power. Is there anything else you want to know? You can ask me anything. I'll tell you whatever I know. Luan Baifeng showed complete trust in him. How were the cultivators turned into our companions? I can see there are many of them. Luan Baifeng put on a smile. There are indeed a lot of them. I suppose we have about 1,000 companions now, however, that's just the beginning as we'll have even more soon. As for how they were transformed. Well, I was the one who personally turned the cultivators into our companions initially. Those Second Order, Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are unable to resist the Black Ink strength, so I can easily subdue them. Now, you're able to transform others into our companions as well. Companions who have been transformed by Black Ink insects are able to do that, however, those who are not transformed by Black Ink insects can't. What happened next? Yang Kai asked. Regardless of how energetic Luan Baifeng was, it was unrealistic for her to turn 1,000 people into Black Ink disciples on her own. I had more companions to help out after that. They have their own fellow brothers and friends. I've also received some Black Ink essence from Master. It has slowly developed into such a scale, and it'll only grow bigger in the future. Black Ink essence? Yang Kai arched his brow as it was the first time he heard about such a term, which was why he was concerned. Luan Baifeng explained, you were transformed by a Black Ink insect that was gifted directly from Master, but he doesn't have a lot of Black Ink insects. They're usually used to transform Open Heaven Realm Masters that are above the Fifth Order. As for Black Ink essence, you can take it as something inferior to Black Ink insects. Although Black Ink strength has some corrosive power, it can't fully turn a cultivator into our companion. Black Ink essence is different, for it can fully turn Open Heaven Realm Masters that are below the Fifth Order into companions who would be loyal to Master. Yang Kai nodded. Black Ink insects, Black Ink essence, Black Ink strength. In that case, what's inside my body is supposed to be Black Ink essence, am I right? Well, you can say that. So, you can also transform Open Heaven Realm Masters that are below the Fifth Order. Those who are transformed by you can't turn others into our companions. The Black Ink strength in their body is threatening to the enemies but can't turn them into our companions. I see. Yang Kai bowed his head, then asked for a vital piece of information. Do you have other Black Ink insects with you? Martial Peak, Chapter 4866, Playing Tricks. I only have a few of them. These things are precious, so even Master can't give me many. It requires quite a bit of his remaining strength to condense a Black Ink insect, Luan Baifeng replied. This was similar to what Yuan Du had said. Black Ink insects were very precious to the Black Ink clan, however, it wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai found that the Black Ink clan had to use its own strength to condense Black Ink insects. The Black Ink clansmen in Black Territory had become frail from a long imprisonment, so they had to preserve their own power. It was impossible for them to condense many of Black Ink insects. Upon realizing his intention, Luan Baifeng asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I've brought some companions with me," Yang Kai replied, "maybe we can turn them into our comrades." Luan Baifeng rejected the idea. we'd better not make any rash moves. We could have given it a try if the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the only ones here. However, you've brought an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with you this time. It is unlikely for a black ink insect to turn an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master into one of us. Master will have to personally make a move to have any chance of success. If others are alerted, Master will be in danger. Both of us can't bear the responsibility for that. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded. I shouldn't have tried to act impulsively. Luan Baifeng said with a smile, it's fine. You're just trying to help Master achieve his goal. She had turned Yang Kai into a companion and told him everything, so she decided to end the conversation. We should leave now. The people you've brought with you will be doubtful if we stay here for too long. Yang Kai nodded in response. A moment later, they left the room together and acted normally. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with them. The ship had already left Star 16 and was now heading to the periphery. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai looked at the center of black territory with doubt in his heart. Was the Black Ink clansman trapped in the black prison the owner of the consciousness he had previously detected? If they were not the same individual, it meant that there were more Black Ink clansmen hiding in this expansive universe. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had a feeling that it was the same Black Ink clan member. He tried to recall what he had felt during the sacrificial offering to the Black Ink clan in the universe paradise that was left behind by Yuan Du after his death. When the consciousness descended, he could feel the other party's prowess, and he could somewhat sense that the owner of the consciousness was trapped somewhere. After the incident, he informed the leaders of Langya Paradise about it. Now, it seemed that the owner of the consciousness was trapped in the black prison. Nevertheless, it was just a speculation. As for whether the two were the same Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai had to feel the other party's consciousness to be certain. Half a day later, they arrived at Luan Baifeng's palace, which was in the periphery of black territory. Without any delay, he respectively passed Chu Huashang and Luo Ting he a jade slip. One of you will go to High Heaven Palace while the other will head to Void Land. Pass the jade slips to the High Heaven Palace's head manager Hua Qingxi and Void Land's second manager Bian Yuqing. Tell them to send over some people to black territory to help with the mining operations here. Chu Huashang was shocked. Now, Yang Kai had never discussed this matter with her before, but he suddenly passed her a jade slip and told her to get more people to come over, which made her feel doubtful. After going through 9 reincarnations with him, she had a feeling that something was off about how he was acting. Despite her doubts though, she didn't insist on probing him. Go, now. Yang Kai nodded and took a glance at Tao Ling Wan. Waner will go with you so that you two can take care of each other. Chu Huashang replied, good. Tao Lingwan had always been an obedient person, so she didn't object to this arrangement. She just felt reluctant to part ways with him. On the other hand, Luo Ting he was displeased. I'm not done having fun here. Why did you tell me to pass a jade slip to someone? I'm not your subordinate. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Aren't you going to take a look at the world tree in the star boundary? High Heaven Palace is in the star boundary, so you can just pass the slip along on your way there. Luo Ting he pressed her lips together and stopped refusing. Fine, fine, I'll do you the favor. Chu Huashang gazed at Yang Kai. We'll set off now. Take care of yourself. Don't worry. Yang Kai nodded to her. Chu Huashang then summoned a ship. After the trio boarded, it turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate. Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng saw them off. After the ship was out of sight, she said, let's go. I'll show you the things we've obtained so far. When you were not around, we'd extracted quite a lot of materials in black territory. The ship soon shot past the territory gate. The moment they arrived at the next great territory, Luo Tinghe's expression sank as she turned to Chu Huashang. Something is wrong with Yang Kai. Chu Huashang was surprised. You sensed it as well, Martial Ant? Luo Tinghe nodded. Don't forget that throughout your 9 reincarnations, I'd started following you too since your 6th life.
We've spent dozens of years together, so I'm somewhat familiar with his behavior. Something must have happened, which was why he hurriedly chased us away. Tao Lingwan was shocked. Something has happened to husband. What's going on? We don't know yet. Luo Tinghe shook her head, then fished out the jade slip Yang Kai had passed her. We'll find out about it after looking into the jade slips. Chu Huashang nodded in agreement. They infused their divine senses into the jade slips at the same time, and the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. That was because there was only one sentence in both jade slips. The Black Ink Clansman is hiding in the Black Prison. As a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang knew a thing or two about the Black Ink Clan. She was aware of the Black Ink Clan's existence and the danger they posed, but she had never seen them before. On the other hand, Luo Tinghe was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Before she was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion, she was already a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she definitely knew more about the Black Ink Clan than Chu Huashang. Moreover, after got out of the Samsara Pavilion, she heard a lot of things about Yang Kai from Yuxiang Dai. She knew that Yang Kai had previously made a scene in Langya Paradise and went to great lengths to find the Black Ink disciples hidden in that place. The cave heavens and paradises then spent 200 years examining themselves, while looking for the Black Ink Clan inside the 3,000 worlds. They had even performed a thorough search of the shattered heaven, but they still couldn't find a single Black Ink Clansman. No one could have expected that the Black Ink Clansman was hiding in the Black Prison. The two ladies instantly realized the severity of the matter. Anything that was related to the Black Ink Clan was no small issue. The fact that Luan Baifeng and Xian Peng were still alive even though their names had disappeared from the loyalty list might have something to do with this incident. Martial Ant, Chu Huashang lifted her head and looked inquisitively at Luo Tinghe. After giving it a thought, Luo Tinghe made a decision and said, "Head to the star boundary. The cave heavens and paradises have all set up Dao temples there, so you only need to inform them about this and they will handle the rest. You must not accidentally leak this news to anyone." Chu Huashang nodded, understood. What about you, Martial Ant? Luo Tinghe replied, I will head to the nearest cave heavens and paradises and tell those old farts to come over. After Chu Huashang arrived at the star boundary and spread the news, it would then take the envoys of the cave heavens and paradises quite some time to get into contact with their respective sects, then even more time for those sects to mobilize. Yang Kai was in danger since he was in the Black Prison alone. Certainly, Luo Tinghe had to bring reinforcements to Black Territory as soon as possible. That was already the best arrangement, so Chu Huashang quickly replied, Good. Luo Tinghe said, Both of you must be careful. I'll be going now. Upon finishing her words, she shot off the ship and flew towards the nearest paradise. Fully aware of the severity of the matter, Chu Huashang wouldn't dare to waste any time. She and Tao Lingwan fully activated their powers to drive the ship forward so that they could arrive at the star boundary as soon as possible and tell the envoys there about what was going on in Black Territory. The amount of materials that had been accumulated over the past few hundreds of years in Black Territory was staggering. Before Yang Kai left previously, he had moved more than 30 ore stars from the inner region to the periphery. After these ore stars were fully mined out, the super array that had engulfed the entire Black Territory had weakened, which caused the area that was covered with the strange strength to shrink. After that, more ore stars were exposed to be within the safe area, and as more of them were destroyed, the super array's power continued to decrease. It was a vicious cycle. Over the past few months, countless cultivators had been attracted to this place to extract materials, which resulted in even more ore stars being destroyed. The result was the super arrays became increasingly weaker while more materials extracted in Black Territory had been accumulated. In the vault inside the palace, the materials of different colors dazzled Yang Kai's eyes. Materials below the 3rd order were not good enough to be put in this vault, so everything here was 4th order or higher. There were even some 8th order materials. Although there were not a lot of them, it showed the stunning heritage of Black Territory. There were countless ore stars in Black Territory.
So far, only a small number of them had been exploited, but the rewards were already staggering. If they managed to mine out all the ore stars in Black Territory, the materials they would get would be incalculable. The yin and yang element materials Yang Kai had were already inexhaustible, coupled with Black Territory's materials, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for the disciples of Voidland and High Heaven Palace anymore. Regardless of how many disciples they had, the materials would be enough to last them several tens of thousands of years. With an excited expression, Luan Baifeng showed Yang Kai the harvest she had reaped from Black Territory so far. Although she was a Black Ink disciple, her temperament and her way of doing things didn't change, it was just that the core faith in her heart was now different. As long as she never revealed her identity as a Black Ink disciple, she was the same as before. Moreover, Black Ink disciples still required resources to cultivate, which was why she was elated when looking at these treasures. You've just submitted to Master, so you might not be aware of it yet. Master's power is profound. With this kind of power, Black Ink disciples will no longer be chained by the limits of the open heaven realm. Luan Baifeng spread her arms as though she was trying to embrace the world. Yang Kai pretended to not know anything. What do you mean? Luan Baifeng shot him a glance. What I mean is that as long as you work hard enough, you can even make it to the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Yang Kai appeared astonished. Are you serious? Luan Baifeng chuckled. Why would I lie to you? If my memory serves me right, you directly ascended to the Fifth Order in the past. If nothing unexpected happens, the Seventh Order open heaven realm will be the end of your martial Dao. There's no way you can make it to the Eighth Order. With the limit out of the way though, you can ascend to the Eighth Order and even the Ninth Order. Admiration was written all over Yang Kai's face. Master's power is truly mesmerizing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4867, Tip of the Iceberg. As time passed, more open heaven realm masters from different parts of the 3,000 worlds steamed into Black Territory. They were then sent to the different ore stars to extract materials. Since Yang Kai was already one of them, he had the right to know more information about the Black Prison. The number of Black Ink disciples was increasing by the day. In just 1 month, the number had increased by several hundred people. Moreover, several Black Ink disciples would head over to the place where the Black Ink clansman was imprisoned and crash into the Grand Array to kill themselves every day. Their reason for doing so was to feed their world forces to the Black Ink clansman after their death so that the latter could restore his strength. Luan Baifeng was extremely cautious about this and never let a lot of Black Ink disciples make a move at the same time. After all, the secret might be exposed if a lot of people went missing all of a sudden. Hence, it was the best arrangement to let several die each day. No one would care about the life or death of a small number of people who had gone missing. They were all attracted to the abundant materials on the ore stars in Black Territory. Yang Kai would look around Black Territory every day. Everything he saw and the information he had gathered made him feel heartbroken. If the situation was left unhindered, it would only take a few decades for the number of Black Ink disciples to grow to a staggering figure. Besides that, the most important thing was that the Black Ink clansmen trapped in the Black Prison would also be freed. When that time came, the entire universe would be gripped by a reign of terror. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was unable to stop it now. A Sixth Order open heaven realm master might be able to reign as an overlord of a normal great territory, and the fact that he was a great emperor from the star boundary allowed him to stand on equal footing with the envoys of the cave heavens and paradises. However, at the end of the day, this kind of cultivation was too weak in the face of a major crisis that could affect the entire 3,000 worlds. His power was completely insufficient in this matter. Yang Kai felt a great sense of helplessness, so he could only hope that the powerful masters from the cave heavens and paradises would arrive at Black Territory soon to take charge of this matter. Only the old fossils who had cultivated in seclusion for millennia had the right to go against the imprisoned Black Ink clan and end this threat once and for all. One day, upon receiving Luan Baifeng's invitation, Yang Kai arrived at a grand hall. There was no one else in the grand hall as Luan Baifeng was already waiting inside. Seeing him, she nodded. Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, "Wait a moment." A short time later, a timid-looking person walked into the grand hall. When Yang Kai realized who the person was, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The person was none other than Yuan Tong Guang, a fourth-order open heaven realm master from White Fang province. Upon seeing Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai, Yuan Tong Guang sported an anxious expression. He hastened his pace and cupped his fist. "Greetings, Sect Master Yang, Warden Luan." Even though he was just here to hand in some materials and get his reward, he still felt apprehensive. During this period of time, he and his fellow brothers from the same sect had extracted quite a lot black stones on or star 16. After spending some effort to dissolve the black stones, they were lucky to obtain quite some materials. Most of the materials didn't really matter much, but amidst their harvest, they actually managed to acquire a 7th-order earth element material. According to the rules in Black Territory, high-order materials had to be handed over immediately. Therefore, Yuan Tong Guang quickly returned from star 16 and informed Luan Baifeng's subordinate about it. The person directly brought him to the Grand Hall. Yuan Tong Guang had never expected that Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai would be waiting for him there. However, after giving it a thought, he realized it was expected that those from Black Territory had to take this seriously. After all, this one material could be traded for 10 million open heaven pills. 10 million open heaven pills was an astronomical figure for a force like White Fang province. It had to be noted that this amount of money was almost enough to purchase a complete set of 5th-order materials. It would allow them to create a 5th-order open heaven realm master, which would bring White Fang province to greater heights. When Yang Kai first entered the 3,000 worlds, those from Great Moon province had given him some compensation because of the matter regarding the Golden Crow's carcass. The compensation was only 100,000 open heaven pills, which was the maximum amount of money that those from Great Moon province could take out at once. Great Moon province and White Fang province were similar in terms of their power and financial strength. It could be said that for someone like Yuan Tong Guang to possess 100,000 open heaven pills, he would be considered wealthy, not to mention 10 million. That was an unimaginable amount of wealth. This Yuan has obtained a 7th-order earth element material on or star 16. Please inspect it. Without any delay, Yuan Tong Guang told them the purpose of his visit and held out the 7th-order earth element material with both hands. You've done a good job. Luan Baifeng extended her hand and sucked the 7th-order earth element material towards herself before stuffing it into her space ring. She didn't even intend to examine it. She then turned to Yang Kai and said smilingly, "Weren't you curious about how to transform a cultivator into a companion? You can give it a try now." While Yang Kai sported a dispassionate expression, Yuan Tong Guang was puzzled. Supposedly, after he presented the 7th-order earth element material, Luan Baifeng would give him his reward. However, instead of seeing any reward, he heard some puzzling words from the woman. He instinctively felt a great sense of unease. Could everything he had heard be false? Was Luan Baifeng going to kill him so that she didn't have to give him the 10 million open heaven pills? However, if she really did that, her reputation would be severely tarnished. In that case, the people who had come to Black Territory to help with mining materials would no longer trust her. Just when he was doubtful, Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger at him. As space principles undulated, Yuan Tong Guang was instantly bound in place. He was only a 4th-order open heaven realm master, so how was he supposed to defend himself against Yang Kai? Since the binding secret technique had activated, there was no escaping now. Sect Master Yang? Yuan Tong Guang's expression changed drastically as he was now certain that he was doomed. However, he didn't understand the reason behind it. As Yang Kai was facing away from Luan Baifeng, he looked apologetically at the other man. He had indeed asked Luan Baifeng about how to turn a cultivator into one of their companions, but he was only doing so to gather information. It never crossed his mind that she would make him do it. He wouldn't dare to show the slightest hesitation, for that might cause his secret to be exposed.
The powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises hadn't arrived yet, so if he was exposed at this point, he might trigger some unexpected consequences, and he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility for that. As he stood in front of Yuan Tongguang, he could see the fear and pleading behind the other man's eyes. Just then, Luan Baifeng's voice was heard coming from behind him, "Activate the black ink essence in your small universe. That's Master's power, and no one can resist it." Without saying anything, Yang Kai lifted his hand as a squirming black fog formed on his palm. An evil aura permeated the hall and made Yuan Tongguang feel a great sense of discomfort. He became increasingly horrified as he pleaded, "Please spare my life, Sect Master Yang. There are no grudges between us, and no one from White Fang Province has ever offended you. Please don't kill me." "Don't worry. I'm not killing you," Yang Kai said. "In fact, I am going to grant you the most wondrous gift." Upon finishing his words, he covered Yuan Tongguang's face with his palm. The squirming black fog seemed to have come to life as it streamed into Yuan Tongguang's body through his 7 orifices. Yuan Yongguang widened his eyes and started shaking violently. A gurgling sound was heard coming from his throat, as though he was going through an unimaginable torture. However, he was still bound to the spot by Yang Kai's space principles, so regardless of how hard he struggled, he could never break free. A moment later, the black ink strength's aura billowed from Yuan Tongguang's body as his eyes gradually darkened until they became completely black. He slowly stopped struggling, as though he had resigned to fate. "You can release him now," Luan Baifeng said from behind. Yang Kai dispelled his binding technique, after which Yuan Tongguang collapsed to the ground. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, "Is it done?" Luan Baifeng shook her head. "It's not that easy. Although the Master's power is profound, it isn't easy to transform a cultivator into a companion. It depends on how strong the other party's willpower is. The time it takes the black ink strength to invade a small universe also varies." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening as it was different from his previous pretense. Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "We are different of course. It's much quicker for a black ink insect to transform a person into a companion. Black ink essence is much less concentrated and thus takes longer." She then took a glance at Yuan Tongguang, who was lying on the ground. "He has basically transformed, all we have to do is wait." That was indeed the case. After just half a day, Yuan Tongguang was fully transformed into a black ink disciple. He got to his feet and acted normally, but his eyes were now black. "Greetings, sir, madam." Yuan Tongguang cupped his fist. Luan Baifeng nodded and tossed a space ring at him. Yuan Tongguang took the ring and infused his divine sense into it, after which he realized that there were countless open heaven pills inside. If he had seen so many open heaven pills before today, he would have been ecstatic. However, he sported an impassive expression at this moment. "Do you know what you should say after you go back?" Luan Baifeng asked. Yuan Tongguang quickly replied, "I will ensure all know that Sir Yang is a man of his word." "Good. You may go now." Luan Baifeng waved her hand. Yuan Tongguang saluted them again and then left the hall. After he was gone, Luan Baifeng looked smilingly at Yang Kai. "See? It's that easy." There was a sense of admiration on Yang Kai's face. "Master's power is indeed amazing." Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's go. I'll bring you to see something else." Upon finishing her words, she led the way for him. With his curiosity piqued, Yang Kai followed her closely as he wondered what she was about to show him. Luan Baifeng led Yang Kai to a very remote place. There didn't seem to be anyone passing by here. The visitors in Black Territory were aware that this place was filled with inconspicuous but dangerous spirit arrays that were hidden in the void. Therefore, the cultivators who were in Black Territory to mine materials wouldn't dare to wander randomly. They would only travel the paths that had been proven safe. Martial Peak, Chapter 4868, Hidden Danger of Black Ink Strength.
No one else dared to come to this particular area in the void that Luan Baifeng had brought Yang Kai to visit. A lot of shattered spirit provinces were scattered around this area. It was apparent that these shattered spirit provinces were parts of the destroyed or stars. Yang Kai looked around and realized in shock that there were cultivators standing on these shattered spirit provinces. Without fail, they were all engulfed in dark fog. They were obviously black ink disciples. It seemed that they were cultivating. A strange energy fluctuation was felt coming from a particular direction, which prompted Yang Kai to turn his head and have a look. Luan Baifeng noticed it as well. She then said with a smile, "What a coincidence. Something is about to happen. Let's go take a look." Without saying anything, Yang Kai followed her. A moment later, they arrived at a spot that was 30 kilometers away from a shattered spirit province. There was a black ink disciple on the shattered spirit province who was performing a set of hand seals. Black ink strength weltered around his figure. Yang Kai found the black ink disciple familiar, so he reckoned that the person was Luan Baifeng's former subordinate. He had been to black territory twice prior to this, so he should have seen him before. At this moment, the illusory phantom of the small universe behind the person was flickering, and his world force was undulating. It was apparent that he was on the brink of achieving an ascension. Is he going to break through? Yang Kai arched his brow. Luan Baifeng nodded. Fan Xiuqi has been stuck in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for 2,000 years. Fan Xiuqi was the name of this black ink disciple. Luan Baifeng was a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, so her subordinates were all below the Sixth Order. She especially regarded Fifth Order Open Heaven realm masters highly. Fan Xiuqi was one of them, and he had been her subordinate for 1,000 years. He was a ruthless man who was originally from a small sect. Since he was displeased with the sect master for distributing materials unfairly, he decided to kill him and fled from the sect. As he had nowhere else to go, he eventually arrived at Black Territory and became Luan Baifeng's subordinate. He had been stuck in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for the past 2,000 years, so it was obvious that his aptitude was ordinary. Yang Kai had a speculation about what Luan Baifeng wanted him to see. You know, Fan Xiuqi only managed to break through to the Third Order initially. Luan Baifeng looked in that direction with a fervent expression. There were countless Third Order Open Heaven realm masters in the 3,000 worlds, making it the starting point for most Open Heaven realm masters. The limits of their own aptitudes, the difficulty of acquiring materials, and their finances made it impossible for most cultivators to have a better choice when ascending to the Open Heaven realm. Moreover, even ascending to the Third Order Open Heaven realm was a dream that a lot of people could never achieve in their lifetimes. Fan Xiuqi was just one of those many people. Although he was ordinary, he was the epitome of those who could never achieve anything great in life. If one directly ascended to the Third Order Open Heaven realm, the end of their martial Dao would be the Fifth Order. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm was the best Fan Xiuqi could achieve in his life. That was the reason he had been stuck in this order for 2,000 years. Nevertheless, he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough at this moment. This had nothing to do with his own aptitude or the materials provided to him from Black Territory. It was entirely because of the black ink strength. Black ink strength was able to shatter the shackles of the Open Heaven realm and allow Fan Xiuqi to have a chance of achieving greater heights after he reached his supposed Fifth Order limit. This was the other benefit of the black ink strength that Luan Baifeng wanted to show Yang Kai. The wonders of the black ink strength were manifested right before their eyes. Yang Kai pretended to be fervent as well, but inside he was truly flabbergasted. He had never witnessed this before, so even though he understood the allure of black ink strength to cultivators, it had never felt more obvious than now. Those from the cave heavens and paradises were right to stop the news from spreading. If the wonders of the black ink strength became known to the public, a lot of people wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. In order to seek a greater power, they would willingly side with the Black Ink clan. It wasn't easy for a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master to ascend to the Sixth Order. With that said, Fan Xiuqi had stayed in the Fifth Order for 2,000 years, so he had accumulated enough heritage. He was already at the peak of the Fifth Order, so even though the process was challenging, he managed to persevere. A few days later, the noise gradually died down and Fan Xiuqi successfully broke through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Luan Baifeng was evidently pleased. Even though there were a lot of Black Ink disciples presently, Shi and Yang Kai were the only Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters due to various reasons. With Fan Xiuqi ascending to the Sixth Order, their collective power was now strengthened greatly. Fan Xiuqi didn't immediately stop cultivating, for he still had to solidify his cultivation after the breakthrough. However, upon realizing that Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai were observing him, he opened his eyes and nodded at them. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that something was off. Although the Black Ink strength was wondrous, it seemed it wasn't as miraculous as he had imagined. Before the ascension, Fan Xiuqi had a short and frail-looking figure, but at this moment, his body had swollen up and become quite bulky, even a bit disfigured in fact. It was as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Even those who were familiar with him would no longer be able to recognize him. The transformation in his body after the breakthrough was obviously a hidden danger of the Black Ink strength. Although Yang Kai had no idea what consequences that the hidden danger would lead to, he reckoned that they wouldn't be good. He then turned to look at another shattered spirit province. Over the past few days when Fan Xiuqi was trying to achieve an ascension, the Black Ink disciple in this particular spirit province was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough as well. Perhaps Fan Xiuqi's ascension had caused this person's internal qi to surge as well. This person was also Luan Baifeng's former subordinate, but he was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. According to Luan Baifeng, his name was Shu Yuanxi. Shu Yuanxi only started out as a Second Order Open Heaven realm master, so the Fourth Order was his limit. However, under the influence of the Black Ink strength, that limit no longer mattered as he was now able to make it to the Fifth Order. After witnessing Fan Xiuqi's experience, Luan Baifeng became even more excited. Just like Yang Kai, she had initially broken through to the Fifth Order, so the Seventh Order would be her limit. Now, she was only a step away from the Seventh Order, and when she finally achieved a breakthrough one day, there wouldn't be any goal she could work towards. However, the Black Ink strength had given her the hope of possibly making it to the Eighth Order and even the Ninth Order. Even those from the cave heavens and paradises would have to look up to her by then. Unfortunately, Shu Yuanxi's ascension wasn't as smooth as that of Fan Xiuqi. The turn of events surprised everyone. As Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai observed him, his aura rose from the Fourth Order to the Fifth Order. The moment it hit the Fifth Order though, the Black Ink strength that had been swirling around Shu Yuanxi suddenly surged, as though it had gone out of control. A shriek was heard coming from that direction. Luan Baifeng's expression changed, but she didn't intend to interfere. The reason she was here was to observe her companions who would break through their limits so that she could get prepared for her future ascension. She didn't know how to deal with this anomaly, nor was she willing to intervene. As she and Yang Kai watched Shu Yuanxi attentively, his cultivation and strength fluctuated wildly. Sometimes he would be in a perilous situation, but sometimes he would be as calm as still water. The dust finally settled more than 10 days later. In the Spirit Province, Shu Yuanxi was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai came over and landed in front of him. Upon seeing his condition, they couldn't help but frown. Presently, Shu Yuanxi was in a terrible state. His power was undulating uncontrollably as his aura dropped to the Fourth Order, then rose to the Fifth Order in a seemingly random manner. What concerned the two of them was that Shu Yuanxi's appearance had changed drastically. His clothes were all tattered, and his body was covered with sarcomas. Some of them were as big as a head while some of them were as small as a fist. A dark power was seen flowing within these cysts. Some cracks started appearing on some of the sarcomas as Black Ink strength flowed out of them like pus. At this moment, Shu Yuanxi could very well be described as hideous.
Realizing that he was in critical danger, he pleaded with Luan Baifeng, saying, "Save me." Luan Baifeng dispassionately looked down at him. A moment later, she shook her head and pressed her hand against her chest before saying in a solemn manner, "Black ink eternal." Instantly, Xu Yuanxi turned from flustered to calm as he realized something. Without feeling resentful, he thumped his fist against his chest and shouted resolutely, "Black ink eternal." The next moment, Luan Baifeng made a move by engulfing Xu Yuanxi with her sixth-order open heaven realm power and reduced him to dust. Xu Yuanxi had no hope of survival. Even if she never made a move, he would have exploded sooner or later given his condition. His small universe collapsed while his world force dissipated. Rich black ink strength had also streamed out. Just then, Luan Baifeng took a deep breath. Instead of drifting away, all of the black ink strength was sucked into her mouth. She appeared elated and closed her eyes to enjoy it, as though she had just had a taste of the most delicious dish in the world. Yang Kai felt all his bodily hair standing on end. A moment later, he said, "It seems that there's a risk of using Master's power to shatter our shackles." Xu Yuanxi's death was the best proof of it. On the other hand, even though Fan Xiuqi had successfully broken through, his appearance had changed drastically. It was obvious that he would be faced with some hidden danger in the future. Luan Baifeng suddenly opened her eyes and shot him a piercing glare. "Are you doubting, Master?" An alerted Yang Kai hung his head low. "I wouldn't dare." Luan Baifeng stared fixedly at him for a moment before saying, "Master is omnipotent and all-powerful." Xu Yuanxi failed because he was incompetent. The reason Fan Xiuqi has succeeded is that he is truly loyal to Master. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "I don't want to hear any of that again. Any disrespect to Master is blasphemy." Luan Baifeng sternly warned, "Even if Master won't settle the score with you, I'll not let you off." "I will never speak so again," Yang Kai assured her with a solemn expression. In the meantime, he secretly warned himself to be careful when dealing with Luan Baifeng before the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises arrived. He had to pretend that he was a loyal black ink disciple until then. When Luan Baifeng saw that Yang Kai had shown enough sincerity, her expression turned milder. She nodded and said, "You're already familiar with the situation here, and you had the experience of transforming a cultivator into a companion some time ago. It's time you began actively helping the cause." Martial Peak, Chapter 4869, Before Black Ink, All Are Ants. "What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai asked. "Go turn more people into our companions." There was a faint smile on Luan Baifeng's face. "There are a lot of people in black territory now. They are the sustenance that Master will need when he awakens, so we can't miss this chance." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "It is my honor to aid Master. Go now." "I'll be waiting," Luan Baifeng waved her hand. It was then Yang Kai dashed towards the Black Territory's inner region while pondering on how he should deal with this situation as a black ink disciple. The powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises hadn't arrived yet, so he had to make sure that Luan Baifeng wouldn't be alerted. However, her request to make him turn more people into companions put him in a tight spot. There was indeed some black ink essence in his body that could be used to transform people into black ink disciples, and he had done just that to Yuan Tongguang previously. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to do so at that time as Luan Baifeng was watching him. Now that Luan Baifeng asked him to do it again, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't want to oblige. Nonetheless, if he never made a move, his inaction would be exposed sooner or later. How was he going to explain himself to her by then? Another thing that concerned him was the black ink clansmen trapped in the depths of the black prison. In the past, Yang Kai performed a sacrificial offering and summoned the Great Will in an attempt to find out the other party's hiding place, but his attempt turned out to be a failure. However, he had clearly felt the consciousness presence and prowess. Similarly, the other party must have detected his presence as well. If the owner of the consciousness was a black ink clansman trapped in the black prison, he would be in a perilous situation. Due to a long period of imprisonment, the Black Ink clansman in the depths of the Black Prison was in a deep sleep, but when they awakened, they might notice his presence. When that time came, his identity would instantly be exposed. Hence, Yang Kai believed that it was just a matter of time before his identity was compromised. It was a race against time. If the masters from the cave heavens and paradises could arrive before he was exposed, things would be fine. However, if they couldn't achieve that, he would be in danger. While his emotions undulated in his heart, he headed to star 16. The moment he descended from the sky, the cultivators on star 16 noticed his presence. Soon, the old man surnamed Yuan Tong Guang, and the others came over and saluted him. "Greetings, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded, "I'm just looking around." "Tend to your own business." All of them replied, "Yes." Yuan Tong Guang and the others scattered and continued mining. Yang Kai decided to stay on star 16 for now. Although he was at risk of having his identity brought to light, he wasn't willing to turn more people into Black Ink disciples. He could only pray that the cave heavens and paradises would arrive sooner. After making some calculations, he realized that it had only been 1 to 2 months since Luo Tinghe and the others left. Regardless of how quickly they were, help must still be on the way to this place. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the next half a month. While Yuan Tong Guang and the others focused on extracting materials, Luan Baifeng didn't have the intention of looking for him. This allowed Yang Kai to have some peaceful days. However, he soon discovered something that made him feel speechless. There were a total of 13 open heaven realm masters who were extracting materials on star 16 now. The most powerful one was the old man surnamed Yu, who was riding a blue-eyed toad. He was in the 5th order while the rest were in the 3rd order and 4th order open heaven realm. All 13 open heaven realm masters had been transformed into Black Ink disciples. It seemed that Luan Baifeng had already made a move prior to this. Yuan Tong Guang was transformed into a Black Ink disciple by Yang Kai, after which he returned to star 16. With his cooperation, Luan Baifeng could easily subdue the open heaven realm masters in this place. It wouldn't have mattered if everything ended there, but 20 days after Yang Kai arrived at star 16, Yuan Tong Guang and the others, who were extracting materials, suddenly gathered together. Upon noticing it, Yang Kai decided to observe them despite not knowing what was going on. He didn't hide his figure. Even though the Black Ink disciples were aware of his presence, they didn't say anything. With Yuan Tong Guang in the lead, they took off their space rings and passed them to the old man surnamed Yu. The latter silently took the rings with a solemn expression. "You'll keep these rings," Yuan Tong Guang gazed at the old man surnamed Yu and said. The older man nodded, "Don't worry. You all go on ahead. This old master will join you soon." Yuan Tong Guang and the others pressed their hands against their chests. "Black Ink Eternal." The old man surnamed Yu replied, "Black Ink Eternal." The next instant, 12 open heaven realm masters shot into the sky and turned into rays of light. Yang Kai sported a dark expression as he had a speculation about what was going on. He sauntered towards the old man surnamed Yu and stood beside him before looking in the direction Yuan Tong Guang and the others had left. "Before Black Ink, all our ants," the old man surnamed Yu suddenly said. There was a longing expression on his face, as though he was eager to run after Yuan Tong Guang and the others. "They will soon be one with Master and live eternally. This is an honor we all crave." Yang Kai's speculation was instantly proven right. There was something he was curious about though. "Who gave you the order?" he asked. The old man surnamed Yu shook his head. "No one ordered us to do anything. As long as Master has a need, we are ready to sacrifice ourselves. It could be me next time, or even you." Yang Kai frowned. Could the Black Ink disciples sense the Black Ink clansman's need? Is that why they would proactively sacrifice themselves? However, Yang Kai didn't have time to ponder on it. He had been waiting for a long time, and didn't want to expose himself so soon,
but things had come to a point where he had no choice but to make a move. First of all, he was the one who transformed Yuan Tongguang into a black ink disciple. If the latter killed himself because of that, Yang Kai would be the murderer. It wasn't that he had never killed anyone before, but the ones he had slain were all enemies he could not reconcile with. Yang Kai had never killed an innocent before, so he wasn't willing to see Yuan Tongguang die. Secondly, the Black Ink clansmen trapped in the depths of the Black Prison lived on world force. By intercepting Yuan Tongguang and the others, Yang Kai could stop the Black Ink clansman from restoring himself. The old man surnamed Yu became alerted as he gazed at Yang Kai. Didn't you sense it? Yang Kai flashed a smile at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. While the old man surnamed Yu was confused, the illusory phantom of a small universe appeared behind Yang Kai and swallowed the old man up like an ominous beast. The small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters had materialized, so they could accommodate living creatures, including open heaven realm masters of lower orders. Even though Yang Kai wasn't a high-rank open heaven realm master yet, his small universe had already materialized. As a 6th order open heaven realm master, he was able to keep the old man surnamed Yu, who was a 5th order open heaven realm master, inside his small universe as long as he could unleash a burst of force that the other party couldn't resist. With that said, there would be a risk Yang Kai had to bear for keeping the other party inside his small universe. This wasn't really an issue for Yang Kai though. He was nearly on par with a 7th order open heaven realm master now, so before the old man surnamed Yu had time to react, he was subdued and transferred into Yang Kai's small universe. The next instant, he was engulfed in a restrictive power and became rooted to the spot, as though he had been struck with a binding secret technique. He couldn't even move a muscle. In 7 Stars sect, Sui was feeding the golden carp that had obtained a dragon vein after drinking Yang Kai's dragon blood when all of a sudden, the world around him started spinning. When he recovered, he realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. There was a short and wrinkled old man who appeared bound in place there. Beside the old man stood a blue-eyed toad that was as tall as a 3-story building. A gurgling sound was heard coming from its throat, and the pustules on its figure exuded a poisonous aura. Sui was dumbstruck at the sight. He felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation coming from the old man and the blue-eyed toad. In the past, he thought that Emperor Realm Masters were the most powerful cultivators in the world, but even they seemed insignificant compared to the pair before his eyes. He had only felt the same kind of formidable aura from his honored master before. Before he could figure out what was going on, Sui heard his honored master speaking to him. Keep an eye on him. Call out to me immediately if anything happens. Yes. Sui quickly replied. He no longer felt flustered upon hearing his honored master's voice. With his honored master around, he wouldn't have to fear anything. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already manipulated space principles to chase after the group which had just left. A moment later, he saw Yuan Tongguang and the others and directly hastened his pace to intercept them. These Black Ink disciple appeared startled and Yuan Tongguang took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong, Sect Master Yang?" "Nothing. I'm just here to save your lives," Yang Kai replied impassively. The next moment, he crashed into these Black Ink disciples as his small universe expanded and engulfed all of them. On the other hand, Sui was staring fixedly at the old man surnamed Yu. Upon realizing that the old man really couldn't move a muscle, he shifted his attention to the blue-eyed toad. He had never seen such a hideous-looking monster beast before. The golden carp he was told to take care of was much more pleasing to the eye than this blue-eyed toad. Just then, he caught a glimpse of several people appearing abruptly, and just like the short old man, they were all immobile. Sui quickly stayed further away from them as he wondered what his honored master was doing. It was apparent that his honored master had captured and rendered them immovable, but what was his reason for doing so? In the past, Yang Kai wouldn't have spared the lives of Black Ink disciples. When someone was invaded by the Black Ink strength, there was no way they could be saved. That was the firm belief those from Langya Paradise had instilled in him. That was what those from Langya Paradise did as well.
Those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had exceptional aptitudes and held important positions in Langya Paradise, were all killed. Even Gu Linger, who was popular among the disciples and elders alike, was not spared. Yuan Du and all other Black Ink disciples were condemned to death the moment they were discovered. However, Yang Kai wanted to save these Black Ink disciples now. At the same time, he had to verify a speculation he had. A cultivator's temperament would change drastically after they were turned into a Black Ink disciple, but that wasn't their true selves. If his speculation was proven right, it would mean that it wasn't impossible to save these Black Ink disciples. That would be good news for the entire universe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4870, The Time Has Come. Once again, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the Black Prison where the Black Ink clansman was imprisoned. There were a lot of Black Ink disciples scattered on the Ore Stars, and he had no idea which of those Black Ink disciples would come over to sacrifice themselves, so he decided to simply wait for their arrival here. With the help of the Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai was still able to clearly see the concealed danger in this place. The center of the super array was the most intimidating. Even though he was strong, he wouldn't dare to barge into its range. The strange strength that derived from the super array was extremely violent in this place. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had the World Spring to protect his small universe, he wouldn't be able to last here for long. Before he even arrived at this place, the heritage of his small universe would have been completely drained. The reason the Black Ink disciples could arrive at this place safely was that they had the Black Ink strength's protection. There was one thing that puzzled Yang Kai, though. How did the Black Ink disciples avoid the spirit arrays that were widely present in Black territory? In this place, there was a super array that consisted of countless spirit arrays and or stars which was used to imprison the Black Ink clansmen. Everywhere in Black territory was potentially dangerous. The reason Yang Kai could come all the way here was that his Demon Eye of Annihilation was able to see through all illusions in the world. He might not be able to see through the abstrusity of those spirit arrays, but with the help of the Demon Eye of Annihilation, he could find the traces of their presence at least so he could avoid them. Those Third Order and Fourth Order Black Ink disciples were obviously incapable of doing that, so Yang Kai could only speculate that Luan Baifeng had mapped out a safe route for them to come to this place and sacrifice themselves for the Black Ink clan. The next day after Yang Kai arrived at this place, he intercepted a group of 5 Black Ink disciples. Just like what he had previously done, he put them inside his small universe and suppressed them. 2 to 3 days later, he intercepted another group of Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai initially wanted to find a regular pattern, but his attempt was futile. The frequency of their arrival and the number of people were irregular. Sometimes there would be a lot of people, but sometimes there would only be a small number. There were times when no one came over for 5 days in a row, but at other times, people would arrive every day. In just 1 month, Yang Kai had stuffed more than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe. Other than the old man surnamed Yu, who was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the rest were in the 3rd Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Perhaps to the Black Ink disciples, 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were indispensable for now, so they were not willing to sacrifice such people. Yang Kai had a feeling that what was going on in this place would be exposed soon. In fact, he was already surprised that he had managed to stay here for a whole month without alerting Luan Baifeng. And soon that time came. One day, when Yang Kai was resting in the void as he patiently waited for the Black Ink disciples' arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes. A chill gripped him, which prompted him to activate his world force to protect himself. There seemed to be a hidden gaze that took a glance at him from the depths of the void. The great consciousness he had felt during the sacrificial offering in the past appeared for a breath before vanishing again. The consciousness could no longer be felt, as though it was nothing more than an illusion. However, Yang Kai was fully aware that it wasn't an illusion. He had been intercepting the Black Ink disciples in this place, so the Black Ink clansman, who was sound asleep, hadn't had any nourishment for an entire month. There was no doubt that the Black Ink clansmen had been alerted, which was why they had awakened from their sleep for a brief moment.
Yang Kai had no idea whether the other party had slumbered off again, but he was now certain that the Black Ink clansman who had a hand in Langya Paradise was the same as the one who was trapped in the Black Prison. He had felt the same consciousness twice, so he reckoned that his speculation was right. This was actually good news, for there might only be one Black Ink clansman present in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai was initially worried that there would be more members of the Black Ink clan in hiding. The bad news was that a battle was now imminent. There were probably thousands of Black Ink disciples in the Black Prison, while Yang Kai was on his own. The imprisoned Black Ink clansmen had already noticed his presence, so there was no way the Black Ink disciples were still clueless now. Over the past month, Yang Kai wasn't just waiting around though. Instead, he had been planning out his next move, and now was the time for him to take action. He first fished out some space beacons and scattered them around the void. These small space beacons were inconspicuous, and no one could notice them unless they were looking for them. After he was done with placing the space beacons, Yang Kai charged towards the periphery of Black Territory at the speed of lightning. He made a round trip after just half a day, and as he took a deep breath, he stared fixedly in a particular direction and waited. The Black Ink disciples didn't let him wait for long. Barely 2 days later, several rays of light rapidly approached him from the distance. Behind the rays of light were countless figures that navigated through the void like locusts. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, for he had underestimated Luan Baifeng's speed at turning more people into Black Ink disciples. Some time ago, Luan Baifeng told him that there were about 1,000 Black Ink disciples in Black Territory, but the number had increased by several times now. As Yang Kai gazed at these Black Ink disciples, who were densely packed in this place, and reckoned that there were at least 5,000 of them. Although most of them were in the Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, 5,000 cultivators were still a force to be reckoned with. The person leading the way was none other than Luan Baifeng, who was followed by Xian Peng and the new Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, Fan Xiuqi. They stopped in a spot that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng stared at the man with a dark expression, fury and disbelief written all over her face. She had seen the Black Ink insect penetrate Yang Kai's body and transform him into a Black Ink disciple with her own eyes. Initially, she thought that Yang Kai was one of their companions, so she trusted him fully during this period of time. However, she had never expected that it was all just an act. If her master hadn't given the order in the brief moment he awakened, she would still have been in the dark about this. She was fully aware of how strong Yang Kai was, so she knew that she was no match for him on her own, which was why she immediately gathered all the Black Ink disciples together and came over to kill Yang Kai regardless of the cost. How did you do it? Luan Baifeng glowered at him. This question had been troubling her. Since Yang Kai was even able to resist the Black Ink insect's invasion, there were no other ways that could transform him into a companion. If she couldn't figure out the reason behind it, she wouldn't be able to trust any new Black Ink disciples. Without trust, the Black Ink disciples could no longer work together. Why don't you take a guess? Yang Kai grinned. It was expected that he wouldn't tell her the truth, as he was more than happy to stall for time. Luan Baifeng said, a lot of profound Yin bamboo was found in the new Great Territory. Since your small universe has materialized, you're able to nurture profound Yin bamboo. As one of the 12 minor pillars, profound Yin bamboo is beneficial to the small universe. Not only can it fortify the small universe, but it could also fend off any external influence. Is that the reason behind it? Yang Kai clapped his hands, you're indeed clever. However, Luan Baifeng shook her head, although the profound Yin bamboo is incredible, it's unable to resist a Black Ink insect's influence. In fact, none 12 minor pillars can do that, unless you have one of the 4 great pillars. At this point, Luan Baifeng's expression changed. I initially wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that I can't do that. With one of the 4 great pillars protecting his small universe, Yang Kai would never be turned into their companion. Although it was difficult to guard against the Black Ink strength, the 4 great pillars were its biggest nemeses. Yang Kai shot a glance at the people behind her and sneered, do you think you can rely on these people to kill me, Luan Baifeng? Are you sure it's not all your wishful thinking? Even if they're not familiar with my strength, are you clueless about it as well? Luan Baifeng snorted, let's see if they're able to kill you or not. Despite what she had just said, she didn't immediately order them to make a move. Instead, she asked, you lied to me that those people were going to Void Land and High Heaven Palace to get more people to come over, didn't you? They must have gone to seek help, right? Correct. Yang Kai nodded in admission. If nothing unexpected happens, the masters from the cave heavens and paradises will be here soon. So what if they come? Luan Baifeng wasn't flustered one bit. As long as Master breaks free from his shackles, those so-called cave heavens and paradises are nothing more than weaklings. Before black ink, all are ants. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Luan Baifeng, listen to the voice in your heart. You are not your true self now. You're just being influenced by the black ink strength. As a woman, you've managed to make it to the 6th order open heaven realm, you shouldn't be so weak-willed. Impudence. Luan Baifeng snapped, you have no right to criticize us. Yang Kai shook his head and fell silent. Luan Baifeng was his former subordinate, so he wanted to give persuading her a try. However, he knew that after she was invaded by the black ink strength, there was no way she would change her mind. I do have one question, though. Luan Baifeng frowned, I hope you'll answer it. Go ahead, Yang Kai nodded. It now seems to me that you were well prepared before coming to black territory. Were you already aware of the situation here? You could say so. How did you find out? Luan Baifeng appeared puzzled. Yang Kai hung his head low for a moment before replying, I thought you and Xian Peng were dead. As he spoke, he summoned the loyalty list and turned to the pages where their names were supposed to be. Your names suddenly vanished. I was heartbroken, so I decided to come to black territory to look into the matter, but it turned out that you two are still alive and kicking. That's why I found it strange and began investigating. Luan Baifeng was astounded as she had never expected the fact that the situation in black territory being exposed had something to do with the loyalty list. That explained everything. Yang Kai came over to find out the truth behind their deaths, but he came across Xian Peng just outside black territory. That was why he hid his identity and followed Yuan Tong Guang to enter black territory and look into the matter. It wasn't until Luan Baifeng used a black ink insect to deal with Yang Kai that all his speculations were verified. Fate is truly unpredictable. Our plan has been foiled. Luan Baifeng let out a sigh. If the situation in black territory hadn't been exposed so soon, she could have come up with a way to help her master break free from his prison. However, nothing was certain now. Even though she said she wasn't bothered by the masters from the cave heavens and paradises, she actually regarded them as archenemies. After all, the cave heavens and paradises had been in existence for eons, and they had accumulated an incalculable heritage. The weak black ink disciples in black territory were certainly no match for them. All this happened because of Yang Kai, so it was expected that Luan Baifeng was resentful of him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4871, One Man Blocks the Path. Upon finding out the truth, Luan Baifeng did not hesitate any more as she waved her hand and ordered, kill him. The black ink disciples had been waiting for this moment. After receiving the order, they activated their divine abilities and secret techniques and launched them at Yang Kai. Lights of different colors streamed towards Yang Kai. The magnificence would dazzle anyone's eyes. However, the magnificent view brought with it endless murderous intent. Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th order open heaven realm master, moreover, he was an expert in the Tao of space with incredible mobility. Therefore, Luan Baifeng wouldn't let those black ink disciples directly deal with him. In front of someone like Yang Kai, these 3rd order, 4th order and 5th order black ink disciples were no different from ants. Having said that, enough ants could kill an elephant. The secret techniques and divine abilities activated by thousands of people formed into a colossal torrent. Even a 7th order open heaven realm master would have to avoid it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention of dodging. With a solemn expression, he lowered his stance and activated his wood element power, after which a gigantic tree with dense leaves appeared behind him. The tree was so large that it seemed able to cover the entire sky. The umbrella-shaped tree crown turned into the most robust defense and protected Yang Kai within. A rich vitality exuded from the ancient tree. The divine manifestation, towering evergreen, had saved Yang Kai from countless dangerous situations before. The divine manifestation was activated through his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Not only did it have incredible healing power, but it also had an unimaginably sturdy defense. This was the best defensive secret technique Yang Kai could use. Yang Kai had always had an inkling about the order of the immortal tree. Perhaps it was in the 9th order, or perhaps it even ranked above that. After all, this was the rarest and most precious treasure of the wood element, so it wouldn't be surprising if it ranked beyond the 9th order. Though, this was only hypothetical as there was no established rank above the 9th order. The divine abilities and secret techniques thrown by those 3rd order, 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters struck the huge tree crown and a green light undulated, sending out a layer of ripples. Nevertheless, Yang Kai remained unharmed. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth and glowered at Yang Kai. Since she never ordered them to stop, these black ink disciples continued to blast their secret techniques and divine abilities at Yang Kai. They were going all out as they regarded the figure in front of them as their greatest nemesis and wanted nothing more than to destroy him. Even though Yang Kai was able to fend off rounds of dense and continuous attacks for now, how long could he persevere? Just a moment later, the gigantic tree started shrinking rapidly, and even the green glow grew dimmer. 1 hour later, the colossal tree was reduced to the size of a normal tree and the hanging branches could only protect a small area around Yang Kai. However, the black ink disciple didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. A mocking smile spread across Luan Baifeng's face. Yang Kai let out a sigh, knowing that he couldn't persevere any longer. Even though towering evergreen was powerful, it couldn't bear the incessant bombardment from thousands of black ink disciples. The fact that it had lasted this long time was a testament to how astonishing it was. The moment Luan Baifeng curled up her lips, Yang Kai abruptly disappeared from the spot. Her expression changed drastically and without hesitation, she took out several array plates. She knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so she was well prepared for this. As an expert in Tao of Spirit arrays, she would dedicate time to creating a lot of array plates. A powerful spirit array was sealed within every array plate, and once these spirit arrays were activated, they could be used against her enemies at a moment's notice. In an instant, several array plates exploded. 1 sealing array and 1 killing array expanded in front of her while 3 bewildering arrays overlaid each other and engulfed her. Booming sounds were heard coming from in front of her. The moment the killing array was formed, it was forcefully destroyed by Yang Kai. The sealing array also only managed to stop him for a breath before it was shattered. However, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks all of a sudden. There was a fog in front of him where countless illusions loomed, but Luan Baifeng was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, she was hiding within the bewildering arrays she had activated. Her voice sounded elusive as she sneered, "You want to catch me first? Dream on. I dare you to come in and give it a try." In an instant, Yang Kai's left eye glowed with a golden light as the power of his demon eye of annihilation manifested. Nonetheless, he was unable to see through the bewildering arrays. The spirit arrays that Luan Baifeng set up were powerful, and he knew little about Tao of Spirit arrays, so he wouldn't dare to rashly intrude. There was no winner or loser after this brief exchange of moves. However, the black ink disciples were unaffected as they changed directions and continued throwing their secret techniques and divine abilities at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and snorted, "You'd better not show up, otherwise, I'll kill you." As he spoke, he was drowned in countless secret techniques and divine abilities. Some of the black ink disciples appeared elated, but Luan Baifeng's high-pitched voice reverberated in the next instant, "Be careful. This bastard won't die so easily." As expected, Yang Kai abruptly appeared in another place on the battlefield. The illusory phantom of his small universe expanded and swallowed the black ink disciples, who were facing away from him, like an ominous beast. The illusory phantom and Yang Kai then disappeared. In the meantime, more than 100 black ink disciples had also vanished. This turn of events attracted the attention of many black ink disciples as they turned to look in that direction. However, Yang Kai had already moved to a different place. Just like what happened earlier, his small universe expanded and contracted in the blink of an eye. All the black ink disciples in that area were sucked into his small universe. These third order, fourth order and fifth order black ink disciples were powerless to resist. The entire battlefield was like a large biscuit that had been bitten by Yang Kai twice. It was then followed by a third, then a fourth bite. For every bite, at least 100 black ink disciples that had gathered together would disappear. Luan Baifeng was livid. She had brought several thousand black ink disciples to this place in order to kill Yang Kai and nip the crisis in the bud. Nevertheless, it now seemed that she was too naive. The average 6th order open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to face off against so many black ink disciples. However, Yang Kai was no ordinary 6th order master. Even if he was no match for them, he could always manipulate space principles and flee. By observing his actions, Luan Baifeng finally realized his intentions. It was apparent that he didn't intend to flee, nor did he want to kill any of these black ink disciples. His plan was to suppress them inside his small universe. Luan Baifeng knew what he was wary of, so she soon came up with an idea. Her eyes went completely black, and as the leader of these black ink disciples, she sent an order to all of them. The next instant, thousands of black ink disciples charged towards the center of the black prison. They initially intended to kill Yang Kai, but they all ignored him now. Even when he brushed past them, they didn't even spare him a glance. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai roared and crashed into those black ink disciples as his small universe swelled. Wherever he went, a large number of black ink disciples would be sucked into his small universe. Luan Baifeng's laughter could be heard coming from within the arrays as she taunted, "Can you stop them all? We are all willing to sacrifice ourselves for Master." She no longer wanted to kill Yang Kai, for she and the black ink disciples were incapable of doing that. However, the black ink disciples could sacrifice themselves to nourish the sleeping master. As long as their master could regain his power, he would be able to awaken and free himself. By then, even the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises would be doomed, let alone a mere Yang Kai. This was her original plan anyway. She initially wanted to take it slow and spend decades completing this task so that she wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. However, since the secret had been exposed, she had no choice but to carry it out sooner. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises were already on their way to this place. If their master couldn't break free from the prison in time, these thousands of black ink disciples wouldn't be able to defend themselves. Rather than letting these black ink disciples be killed by those from the cave heavens and paradises, Luan Baifeng reckoned that they should sacrifice themselves for the master. No one could stop a person who was determined to die, not to mention that thousands of open heaven realm masters were adamant to sacrifice themselves. Yang Kai shot through the crowd of black ink disciples, and wherever he went, a large area would be cleared out as several hundred black ink disciples would be kept inside his small universe. Standing in front of the center of the black prison, he was faced with black ink disciples who were charging forward in his direction. All of them appeared pious, as though they would soon be greeted with eternal life instead of death. "Your actions are futile." Luan Baifeng sneered in an attempt to shatter Yang Kai's confidence. Ignoring her, Yang Kai stood there silently with a calm expression. When the first batch of black ink disciples arrived at a critical point, Yang Kai suddenly performed some hand seals and surged his power, activate. A dot of black light suddenly exploded and expanded into a black hole that seemed like it could swallow everything in existence. The black hole was so huge that the surrounding space began sinking into it. The unsuspecting black ink disciples were instantly sucked into it and disappeared. Dozens of black ink disciples were gone just like that. Luan Baifeng, who was hiding in her arrays, had her expression changed when she saw that. The black ink disciples didn't stop trying to kill themselves, so Yang Kai kept forming different hand seals as he darted about. As he kept these black ink disciples inside his small universe and suppressed them, he activated the trick he had set up earlier. More and more black holes exploded as they sucked these black ink disciples into them. An incense stick later, there still wasn't a single black ink disciple who had managed to cross the invisible boundary point. All of them were warded off by Yang Kai, so not even a tiny bit of nourishment had been provided to the black ink clansmen. The black ink disciples finally stopped in their tracks and stood there silently as they stared coldly at Yang Kai. It was as though Luan Baifeng was gaping at Yang Kai through these black ink disciples. She finally realized what Yang Kai had done as she spotted a larger number of space beacons floating about in the void. "Where did you send them?" she asked. Yang Kai put on a grin, "Since I can't kill them, I can only send them far away." He had already pondered on this issue when he was setting up the trick. The black ink disciples couldn't be allowed to die anywhere near this place, for their deaths would turn into nutrients for the black ink clansmen. Hence, Yang Kai couldn't kill and could only suppress or expel them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4872, Are you sure? Space beacons were a useful tool that could connect two distant places, and upon Yang Kai's activation, the space beacon's power was magnified. The black ink disciples sucked into the black holes were sent to a place that was billions of kilometers away. Although the black ink disciples could return, it would take them several days to do so. That was the only thing Yang Kai could do in this situation. The silent black ink disciples suddenly dispersed and blindly charged forward again. More space beacons exploded and turned into black holes as they drew those black ink disciples into them. However, the trick was no longer as effective. Yang Kai kept darting around as he forcefully transferred more black ink disciples inside his small universe and suppressed them. However, his stamina was not infinite. Although he had made prior arrangements and fully exerted himself in the moment, he still couldn't stop all these black ink disciples from killing themselves. Eventually, one black ink disciple broke through the blockade and crashed into the periphery of the Grand Array where the black ink clansman was imprisoned. The Grand Array's power erupted and turned the black ink disciple into dust. His small universe collapsed, and his world force dissipated. Although Yang Kai had previously seen batches of black ink disciples killing themselves, he hadn't originally understood their intentions. It wasn't until he heard Luan Baifeng's explanation that he found out the reason. As he observed the situation more carefully, he realized that the world force which leaked from the dead black ink disciple was drawn to the center of the black prison by a mysterious force. There was no doubt that the sleeping black ink clansman was absorbing that world force. A second black ink disciple soon crashed into the Grand Array. More and more black ink disciples broke through the blockade and sacrificed themselves to the black ink clansmen. All the space beacons were used up by now, and Yang Kai had become noticeably sluggish and was no longer as agile before. Luan Baifeng, who had been hiding in her spirit arrays, finally appeared. Gazing at Yang Kai, she guffawed, "How much longer can you persevere?" She could see the problem that Yang Kai was facing, so she was no longer afraid that he would harm her. There was no way he would kill her here, otherwise, it would be akin to providing nourishment to the black ink clansmen. On the other hand, he was unable to put her inside his small universe as she was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. He could only keep Open Heaven Realm Masters that were below the sixth order inside his small universe. Furthermore, his small universe must have reached its limit. So far, Yang Kai had sucked around 2,000 black ink disciples into this small universe, which was about half of the total number of black ink disciples here. There was a limit to his small universe's capacity, unfortunately, and for every black ink disciple he swallowed, the capacity would be reduced by a little. It was impossible for him to keep infinitely imprisoning these black ink disciples in his small universe. In fact, it was already inconceivable that he had managed to gobble up 2,000 black ink disciples.
With such a large number of black ink disciples inside his small universe, it was expected that it would be hard for Yang Kai to mobilize his strength, not to mention that he had to divert a large part of his energy to suppress these black ink disciples so that they wouldn't be able to harm him from the inside. It was because of these hidden dangers that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't keep other Open Heaven Realm Masters inside their small universes despite being able to do so. They wouldn't do this unless it was absolutely necessary. First of all, it would affect their abilities to use their powers by keeping other Open Heaven Realm Masters inside their small universes. Secondly, if some ill-intentioned people made a move inside their small universes, they would be faced with great danger. Now, Yang Kai had reached his limit. The fact that the black ink disciples were able to brush past him and his sluggishness were the best proof. A sense of hesitation flashed through Luan Baifeng's eyes as she pondered on whether she should seize this chance and kill Yang Kai. Now, he was unable to fully activate his power. Perhaps he could only use half of his strength, so this was a great opportunity. Nevertheless, she soon gave up on that tempting idea. Although killing Yang Kai was important, she had to help her master restore his power as soon as possible. As long as the master could awaken, Yang Kai would no longer pose any threat to them. As the leader of these black ink disciples, Luan Baifeng activated her divine sense and prompted all the others to madly charge forward. They were no longer bothered by Yang Kai's presence. Yang Kai let out a sigh and performed a hand seal with one hand. The next moment, the power of a divine spirit swirled around him. Luan Baifeng's chest tightened as she suddenly had a bad feeling. Dragon transformation. As soon as Yang Kai growled, a dragon roar was heard reverberating across the void. A huge golden dragon head appeared behind him and a rich dragon pressure materialized and engulfed the surrounding space. Without stopping, the dragon head plunged into his body and disappeared. The next instant, a series of cracking sounds were heard coming from Yang Kai's body and soon a colossal creature came into the black ink disciple's sight. It was a golden grand dragon. The dragon was covered in thick scales and there were two intimidating dragon horns on his forehead. His dragon claws could be seen flickering with cold light, and the beard under his chin could be seen flapping in the non-existent wind. His huge eyes were like two suns that dazzled everyone's eyes. Yang Kai's 20,000-meter figure hovered in the void, as though marking a boundary between life and death. Luan Baifeng narrowed her eyes. She knew that Yang Kai had a dragon clan bloodline, and a very pure one at that. Additionally, she had seen him using his dragon transformation before. However, that happened several hundred years ago and after using his secret technique, he only transformed into a 3,000-meter half-dragon. Several hundred years had passed, and now a 20,000 meters grand dragon stood before her. A horrifying dragon pressure seemed to have materialized as all the black ink disciples were stunned in place. As the leader of all divine spirits, the dragon clan's presence was naturally intimidating to all other living creatures. This wouldn't change even though they had turned into black ink disciples. Nonetheless, Luan Baifeng soon came to her senses. Yang Kai's power had been affected because he had swallowed too many black ink disciples, so he had no choice but to transform into a grand dragon in an attempt to deal with so many black ink disciples head-on. It was actually good news for them. Ignore him. Our lives are all for the glory of our master. Luan Baifeng bellowed. The black ink disciples shot forward again. Even though a 20,000 meters creature was colossal, it was still tiny when compared to the expansive void. Like the rising tide coming into contact with a rock, these black ink disciples dispersed right in front of the grand dragon. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let them succeed. As the distance between them shortened, he lifted his dragon head and the next moment, a deafening dragon roar reverberated out. This dragon roar was actually a chant in the abstruse dragon language, one of the secret techniques unique to the dragon clan. All these black ink disciples seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall as they were forced to stop in their tracks. The weaker ones directly passed out upon impact while the stronger ones saw blood streaming out of their ears and noses as they staggered in the void. In the blink of an eye,
several hundred of the remaining black ink disciples had passed out. Luan Baifeng's expression instantly turned livid. The dragon roar still hadn't stopped yet, so the still conscious black ink disciples hurriedly activated their powers to resist its influence. A moment later, the dragon roar gradually died down and the conscious black ink disciples once again charged forward without hesitation. This time, they scattered even further away from each other. A sense of helplessness flashed through the Grand Dragon's eyes. Yang Kai had already done his best, but he still couldn't stop these black ink disciples from sacrificing themselves. He could only continue trying to stop them and let the heavens decide their fate. As space principles undulated, he used near-distant horizon and caused the void to contort. After these black ink disciples were engulfed in near-distant horizon, they were unable to move forward at all even though they were seemingly charging ahead. The Grand Dragon dashed forward as he swung his dragon tail and wielded his dragon claws. Even the dragon horns on his forehead had turned into weapons as he knocked these black ink disciples unconscious. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to kill them, as any dead black ink disciple would help to restore the black ink clansman's power. Even though a lot of black ink disciples had passed out, more of them had broken through his blockade and crashed into the grand array. After 1 or 2 days of intense battle, more than 1,000 black ink disciples had been knocked out by Yang Kai while several hundred people had brushed past him and gotten themselves killed. This made Yang Kai feel helpless. Now, he was faced with an even more difficult situation. The black ink disciples that were transferred away by his space beacons should be returning soon, which would mean at least 1,000 more enemies to deal with. The black ink disciples had become familiar with the way Yang Kai fought, so he was no longer able to stop so many of them on his own. Realizing this as well, Luan Baifeng flashed a victorious smile at him. Yang Kai had no idea what would happen if so many people managed to move past him. Perhaps the sleeping black ink clansman would get enough nourishment and awaken from his slumber. In front of the center of the black prison, a grand dragon was silently hovering in the void. His own body was the last barrier. In a place that wasn't far away from him, Luan Baifeng was humming a song as she was apparently in a good mood. Besides the two of them, the unconscious black ink disciples scattered around the void. Luan Baifeng attempted to persuade him by saying, "You're incredible enough to have achieved all this on your own, Yang Kai. Give up now. It's still not too late to submit to Master." The Grand Dragon shook his head. "I'll never side with you. What side do you think you are on? What are you looking for in life? Whatever it is you desire, Master can give it to you." "He can't." "He definitely can," Luan Baifeng spoke in a gentle voice as though she was coaxing a child. "I think you're sick of living." "Oh, you're right." Luan Baifeng covered her lips and giggled, "Even I'd like to perish now, but, do you have the guts to kill me?" As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a particular direction from which a ray of light was seen rapidly approaching them. She put on a smile. "Look, my companions are back while you're on your last legs. How are you going to fend them off this time?" Yang Kai fell silent as he looked solemnly at the first ray of light that was coming from the distance. There seemed to be even more rays of light behind it. Luan Baifeng's smile became brighter. "The Black Ink clan will eventually rule over the entire universe. Stop being so obstinate, Yang Kai." Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned awkward as he questioned, "Are you sure about that?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4873, 6-Wood Divine Monarch, Lu Mu. Luan Baifeng's face changed abruptly as she turned to look behind her. A distant stream of light was rapidly approaching, far surpassing the capabilities of a 3rd, 4th, or 5th-order open heaven realm cultivator. She actually felt the pressure of an 8th-order open heaven realm master coming from that direction. It wasn't one of her fellow comrades, it was naturally a master from one of the cave heavens or paradises. It had been 2 or 3 months since Luo Tinghe and the others had left. 2 or 3 months may not be enough time to reach the star boundary and inform the foreign envoys of the major cave heavens and paradises about the Black Ink clan. However, it was definitely enough time for Luo Tinghe to get support from the nearest paradise. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was approaching them extremely fast. He, who was just a point of light a moment before, was close enough that his figure was now visible. A loud and clear voice resounded throughout the void as he closed in on Luan Baifeng. Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu has come. Which brats are causing trouble here? As soon as those words sounded, Luan Baifeng dove back into the bewildering array, which was just behind her, and disappeared. This bewildering array was set up by Luan Baifeng before in order to avoid Yang Kai's attack. Although she ended up coming out of it, the bewildering array was still present, undamaged. The Eighth Order Master from Golden Antelope Paradise, who called himself Lu Mu, rushed in headlong, making both Luan Baifeng, who knew she was facing a very strong enemy, and Yang Kai, who was filled with anticipation, stunned. But before the two could react, the bewildering array suddenly swelled up as a violent energy fluctuation erupted from within. In less than a breath, the spirit array shattered and 6 Divine Monarch reappeared. He turned his head to look at the place where the spirit array tried to trap him, and snickered while reaching out to flick the non-existent dust off of his clothes. Heh, you dare try to show off your meager skills before an expert. Luan Baifeng finally regained her senses. Her body swayed while she tried to escape. However, Lu Mu, who had noticed her already, was an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How could he let her escape right under his nose? With a single grasp of his hand, a powerful force surged out, directly confining Luan Baifeng's body in place. Pitch-black ink strength gushed out from Luan Baifeng's tender body, and at the same time, extremely unstable power fluctuations tumbled out from her body. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Senior, watch out, she's trying to self-destruct." An Open Heaven Realm Master could self-destruct quite easily, without practicing or using any sort of secret techniques. All they needed to do was shatter their own small universe and their world force would explode out. Lu Mu obviously noticed this as well. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luan Baifeng and flicked her forehead with his finger. His flick, which seemed to contain no force whatsoever, caused Luan Baifeng's head to fiercely jerk backwards. The world force in her small universe was instantly disrupted, leaving no chance for her to kill herself. A golden rope artifact suddenly flew out from Lu Mu's hand, wrapping itself around Luan Baifeng, as though it was a snake and she was a dumpling. Only then did Lu Mu smile proudly. "There is no chance for you to kill yourself in front of this monarch." Lu Mu observed Luan Baifeng, especially paying close attention to the black ink strength that was emanating from her body, before nodding lightly. "She really is a black ink disciple." He turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The 20,000 meters long Grand Dragon made him slightly lost in thought. Although Lu Mu was an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator, this was the first time that he had seen a Grand Dragon close-up. He then asked warmly, "You are that Yang Kai, right?" Yang Kai reverted back to his human form before cupping his fist. "Yang Kai greets Senior Lu Mu." Lu Mu had already announced his identity when he arrived, probably because he wanted Yang Kai to realize that reinforcements had arrived. Yang Kai naturally knew about Golden Antelope Paradise. In fact, although he had not been to this paradise and did not have any friends from it, Golden Antelope Paradise was actually the first paradise he had heard of. After the war between the Star Boundary and Demon Realm was settled, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi broke free from the shackles of the universe world and ventured out into the outer universe. Zhang Ruoxi gave him a lot of information about the outer universe back then, including information about Golden Antelope Paradise, which was quite famous and popular amongst cultivators. There was a sealed world in Golden Antelope Paradise which was filled with metal element materials, and this sealed world was open to the general public. If one paid a certain amount of open heaven pills as a fee, they could enter to search for materials. If one was lucky, they could find the metal element materials they needed, or even make a tidy profit. Zhang Ruoxi had said at the time that, if Yang Kai wanted to find a metal element material in the future, he could try the sealed world in Golden Antelope Paradise. Yang Kai, in fact, did want to do so before he advanced to the Open Heaven Realm. He lacked a high-order metal element material at that time, but the blood monster cave heaven fulfilled his needs, so he longer had any reason to visit Golden Antelope Paradise. Golden Antelope Paradise was the closest to the Black Territory, so Luo Tinghe's first stop was Golden Antelope Paradise, which was why support from this paradise arrived the fastest. Young and talented indeed. Your reputation is well deserved. Lu Mu praised before quickly coming to the point. Enough of the small talk, what's the situation? Luo Tinghe had gone to Golden Antelope Paradise to pass on information and ask for support, but she didn't know any details. Moreover, before she left, Black Territory remained calm, and the Black Ink disciples were all acting in the shadows, but it was apparent that today, Black Territory had suddenly changed. Yang Kai hurriedly explained, as senior can see, behind me is the heart of the Black Prison, which is where the Black Ink clansman is imprisoned. The Black Ink disciples know that their identities have been exposed, so they wanted to break through Junior's blockade and provide the Black Ink clansman with the power to restore himself by sacrificing themselves. Lu Mu raised his brow at Yang Kai's words, and so? You just knocked them out and didn't dare to kill them? Yes, but there are still quite a lot of Black Ink disciples who are rushing over. Yang Kai replied honestly, there should be more than 1,000 Black Ink disciples heading this way. Lu Mu nodded, I ran into them on the way and killed many of them. As he spoke, he looked around and frowned, this place is truly odd, the power of the small universe in this monarch's body is constantly being drained, I'm afraid I cannot remain here for long. So, what do you need me to do? The strange force spawned by the super array that enveloped Black Territory was meant to prevent people from being able to reach the imprisoned Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai relied on the World Spring to remain safe, while the Black Ink disciples relied on the Black Ink strength for protection. Even though Lu Mu was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he couldn't resist the influence of the super array, however, he could last a little longer than most. I would like to request Senior take these Black Ink disciples away from here. Yang Kai gestured behind him. Lu Mu nodded, that is fine. Senior, could you also ask your subordinates to show mercy and not take their lives? Yang Kai cupped his fist and pleaded. Lu Mu frowned, why? He originally planned to take these Black Ink disciples far enough before killing them, after all, Black Ink disciples were not easy to deal with. If they self-destructed, the Black Ink strength in their bodies would escape, and all it would lead to was a pile of trouble. It was better to just kill them. What's more was that, there was no chance to restore a cultivator that was eroded by the Black Ink strength. Langya Paradise lost several Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even one of their Vice Sect Masters last time. They weren't converted to Black Ink disciples by choice, and are victims too. If possible, this junior would like to save their lives. Lu Mu's eyes lit up at his words, do you have a way to dispel the Black Ink strength and restore their sanity? Yang Kai shook his head, currently, I can't do anything about it, but I believe there are those who can. Lu Mu didn't ask any more questions and just nodded lightly, in that case, let's leave them alive for the time being. It would really not have been easy to take care of this many Black Ink disciples, fortunately, this monarch has brought a lot of people over. The large streams of light that trailed behind Lu Mu were all masters from Golden Antelope Paradise. This time, the cultivators dispatched were all in the 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Those under the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm were not even allowed to come here, and yet the total number of people exceeded 300. This was an extremely large and terrifying lineup. Lu Mu was faster than the rest, so he was the first to arrive, and while the two were speaking, many masters from Golden Antelope Paradise were finally arriving. Every one of them was frowning though, pushing their power to resist the effects of the super array, but there was nothing they were able to do to stop the steady drain of their small universe. Ancestor. The crowd cupped their hands. Lu Mu ordered, brats, do you see those unconscious Black Ink disciples? Take all of them away after sealing their bodies and small universes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator hesitated and asked, not kill them? They also encountered quite a few Black Ink disciples on their way here, but they just killed them all, so they could not help but feel that their ancestors' order sounded a little strange. Fighting and killing all day long, how highly improper for you to think like that. Lu Mu reprimanded relentlessly, if I tell you to take them away, why spout so much nonsense? Hurry up and move without making a fuss, you can complain later. It is not suitable for us to stay in this place for long. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was reprimanded, was also very old, but he didn't dare to have the slightest trace of grievance in front of Lu Mu. This ancestor of theirs was known for his temper, so it was best to not refute his orders. The masters of Golden Antelope Paradise quickly gathered the unconscious Black Ink disciples in one place before exerting their powers to seal their strength. Lu Mu said in a somewhat worried manner, "Young boy, what about you?" Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and replied, "I still need to stand guard here, in case any Black Ink disciple comes seeking death again." Lu Mu frowned, "It's going to be hard on you, so be careful. If anything goes wrong, leave this place immediately." Behind Yang Kai was the place where the Black Ink clansman was imprisoned. No one knew what condition this being was in right now, or whether they would manage to break out or not, so staying here was undoubtedly very dangerous. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Also, can Senior seal the exit of Black Territory, so that no Black Ink disciples can escape? Lu Mu replied, "In regards to that, you can rest assured." When this monarch came in, he ordered some people to stay at the territory gate and seal it off. Right now, no outsiders are allowed to enter this place, and no one will be able to leave. There are also still many Black Ink disciples that were moved elsewhere by me, and they should be rushing this way at this very moment. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Lu Mu added, "You can rest assured about that too. My Golden Antelope Paradise will make sure none of them can pass through. There are still people mining materials on many of the ore stars in Black Territory right now. This junior requests Senior to bring all those who are unaware about the current situation to one place and not let the Black Ink disciples have the opportunity to convert more people to their side." "Good, leave everything to this monarch." Lu Mu nodded his head in agreement. Martial Peak, Chapter 4874, Liberation. Golden Antelope Paradise's many masters came just in time. If they had come a few days later, Yang Kai would not have been able to stop the Black Ink disciples who were rushing back. This lineup consisting of hundreds of 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was nothing short of luxurious, and it allowed Yang Kai to let out a sigh of relief. It was only now, after the situation was somewhat in control, that Yang Kai felt exhaustion catching up with him. In fact, the fight this time with the Black Ink disciples wasn't too intense, and was by no means the most dangerous fight he had ever gotten into, but it was definitely the one in which he had the most difficulty exerting his full strength. Due to the nearly 2,000 Black Ink disciples he had suppressed and sealed, Yang Kai's small universe was almost at its limit, which greatly affected the circulation of his world force, not to mention the need to divert focus and strength to keep the Black Ink disciples in his small universe under control. Due to all these restrictions, Yang Kai could not exert much of his strength. What's more was that Yang Kai didn't want to, nor dared to kill the Black Ink disciples willfully near the heart of the Black Prison, no matter how uncomfortable his helplessness made him feel. The arrival of Golden Antelope Paradise's masters was a timely rain of fortune, pulling him out of his vortex of hardships. Yang Kai used the time he gained to recuperate. Although 6 would Divine Monarch, Lu Mu, guaranteed that he would not let any of the Black Ink disciples pass through, it was never a mistake to be cautious. As time trickled by slowly, Yang Kai probed his small universe while recuperating. A vast area inside his small universe was filled with Black Ink disciples that had been suppressed and then sealed. All of them were like statues, motionless. Su Yi stood in the air with a rather pale face, with an expression of bewilderment. His honored master had ordered him to stand guard here, but he did not expect the situation to develop in this way. At first, Su Yi thought all he needed to guard was an unusually small old man and a powerful monster beast, but then, one by one, people who were obviously placed under a restriction suddenly appeared in front of him. One became 100, 100 became 1,000, and eventually, the numbers reached nearly 2,000. Sui could not tell how high these people's cultivation was, but he knew that each and every one of them was an existence that the masters on the Void Continent could not even dream to compete with. Emperor Realm masters would be as weak as ants in front of them. Fortunately, although these people seemed to be powerful, they were obviously unable to move. While Sui was extremely shocked, he also felt immensely proud of his honored master's strength. What kind of battlefield was the honored master currently on, for him to have to capture so many masters at once? Right when he was at a loss of what to do, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Sui shifted his gaze towards the figure, and shook violently before hurriedly saluting, "Honored Master." Yang Kai glanced at the black ink disciples below him to make sure there was nothing unusual about them before nodding lightly. Yang Kai manifested himself within his small universe world using his divine sense. The residents of the Void Continent couldn't detect the difference between it and a real body. "Honored Master, are they all enemies?" Sui could not hold back his doubts and asked. "Sort of," Yang Kai replied. "Then why capture them, instead of just killing them?" Sui asked again. "Because they are not willingly opposing me, and instead are just under the compulsion of a mysterious force, I didn't kill them." Yang Kai frowned and added, "Sometimes, killing is not the only way to solve a problem." Sui nodded, "Disciple understands." Yang Kai was quite satisfied with all three of his disciples, but each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. Zhao Yibai was simple and honest, but lacked aptitude. Zhao Ye had extraordinary aptitude, but her killing intent was too wild. In comparison to the eldest disciple and the second disciple, Sui, the third disciple, had the most malleable character. "How is your cultivation going nowadays?" Yang Kai asked in reply. Sui answered, "Not bad. Disciple has been suppressing his realm recently." This was all in accordance with Yang Kai's instructions. One must not have too high of a cultivation in order to reap the benefits of the star boundary world tree, and Zhao Ye had also worked hard to suppress her cultivation for a long time back then. Now, it was Suyi's turn to do so. Yang Kai had originally planned to return to the star boundary after the Yin-Yang Cave Heaven incident, and place Sui in High Heaven Pavilion to cultivate with his other two disciples, but he had not been able to do so, so far, due to the delay. "Continue to suppress your cultivation. After I'm finished with my current task, I will take you to meet your eldest senior brother and second senior sister." Sui was a little apprehensive, but also felt a little excited. Yes. Sui was very curious about his eldest senior brother and his second senior sister, both of whom he had never met before. He was an orphan and had no family, so his honored master was basically his only relative right now. However, he had also suddenly gained an eldest senior brother and a second senior sister, a possibility which he greatly cherished in his heart. "Continue to monitor the situation here, and notify me if there are any problems." After Yang Kai commanded so, his figure dissipated. Outside, in the center of the black prison, there were no signs of any black ink disciples approaching, which made Yang Kai guess that they had all been taken down by Golden Antelope Paradise. However, Yang Kai did not dare to leave easily, for right now, he was the last line of defense here. Once he left, if a black ink disciple managed to reach here, they would be able to provide the imprisoned black ink clansman with nourishment to help him awaken and escape. Lu Mu occasionally stopped by to tell Yang Kai about the current situation in Black Territory. The Black Ink disciple were indeed taken down one by one, but during this process, many Black Ink disciple noticed that the situation was not right and simply killed themselves directly. Right now, there were a lot of Black Ink strength floating about in Black Territory's void, which were the only things that remained after the death of the Black Ink disciples. This black ink strength was extremely dangerous to any open heaven realm master. After all, once they got contaminated, the consequences would be unpredictable. So, Lu Mu had the residues marked down, before using spirit arrays to suppress and seal the black ink strength. The numerous open heaven realm masters mining the ore stars were all recalled and placed in batches on a spirit province. None of them would be set free until it was determined whether they had been corrupted by the black ink strength and transformed into black ink disciples, or not. Although this move caused many complaints, they could only endure it even if they were dissatisfied, since it was Golden Antelope Paradise that was acting. Even right now, the miners did not know what had happened in Black Territory, nor did Golden Antelope Paradise dare to leak any information about the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink strength to the general public. To not leak information such as this to the public was a principle the Cave Heavens and Paradises had adhered to since long ago. Gradually, more masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises rushed to Black Territory, each group consisting of at least 100 masters led by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. The Cave Heavens and Paradises had been tracking down the Black Ink clansman for hundreds of years now, but had found no traces of him. Thus, when they got this news, that the Black Ink clan was actually hiding in Black Territory, the major Cave Heavens and Paradises were extremely shocked. Until now, they had been searching for the enemy in the Shattered Heaven, without any results whatsoever. Now that the Black Ink clansman's hiding place had been identified, the Cave Heavens and Paradises naturally wanted to get rid of him immediately, to prevent something like the tragedy of Langya Paradise from happening again. In less than 3 months, about 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 100 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and as many as 1,000 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered in Black Territory. This was only the combined power of around 7 or 8 Cave Heavens and Paradises, not even mentioning that these few Cave Heavens and Paradises were also only the ones who rushed over immediately after being alerted by Luo Tinghe. There were still many more Cave Heavens and Paradises yet to arrive. Luo Tinghe also returned. Worried about Yang Kai's safety, she rushed back to Black Territory after hurriedly alerting several nearby Cave Heavens and Paradises. Yang Kai was thus finally liberated from his duties. After Yang Kai met with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and fully explained the situation in Black Territory to them, many of these ancestors also realized the seriousness of the problem. This black prison was obviously a cage fashioned by an ancient great expert, but it had remained unknown until today. The major Cave Heavens and Paradises ancient books would definitely have some records related to this matter if this was their handiwork. Therefore, the Black Ink clansman was definitely imprisoned here before the birth of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. The super array had slightly decreased in power over the eons, but this did not hinder its ability to imprison the Black Ink clansman. With the super array in place, even 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had no way to reach the center of the Black Prison, and Luan Bai Feng could only let the subordinate or slaves mine the ore stars on the outer periphery. This action was essentially harmless. Even if they continued to do this for another 10,000 years, the super array would not have weakened in any noticeable manner. However, everything changed when Yang Kai set his sight on the materials produced in Black Territory and refined the void yin yang mirrors, moving some 30+ ore stars from the Black Territory's inner region out at once. The destruction of these ore stars caused the flawless super array to loosen a bit, allowing the Black Ink clansmen to take advantage of the situation. Luan Bai Feng, who oversaw this whole process, was converted into a Black Ink disciple and soon spread the word, attracting more people to come to mine materials while stealthily converting them into Black Ink disciples. Steadily, more ore stars were mined and destroyed, further weakening the power of the super array. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's sudden arrival, it would really have just been a matter of time before the Black Ink clansman was able to escape. The good news was that the situation was not yet beyond saving. The super array was still powerful enough, and the Black Ink clansman was still imprisoned and would not be able to escape for some time, but the question of how to deal with this matter caused a headache for many of the 8th Order ancestors. No one really knew how strong the Black Ink clansman here was, but just by looking at the methods the ancient great experts had to resort to, one could infer the terror of this Black Ink clansman at his peak. The Black Ink clansman was probably not something they could compete against. Both the old man surnamed Yu and Luan Bai Feng had said that before Black Ink, all were ants. They had demonstrated unwavering confidence in their master. The opinions of the close to 10 ancestors were thus divided. Some wanted to improve the super array, repair the damaged areas, and let it continue to suppress and seal the Black Ink clansmen. Others felt that it would be better to cut weeds and pull out roots, arguing that leaving the Black Ink clansmen here would be the same as raising a tiger that would cause a calamity one day. Each side had its own reasoning, and they argued noisily for a while. These ancestors, who were all so high and mighty in the eyes of their disciples, were now acting like hawkers in a food market, with no manners to speak of whatsoever as they shouted their own opinions left and right. Among them, Sixwood Divine Monarch was the loudest, roaring, "This old master will go over and kill that Black Ink clansman right now, no one will be able to stop me," and so on. After a long time of bickering with no conclusion, Lu Mu suddenly turned his head towards Yang Kai and asked, "Young boy, what do you think?" Many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately looked over at him. Because Yang Kai was deeply involved in the Black Territory matter, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters also called him over to the meeting this time. Yang Kai thought that he only needed to answer some questions from the ancestors and resolve some of their doubts, so he never expected Lu Mu would throw such a tough issue to him. Yang Kai did not want to comment on this matter, but since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to express his views. Junior has been thinking about an issue. The ancient great experts had the means to arrange a super array spanning an entire great territory to suppress and seal this Black Ink clansman, so their methods should be unparalleled. So, why did they only imprison the Black Ink clansman and not simply kill him? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4875, Try My Best. This question struck a chord within many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, who hadn't thought about it before. Sixwood Divine Monarch pondered about it for a while before suggesting, perhaps the ancient great experts thought it would be better to leave it imprisoned? Yang Kai shook his head and mentioned an additional matter. Seniors must have heard about what happened to this junior in the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. Yang Kai had once recounted the events that had happened to him in the ancestral land in front of all the foreign envoys of the major cave heavens and paradises, including Yu Xiang Dai. Yang Kai believed that these foreign envoys would definitely have reported this to their respective sects. After all, this was a matter that involved the Black Ink clan, the Divine Spirits, and even the giant spirit gods. Just as he expected, all the Eight Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors nodded lightly. Yang Kai continued, "This junior has a dragon vein, so I had the privilege of inheriting the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in the ancestral land. With the power of the Crystal Palace, Junior was able to witness a great war in ancient times. In that war, the Black Ink giant spirit god was like an invincible warrior that had descended from the heavens, and even the divine spirits were not his opponents. In the end, even the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time had to use the sacred treasures of each of the various divine spirit clans, sacrifice half of the ancestral land, and even give their very lives just to shackle the giant spirit god, effectively suppressing and sealing it in place. I think the divine spirits would have preferred to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god if the circumstances had allowed them to do so, rather than incur such an immense price to simply seal him, but they couldn't. And in fact, the actions of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress as well as that of the divine spirits was correct. Even after countless eons, the seal had remained and the Black Ink giant spirit god was killed. Even the Black Ink strength in his body has been thoroughly eroded by the ancestral strength, eliminating any potential problems. What's your point? An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor asked. Yang Kai replied, Junior's point is that the situation in Black Territory should be similar to what happened in ancestral land. Perhaps the ancient great experts who imprisoned the Black Ink clansman here were not able to kill him, but that is inconceivable as well, considering that the ancient great experts were powerful enough to set up this super array as a cage. If they were capable of that, they should have been able to easily kill a lone Black Ink clansman. The reason they did this, I think, should coincide with that of the divine spirits. They were trying their best to prevent future troubles. A ruddy-looking Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor exclaimed, You mean, if they had killed the Black Ink clansman trapped here, it would lead to some unpredictable consequences, something like the Black Ink strength left behind after their death? Yang Kai nodded, This junior is merely speculating, but the Black Ink strength is sinister and dangerous. Even the black ink strength left behind after the death of a lowly black ink disciple is highly corrosive, not to mention the black ink strength that would be left behind after the death of someone from the real black ink clan, which may be what the ancient great experts were afraid of. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors glanced at each other and nodded lightly. So, you'd prefer to suppress and seal it again? Lu Mu looked at Yang Kai somewhat angrily. He was one of the main advocates of the killing faction, and the fact that Yang Kai disagreed with him made him a little bit unhappy. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Junior's words were merely frivolous remarks, and it is up to the seniors to decide about the Black Ink clan's matter. Luo Ting he spoke out, let's wait until everyone has arrived and then discuss this matter together so we can reach a resolution. No matter how much we quarrel here right now, it won't help. Although she was just a newly promoted 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yinyang Cave Heaven, all the ancestors present knew that she had the potential to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future, so they did not dare to take her lightly. The matter of how to deal with the Black Ink clan was thus put on hold until all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors of the Cave Heavens and Paradises had arrived. However, the matter of what to do with the over 2,000 Black Ink disciples in Black Territory that were still alive was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with immediately. Luan Baifeng had rapidly corrupted some 5,000 or so Black Ink disciples, out of which Yang Kai had suppressed and sealed nearly 2,000 inside his small universe, nearly 1,000 had died, and about 2,000 were captured by Golden Antelope Paradise's masters and imprisoned in an abandoned spirit province. This was also another matter that caused a headache for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, so right now, they were all looking towards Yang Kai, since Lu Mu asked, Yang boy, you had said before that you believed there was someone who could save them, yes? Who could possess such ability? Black Ink strength was extremely persistent, and it was simply not possible to dispel. Lu Mu had personally tried his hand before, and even with his strength, he couldn't do anything about the remnant Black Ink strength floating in the void in the slightest. He obviously pondered about it, but he didn't know who Yang Kai was talking about. Although the people from the Cave Heavens and Paradises acted a little domineeringly, they were not willing to kill innocent people easily, not to mention that there were nearly 2,000 Black Ink disciples imprisoned in the abandoned spirit province. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth, the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors collectively drew a sharp breath. No matter how hard they were to think, they would never have guessed that the ones Yang Kai was talking about were actually those two. Sixwood Divine Monarch blinked and said tentatively, I heard that you followed a giant spirit god into the chaotic dead territory before? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. This matter was not a secret, so these top brass of the Cave Heavens and Paradises should have gotten the news about it. Those two are avatars of destruction. They're basically ill omens. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor's face was grave, but if there's anyone in the world who can dispel the Black Ink strength, it's probably them. No one knew how strong the burning light and serene glimmer really were, but none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors sitting here dared to enter the depths of the chaotic dead territory, for they knew their lives would be at serious risk even if they just walked around its periphery. Not probably, but definitely. Yang Kai said solemnly, seniors must have obviously heard about the incident where this junior had taken the Black Ink strength left behind after the death of Langya Paradise's Shizheng into his own small universe to suppress it. This junior even used it to trick Langya Paradise's Black Ink disciples into thinking I was one of them. Lu Mu nodded and said, I have heard of it. Kid, your luck is indeed astounding. You even managed to obtain such a precious treasure like the World Spring. Lu Mu had a look of envy. If only he had one of the 4 universe pillars, he would not have to be afraid of the Black Ink strength anymore. Yang Kai smiled at him and continued, in the chaotic dead territory, senior's burning light and serene glimmer discovered the Black Ink strength in this junior's small universe and took action to dispel it. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors all raised their brows at those words. The ancestor who spoke earlier asked, are you sure you can convince those two to help again? I'll try my best. Yang Kai couldn't guarantee anything, but the lives of thousands of Open Heaven Realm masters were at stake, so he had to at least make an attempt. Good. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor nodded, then this matter will be left in your hands. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony. This junior needs a ship that can carry around 4,000 to 5,000 people. Anything else? Yang Kai shook his head and said, nothing else. Lu Mu took over, a simple matter. I will immediately have someone transport a great ship over. Golden Antelope Paradise was the closest to their current location, and any ship that could carry 5,000 people would be an extremely large-scale artifact that had to be mobilized from within the sect. As such, the issue regarding the Black Ink disciples was settled for now. Yang Kai, Luo Tinghe and Lu Mu went to the abandoned spirit province where the Black Ink disciples were imprisoned. All of the Black Ink disciples had traces of being confined with various secret techniques locking their bodies. The secret techniques used had transformed into shackles that suppressed and sealed all the strength in the Black Ink disciples' bodies, making them unable to even kill themselves. Yang Kai noticed Luan Baifeng's angry glare which was directed at him, but ignored it. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who was guarding this place, hurriedly stepped forward to salute when he saw the two ancestors arrive. There was not only one high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master guarding this place of course, but several dozen of them, surrounding the entire abandoned spirit province. Lu Mu waved his hand, indicating that this man should return to his duties, before looking towards Yang Kai. Are you both ready? Yang Kai asked. Both Lu Mu and Luo Tinghe nodded their heads together. Then, let's begin. As his words ended, the illusory phantom of Yang Kai's small universe expanded abruptly behind him, and the entire universe manifested with a loud bang. The small universe expanded to include both Lu Mu and Luo Tinghe, and the trio appeared in the very place where the many Black Ink disciples were imprisoned. Lu Mu was immediately stunned, so many? Yang Kai had previously said that he had also suppressed and sealed some Black Ink disciples in his small universe, and wanted both him and Luo Tinghe to help transfer them out, but Lu Mu had originally thought that there would be a few dozen or hundreds of them at most. But at a glance, he could make out that there were thousands of Black Ink disciples here. Only then did he understand why Yang Kai wanted a great ship that could carry around some 5,000 people. Luo Tinghe was also amazed. You still had the energy to fight with others after sealing so many Black Ink disciples inside your small universe? Ignoring the fact that Yang Kai was just a trivial 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even for her or Lu Mu, who were in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, it would be difficult to move about freely after sealing 2,000 Open Heaven Realm cultivators inside their small universes, let alone fight. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was lively and vigorous, seemingly like he was unaffected. Yang Kai explained casually, Junior is carrying a world spring, due to which his small universe is extremely stable. Perhaps it has something to do with that. Lu Mu nodded his head in realization, that's true. The world spring is really amazing. Yang Kai beckoned to Su Yi, who had been guarding the Black Ink disciples here, and pointed at him before saying, this is my third disciple, Su Yi. Su Yi, greet these two seniors. Su Yi hurriedly saluted. Lu Mu glanced at Su Yi with some interest, but didn't spare him much time. What kind of geniuses hasn't an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him seen? Su Yi didn't deserve his attention. On the contrary, it was Luo Tinghe who showed some interest. Since this is your third disciple, does that mean you also have a first disciple and a second disciple? Yang Kai replied with a smile, those two are in the star boundary. Senior will naturally see them when she arrives there. Su Yi's heart was shaken. What kind of existences were these two, that even his honored master had to address them as senior? His expression became more and more respectful. Luo Tinghe nodded. She was definitely going to go to the star boundary. She had not had time to consolidate her cultivation since she advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm with all the events going on around her. Now that there were people from the major cave heavens and paradises present in Black Territory though, it would make little difference even if she were to be absent, so she planned to leave for the star boundary in a few days. Both of you, please. Yang Kai cupped his fist. It was not a problem for Yang Kai to suppress these 2,000 black ink disciples in his small universe, but if he wanted to transfer them out, he'd have to seal their powers first. It would be too slow for Yang Kai to handle this kind of task on his own, which was why he asked Lu Mu and Luo Tinghe to help. Lu Mu and Luo Tinghe nodded their heads and got to work. Martial Peak, Chapter 4876, Are They Really Tall and Fierce? Hand seals quickly changed as a series of secret techniques flew out one after another. As the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters personally took action, the Black Ink Disciples, most of whom were just in 3rd or 4th Order, were completely powerless to resist. The secret techniques struck every one of the Black Ink Disciples, sealing the strength in their bodies. Even their small universes had been thoroughly sealed. In this condition, not to mention using the small universe's strength, even lifting a finger was a mere dream. This was the only way to ensure that the Black Ink Disciples would not try to self-destruct. While Lu Mu and Luo Tinghe were busying themselves, Yang Kai also had his hands full. He quickly shifted every one of the imprisoned Black Ink Disciples, whose small universes were sealed, throwing them onto the abandoned spirit province outside. The trio tirelessly worked for half a day before they were done dealing with the 2,000 Black Ink Disciples. Yang Kai let out a heavy sigh. He finally felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden was lifted off his shoulders. He then looked toward Luan Baifeng, hesitated for a moment, before deciding not to go over. Now that Luan Baifeng was corrupted by the Black Ink strength, she had lost her sanity and her heart was not the same as before. The Black Ink Disciples regarded the Black Ink clan above all else. It was useless to try to talk to her. After a dozen days or so, more masters from the cave heavens and paradises arrived at Black Territory, arriving in a nearly endless stream. 2 months later, masters from almost all the various cave heavens and paradises had gathered. Each cave heaven and paradise team was led by at least one 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor, followed by an endless stream of 7th and 6th Order Masters. Currently, an unimaginable force had gathered in Black Territory, with the number of 8 Order Masters alone having crossed the 100 mark. This was the accumulation of millennia of the cave heavens and paradises heritage. Generally, these top forces remained reserved, concealing their strength from the public eyes, but if something big were to happen, they would instantly display their fangs. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He could not help but wonder when Void Land and High Heaven Palace would be like this, when they would stand toe-to-toe with these top forces. The 8th Order ancestors guarded the central region of the Black Prison in shifts, constantly monitoring the movements of the imprisoned Black Ink clansmen. However, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was unable to remain there for too long due to the influence of the super array enveloping the Black Prison. A day or two was the longest they could linger before having to retreat. The thousands of Black Ink Disciples imprisoned on the abandoned Spirit Province were also an object of their interest. The Black Ink strength scattered throughout Black Territory because of the last battle had also attracted many people's investigation. Matters related to the Black Ink clan were not a secret to the top masters of the cave heavens and paradises, but knowing and seeing were two different matters, so they were naturally curious. The Black Ink strength's peculiarity and the Black Ink Disciples' stubbornness deeply shocked them. Yang Kai's brilliant performance in this incident had also piqued the interest of many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. As the Lord of Void Land and a great Emperor of the Star Boundary, Yang Kai wasn't an unknown figure, so most of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had at least heard of him. However, that didn't mean many of them had seen him before. This time, they finally got to meet him in person. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai got acquainted with many 7th and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to peddle his profound Yin Bamboo. As one of the 12 minor universe pillars, the value of the profound Yin Bamboo was naturally well known. Furthermore, with the appearance of the Black Ink clan, the profound Yin Bamboo became even more important. Although it couldn't make its owner immune to the Black Ink strength like the World Spring, it still offered quite a bit of resistance to black ink strength's corrosion, allowing the small universe to remain more stable. When Yang Kai had negotiated with many foreign envoys about the right to use the good fortune divine furnace in the past, he had added the profound Yin bamboo onto the negotiation table, owing to which the High Heaven Palace would provide each cave heaven and paradise with some profound Yin bamboo. However, there were simply too few of them to go around. Compared to the high-rank open heaven realm masters of the various cave heavens and paradises, the profound Yin bamboo provided by High Heaven Palace was simply insufficient. Now that they had met Yang Kai though, the Lord of Void Land, in Black Territory, the high-rank open heaven masters naturally wanted to target him. Be that as it may, how could Yang Kai give away the profound Yin bamboo for free with his money-grubbing personality? In Langya Paradise, he even forcefully sold his healing pills to those he beat up, let alone a real treasure like one of the 12 minor universe pillars. From the standpoint of a sect master, Yang Kai was just doing his best to accumulate resources. The amount of profound Yin bamboo he had cultivated in his small universe was not small, but as he was about to advance to the 7th order, he did not focus his time and attention on cultivating them, as the growth of the profound Yin bamboo would be at the expense of his own foundation. After much probing and bargaining, Yang Kai and the many high-rank open heaven masters finally reached a price satisfactory to all parties. Profound Yin bamboo were then sold one after another. Regardless, a single shoot of the profound Yin bamboo would not be of much use. The owner would first need to consume their own foundation to cultivate the profound Yin bamboo and then transform it into a large bamboo forest. The bigger the bamboo forest, the stronger the effects of the profound Yin bamboo. This definitely required time and effort, but as the high-rank open heaven masters had extremely long lifespans, they really didn't care about this. Over the past few months, the miners in Black Territory had dug up quite a lot of materials from the various ore stars, so much so that Luan Baifeng even brought Yang Kai to check them out some time ago. After returning, Yang Kai also put all of them into his small universe. By the time Yang Kai had sold most of the profound Yin bamboos, the Golden Antelope Paradise ship had arrived. All the Black Ink disciples were loaded onto the ship, and 37th Order Open Heaven Realm masters from different cave heavens and paradises were stationed aboard it for security. After settling everything, Yang Kai led the ship out of Black Territory. These Black Ink disciples were of paramount importance. Furthermore, the cave heaven and paradises didn't want any mishaps along the way. If an accident occurred and these Black Ink disciples were able to escape somehow, the vast universe would instantly fall into chaos, so the ancestors had taken precautions. The lineup of 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was quite grand, enough to deal with any unexpected situation. The ship was extremely large, but its speed was also quite surprising for its size. Soon, it left Black Territory and sailed towards the chaotic Dead Territory. At some point, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly shouted, prompting the scattered high-rank Open Heaven Masters to immediately gather around. Yang Kai too instantly appeared at the source of the voice, asking, "What is it?" "Someone's chasing after us." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had issued the warning, raised his hand, pointing toward the rear. Yang Kai looked over and found that a streak of light was indeed rapidly approaching the ship from the rear. Judging by its speed, it was obviously not something an ordinary Open Heaven Realm Master would possess. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn solemn. No one knew who was chasing after them or what their purpose was. "Be on guard," Yang Kai exhorted in a low voice. On this trip to the chaotic Dead Territory, his cultivation might have been the lowest, but he was the one in charge. Thus, the 30 high-rank masters circulated their strength and prepared for battle. A moment later, Yang Kai gawked at the figure approaching them, speechless. The one chasing them was none other than 6-Wood Divine Monarch, Li Mu, of Golden Antelope Paradise. Everyone wondered what he was doing here. Lu Mu directly landed on the stern of the ship. When he looked around and saw the 7th Order Masters staring at him vigilantly, he instantly became dissatisfied. "What the hell are you looking at, you brats?" The Seventh Order Masters looked at each other, not knowing what to say, but all of them knew that this Golden Antelope Paradise ancestor had a fiery temper. His words might be harsh, he didn't have any malicious intent. Yang Kai quickly asked, "Senior, what brings you here? Do you have any instructions for us?" Lu Mu stiffly replied, "Nothing of the sort, I just wanted to come with you to blow off some steam." Yang Kai's face twitched as he asked, "Blow off some steam?" Lu Mu heaved a sigh, "It's because I can't win an argument with those old farts. It's too frustrating, so I'd rather not bother. I said I wanted to slaughter the Black Ink clansmen as soon as possible to avoid future troubles, but they just want to take their sweet time to deliberate on it. What's there to deliberate? By the time they come to a decision, it will already be too late." Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. He already had no say in the matters of the Black Ink clansmen. The matter rested at the hands of cave heavens and paradises, it was up for them to decide. Lu Mu could freely vent his anger, but he could not. Lu Mu, on the other hand, suddenly threw this matter to the back of his mind and excitedly asked, "Young boy, have you personally seen the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. "What do they look like? Are they really tall and fierce?" Lu Mu asked curiously. This time, even the 37th Order Masters became interested and perked up their ears. Everyone knew about the existence of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, and all had heard countless rumors about them, but none of them had been fortunate enough to witness their true appearances. Those who had seen them were all dead. Yang Kai thought about the image of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and felt that it had nothing to do with their height or strength. Both of them were much more like children who needed to be coaxed. Playing house with them in the chaotic dead territory was definitely the greatest shame in his life. I guess you can say that, looking at the look of reverence on Lu Mu's face though, Yang Kai felt that it was best not to break his fantasy. Lu Mu rushed over and sheepishly requested, "Young boy, can you introduce this monarch to them when we arrive at the chaotic dead territory? This monarch wants to admire their noble bearing." Yang Kai promptly stated without giving it another thought, "I'll try my best. Senior, you also know that people like them really don't have a good temper. Whether we can meet them, and whether they will help us, I'm also not sure." Lu Mu solemnly nodded his understanding, "I understand, just do your best. Even if you can't, it's just because my luck isn't that good, I won't hold it against you." Yang Kai curiously asked, "Why does Senior want to meet those two?" Lu Mu leisurely replied, "It's the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Who doesn't want to meet them? Don't you want to see them?" His last sentence was meant for the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone earnestly nodded again and again. Some of them even wore a flattering look as they looked at Yang Kai, probably requesting him to introduce them too. Lu Mu added, grinning, "When this monarch returns alive after meeting those, I can rub it in the faces of those old farts." He kept calling them old farts, but he forgot that in the eyes of others, he was probably one of them too. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry.